Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, here with you. Brett's on the phone, and here we go on this Tuesday morning. A lot of stuff flying around the Texans, Lance. A lot of stuff. What do we want to do? Christian Wilkins, that seems. Hassan Reddick is a thing right now. A lot of people talking about that. A lot of people talking about, obviously, Saquon Barkley. That's the one that a lot of people are.
I don't think that's happening.
I don't either. I think Motor is probably going to be the guy.
Well, they have a plan. I don't think it's just Motor, but it's
Yeah,
they have a plan,
Motor
but
and whatever else.
But I think that they recognize, so in my mock draft that officially released yesterday, I had the Texans traded up for Quinyon Mitchell. I think the Texans will draft either corner or defensive end unless they want to get froggy and jump up and get Byron Murphy. If Byron Murphy falls past 14, that would be great. That's still a long way to jump up. It's going to cost you a lot of draft capital. And Nick Caserio's not afraid to move up in a draft. Typically, we know what he did last year. I think that was a thing for, I think that was a team effort where they said, look, if we do this with the quarterback, and I think that was a late decision, if we do this, then we're going to get your guy. We're going to get your guy, D'Amico. And so I think that's what happened. I don't know that he's just going to keep moving up in the first round. He moves up in all the other rounds, so he's not afraid to do that. But I think because they're a little closer than we expected, I think he might, if the right player's there on the board, I think he might make a move up the board to go get a guy they love, whether it's a pass rusher, a cornerback, maybe Byron Murphy, but I just think he's just going to go too high. I don't think you really have a chance at that. Would you look at Brock Bowers if he were starting to slide? I don't think he gets past the Bengals, but if he did, would you look at a Brock Bowers?
Oh, sure.
He's a unique weapon. He's not a good blocker. Forget what you hear about it.
Well, you're at 23, but you have to move up. But anytime you get the best player at a position, you're doing good.
Yeah. So that's my thought, is that he gives you another weapon.
Yeah.
He gives you another weapon. If you think back to the San Francisco model, the comps on him are a combination of George Kittle and Dallas Clark. So George Kittle's a better blocker than Dallas.
Well, look how the Chiefs are winning. Look how the Patriots won with Gronk.
Yeah, tight ends are a
tight end could be a huge weapon.
So I would, he
love
didn't
that.
have the size of Gronk, but he does have the size of Kittle.
Yeah.
He does have the size of Kittle. So that's something we never talk about, but I think that's one of those interesting best
cool.
player available that really sets your offense up, because you still have two really good receivers.
Look, you're already doing stuff nobody else is doing. That's why you're a trendsetter. Nobody else is talking about Brock Bowers to the Texans because it's ridiculous. But you aren't afraid to do that.
I'm not afraid to do the ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, I don't call it ridiculous.
Well, that's a word that I'm trying to use. But so Azeez Al-Shaair.
It's not going to catch on.
Azeez Al-Shaair. That's one guy that's being talked about.
Linebacker,
D'Amico.
49ers. D'Amico knows him. Position you need.
Yeah. Yeah, he went to Tennessee last year, right? He was with Tennessee. But D'Amico did coach him in. D'Amico coached him in San Francisco, and then Frankie Louvu from the not only was D'Amico a great player, but he also had the elite tandem of Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw in San Francisco.
Who are you talking about right now?
Louvu's versatility as a pass rusher could go a long way in revamping. This is the Titans defensive front that they're talking about.
Right.
So it looks like there's so many possibilities out there. You've got them moving up and getting Quinyon Mitchell. How was that received? How was your
positively
mock draft received
positively?
Overall?
Anytime you trade up, fans like it.
Yeah,
especially for a guy who just ran 4.33 at the combine. Texans fans liked the mock draft. Bears fans loved it with the Dunze being there at 9. Or actually, they traded back the Bears and still got a Dunze at 12. I had a hard time.
You had the Broncos going up and getting McCarthy.
Getting McCarthy. Broncos fans are so on that. The fans that were the maddest at me were Patriots fans didn't. Well, they were kind of up and down on the. Well, the fans that were most mad were the Marvin Harrison Jr. fans. Were Buckeye fans. Buckeye fans were the most, and they typically get the maddest in a mock draft.
Or West Virginia fan.
Because West Virginia fan gets furious. But I had Marvin Harrison Jr. passed by Malik Neighbors. I have Malik Neighbors going 4 to Arizona and Marvin Harrison Jr. going 5, where he had 2 games against Harbaugh. One was for 118 yards and one was for 120. So I don't think Harbaugh would pass on Marvin Harrison Jr. People did not love that I had Malik Neighbors. I mean, I've been doing this for a while, but for some people it's new. So they were like, what? This is the first time I've ever seen this. I'm like, well, you're very used to seeing it. Well, I mean, unless I think Harrison goes before him, I'm not changing it. If I think he's going to go before him, then I'll change it because I want to get the mock right at the end. But it was generally, I mean, I was terrible, and there was some general bad stuff. But it was actually, I don't know what I'm doing with Green Bay Packers. They don't take interior offensive linemen, and they may be right. Some of the draft trends, I know they don't typically take wide receivers in the first, but apparently they never would take an interior offensive lineman first. But my answer to those people were, well, they did today. And I hit send.
They right here. Why wouldn't they? Well, why wouldn't they?
I don't know.
If he's the best player available.
Yeah. That's, I get it. But the problem is there's certain positions, like you run out of gas at pass rush. Once you get past the top 4, you kind of run out of some gas. You can't just say, we need pass rush. Well, it ain't there. I'm just telling you, it ain't going to be there if you miss out on Chop.
Did you have the Patriots drafting differently with Elliott in charge now?
I had him taking Drake May. I just had him taking quarterback. The hot rumor, well, it's not really hot. The rumor is they could look at Baker Mayfield because Elliott has a background with him in Cleveland when he was on the staff when they drafted him. So the rumor is, okay, well, he could take Baker Mayfield if the price was right and then could trade and do that so that they can, as a bridge quarterback, because maybe they don't love, whoever the quarterbacks are, and then if you took that quarterback there, then they could take then they could trade back out of 3, catch a big bucket of picks, and then start refilling their roster. So you get Baker instead of going Drake May or Jaden Daniels, which you have questions with both of those guys. You go Baker, who has NFL experience, and you add more draft picks. So you build out your roster faster. And then over the next 2 to 3 years, you get a look at quarterback then. I don't know if they'll ever draft as high as 3 again. That's the question. But so that's one of the rumors that are out there. The Browns aren't doing. I mean, the Bears are locked into what they're doing. They're going to be Caleb Williams. I did hear that Washington didn't love the quarterbacks in their interviews with them. That they didn't love any of the quarterbacks. That came from another team that had spoken with somebody who was, and they're like, we don't really love the quarterbacks who we talked to. And I thought that was interesting, but I don't think they pass on quarterback here.
They can't pass on
I just
quarterback.
don't think they
There's
do.
Just
I mean,
no way.
they could roll with Sam Howell again. I guess if the package is good enough, you could say, you know what, we'll just kick the quarterback decision down the road. We'll just have another year where we're not as good and look at quarterback next year. Because once you get all that draft capital, if you get enough draft capital, you've got the firepower to get where you want to get next year. So it'd be interesting. I just did quarterback, receiver, pretty standard stuff.
How many people suggested Russell Wilson to the Texans? Anybody?
Nobody.
No, not anybody.
Nobody.
Huh.
Actually, nobody's excited about Russell Wilson in the NFL to their team. He is now at the Matt Ryan stage.
I think that if you are a team that is, and you don't get into the top 3 or you don't get the McCarthys, Michael Penix, okay. You know what? If I took a Michael Penix, I wouldn't mind a Russell Wilson.
Let me tell you why Russell Wilson has become interesting. I was reading articles on this about how much, they have to eat a lot of cap space. The Broncos are getting murdered.
Yes. $85 million.
Yeah, no, they only have to pay $39 million.
Yeah, but $85 million in cap over the next 2 years. Yes, it's the largest cap hit in the history of the world.
I thought it was just they only had to pay this year.
No,
was the only one that was
$85 million in cap space, the largest in NFL history.
Okay,
and it's double the next 2.
You sound pretty sure about that.
Yes, I'm very sure.
Because I was reading that, maybe they meant they would just cost $39 million this year, but it's an enormous hit. It's an enormous hit for him. Oh, no. By doing this before March 12th, they avoid his guarantee. That's what it was. They avoided $39 million guaranteed next year cash. So that's what it was. They had to do it before March 12th. Yeah, there it is. It's right there.
$85 million cap hit. 85. And they do have to pay him the $39 million.
No, it doesn't vest until the guarantee doesn't vest until a cap hit's different. It doesn't vest until March 12th. So they may have to pay him something else. But I was reading the article on this. I said, okay, they're for sure going to release him. And then I started thinking about where Russell could go. Do you know that Russell Wilson's talking about playing for league minimum? Because he's going to get paid, right? The guarantee that he has coming to him, he still has money coming to him. He still has guaranteed. See, I think it's $39.39, but then he had, if I remember correctly, it was a $10 million. They had $5 million each year for a roster bonus, which he's not going to be on the roster. So that's how you shave off the $10 million. But Russell is going to be getting paid, so he's talking about playing for league minimum.
Yeah.
So you could end up getting Russell Wilson for now. That's great. Is it worth it though? Because if you're doing it, he's obviously just a bridge quarterback. Can he still win for you? Does it matter? The teams picking him up probably aren't good teams, right? Like, who's more likely? Who would be willing to pick him up? Would it be the Giants to compete with Daniel Jones and then they don't go quarterback at 6? Would it be, I mean, God, who wants Russell Wilson?
Well, here's the deal. Again, okay, let's say you're a team that doesn't have a quarterback. You don't have one of the top, or you have even J.J. McCarthy, or you have Michael Penix, or you have whatever team grabs one of those guys and isn't sure about that they can start right away in the NFL, you grab Russell Wilson.
Right, but give me the team that doesn't already have a veteran who would play the Russell
Raiders.
Wilson part. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Although Aiden O'Connell might. Go look at Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah, well, okay.
Aiden O'Connell actually, I think, might outperform Russell Wilson.
Tennessee.
Yeah, but they want to get Levis on the field.
Yeah, they want to get Levis on the field.
I mean, it'd be a good backup.
It would be a
good backup, but you'd have fans. The problem is you'd have, like, would you want that? Would you want Russell Wilson?
I think the Falcons will probably get one.
I can't see the Falcons could do that still. They could go Russell Wilson. It'd be another bridge situation and then draft best available. But I feel
like
the
Steelers don't get Justin Fields?
Just have Mason, Kenny Pickett, and Russ.
Well, no, they could even draft a Penix or.
Oh,
yeah,
but then they're playing Kenny Pickett, and then you. I don't.
How about the Giants?
That's why I mentioned them.
Yeah.
You could put them in. Yeah, the Giants one kind of makes sense because you at least give Daniel Jones. You have him as a backup. Who cares? You're used to static in New York. So there's a quarterback controversy. Who cares? Either Daniel Jones wins the job, or if you need to go to Russ, you go to Russ. You kick the quarterback position down the street. What about trading Daniel Jones and adding a quarterback and adding Russ? Would Daniel Jones have any value at all? Who would be interested in Daniel Jones? I don't like.
What would you get for Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones could be interesting with
third.
I think he'd be interesting actually with the Falcons, believe it or
not.
Yeah. I guess probably a third.
Yeah.
Third.
I don't know if I do much more than that.
I don't either. He's got a heavy contract, but you can also get out of his contract after this year.
Yeah.
It's actually not a bad contract for the team. He gets out, you can get out early. So that's one of the things. So I may be willing to give him a third and just see, because when he walks if you let him walk as a free, well, no, he can't walk as a free agent. You have to cut him. But I might say, hey, let's take a third rounder if we're Atlanta, and let's see what he can do. And then we won't, if you can't get Justin Fields or whoever, Kirk Cousins supposedly is the guy they really want, but I don't see Kirk getting out of Minnesota. I think he'll keep playing the game. When we come back, I actually have an agent who sent me free agent totals. They work with team sources, this agent does, to come up with free agent numbers for the dollar numbers per year for every free agent. And we'll go through some of these that they've compiled. This is I've never seen this before, and they sent this to me, and this is a really interesting chart. And I'll go through the numbers on some of the guys that we're talking about for the Texans and see what you think about them.
All right, so I got to talk about now about my man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. So here's the deal: is we don't know. I don't know anything. When I bought me and Wendy, we bought a couple of houses already, and I just showed up. Okay. Okay. So somebody's going to take care of the mortgage. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Somebody's going to take care of the title and everything else. You don't understand. You can literally save thousands of dollars when you are buying a house. This is happening every single day. Kent Jones does this every single day. He is saving people all of this money. Look, if you're in the market for a home right now, you need a mortgage you need a mortgage broker because he's going to work harder, and especially Kent Jones. Here's the deal. He's smaller. All of these big mortgage houses and what they are they're killing it. You know why they're killing? Because they're just flying people through there. Kent says I can take maybe about eight on at a time, and that's about it because I work them he works it so hard. He can hack these things and save you, find ways to save you here, save you there, he is actually going to work for you. He does this every single day. 713-520-LOAN. 713-520-LOAN. This is the number that you call. Easy to get to, 975loans.com as well. You don't have to have a Social Security card to figure out how much you're going to pay. He can give you an estimate of how much you'll pay every month without your Social Security number. You don't want to get dinged. Listen, I'm telling you, if you're going to try to buy a house, this is a guy that you need to talk to now. 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. All right, so you left us. You wanted to do something on the other side. Not this, but you want to do something else.
I'm watching something with Sydney Sweeney now, so we'll just do it
why
later.
is that? She's trending today for some reason. Is there a reason Sydney Sweeney is trending today?
She should probably trend every day.
Why is Sydney Sweeney trending?
I mean, she still remains very attractive, but I don't know what she would have done between now.
Saturday night?
From now. I mean, there will be a picture that shows up that gets people riled up, I guess, but I don't think she's done anything since Saturday night.
No, but on my Twitter feed,
it's a good run.
Yeah, it's
a good run.
Yeah.
But mostly just people posting the same memes of her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Look, she took that picture 2 weeks ago. It still doesn't matter. It shows up on the timeline and people go nuts.
I thought she was the one. She the one that did some risque scene in Euphoria, Dell?
Yes, she was nude in Euphoria.
I told you.
That's terrible. We have to stop that.
I was going to be honest with you. I hope she gets married like Cameron Diaz, disappears, never comes back, so we just don't have to be assaulted with this stuff.
She's assaulting your eyes.
She's assaulting my eyes. I didn't ask to be assaulted by
like
these
that.
pictures like this.
You know, you could always mute.
My eyes, my choice.
You could mute the term Sydney Sweeney. You'd never have to see it. Since you're so concerned.
I made John almost spit that out. I hit him with my eyes, my choice.
My eyes, my choice. You don't have any choice.
You don't.
Because
if
when
you're
she's
just
on the
scrolling,
screen,
like, hey,
those guys are out
didn't-
there. She's bringing the guns out, okay? She ain't, I mean, there's a...
It's nothing. It's
I mean,
an
I wish she'd
intentional
stop
move.
that. She is. It is assault. I
It
think
is
you're
an
right about
intentional-
that.
Yeah, I
There-
am right about
There
it.
could be charges pressed.
I didn't choose. I didn't choose the game. The game chose me.
My eyes, my choice.
And that game.
So what did you want to talk about in this?
So I had an agent send me a list, a spreadsheet of free agent values that his agency has compiled for their
I want to hear 'em.
expectations
All right.
for players. Now, what position should we start at?
Well, let's start at wide receiver.
All right, let's start at wide. The position.
We already got
They are
26 million for
it is
Mike
a
Evans.
Position.
Did that set the market? 26 is, and nobody's going to get more than that this offseason.
a wide receiver?
Yeah.
I think that probably did.
Yeah. T.
guess
Higgins,
is-
even if he's traded, he could come to a contract agreement with somebody, but I don't think he'll get more than Mike Evans.
Where is it? Where's my wide receivers?
Oh, well.
Well, let me just start at a different position.
Okay.
You know what? Let's
Defensive
do that.
end.
How about I start at safety?
Safety.
Would you like a safety?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
That'll be cheaper.
Safety would be good, right? Petrie is not a classic safety. So
Jimmy Ward is back. You know that.
I mean, for how long?
When you mean classic safety, do you mean because he can't
somebody
tackle?
who tackles?
Is that what you mean by
who can play
by
back?
safety?
being
No.
being
Who
the
can play
last
back, who can
last
play
line of
forward,
defense who can tackle?
He's
Tackle.
not great playing backwards. So you have Antoine Winfield, $16 million. I love Antoine Winfield too much. Xavier McKinney, 14. Kyle Duggar, who is a former Patriot but plays too much like Petrie, is interesting at $13 million. I mean, Micah Hyde is older, but maybe you want to do a 2-year deal with Micah Hyde. You're going with another older corner, or older safety. That's a $6 million deal. There's a veteran. He's been on some good teams. Micah Hyde at $6 million is kind of interesting to me. And after that, I'm like Jordan Whitehead with the Jets, $5 million would be a guy I might consider. They say Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's too much of a pain in the ass. I think we've just about capped out there. Quarterback, just because this is interesting, I think. What do you think the number is that they are anticipating on Kirk Cousins? Probably going to be a short-term deal. 1 to 2 years is my guess.
Kirk Cousins, the
See how you play this
2-year
game.
deal would probably be in the $62 million range. 2 years.
$40 million per year.
Okay, that's too much for me.
Yeah. What
That's
do you
too
think
much.
Baker Mayfield is?
Baker Mayfield is probably more like 55.
$30 million per year. This is a per
It's a
year,
little
so
more
we'll
than
play
I
your
would pay. Yeah, okay.
yeah, we'll play yours. And then Gardner Minshew and Ryan Tannehill, which I would say Ryan Tannehill would be an interesting. Tannehill or Minshew could be interesting bridge quarterbacks as well. It's just that Russell Wilson could play for damn near free.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're $10 million apiece. Per year.
Are you really going to get Gardner Minshew to be the guy that steps in? I guess if you get a young quarterback, then you could get like Russell Wilson, you could have him step in. But how are you satisfying your fan base if you go, Gardner Minshew is our guy this year?
Well, you're not going to satisfy your fan base. So you're making a decision that you think is best for your team.
All right, I'm going to say
I think Gardner played better than Russ. Well, Russ actually played okay last year.
Okay, Gardner, $18 million a year.
$10 million a year.
10, yeah.
Yeah. All right, linebackers. Patrick
He
Queen.
played better than $10 million a year.
Who,
last
Gardner?
year. Gardner.
Yeah, but he's no answer. Like, you're still a backup.
Yeah,
you don't
right,
have any
yeah.
leverage. It used to be $3 million a year. Good backups used to be 3-year, $9 million deal. It's now $10 million.
Kyle
for a
Orton
good
changed
backup.
that. Kyle Orton went to
I think he
6.
He got that much.
I think he
yeah,
did.
but he was starting with the Bears.
No, I'm talking about when he went to the Cowboys.
Oh God, I don't even remember that.
Yeah.
What a dark time. Obviously, right before Dak. Had to be.
Or maybe right when, yeah.
No, Dak took over for Tony Romo.
It was for Tony?
Oh, that's right.
Dak took over for Tony. Tony was hurt, I think, and then they went to Dak, and then Tony had to leave.
Patrick Queen, $11 million per year.
Oh, I like Patrick Queen for 11.
Aziz Al-Shair, $10 million.
Now he's tied to the Texans.
Mm-hmm. Tied to D'Amico.
That's a bit much for a linebacker, right?
Yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, those are the top two guys.
Yeah.
Then you've got Jordan Brooks at $8 million, Frankie Louvu at $8 million, Devin White at $8 million, Drew Tranquil at $8 million,
wow.
Willie Gay at $5 million.
Devin White's less than that's interesting.
I mean, there's some
he's
value
getting
here.
up there now.
Listen to this now. Willie Gay, $5 million. Josie Jewell, too slow, $5 million. Kenneth Murray, doesn't do enough, $5 million. Levante David, old, $5 million. Blake Cashman, $4 million. Would you keep Blake Cashman, or would you target one of those?
I like Blake at 4, but I wouldn't mind getting another guy.
Get 2 linebackers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, first of all, Christian Harris has to stay on the field, right? And secondly, why not 3?
You could do Blake. Yeah. It's interesting. I think
why not Blake and Devin White?
I think that very well could be one of the positions they look at.
Yeah.
I think that very well could be a position they look at. Wide receivers, for some reason, these are really low. Has everyone been taken off with the tag?
Perriman's still here, right? Perriman's got another year, right?
Oh, wait, this is in reverse order. That's why. So they have Mike Evans at $23 million. What did he get?
No, he got 26, didn't he? Yeah.
Okay, so he got more. They had T. Higgins at 20. They've got Calvin Ridley, 17. Michael Pittman, 17. I think he stays with the Colts. Gabe Davis, 12. What I was told is Gabe Davis thinks very highly of himself. Like, Gabe Davis believes he's a 1, like has a chance to be a 1 and needs the ball more. I don't know if that bothers me or not, but for $12 million, I think he actually would be decent in this offense. In the way that they run the scheme, Gabe Davis is kind of intriguing to me because he's another guy who gets vertical. So Gabe Davis would be interesting, a little bit linear. Odell Beckham Jr., $10 million. How is this guy still commanding this kind of money? This is crazy. No one's going to pay him that. Marquise Brown, don't care. Tyler Boyd, too slow. Curtis Samuel, Darnell Mooney, we've already got a skinny guy. Devin Duvernay, straight line guy. Donovan Peoples-Jones,
Mooney coming home, what would you pay him?
Darnell Mooney?
Yeah.
Well, their number's $7 million. But he's he's another 170-pound guy.
That's all right.
We can't have a team full of tinies.
Yeah, we can.
We coined this on the Mopes and Mape show yesterday. You don't want an itty-bitty wide receiver committee?
Oh, I can't believe you came up with that.
Itty-bitty wide receiver committee.
Because we were discussing like Xavier Worthy or A.D. Mitchell.
Is this what we can expect on your show?
I mean,
bangers like
IBWRC.
I mean, you could expect it yesterday.
Itty-bitty
wide receiver. Yeah, itty-bitty wide receiver committee.
Kendrick Bourne, who played in San Francisco and had some success there, $5 million. Another slow guy, though. Noah Brown, $3 million. Josh Reynolds, $2 million. So those are some wide receivers. Now, Dalton Schultz. What do you think, Dalton Schultz? This numbers, in case you're joining us, this is what an agency came up with anticipated. 10, they got $10 million.
10? I think it's going to be higher than that.
Could be. Noah Fant, 9. Hunter Henry, 9. Austin Hooper, 6. Colby Parkinson, 6. Gerald Everett, 5. Gesicki, only a pass catching, 4. Josh Jacobs, 11. Saquon Barkley, 10. So here's the thing that I heard over the weekend. The running backs would be smart. Any kind of tag that's offered to them, they should take. Because except for the fact because their average per year is going to be lower than the tag, but you do get multiple year. So Saquon Barkley, 10. Derrick Henry, 10. Josh Jacobs, 11. This is their anticipated. Then you have DeAndre Swift, who I'm telling you now, DeAndre Swift is a fit for the Texans. DeAndre Swift is a discounted Josh Jacobs. He's just kind of is a little bit of a pain, and he has some injury issues. He's a good pass catcher. ran the ball well last year, played in some zone scheme in college. At $7 million, he's really, really interesting. Would you consider Antonio Gibson at $4 million?
Yeah.
To go with motor? I would too.
I would too. Yeah.
I would too.
Yep.
You're capable. Yep. Both guys can catch the football.
Yeah, I think they're similar.
Like that.
I think they're pretty similar.
I think you're better at running back if you do that.
Two cast-offs from teams that didn't run the ball well, but you know what? Yeah, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Devin Singletary, his number?
What do they got him at 5?
3.
Nah, he's going to be more than that.
Well, he's a backup still.
Well, if he comes back here, he was 2.5 here.
He'll have to take what they give him more than likely. Like, that's the problem is everyone knows he's not who you want as a number 1. So how much?
Yeah, but
he might get more.
He showed he had value.
What
was Eckler?
I would say he gets 4. Austin Eckler 6. Can you believe that? We live in a world where you could get Austin Eckler for $6 million.
Right. 7:30 ESPN.
I mean, maybe you. What about Derrick Henry? I mean, it's a short term, and he could fall off the map at any time. But he's a pure outside zone runner who can bang. You got Motor as a wiggle guy. You got Derrick Henry as the hammer. Would you consider Derrick Henry?
What is it?
$10 million a year. 2 year, $21 million deal.
I'm not interested.
You're not interested in Derrick Henry?
In that. Not in 2 years, 21. No.
But you're interested in Josh Jacobs. You interested in DeAndre Swift? I am.
Yeah.
And Antonio Gibson?
Yeah.
I am.
Those
There's
two.
some guys on here. Gus Edwards, he's hurt too often, but A.J. Dillon, I'd consider him.
No, that's a banger.
Dell's guy, DJ Dallas, $2 million. He stinks.
No,
why is he my guy?
Because he went to Miami.
He's a special teamer.
Kaimi Fairbairn, $5 million a year.
Well, he was 4 last year.
Top rated. He and Chase McLaughlin, the two highest rated guys. And then Justin Madubuike, $23 million.
Today's the last 22. Day to tag.
Yeah, today's
last. Like today is
Madubuike 23, Christian Wilkins 22. Yes and yes. Leonard Williams 17. Yes. All 3 of those guys I'm looking at. All 3 of them. And I'm paying one of them.
Well, and if they sign them, you're going to do a shot of tequila?
Yeah, I will. Okay. I'll take my Maestro Bell because I will do a shot. Now, as a grown person, I could just have a sipping tequila, pour a nice 2-finger, and that's a pretty sporty pour if you got fat fingers. You're going to have a pretty sporty pour of Maestro Dobel, but I can promise you this, with Maestro Dobel, you're going to get a smooth tequila. It is distilled properly, is aged properly, all the impurities are gone. It is a premium tequila at a very reasonable price, and whatever your favorite tequila is, Reposado, there's a lot of people who are big Reposado fans. I was talking to who's my guy? MJD is a big Reposado guy. You've got your Añejo, which is even smoother in my opinion. You got a Cristalino, which blends 3 different tequilas. They charcoal filter it for clarity, and then they age it in such a way that you have a clear tequila that is unbelievably smooth, and you are going to absolutely love it. Just a hint of sweetness on the back end. This is for the person who loves the tequila, whether it's in your cocktail or whether it's a sipping tequila. This is a brand that you are going to absolutely love. They're getting bigger and bigger in the States, and I'm telling you, I have not heard a complaint once from anyone who's purchased a bottle of Maestro Bell. Wherever fine liquors are sold, grab yourself a bottle, take a picture, send it to me. I'll shout you out on the radio. It's Maestro Bell.
All right. So do you dip? You need to stop, okay? If you got the tobacco, you got the nicotine, you got the stuff falling out, you got your yellow teeth, you're spitting all over, there's spittle down your shirt, you're gross. The Kill Cliff Fight Club in Florida, bunch of MMA guys, they're all wearing, you're going to see them out there fighting on, UFC.
Do they have cauliflower ears?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And they're tough guys.
Yeah.
And you know what they're using?
What?
They're using 975dip.com.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the Canstead and the Dew Blend. Because they, you know what? While they don't want to die, okay? So they much rather fight. They like to fight, and they want to stay healthy. And you know what they're doing? They're using 975dip.com. Canstead Dew Blend. Hemp in a pouch made of hemp with CBD oil. The CBD American Shaman says we like it so much, we're carrying it. So here's the deal. You could stop by there, or you could go to 975dip.com, and you can get off this filthy habit that you have. Stop already. Same taste. You got all the flavors that you could want, and you still got the sensation between your cheek and gum, only you're not killing yourself. 975dip.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, 737 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've got some calls in here. David wants to talk about Russell Wilson. Hey, David.
Hey, how you guys doing? Listen up. I think Russell Wilson is probably the best bargain in the draft at this point. It's I think $1.5 million to get him. And I heard you guys talking, like, especially Lance, as if he's not worthy of being on a team. And I don't even like Kyle Hurd, typically, Colin Cowherd. But he did a little thing I saw where Russell's stats over the last 2 seasons with the horrible coaching he's had measured up to like 4 or 5 guys in the league who is praised every day. And I know one of them was Justin Herbert, the guy down in Tampa Bay, the one in Jacksonville, and his stats are almost identical. I think we get on a narrative sometimes where the media makes a guy seem like he's horrible, and he's a 2-time Super Bowl participant.
No, he was great. Russell Wilson was great back when. Look, Russell Wilson.
No. He's talking about the last 2 years.
I'm
And
only talking
actually,
about
his stats last year weren't bad.
They're not bad, but the points per game is still unbelievably low. He does see. This is what the stats don't tell you. Go show what he did in the red zone. Didn't convert for touchdowns. Go show what he did at the end of in close and late. Didn't convert. Like Russell Wilson's biggest issues, he was much better last year. His biggest issues is he's not doing what he used to do. He used to be a dynamic playmaker, and he's not anymore.
Well,
and I wish he was.
3,000 yards, 26 and 8.
3,000 is not a big deal. 4,000 is what you
4,000
like. The 26 and 8 that's good.
That's good.
It looks good. Yeah, I mean it looks good. Now go look at their record. And go look at how he performed, and go look at what his teammates. David? Did you see when his teammates yelled at him 2 different times? Like guys are yelling at him on the sideline. His own teammates.
Well, okay. Well, listen. First of all, we're still talking $1.5 million. That's the big point I'm making.
Oh no, I love that. I love that.
You get this guy. But another thing, I'm gonna let you guys go. Another thing is the word on the street. Don't ask me how I know. Is that They say the Denver Broncos and Peyton was trying to get him to react to all the silliness they was doing so they could try to avoid his contract and make him do something detrimental to the team when they was berating him on the sideline and trying to get him to give back money after a 5-game winning streak and it was stupid stuff. I just think the guy is still a decent player, and if he get with the right team, he can still play. It's not like he's 40 years old.
No, I've been a huge Russell Wilson fan. I think people didn't. I think he was an elite quarterback at a time where people were not counting him as an elite quarterback because he really, at one point, once Beast Mode was gone, once Lynch was gone, Russell was performing at an incredible level. It was just absolutely incredible. But that level has really deteriorated very, very quickly from the second half of 2020. He's just not been the same guy. Some of the stats look okay, but Russell Wilson is not winning games. He was 6-8 in 2021 as a starter, 4-11 the next year, 7-8. He's had, after having no losing seasons, he's had 3 losing seasons, and his offenses in all 3 years were not good. I'd say he and Hackett were a bad match, but Russell also played poorly. in his first year with Denver. He played poorly. I just don't recognize that Russell Wilson. He was better this year, but got yelled at by his defensive players. Like, I don't think the defensive players were trying to set him up. They were pissed at him. And I saw that, and most people have he would not have lost his contract if he had yelled back at a team. That would not have been a contract detrimental. And as a matter of fact, they don't get those I saw that whole story. Those contracts don't get voided. Name the last time that you saw a player, his contract get voided because of conduct detrimental, because he argued back with a coach on the sideline. Like, name the last time somebody's contract got voided for having an argument.
No.
It looks like this all originated possibly from a Ben Kurt tweet.
It was Kirk's whole thing, and every NFL player came out and crapped all over it.
He quote tweeted a podcast clip from Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson talked about he wasn't going to waive his injury guarantee and he was going to keep playing.
That may have been an issue.
Yeah, they were trying to get him to do that.
Yep. They were trying to get – listen, apparently – well, I don't know. It's all this is rumoring.
Kirk Benkurt's a former NFL backup.
You don't pay a guy, or you don't take $85 million. It's double. The highest cap hit so far in the NFL was $40 million. This is 85. You don't take that kind of cap hit unless you just want that guy out of the building. And after Sean Payton, apparently Sean Payton has the power. And after Sean Payton said, I can't. It's had to be Sean Payton say, we just need to get rid of him. We just got to get him out of here.
Oh, they are releasing him after the start of the league year, so they have to pay him the $39 million.
Yep.
Why would they do that? Why would they wait that long?
Yes, I don't.
Why wouldn't they do it before
so they can
March
split it
12th?
up over 2 years? They have to. They have to split it up over 2 years. You're not taking an $85 million hit this year. You have to split it up over the 2 years. So it's got to be Sean Payton just said we got to get him out of the building. We got to.
Oh yeah,
that's it. I mean,
it's not the first time we've seen this before. Like, we've seen guys get paid to go away. I mean, we saw a coach do it, Jimbo Fisher.
We saw. Well, yeah, 85.
I remember the Steve Francis deal where he got paid to go away by the Portland Trail Blazers.
But the NFL's never done this.
The NFL to have that, no, because it's too. I mean, I was trying to look at their cap, Denver's cap, and I realized, okay, they're going to have to cut a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys they're going to have to let walk via free agency. There's cap casualties there. This is a reset mechanism. And because of the reset mechanism, one of two things is going to happen. Either they're going to be desperate for a quarterback or they're not. And they're going to just say, we may suck this year.
That's okay. So on the show before ours, that was the question was, do you just tank now? Get rid of get rid of Cortland Sutton, get rid of Jerry Jeudy, get rid of
I don't think you tank. I think you clear out your cap space, you take your hit this year, you prepare for next year to take your hits.
And then you got another hit next year.
This is a year where you need to see which young guy, who's going to be part of your core moving forward. Boy, you hate it if you're Sean Payton and this is going to be year 3 and you're doing this in year 3. That isn't what it was supposed to look like, but he's got so much money guaranteed.
This is only his second year.
Oh, no, that's right. It was Hackett.
Second year.
That's right. It's only year 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be the first time,
but it might be another year of it, too. It might not be just this year.
Oh, no.
But here's the deal.
He's got a long contract, though.
But you can get your quarterback this year. You can get you know what? What you did moving up to 9 is about what you do.
They
you
don't
go
have
get that quarterback.
They only have 6 draft picks, though. So Bronco fans, when I did that, a lot of them talked about, and I knew this because I looked at it already, you may have to give up a future second for that to move up. I might be willing to do it. If I think J.J. McCarthy could run that offense, I might be willing to do it. Greg Cosell made a point that he thinks Bo Nix would be great in his offense, and that's the guy you could get in the second round.
Wow.
I don't think Bo gets drafted in the first.
To me, that's like the Missouri quarterback that they had, Drew Lock. I mean,
I've already got that comp for another quarterback in this draft.
I know you do, Drake May. I know, but you know what? Bo Nix has got a chance to be Drew Lock as well.
He wishes he had that much swag. He doesn't.
I
was on the floor with Bo Nix. Not a swaggy guy.
No.
Not a big arm. I was a little disappointed, honestly. I dropped him down into the second round grade. I started high on him.
What about J.J. McCarthy?
I bumped him up into a late first grade.
See, that's the guy I would think didn't have as much arm.
He's kind of, as one team said, he's kind of a meathead, but not in a bad way. He's just like kind of a bro. he was running down the field, and did you see he was super excited for Xavier Worthy. He ran down the field after Worthy's thing, was dapping him up. So did Caleb Williams. But McCarthy is a guy who I think teammates are going to love. He's really into the fellas. That's kind of how he is. But he's got some Instagram to him. He's not afraid to sit down and watch people celebrate a championship and have somebody take it. Hey, get this picture. I'm going to show people that I'm locked in on next year. He did that when they lost to TCU.
I'm sure you said that about J.J. Watt as well. Let me work out after practice so everybody can see me.
J.J. had
we all
some
said
Instagram.
That about J.J. Watt.
J.J. had some Instagram in him, but it didn't make him not a great player.
No.
But he had some, when people say he knew where the cameras was, that's fine.
That's right.
He does. That's fine as long as you play.
Well, you're saying it's a bad thing.
I think JJ will. I think he wants to play. I want to see if he's as good as Sean Payton. You don't have to be the greatest quarterback to succeed in Sean Payton's offense. That's my point.
All right. I want to talk right now about Houston Safe and Lock, and it's safe and lock, okay? So we've talked to you about the American security safes, okay? You need a safe. If you've got a gun at home, you've got to get a safe, okay? If you've got expensive jewelry at home, get a safe. You don't have to bolt it to the floor. Just make sure, especially with the gun, just make sure that it's locked up so nobody can hurt themselves. That's what you want in your home. So get that. And your safes can start as low as, $600. I mean, to save your family, $600 is a great, great price. Now, the lock thing as well. Do you have to change your locks at your house? You have some kind of a problem where you have to change your locks. You know what? You can do that. Houston Safe and Lock will come. They will change all your locks, and it'll make it so that it's safe for you to go home and feel like you're safe at home. How about your business? Do you have multiple doors at your business? Do you need key cards, fobs, PIN codes? How about smart device credentials where on your phone you can open your doors? And all of this is monitored so you know who is coming in and out every single time. Derek DeSola is an expert at all this. He's the owner of Houston Safe and Lock, 2 locations, Westheimer and the Beltway, and I-10 and Wirt. Or I-10 and Wirt. Go to the one that's closest to you. Talk to him about getting this done. Or you can do it all online with him at 975safe.com. You want to talk to Derek? 713-522-5555. You need locks. You need safes. This is the place to go. It's Derek DeSola, 975safe.com.
Hey, guys, let's talk about Underdog Fantasy and a chance for you to make real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, and it's with the Pick'em Challenge. Did you have higher than 51.5 points, rebounds, assists for on Sunday for Luka Doncic? Well, too bad. So sad. I know somebody who did. And that is part of a winning strategy, finding the players who are going to have good or bad games. You look at the statistics. They'll have 3-point shots, rebounds, assists, maybe points and rebounds, points, rebounds, assists. There's a wide variety of statistics to choose from with the Pick'em Challenge. But what you'll do is you'll download the app. It's an easy-to-use app. It's super, super intuitive, so it's very easy to figure out very, very quickly. You will go to the Pick'em Challenge. You pick between 2 and 5 players, and you got a chance to win 100 times your original play. But you have to pick higher or lower with the statistics that are there for the different players. Choose the statistic that you think is a little bit soft. Take advantage of it. Pick them to win. Get the winning selection on higher or lower. And if you do that with 5 of them, woo, big payday. When you use promo code Lance for your initial deposit, they're going to match up to $100, and there will be a special pick in your lobby that you don't want to that you absolutely don't want to miss and you want to take advantage of. It's my good friends over at Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. For gambling problems, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 752 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Someone 378-03776 is the number if you want to get in here. Gilbert is here. We went to Gilbert yesterday, but he was sleeping, right?
Oddly enough, yes.
Odds that Gilbert is awake right now at this point.
It's been almost 30 minutes.
Well,
God.
Oh, my goodness. But
he'll
be here.
Good.
He'll be here.
Nope, he's not going to be here.
And what are the odds that he mentions a certain person's name?
Well, we'll see. I think very, very good.
Yes. What's up, Gilbert?
Yeah.
Gilbert, are you there?
To be fair, I would not be awake for this.
No,
either.
I wouldn't be either. I mean, anybody who's listening to us for the last half hour is asleep.
Do you think he had enough? So yesterday, the big people who had been waiting for a Pistol Pete versus Caitlin Clark battle, yesterday was a huge day for those people who had been waiting for that. Do you think Gilbert had an opinion on that? Gilbert knows who Pistol Pete is. Gilbert? That's that.
Sleeping, yeah.
No, that's called. What's it called when you use CPAP machine for? It's called a. Not asphyxiation.
No, not asphyxiation.
What's it called, Del?
When
you snore so bad that you almost have a heart attack, and sometimes do have a heart attack.
I don't know.
No,
yeah, you do.
Why would I? I don't know.
What do you have your CPAP for, John? What's the name of it?
Sleep apnea.
Apnea.
Yeah.
Gilbert 100% has sleep apnea.
Yeah. There it is.
There it is.
Yep.
Gilbert! Why am I waking him up?
Why?
Just put him on. Yeah, what am I doing?
Put him on hold. What's wrong with you?
It's like calling Beetlejuice 3 times.
What's wrong with you? All right. Let's get Keith in here. Hey, Keith.
Guys, love the show. Obviously, the Broncos have a need at quarterback. They haven't made the playoffs, I believe, since they won the Super Bowl. Hey, Lance, do you think there'd be a draft comp to Paxton Lynch this season, the quarterback the Broncos drafted, maybe 7-8 years ago? Do you think there could be a high-round Paxton Lynch type that just never lives up and plays for, XFL, CFL, USFL, everybody? You think there's a Paxton Lynch out there?
Well, Paxton Lynch fell off.
Who's looking for a Paxton Lynch?
Yeah, why are you looking for a Paxton? You know why? Because Keith wants to be able to track the transactions for for a UFL quarterback now. Keith's always looking for the next generation of guys who wash out of the league so they can be street free agents. Keith is known as a street free agent guy.
It's like an NBA fan going, hey, is there a comp for Anthony Bennett out there? Why am I looking for the next Anthony Bennett?
Paxton Lynch apparently was just teams really thought he was problems. I could tell you some of the stuff off the air, but
there's a comp for Paxton Lynch. It's Brock Osweiler.
Oh no, he was the perfect comp.
Yeah.
But that may not exist anymore. Oh, body type, everything about him.
Everything. Yeah. I mean, he's the perfect comp for.
I don't know. Not in.
Do you see one?
Not in this year's draft. No, not really. I mean, I don't want to go personality, but no. Bo Nix. I mean, I don't know. I think he's better than that. No, I don't have one. I'm sorry. I also didn't expect.
Do you have a Josh Rosen in this group?
No. If there is, it'd be Caleb.
You think?
Yeah, if there is one.
Well, Josh fell to.
If you think that, I'm going to be honest. Caleb's starting to make me nervous.
Well,
Some of the stuff he won't do. He's not doing anything. He won't take medical exams, and I get it. I had an agent say this, and it's true. Why, if you know you're locked to go one, why risk it with them finding something, with them finding anything? But it's kind of the rule. Like, you do that because they have to make sure you don't have heart issues and all that stuff. And it would also alert you. And, so at least hopefully Caleb is having his own medicals done so he knows if he's okay. But I don't know. His dad, I guess, really was digging around on equity stuff for his son. Like he's Lionel Messi or something. What are you doing? That's something that, that's something that Pat Mahomes could be digging in on. Caleb Williams? So apparently his dad was an issue when he was at Oklahoma, and is again. That always concerns you a little bit.
Yeah, but not in the NFL. They just go get the.
Did you hear that loser?
And usually it's in college.
Hold on. Did you hear that loser who Caleb Williams went up to the?
Oh, we've got the audio.
Can you play the audio?
All right, let's do it on the other side.
Freaking loser. Okay, on the other side, you're going to hear a total dork-ass loser asking a question.
Wow. That man just asked a question.
That man gets paid.
No.
Dork-ass loser.
He's a dork-ass loser.
All right, we're going to do that on the other side.
And that's not strong enough.
Well, we'll do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Produnk.com, Produnk.com. It is the best goal. I mean, my wife heard the spot that I did. I did a spot last week in which I said, you got to sell your wife on this thing, right? Do you want that backboard that's going to be that needs painting, that's chipping away that's a bent rim outside of your house? Do you know what that looks like? You know how that brings down the value of your home? You know how it brings down the curb appeal of your home? How about having the best looking goal that you could possibly have? When you go through the neighborhood and you see a Pro Dunk, you'll know it right away because the Pro Dunk goal is the best goal. And the kids, you know what you're going to also see? Kids playing on that goal in the driveway because that goal you can raise and lower, and you can do it with a drill now. And drill it down, and the kids can play. It's so easy. It's so wonderful. It's the best goal, period. The installation is excellent. Exactly where you want it. They will cement it into the ground. It will be there forever. It will last it's the best. You're looking for the best goal, Dad? You want the kids to play? You want mom to be happy? Produnk.com, Produnk.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, before we get to that sound, you see the Astros lineup today?
Mm-hmm.
Altuve, followed by Alvarez, followed by Bregman, Tucker.
This is what it's going to look like.
Abreu, Diaz, 6th, McCormick, 7th, Pena, 8th, and Myers, 9th.
It looks pretty good.
I
mean, in theory.
In theory, that's one of the best lineups in baseball. If not the best lineup in baseball.
Well, you have a legit...
watching Juan Soto early on for the Yankees, holy crap.
Oh, no. Dodgers and Yankees have a good lineup.
Yeah.
They've got a really good lineup. The only problem we have to have is, well, if he can, if Bregman can ever start good or have a consistent year where you're more consistent throughout the year. Yeah, that's a question. Is Jake Myers going to show up and have a decent year finally hitting? Is Chaz going to build on last year? I think he will. I think what he was last year is what he's going to be. He's obviously made changes. He's a better hitter now. Now we'll say, Yainer Diaz, I don't think he'll have a sophomore slump, but you just never know. You never know. But I feel pretty confident about him.
I'm torn. I don't know.
Is he going to get worn down playing that much?
No, it's going to be, he's got so much focus on the defensive side and the lineups that, his offense could struggle. It's one of the reasons that you take catchers out of that, plus the knees, but you take catchers out of that spot so that if they're really good offensively, you move them to first base or DH, and so that they don't, they can actually concentrate on hitting, which is why the catcher position historically doesn't hit. And when you get one that can hit like he can, you hope he was off to a little bit of a slow start, and I could certainly see him, not being that same guy offensively this year because he's got so much on his plate this year defensively. We'll see. Joey Loperfido is still with the team. They made the cuts yesterday,
That's
a bunch
good.
of cuts with and some guys that you're like, really already cut.
Like who?
Oh God, I have to go through the list again. But there were a couple of guys that were, you thought, well, maybe they'll stick around for a little bit longer, but no. Joey Loperfido is one of the guys that is. I'll go look at the email again. But let's get to this Caleb Williams sound. Caleb Williams, who is this? Is this some kind of a?
So yeah, he's a fantasy football guy. He's just a fantasy football dork. Most of those guys are pretty cool. The ones because they drift into our draft space. And I'm not saying it's like a gang thing.
Are you gatekeeping the draft space?
But draft guys, yeah. When draft guys go into fantasy space, they get a little sensitive. When fantasy guys, and they're doing this for dynasty purposes and things like that, when fantasy guys go into the draft space and you're at the combine and you're at the podium. So imagine this. These players come to a podium. All these guys have been credentialed now where it used to just be media members who are asking questions, and now they allow new media, different sites, different draft sites. The draftniks who are there, they take it very seriously. This guy is trying to make a name for himself, right? He even said, I had to ask this question so I could get his attention and be heard, and this is what people want to know. And he got slaughtered on social media. I went after this guy and basically just said, if you don't know how to ask questions, like people like this shouldn't even have a credential. Honestly, what are you doing at the combine? You don't need it. You can write about the impact of the draft on fantasy football. You don't have to be at the combine asking questions of players. You're a dork-ass loser.
Whoa.
That's what you are, and you don't have any business in this space. You don't have any.
No. You
You're
insulted
being
him
a
a little
little-
bit.
Stay in your fantasy. Stay in the fantasy lane. Don't come over here. There's only one draft guy over here. All right? Salud.
Do you have this energy for new NFL.com or NFL Network draft expert Cynthia Freeland?
What about her? What does she scream at people?
Oh, now she's in the draft space too. You have that same energy?
No, what is she? She's not disrespectful
Joe
to
Alt,
people.
first overall.
Well,
she's
love
a
that pick, but she's not. And she's also a numbers girl.
She's a numbers person.
She's a numbers girl.
Well,
I'm a
numbers person.
She, her.
I'm a numbers.
I've seen
You
the
sure
Instagram.
that's how she identifies?
Oh, the Instagram says she, her.
No, the Instagram just says no. The Instagram says mostly NFL data science, breaking down sports data on numbers.
Well,
Pick against
with
me
your
each
eyes,
week.
you see she,
Wow.
her.
I don't see a designation. All I know is she's a numbers person and now in the draft space. But no, where's the energy first? Stay out of my space. You don't.
Wait a minute. No. I don't care if you do draft stuff. What I don't like is when you disrespect players with questions like this.
Good morning, everybody.
Are you afraid to compete? How do you respond to people saying that you're worried to be compared side by side with your peers in medicals, measurements, and workouts? Are you afraid to be measured against those guys one-on-one? Is that why you're not doing things?
No.
I can't hear it.
Are you afraid to compete? He goes, good morning, everyone. Caleb goes up there. He goes, are you afraid to compete? Are you afraid to be compared? People are wondering if you're afraid to be compared side by side in medicals, in competition. So he asked Caleb Williams if he's afraid to compete. When he is, do you think Caleb Williams is afraid to compete?
No.
Or do you think he knows he's the number 1 draft pick and he's just chilling?
Yeah, but okay, so not
Why
to do,
is that
okay,
the first question
yeah.
you're going to ask, are you afraid to compete, to the guy who's coming up here? We've all got questions. Well, I mean, I wasn't there, but draft people all have questions. They want to ask these questions. Have you met with this team? Have you met with this team?
Right.
What do you think about what the question? All he had to do was say, Caleb,
why aren't you competing?
Why? A lot of people are wondering why you've decided not to compete here. You're not going to go through medicals. You're not going to go through a lot of that. What made you make the choice not to do these things?
Right.
That's all you had to ask. He asked an inflammatory, are you, and like I said, here, play it again.
So okay.
I want you to play it again. You can hear his answer. He handled it well.
Good morning, everybody.
Are you afraid to compete? How do you respond to people saying that you're worried to be compared side by side with your peers in medicals, measurements, and workouts? Are you afraid to be measured against those guys one-on-one? Is that why you're not doing things?
No, not doing things. It was a decision by me and my team, my family, and it comes down to that.
Caleb in Chicago.
And so this guy ran and posted, I came in hot with the first question. He answered it okay, but whatever. And he had a video of himself. Asking the question, and he couldn't wait to rush to make a name for himself.
Yeah, well,
are you afraid to compete?
That's new media. Let me take the spotlight.
It's me.
Yeah, it's
me.
No,
and it's not a.
I mean, it's not really new. There's been guys that have been done. It's been done
but
for
years.
years.
But that guy's not the thing. Caleb Williams is the thing there. You're not the thing.
Right.
And then run into social media to post it for clout.
So you guys,
it was an anti-clout.
That's been happening. For years.
You misunderstand. Some people just like to ask the tough questions, and we have our own guy who likes to ask tough questions. I think they have very similar energy.
I, especially for you, will figure out a way to get something to you. So don't worry. That's your birthday present.
Are you a husband?
Are you proposing to me? I'm married.
Same energy. Came in hot.
Gilbert comes in hot.
Gilbert wanted information. He wasn't making it about himself.
He asked a question. He was making it about himself.
This guy was looking for clout.
Actually,
Gilbert was not. He was looking for answers.
Yeah,
he made it.
Actually, he thought the question was it. But
I
you know
think
what?
That's a legitimate question.
Let me ask you: do you think anyone else out there was wondering if Colleen Wolfe has a husband?
Yeah.
People with the same energy as Gilbert, sure.
I didn't think
Gilbert answered a lot of guys' questions there. That was this guy's looking. Look at me. Gilbert's like, hey, I need to know.
You think Gilbert asked that for the general public or for himself?
No. It was self-serving.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just like this guy.
But it was an answer that a lot of guys out
just
there needed.
Just so happens.
But what would those guys have done? What did those guys who really need that answer? What would they have done with that information?
There's a lot of
There's
guys
really
out
nothing.
there that would
There's
probably
what they'll do is they think maybe they work out harder.
Because if she's single, they've got a shot.
I'm going to the draft so I can, and I'll have a Colleen Wolfe sign, maybe a Colleen Wolfe fathead.
That would work.
They'll hold up on a stick.
You know Colleen. Would that work with her? If she was single, would that work?
It wouldn't. Nope.
Colleen Wolfe fathead that they
Wait, you're holding it up in the middle of the draft. You know where the draft is this year? Detroit.
Perfect.
D-Town's going to be. Do you think people are really excited about going? I've talked to people. Guess where it is next year? You're going to love this.
Seattle. San Francisco.
No.
What?
Green Bay.
Green Bay?
The draft is going to Green Bay.
It's going to snow.
The draft is going to Green Bay.
That's
late April.
Awful.
It still could
snow. You know how many
April.
people? They don't have the infrastructure for that.
I'm asking, how can they do that?
I have no idea. That is crazy.
The draft is going to be in
Bay
Green
is like
Bay.
the worst place in the world.
What's the hotel situation like there?
There
I mean, it's got to be decent because of Packer games.
Well, it doesn't bring in hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah, because this isn't just enough to fill up a stadium. This is like it's turned into a monster. Thing.
By the way, the Astros the guys that the Astros cut. Jacob Melton is already gone. Will Wagner already gone. I would have thought that they might get, and Will Wagner apparently was doing some nice things there. They had a lot of nice things to say about Will Wagner, and he's already been cut. He's not going to make the team, obviously, but I thought maybe he'd get a longer look. He and Jacob Melton at the major league level.
I don't know. Baseball cuts don't hit the same as the NFL cuts do.
No,
they just don't hit the same.
You know who's making this team. I mean, there's maybe one or two, a spot in the bullpen or
possibly,
two.
Sure.
That's it. Yeah, but you want them to be up there. Like Jacob Melton is going to be a pro, is going to be up here. You want him to get more time.
And plus, these guys don't. And plus, these guys don't. I guess the minor league, you could try to compare it to the practice squad, but like when you get cut, they just send you down. You're still part of the organization. No, when you get cut,
you're still in the same facility.
Yeah, when you get cut in football, go find yourself a new job.
Yeah, no. You're still in the same facility.
Yeah.
You're going out there every day, walking next to the.
You're
the
just not on the major league roster.
Right. That's all. All right. 812 ESPN.
We have a promise from Gilbert. It looks like
97. We have what?
He won't fall asleep again.
He
That's a promise for Gilbert Gilbert. Yeah.
All right. Just real quick.
No. On the other side, can he make?
Don't we want to have a firm exit?
Can we make it
strategy here?
No, we don't care about that stuff.
No.
Can he make it through a segment? That's the game.
Let's see.
I mean, a break. Yeah.
We'll go through a break and we'll go to him and we'll see if he's still awake. Okay.
Yes.
And we'll get. I'm sure we'll get some questions that need to be answered here. Right now, though, I'm talking about HRP. You need answers for your business. HRP has them. HRP will come and give you because I've seen them in action. Because I recommended them to a place that I was going to that was one of our advertisers, and they went there and they put together a package for that company that would save them so much money. I did it for another. I hooked them up with another place in College Station where they put together an evaluation and then how much they could save that business. And it just seems like I don't know if it happens every single time, but they're going to save you money. And if you feel like, hey man, this is getting expensive, what we're paying for payroll. I mean, I'm not sure this is the right 401k I'm not sure this is right insurance. Our people don't love our insurance package. I mean, there's all kinds of answers here for HRP. Now, the insurance and the 401k is they give you choices as opposed to the other guys who force theirs upon you. That's not what HRP does. HRP gives you choices, and that's why you save money as opposed to taking those other admins, 401ks, and insurance. Listen, you're looking for a great way to maybe save money, whatever it is, however many employees that you have or whatever the deal is, you've got it at HRP. HRP.net, 281-880-6525. At least let them check out your business, HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
We had an interesting discussion during the break, but I won't get into all the ins and outs of what Lance talked about.
Well, no,
because that'd be slanderous.
No,
But now that you're older and all the raising by your parents is done for, would you want to find out that your actual father is a really, really rich guy and he's going to make up for all the lost time?
Well, I don't need to spend time with that.
This is what I'm saying.
I just need a huge bag.
You have been raised by what you thought was your dad. Right. And you're way past the point
if this had happened, to me it's like, son, we need to make up for lost time. I want to invite you. Let's just say it was like Jerry Jones.
Oh, it didn't have to. Okay, fine.
Since he's got a paternity suit against him from a girl who I assume is going to go after back child support. I don't know what else you could possibly. He's not putting you in the will, I don't think.
No.
You're not going up there for Christmas, I don't think. So anyway, so I would say, look, and he'd say, you want to come up here and watch a game up at the Star? And I'd be like, hey, I don't want to make that drive. You want to come up here in the
private
suite?
Jet.
Maybe come up here in the suite. I'll fly you up in a private jet. And I'm like, I don't. What about back child support?
Or maybe gives you part of
that's just
so
money.
So in some little way, you wish Jerry Jones was your dad right now?
Well,
I just
make up for lost time. Doesn't have to be Jerry Jones. Could be any rich person, right?
Yeah, it could be. It could be.
I'm sure your dad feels good about this.
No,
segment.
but his dad has raised him. That's his dad.
No, I don't want that to be the case. I clearly don't want that to be the case. However, if that had happened, I don't want to make up for lost time. I want the bag.
Yeah, give me a piece of the Cowboys.
Talk to you. I just want to say, you lost. Give me my money.
I'm 100% behind this female that is trying to get the bag off of Jerry. Okay.
Well, if
you're
if
my
that
dad,
was your dad,
you're my dad. Pay.
Yeah, no. If that was your dad and he didn't play back child support, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't even know.
It wasn't. No, he made a deal with the mom.
Oh, he made a deal?
He made a deal.
What was the deal?
The deal was she got one.
Right.
I think she got a lump sum.
I've read this article before.
Why are we even dancing around this? The clear answer is
you need to be suing your mom.
At this point, I'm an adult. The most I get out of my dad is me picking him up from the airport and
you 100%
arranging his doctor visits. If I found out at this point that biologically I was not his son and a rich guy was I'd be all for it.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
So you'd say, I'm picking you up no more.
Well, I would still do that because there's an emotional nature over nurture. There's an emotional connection with my father, despite some of the stories I told. So certainly he would still be my dad.
A certain level.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be opposed to finding out that my mom told. Oh, so actually, this is what happened. But this guy was a jerk and he didn't want to take care of you. But he turned out to be a really, really rich guy.
Only if he was going to pay you.
Yeah, I don't want some
would
poor
he have
guy.
To pay you, or could he just give you nice things and? Like, Dale, I want to buy you a car. Like, okay. Would you be okay if it was your mom and Jerry Jones?
Considering how old my dad is, the other guy could be in my scenario, the other guy's on death's door. And he's like, you know what? I really screwed this up.
But he's not putting you in the will. Okay, we're going to put that.
He's going to hand me a bag for all the missed time he spent with me, and he feels guilty about it. I take that and find out my dad's not my dad.
What if your dad was Trump?
Oh, my actual dad? How's that going to happen?
Relations with your mom.
How's that going to happen?
You're my son. Would you? I'm not worried about how it's possible.
Well,
Would you do
I've
it?
asked you before, where was your mom? Was your mom ever in Chicago?
Yeah, but you're not a rich guy, so I'm not looking at her.
He's not a rich guy.
You're not a rich guy.
Would you do it with, what if your dad, what if you found out it was Al Sharpton, yes or no?
Whoa.
I don't think he's rich enough.
He's got cash, right?
I don't think he's rich enough for you to.
As long as I don't have to hang out with him.
Okay.
Like, if I don't have to sacrifice my time, but he feels guilty about.
Okay, but I'm going to change this game up. You do have to spend.
How much time?
You have to spend an hour a week with him.
An hour?
Yeah.
Like lunch?
He gets you on weekends.
No, I'm too old for that. You mean like lunch every week? Is that what you're pretty much saying?
Lunch, dinner, maybe go to a game.
And then
maybe have a catch, as they say.
And I get compensated for that?
You and Al Sharpton having a catch.
Am I now like
playing catch? Is what
I'm now like a whole.
Yeah, we not having a catch.
Having a catch.
Stupid.
Yeah, it's playing catch. Okay, let me throw somebody else at you.
Okay,
what about what's his name? Who is the manager of the Cubs? Had the glasses.
Joe Madden.
Yeah. What about Joe Madden?
Joe
Madden was your dad.
Why would Joe Madden be any worse than Al Sharpton?
What if it was Dusty?
Dusty's got money, right?
Yeah, he's got winery too.
If I had to spend an hour a day with now dad, not Uncle Dusty, but Daddy Dusty, and I get paid, compensated for it, sure, why not?
What if it was the wide receiver from the Falcons that he hates on ESPN?
Harry Douglas?
Harry Douglas.
I'm older than Harry Douglas,
He
I
he couldn't be his dad.
No.
What if it was Mike Pence?
What?
And you had to. And you
I don't know
had
why
to go
you keep
spend
picking.
1 week.
Why do you keep picking white
You
Republicans?
had to go spend 1 week. You had Mike Sin that week, and you had to spend 1 week with Mike Pence.
How many paternity tests would I have to take to prove that that's the case?
Okay,
I don't know about
it'd be
Mike
a tough
Pence,
sell.
Doug.
That's a tough proof.
I'm not sure you're Mike Pence's kid.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't think
No,
so
there'd be-
either.
yeah, I think Mike
What about
Pence would
Joe
be like,
Biden?
He keeps
listen,
picking. Even still, that would be hard to prove too.
What about Joe Biden when he used to be at the swim pool?
The swim pool.
And your mom was at the same swim pool when he was popcorn.
Do you think?
Or corn pop?
Do you
I
think
he
they
was.
buy it even with the paternity test?
Huh?
Do you think even with a paternity test they'd buy it? They would believe
People
I
would not
falsified
What
it.
if it was your dad and Kamala?
She would never have him.
What if Kamala was your mom? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Wait, we can't get
Yeah,
away with that.
what?
Dell's mom is his mom. We can't play.
What are
games
you
with that one.
talking about?
There's no way around that one. I'd like to
Look,
explore that more, but I don't really think
the point
we have
is,
that
the
one.
point is,
What if O.J. Simpson was your dad?
he ain't got no money, right?
Bill Cosby.
He went and got his stuff back from that one guy.
That's
What
not
if
money.
Bill Cosby or answer the question. Bill Cosby and O.J. Simpson. Would you take them as your dad? And people know it now too.
Yeah.
And you have to leave your social medias open. Your social platforms
and with
open.
Bill Cosby, your mom wouldn't even know it.
No. Okay, well.
Oof. Well, I guess we're not doing this segment anymore. Lance, where are you going? You can't walk out. You set him up for that. You mentioned Bill Cosby. You mentioned him.
No, I.
Oh, you did?
I did.
Okay. No, I don't want Bill Cosby, particularly if that's the way it happened. No, that's awful.
Holy crap.
Maybe you need to get.
No.
Maybe you
no.
need to get.
The answer is no.
A blood test.
The answer is no in that case.
What if Allen Iverson was your dad?
We're too close in the age. What was
I
he?
know,
What
but
was
AI
he?
was active.
What was he
early.
like 5
yeah,
when
he
it
was
happened?
young. He was out there at the bowling alley.
Can't have an AI. But what about like Michael Cage with the sweet Jerry curl?
How much money does Michael Cage have? This is
I
all
guess
about
not
money.
much. He played in 80s
This is
and
all
90s
about the
NBA.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't. But would you want Michael Cage?
No,
like,
not really.
And he said, "I'll give you some of my old Supersonics."
No, I don't want your
jerseys,
Jerry curl money. No, the point is
game worn jerseys. You get Michael Cage.
No, I don't want his game worn. That's not worth
What about
anything.
Buck Williams?
I think to stop naming guys who didn't get a lot of money. The point is, if a rich guy,
Buck Williams would be a cool dad. Like
no,
Buck Williams would be all right. He seems like he'd be a good dad.
He'd be taller.
yeah, exactly.
He'd be way
Yeah, you
taller.
can't
The
be Buck
point.
Williams.
The point is,
all right,
if,
Greg Pruitt was your
no, no.
dad. That's too niche.
I set it up. I'm not against a rich.
Webb.
I'm not against a rich guy coming in and going, actually, this is what happened. But they have to give me a bag.
Yeah, that does
Spot
change
might have the
everything.
bag. Let's go to Gilbert. See
How big does the bag have to be?
Big. It's got to be big.
Like,
Pretty
could it be
big.
$3,500 a
big.
month bag?
That's not bad.
Let's
That's
get,
not bag. Okay, Buck Williams,
I don't want that, though.
Mitchell Wiggins.
I don't know who that is.
Oh,
Yeah, you do because
you
his
do.
son plays in the NBA. No, you don't. Get
I don't
that.
know.
You were Lewis Lloyd's
You
kid.
could get some of Andrew's bag. That'd be nice.
Andrew's got his own
No, you
problems
sue
right
him
now.
too.
I'm not
I'll
sure.
Sue everybody.
Sue
Let's
you,
get
I'll sue
Gilbert.
you.
See if he's awake. What? Gilbert.
Told you.
Well,
He said he was going to stay awake.
He lied.
we thought to the beginning of the segment, then we went with this topic, so he
Yeah.
probably
So,
just went to
this
sleep.
topic's better than did you get me my pictures?
No, well,
Well,
Guessing who your dad like
let's guess
putting
who
new
Dell's
dads
dad
on
is.
you for money is way better than Gilbert saying, hey, anyway, and send me a mug and send me a coffee and send me plates and send me some of that coffee you're talking about, John. I want a safe.
the point
A
is
bank safe.
The point is not that I would be against accepting a new dad. You have to pick. I think now we're at the point where we're just picking reprehensible people and see if I would
Yeah,
accept
like,
them.
What are you
Right.
willing to take?
Well, I mean, Jerry Jones.
Basically, are you
that's
willing
for
to
him.
take the money and still have the rub of being Bill Cosby's son? That's actually the best
Probably
one.
not.
Yeah.
That
What
one
about
I'm-
OJ, though?
Mm,
I feel like you could get away with it. I just don't think the bag is
OJ
there.
doesn't have any money.
I don't think he has any money.
Someone asked Diddy. Nah, that's too far. That's
All
a
right,
step
what
too
about
far.
Edie Amin?
He was very forceful.
Edie.
Does he
no,
have
but
any
I
money?
think he had.
He didn't have any money
He didn't
anymore,
have any
does
money
he?
left. No. No. He wants somebody with cash.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty clear on this.
Jay-Z's your dad.
Oh, like I wouldn't turn that down. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
of course.
no. Right.
Of course.
No. Right.
Cool Mo D.
No.
No way 80s rappers have any money. They're some of the saltiest because they paved the way, and now the worst, least talented people. Ice Spice was asked, she said, I'll never forget the lesson that Taylor Swift, she told me she gave me very important advice. This is great. Ice Spice said, when I was with Taylor Swift in studio, she gave me some very important advice about writing music. And I'm like, well, what is it? She told me, no matter what, never stop making music that makes you happy. Like,
what?
Oh, great. Great. You've learned so much as a songwriter.
But that's it. No, that's the
All
best.
Up in My Coochie is not a
Whoa,
Taylor.
wow.
That's a Taylor.
Now, see.
Taylor Swift did not give her just say.
I don't think you can say
I don't
that.
think she mentioned her cooch.
I think you can shorten it, but I don't think you can say the full word.
Then bleep it out.
I did.
Okay.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. He's wild. You can't say
he's
that.
He's out of control.
Yeah, what is wrong
Ice
with
Spice
you?
is out of control.
Just because you're talking about Ice Spice doesn't mean you can talk like her.
Yeah.
Ice Spice is awful.
The stuff she does.
You're
with her
awful.
stuff.
She's doing so much damage to thought rap.
Oh,
Ratchet rap.
It
is
was at a level.
taking a beating with Ice Spice.
Oh, you
now.
think she's bringing down the standards of
what
ratchet
Sexy
rap?
Red built? It took Sexy Red years
Sexy
to
Red
build
didn't
up
build ratchet rap.
Ratchet rap. Well, she made it. She made it really hit harder.
I think
and
you
then
should.
she leaked that banger of a video that she did.
I think you should realize just because you're talking about what they do doesn't mean you can devolve into saying what they say.
Yes. It's yes. Okay.
Knock it off.
Yeah,
Rapping Dad would not like
you
Ice
can't
Spice.
do
I'm
that
just telling
stuff,
you.
especially when you do that stuff on the.
All that twitching and jerking that you're doing.
Well, you do. You
Ratchet
gyrate.
rap.
You
Yeah.
put your leg up on the counter here.
Just promise you, Rapping Dad would not like ratchet rap.
No.
Well, how about you invoke Rapping Dad before you say something that gets you in trouble?
Hey, kids. Hey, daughters. Don't talk about your choo-choo into a microphone. It's me, Rapping Dad, saying, let's keep it clean.
Yeah,
and then you hit a beat.
I'm
and
not
then
even
I'll
sure
freestyle.
choo-choo's great, but it's better than what you said.
Yeah. You said other words. Right now, I'm saying these. Right now, I'm saying these words. I'm saying 2023 F-150s. They're on the lot, and they got to get off the lot, and they're waiting for you at Chastain Ford. I love the Chastain family. You're going to join the Chastain family. If you've ever dealt with the Chastains, you're going to be back with the Chastains. It's what they do, a business or pleasure. A buddy of mine, if just a retail side, a buddy of mine has a business and he needs trucks at his business. And he called me and he said, "Hey, hook me up with the guy over at Chastain Ford." And I said, anybody. But I hooked him up with Justin, who I dealt with over at Chastain Ford. Justin is awesome. All the people there, though, are going to get you the best deals. It starts at the top with the Chastains, and it goes throughout the entire the whole dealership, where you're going to get the best deal that you possibly can with no add-ons, no markups. How about 1.9% financing for 72 months on all the 2023 F-150s until they get them off the lot? 1.9% financing is ridiculously low. And then you got all of the deals that they have to give you. They got to get these off the lot. This is the best time ever to buy. You're looking for that F-150 now, 2023 brand new F-150s on the lot that they got to get off at Chastain Ford, and they'll do it better than everybody else with the service that's second to none. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
You're listening to John and Lance and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
This is Oliver Anthony. He'll be at the rodeo tonight. You guys know, you've been listening to the shows the last couple weeks. We're going to be playing music from artists who will be at the rodeo, presented by RC Ranch. Oliver Anthony at the rodeo tonight.
Who are we talking to? Chris Solis? No? Those are Heel? He ended the conversation with love you. Thought it was Chris, but it's not. Okay.
Israel Heel.
Who's rodeo tonight, Del?
Oliver Anthony. He'll be at the rodeo tonight. Hank Williams Jr. was there last night. So, like I said, you'll be hearing artists throughout the day. Maybe you'll hear a lot of Oliver Anthony, considering he's the artist tonight. We're all the shows playing music from the rodeo.
Got it. Rockets in action tonight. You know, we really have not touched on what Jalen Green. You know, Jalen Green, his numbers pre and post All-Star game
It's always been good.
are ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
They got San Antonio at home tonight. I'm going to go and see Wemby. I'm going to boo Wemby. I don't usually boo, but I'm going to boo Wemby.
You're going to boo Wemby.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he didn't want to be in Houston. Screw Wemby.
Right.
Did you see the female wrestler last night? She's from England, I think. But she said they were in San Antonio, and she was like, yeah, we're going to meet up in Houston, which is a much better city than this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And they were all booing her. She was a heel turn kind of thing.
Oh, shut up!
Well, I don't know if she said that. But if Wemby didn't want to be here, screw Wemby. Screw Wemby. We don't need Wemby around us.
Well, you might like to have him.
I don't. Oh, no, we wouldn't want him. We got Alpy.
Would you trade Alpy for Wemby?
Yes.
No.
Okay, the answer is yes. He's lying.
Easy.
No. Would you trade Alpy?
No.
And your next 2 first-round picks for Wemby?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, you're willy-nilly with those yeses since you're a Heat fan.
Yes.
I don't know about your next
the
2 first round.
generational.
Yeah, you would.
Your highest
you
picks.
would do that.
Yeah, but I still worry about him cracking in half.
Yeah, there is that.
But
for
you
sure.
make the
Although he and
bet.
Chet Holmgren have both stayed healthy this year.
Yeah, that was after Chet missing the
But
entire
you know
season
that oh, speaking of which, did you see Kelvin Sampson? Did you see what he did? Kelvin Sampson said, we're not having JoJo Tugler is not having his surgery Tuesday or Wednesday because I can't be there. So we're waiting on his surgery. Me and Kellen are going to go, and we're going to be sitting there when he wakes up because that's what families do.
And we also don't want him to hit the transfer portal.
Well,
you're very cynical, Lance.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying,
he loves the kid.
You can love.
He has.
I know he has the kid's best interest in mind. I'm just saying, don't give a kid a reason to want to leave either.
No, that's Kelvin Sampson being real.
Tugler won't go to the draft now.
That's Kelvin Sampson being real.
No, I think it is Kelvin Sampson being real. Me, the pragmatist and a numbers guy, I'm just thinking, I wonder what people will come after him for. How much amount of money?
It's such a shame, though.
You have
Every
to recruit
year, this team has a chance.
Somebody gets injured.
Tremont Mark injured.
Sasser
injured.
And now you got Tugler. It's unbelievable. This happens every freaking year.
Well, I mean, how is it? I don't know. I mean, this isn't an indictment on this program, but did they work too hard? I mean,
I don't.
This was a stress factor on his foot.
Yeah, well, you do worry about that a little bit, but no. What do you want to just tell these guys? Listen, let's lighten up on the defense, okay?
No,
that just happens.
No, but he works them hard, and and maybe it's leading to some injuries because of how. Although I will say this, Peyton Manning. Did you see there was a video of Peyton Manning talking to somebody, and he was up there at the board. He goes, the best players on our team, those were the ones that practice the hardest. So if you're a good player, you better practice. Don't you? These guys that I can coast because I'm so good. Nope. You should be the guy that's out there practicing the hardest. That's what Michael Jordan did. That's what Peyton Manning did.
It's true. It's true. And I've seen the argument about, so we have a tendency now. There's a big problem that there's a book called The Coddling of the American Mind. It's two scientists who, not scientists, but social scientists who did a study on, when we all grew up versus now, and they point to a lot of different things, but the iGen generation, the generation of iPhones and things like that. And one of the things they said has become a big problem is catastrophizing, where you didn't always, and it started when there was the kidnapping. Remember that Adam, the kid and the dad became a TV guy who ended up doing where you were looking for lost kids and stuff like that. There was a kid named Adam, and he was in the 80s, and he was somebody who got kidnapped, and that was not a thing that we dealt with a whole lot. And that's when the whole milk carton thing came on. And so apparently the kids who grew up, which would be, my generation, have had a tendency, I guess, with their kids to be very careful, because it used to be you just let your kids run off and you played and they did all this stuff. And the book talked about there are more and more people who started to be more careful after these things happened, and they started hearing more about it. And then it just got worse and worse, where every generation it's become one of these things where now I was dealing with somebody the other day who said, nobody should work out. They should all get paid because they could tear their ligaments and be out for the year and then ruin their chances to ever be a pro. And that's called catastrophizing, literally taking the worst case possible scenario, where if you look at it historically, you could go through, there's been like over 5,000 personal workouts, and there's been like 4 injuries or 3 injuries. It's unbelievably minute chance that it happens. But when you catastrophize in your brain, everything is, you immediately think of what's the worst thing that could happen, and that's how you operate. And so I don't know why the hell I'm bringing this up. What were we even talking about? I'm just on one
I don't know.
things.
I was in neat stuff mode.
That wasn't me.
20
that
seconds
wasn't
ago.
Neat stuff. That's a real thing.
John,
you
make the
don't
decision.
catastrophize because you don't care that much.
Well, I'm not going to comment on this because I didn't hear anything you said.
God, see,
well, there it is. I think we have our answer.
You're not friends.
I don't know what he.
I
You're
never
not
said I was your
enemies.
friend.
You're just literally nothing.
I've never said I was your friend. I think I've been strong with that.
Well,
not your friend.
I just saw a picture.
Neat stuff.
I just saw a picture of
All right,
Mort
let me do it again.
No.
and Adam Schefter.
Well, let me do
together.
it again.
Those are friends.
Those are friends. And I'm going to tell you something that really, really says something about Chris Mortensen. Chris Mortensen was there first. Adam Schefter came along. Adam Schefter is eulogizing Chris Mortensen. That tells you something about the person that Chris Mortensen was, because a guy who was coming in there and trying to take over with the thing that he does, that Chris Mortensen does, and Chris Mortensen put him under his wing, and they work together side by side, as opposed to being jealous or being, in any way, shape, or form an a-hole towards him because he was trying to, take the same thing that he's doing. That'll tell you something about Chris Mortensen. That's why when I die, Dell is going to eulogize me.
I was just about to say.
You know what? That's exactly what's going to happen.
Not that.
Here.
I mean,
don't think you want
because
that young man, I took him under, and I said, "Listen, I want you to go as far as you possibly can."
I don't feel like that was the case. I was discussing what my attitude, because we train people to be ready just in case someone's ill or someone unexpectedly leaves. So young Abigail will be in, I think, this week to continue to train, because maybe if I'm out on remote and I got the show, maybe I can't produce. I'm not gonna tell her everything, because why would I train my replacement?
You tell her everything.
You don't.
And little tricks that make her look great.
Really? Do you think Brett Favre did that for Aaron Rodgers?
I need a couple mistakes
to happen.
happen.
Rodgers did that for Jordan Love?
No. I need a couple mistakes.
That's because they're bad people.
Well, sure.
They're not more.
Aaron Rodgers went in and was going to be like this big savior for Zach Wilson until he got hurt, and he's like,
I'm out.
I just need a couple mistakes every time she does a show. A couple mistakes every time she does a show, so you guys remember what it could be like and what it is.
You're a bad person.
She'll be fine. I'm going to teach her everything she knows, but not everything I know.
So everything she needs to know.
Yeah, and unfortunately, she's listening. She just texted.
You're a bad
Look,
person.
She's gonna be competent and ready to go. She just won't know everything.
No, and when you eulogize me,
she's got to learn it on her own.
Right.
True. Mistakes teach.
Abigail, don't learn from him. You know what? Get Joe George. He's the best.
Well, you think Joe wants to wake up and do that? I can stay home and let Joe train her in the morning one day.
You're a bad person.
She's gonna be great, just not better.
She's such a nice young lady, and she wants to make it in this business.
I don't know why.
And you're holding her back.
She's going to be great when she figures things out on her own.
Yeah. We say young people have to learn have to play. You got to learn from your mistakes.
Well, listen.
Who's the host that's most likely to yell at her? Me and John don't. We
Joel.
Don't care if there's mistakes made.
Joel will yell at her.
Joel will yell at her.
Joel, not like in a. Joel will be
get after
her, and then he'll be like, "No, I'm just kidding," but really he's not kidding that much.
But he's really not.
Yeah. Who else would yell at her? I wouldn't yell at her.
No, you don't care enough.
No. Would Paul yell at her?
No, Paul wouldn't yell. Paul probably wants things to be a certain way.
You might yell at her in your show.
I would never yell.
No,
I don't have that energy to yell at someone. I'm a producer. I wouldn't yell at another producer.
George, I could see screaming her down.
Oh yeah, that's Joe's personality.
Joe, no, I don't think there's going to be a lot of
Jeremy.
There's one person. There's one candidate. I'm not even sure he would, but if there was a person, it's Jeremy's partner.
Okay, what about hosts who have been here before?
Oh, there's several.
Salisbury have yelled at her?
Woody.
Would Raheel have yelled at her?
Yes.
Nah, Raheel wouldn't yell.
Would AJ or Fred have yelled at her?
Probably.
Yeah.
Charlie?
No. Charlie wouldn't do that. He might.
Charlie likes
yell.
I've been in the studio. Charlie.
He likes his
Charlie
stuff,
likes it tight.
but I don't think he yells.
He wouldn't yell.
He would have a conversation, possibly, but he wouldn't yell at her.
Well, no, he wouldn't yell.
If you could hit the button, please.
But he would get on her.
Push the
advantageous
button.
for everyone.
I will always remember this. Push the button and go to break. That was Salisbury.
Yeah, Salisbury did that.
John wouldn't yell at her.
No, he wouldn't. He wouldn't do that.
I saw John almost get into it during a meeting with the producer before because of font size.
Yeah, that's different. That's a different attitude thing. But that's not on the air a mess up. That's different.
That wasn't young Abigail.
That was an odd
guy who was,
thing.
I don't know what he was doing.
He was trying to challenge you. You make him respect you. He wanted you to respect him, John.
Yeah.
Stand up to you. Because what we do on the air.
He lost that battle.
Because what we. Oh, yeah. Clearly. Because what
John doesn't want to respect you. It's never changing.
Yeah, and it's a weird way to go about it because what we do on the air and a back and forth isn't the same as.
Jalen Petrie.
He doesn't respect a lot of people.
Jalen Petrie. Love Jalen Petrie.
You don't respect Caitlin
Clark. Except all the missed tackles. I want to talk right now about Doc Linville. Love that guy. And Kelly, what she does. So when you get when you're going to get the neo-grafting, okay, there are a couple of people in it. It's a team deal, okay, and it takes about 4 hours, and you're sitting in the chair, and there's all kinds of, and it doesn't hurt, and there's an anesthetic now that lasts for 3 days, and it's a really great process. That's, resodding your hair, okay, moving it from the side and the back to the top of your head. That's a big process. Now, you get the PRP, and Kelly's the one that does it. And it's a 3-step process. You do it every 5 weeks or 6 weeks or so. I got one more process to go. But it's so easy. It's so simple. That's it takes about 45 minutes to an hour to do that. And it's really just stimulating the growth of your own hairs and making and using the blood and having it stimulate it. And that's fertilizing, right? So that's what and Kelly's so good at it, and she's so wonderful, and you'll love Kelly when she does this for you. And here's the deal is it's so easy. And you guys are sitting there and you don't have hair, or you're losing your hair, and you're like, man, I'm too young. I'm too young to not have hair. Well, Doc Linville says, no, you can have hair, and it's a natural process, and it's easy, and I'm going to do it for you at a price. And you're going to love it. 975hair.com. Tell them you heard it right here, 975hair.com.
QC Kinetics has been in business for a while, and the regenerative medicine and the regenerative process to build back tissue, to regenerate and restore damaged tissue has been going on for years. But it was something that only professional athletes used for many, many years, people who wanted to perform at the highest levels. Because what it does is when you have chronic pain in your joints, the first thing you're thinking of is, okay, I'll start taking aspirin. Then it turns into Aleve. Then it turns into, I think I need to get a steroid shot. I need to go see an orthopedic. Do I need surgery? I'm going to take stronger pain medicine. And everything is just a Band-Aid. Nothing is going to fix it. Well, that's not true. Regenerative medicine can be a big fix. How would you like to reduce your inflammation and reduce your pain and get it done fairly quickly? That's what they can do at QC Kinetics. 4 locations in the Houston area. This is a process that takes the body's healing power. It concentrates it, they put it back into the joint. The difference is that the inflammation really subsides, and then from there, you start to have a lot less pain, and in some cases, you become pain-free. Your mobility goes up. I mean, this is a great way to live life where you've got the ability to go do the things that you like, to go have fun like you like. It's a good friend over at QC Kinetics. 4 locations here in Houston, QCkinetics.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Mira, la raza. ¿Qué pasó, mijo? ¿Dónde está, pues? Oye, pinche la raza. ¿Dónde está, pues?
Oh, no, you can't say
Hello?
What?
You can't say that.
Oh, what?
Deportes. Hello?
It's La Gilbert.
Like, no. El Gilbert.
El Gilbert.
This is El Gilberto. Hello?
Don't.
Deportes, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Good,
Hey,
Gilbert.
El Gilbert.
I just fell asleep as Lance was talking so long. I didn't know what to do. I was just sleeping for like 20 minutes. Great nap, you know? Well, dirty, filthy. Anyway, I was in a conversation with somebody about the greatest of all time, Jordan or LeBron, but then I brought up Haley Clark is the greatest of all time. What do you guys think about that?
Anyway. That's scary. It's almost, it's kind of
good.
accurate.
It's actually pretty good.
It's actually kind of accurate. Most people do it kind of cartoonish.
Yeah.
He had the good slur. He had the up and down tone, Gilbert's tone. A little bit of a slur, but you could still understand it.
Yeah.
You know, like, but you could understand it. Yeah. Caitlin Clark, greatest. Who's the greatest basketball player of all time? Caitlin Clark or Pete Maravich? I mean, I'm talking about above Jordan and LeBron.
Okay. I'm going to go Caitlin Clark.
I'm going to go Pistol Pete.
You're going Pistol Pete?
Yeah, I'm going to switch it from yesterday.
Wow.
Going Pistol.
You're just a bad person. You're not an ally. Not an ally. Apparently, I'm the only ally in this room today.
I'm not an ally?
You spent all
yesterday.
You're going to sabotage young Abigail.
But that has nothing to do with her being a woman.
No, it's making her strong. No, it's making her tougher.
As opposed to being an ally and helping out.
I saw a Midwestern thing.
You talk to her like she's a puppy, and I'm the problem.
Okay, so if you were running, Dell, and you fell down, if you were running and you fell down and started crying, what would your mom do?
Well, my mother would tell me get up, but she also, it'll be fine. She'll clean up the scar or whatever.
But she wouldn't come hold you and sit you down and all that stuff, or no?
No, it wouldn't be this coddling thing. Are you?
Well,
I mean, if you're one, yeah.
I saw what is still
if you fell down when you were 12, that's another story.
No, about 5 or 6.
5 or 6? Get up,
6.
You're okay.
Well, I saw this mom and dad. I was in Indiana walking down and this kid was doing some kind of crazy running thing. He and his little brother, and he was running, and he tripped. He tripped on a brick. There was a brick that was kind of uneven. He tripped on it, fell down, and I could see the look on his face, and it's the combination of this hurts and I'm embarrassed because he was just having the best time of his life. and the mom you could see it, and the dad's like, "You're all right. Shake it off. Shake it off." The mom's like, Come on, Clay, or whatever his name is. You're okay. Be tough. Immediately, it was be tough, be tough, be tough. And I'm thinking, this is the best advice you can give. And yet, there'd be some people, if this were on social media, that's actually, if you tell somebody to be tough instead of expressing their emotion, this is how we get repressive attitudes and toxic masculinity. No, you just have to
No, that's how we become tougher.
Down. Yeah, you just have to be tougher. That's all.
When I was a kid, I was playing in a soccer game against this team that was pretty good, but we were better, and we were leading like 3-1. But they had some momentum, and some guy slide tackled into me. I was laying on the ground and I was hurt. And
were you hurt, or were you trying to get a card on him?
Let me finish my story. I was hurt, and I was down, and people were like, "Stop the play, stop the play!" And then eventually they stopped the play, and they're asking my dad, "Hey, how come you're not going out there?" My dad was like, "What am I going to do? I'm not a doctor. I'm not the trainer. What am I going to do?" And he was right. I was faking to slow down the play.
See.
He was right. He was right, but still,
you're a fraud.
But that's
I would never fake something.
I'm playing soccer. You gotta change the momentum.
You gotta fake if you're.
But he was right. He goes, "What am I supposed to do? I'm not a trainer. I can't help him right now."
Who run on the field.
Well,
I guess I could see if you've got. I don't know.
It wasn't a head thing,
obviously. I'm
obviously.
just not a run on the field person.
No, man. I'll tell you, my wife's the best at this. The best. JT he'd come, or his feelings or something, and then she would be like, "Don't be a pea."
Yeah, but she's Cajun.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's the best attitude. Whatever, toughen up. Stop being a pea.
Cajuns are different. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, then that's the best way to go about it. Parents, that's the best parenting ever.
Tell your kids if they're having emotional trouble to not be a pea.
Yeah, that's right.
Stop being a P word.
Okay. Emotional trouble versus I fell down and
emotional
hurt myself.
or physical
See?
trouble.
Stop being a
Both.
P.
Stop. Okay.
Tighten
Ask
up.
my daughter. Same thing.
Tighten up.
No, your daughter would not say that.
Both my daughters. Oh yes.
She would. The psychiatrist
Get
would
over.
tell you.
No, it's get over it.
She would. So she tells her people when she's
No.
talking. to
I told her when she was a kid.
No, but she wouldn't tell that to other people.
Oh yeah. No, she does in therapy.
In therapy, she says, "Get over it."
She's got a little me in her. She's like,
I don't know that that's great. Maybe she words it. I bet she words it better.
She words it better.
She shouldn't say, "Get over it. Stop being a pea." I bet she never says, "Stop being a pea." That's no way.
No way.
In
No way she does that
she
in
would
a
lose
session.
her license.
Steffi, if you're listening, confirm or deny.
I don't have my phone with me today.
Oh.
So I can't see my granddaughter. She always sends me.
713-780-3776.
All right, Steffi, call in and tell them.
No way she says stop being a pea.
She doesn't say that, but she does. She has told me before, I'm a little rougher on some of the clients than I should be.
Yeah, but her rough is nothing compared to your light.
Yeah. Well, no.
All right, when we come back, I want to get back into we got some. I want to talk about the lineup, the Astros. Because I got a funny feeling this lineup is going to be much more static this year. We're going to see guys sticking in the same spots in the Astros.
858 ESPN.
Which I'm actually a fan of this year.
97.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to talk some Astros baseball right now, you want to talk John Daspit.
I want to talk about John Daspit. Spoke with him yesterday. He just had a big case, a win, is a $4 million plus settlement because there was a guy who, I don't want to go through the whole thing, but it was a guy on a train, and the train thing screwed up, and this guy had to jump off the train so he wouldn't be crushed between two cars, and it was, just a nightmare. John really battled for this guy and ended up with a big win for him. And that's his mentality. His mentality is that he's going to have his lawyers. First of all, he's got a big group of lawyers because they want to put the proper time on everyone's case. This is not something where they all have this crazy caseload and they just try to get a bunch of quick settlements and move on to the next one. They treat you with proper respect so that you are able to have your injuries and your hospital bills and your time missed from work, all that you're going to be compensated for. This was not your fault. If the injury was due to someone else's negligence, what is your pain and suffering going to be worth? John Daspit's going to fight hard for that, and he is relentless. He and his his group of lawyers are relentless in pursuing justice for you. and they can do it throughout the state of Texas and even outside of the state of Texas as well. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
Hi, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Today's Astros lineup is what we hopefully will see quite often. We'll see. Dubon's not in it. Dubon's killing it this preseason too, by the way. It's going to be Altuve, followed by Jordan, followed by Bregman, followed by Tucker, Abreu, Yiner, Chaz, Pena, and Myers. Whoa, what's up?
From Brian McTaggart through Joe Espada. Justin Verlander will begin the year on the IL. Verlander hasn't had any setbacks, but he needs more time to build up.
But it was expected. That's not surprising. I mean, he didn't. It was in doubt anyway.
He just threw 60 pitches.
I know, but he's not. Well, I mean, we are a little ways away from.
It's a month away.
Opening day to be saying that, I guess.
3.5 weeks.
Well, then that should make you worried about him just throwing 60 pitches. What happened after the 60 pitches?
He said they didn't have a setback, right?
Yes. He's doing well. This is Espada. He's doing well, but we're running out of days and won't be able to build him up to start the regular season. Verlander's talked about how the timeline
in 1 month?
Verlander said the timeline.
10 day or 15?
I don't know that. It just says the IL in the tweet. Verlander talked about how the timeline had gotten tight because he had to shut it down for a little bit, and the concern was always going to be, could he be ready by opening day? I guess the Astros are going to be cautious, so he's going to go on the IL to start the year.
That's not That's not good. Oh well. So you got Framber's your opening day starter. Javier, he has looked better now, but he's still. I mean, there is a concern about how he gets it to the plate, how slow he is to the plate. I mean, they're going to run on him.
Well, Espada talked about that. He said that is not something they're currently working on. it's not the priority now. They will get to that, but as of now, at least going back to his last start, it's not their focus, but they'll have to get to it.
Yeah. I mean, he had a nice outing. And Espada said that. But, yeah. What is this Chaz McCormick story here?
Oh, Chaz is feeling good. He's looser. He's not playing tight. I don't know what that has to do with what happened last year, but he has got a new mindset, not as stressed, just going to go out there and play ball. And he played pretty well last year. So if he's changing his approach a little bit, and we're going to see a looser, more relaxed Chaz McCormick.
Well, okay, so and listen, he's not saying it, but it was because of Dusty. It was because of how Dusty used him. How he sat the first couple of games of the season.
You speak for Chaz McCormick now?
I mean, we do have quotes.
Okay.
I just always thought, I was always trying to make the team. I'm still trying to make the team. You've always got to have that mindset. I think I put a lot of pressure on myself, and I just tried to do too much. So he's going to come in, I guess maybe as an established player now, considering what he did last year. He's going to have a better perspective. He's not going to get too upset or overwhelmed by some of the downs or not getting on base. Just going to long season. We're just going to take it as it comes. But he says some of that pressure has dissipated, and you're going to see a different guy.
Listen, Espada was sitting there next to Dusty. The way that Dusty used him, the way that Dusty, I don't know what the hell Dusty was doing with him, but trying to teach him. I don't know what he was trying to get out of him. But Espada said this. He's been more loose this spring. I talked to Chaz a lot this offseason, and I want him to just be Chaz. He's having a hell of a camp. He's a really good player, and he's better when he's loose and just does what he does best, which is to just have a good time. So, no, the tension for Chaz. I mean, it was talked about in the middle of the year. Dusty doesn't like him. Dusty had to refute that.
Multiple times.
I like him. I bring him peanuts and cakes.
No, he brought him banana pudding.
Oh, yeah.
From This Is It Soul Food.
Right. I mean, so,
which tells me you were trying to plump him up.
You were trying to fatten him up.
Pretty sneaky, Dusty.
Right.
I don't know why he's getting so fat.
I can't play him. He's too fat.
Because his nickname is Puddin'. No, he's not so fat. Dusty, I think, liked him. Dusty just didn't love him.
Yeah.
And maybe there's something there. Maybe he didn't do certain things. Maybe he didn't like his personality. Who knows? It doesn't matter. But Chaz, all I know is he got better as a baseball player under Dusty, and that's fine. And Dusty said you were going to thank him for Yiner. If Yiner has a big season, I want you to apologize to Dusty, and I just want you to come out publicly and thank him. If Yiner has a big season, who's it because of?
Because of Dusty, because he didn't play him. No rookie quarterback ever plays. Dusty told you that. Oh, that's right.
Is that what Dusty said?
Yeah, he did. He said that's what they do with quarterbacks. They don't start them.
He didn't say
that.
Back
when
Dusty. Yes, he did.
Back when Dusty paid attention.
No. He said that last year.
I know, but what was Dusty talking about? I don't remember hearing him say that. C.J. Stroud literally just killed.
It was before C.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
It was before C.J. Yeah. So, I mean, he said that. Look, you got quarterbacks. They don't play when they're young.
Justin Fields, he was really
I'm doing that with Yiner. You guys will thank me. He'll thank me. Everybody, the city will thank me.
Ryan Leaf played as a rookie. He was good.
David Carr.
Carr was really good.
Dusty's right. Don't play a rookie.
Peyton Manning had 26 interceptions as a rookie. That wasn't bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Julian wants to get in here, talk about Caleb Williams. What do you say, Julian?
Good morning, gentlemen. I want to talk about Lance's his little rant against that reporter.
Yeah.
I don't think the reporter should have done the whole look at me posting the video, but I do like the fact that he called Caleb Williams out. The only thing the reporter could have done better was call him a little dumb bitch-ass bitch, because the whole trying to get ownership and all this and not doing the medicals, like, come on, man. Like, somebody's got to put a stop to this. And NFL needs to be like, well, look, from now on, if we want you to do medicals, do the damn medicals, because the teams need to know what they're going into.
So what they got to do then is not draft them. So if they want to teach the players a lesson, if they're worried about that, just don't draft them then. We'll see if that happens. All I know is that a content editor for Fantasy Football Dynasty Pros is not the guy to put the hard question to Caleb Williams. Excuse me, Caleb. Are you afraid? Are you afraid of everyone else? the world believes that you are afraid. And no. And you don't call players bitch-ass bitches. This guy is there.
Well, he didn't call him that. Julian did.
I know, but that's what Julian said.
I know, but the guy you're talking
Julian's
about didn't do that.
You don't say that about another grown man. This is a guy who got done playing, who trains, who plays college football. Like, what is the point of berating? This is a setting where it's a professional setting. You come out there, the guys are there, and questions are asked. You could have literally asked all that stuff in a more respectful way. That's it. You don't come out there and immediately ask a guy, "Are you scared? Are you afraid to compete?" You don't call them names. You just say, "Caleb, a lot of people are curious about your decision not to go through, not only not to work out here, but also not to go through medicals. Are you going to have medicals individually for teams when you go on your 30 visits?"
Or you ask them. A lot of assumptions are being made about why you're not going through the
Twitter
process.
should not be asking questions. Twitter's the most disrespectful place on earth. That's not the standard. Twitter behavior is not the standard, Julian. You're acting like you want Twitter behavior to be the standard. Just because you want to ask a guy like that, we got to stop acting like doing the me thing and all this gotcha stuff and trying to put everyone's feet to the fire and put people in check. Man, that can't be the standard. Yeah, put him in his place. So he just said Caleb's getting too uppity. Whoa. Julian just said that.
And Julian's not normally.
He wanted to say a BAB. He didn't even say PAB.
No, he
said BAB.
Well, I don't know if he thought he could say PAP. He's a normally very positive person, but the Caleb Williams thing got him agitated.
This isn't how Julian. Like maybe somebody skipped out on him. Maybe he got.
Julian
he got
did
stuff
lose
thrown on him at an Uber ride yesterday or something.
No,
Julian's usually positive.
He just lost the Super Bowl. It's a new.
Oh yeah.
It's a new angry or bitter.
New and worse, Julian.
He's used to losing Super Bowls.
He's a loser.
See, how did that feel, Julian?
Yeah.
How did that feel when John just called you a loser? He just called you
loser.
LAB.
If
losing ass B.
Listen to this.
See, you don't like that, do you?
Losing ass B.
You bitch.
How does that feel, Julian?
Oh, no.
Stephen A.
I mean, this is the kids. The bad kids are still going to school right now.
The bad kids are saying worse things.
Bad kids are saying it to people anyway.
The
bad kids are skipping school. Mom dropped them off.
No, they're going late. They slept in. Ma, shut up. I'm sleeping in.
Oh, they left school already. That's where they're put on our app and they're listening to Sports Talk.
That's true.
Yeah, that's what bad kids do.
They're already out by the handball court smoking.
Handball courts.
What bad kids do is they ditch school.
Out the Hialeah.
They ditch school.
That's about the only place to play handball.
Hang out at the handball courts and turn on sports radio. That's what bad kids do.
Cigarettes rolled up in their sleeves.
Yep.
And hair greased back and combs in their pockets. A cigarette behind their ear.
Cat calling. Girls.
I don't know if they're smoking cigarettes, but
vaping probably.
Hey, look at that. Boom, boom. Show me the boom, boom.
Give me a little smile.
Hey.
Hey,
honey, give me a smile.
Hey, look at these broads. Like, Derek, you're in 6th grade. Get back in class.
Can't you act more like that Spice Girl?
I got some handballs for you.
I'm talking about Posh Spice. I want the Ice Spice. Put the choo-choo in the poo-poo out.
What?
Like, why are 5th graders talking like this?
Because they got cigarettes rolled up.
I got some handballs for ya.
Yeah.
Don't tell me you two never smoked
You bring the hand. I'll take care of the rest.
You never smoked cigarettes out by the handball court?
No.
I never smoked cigarettes out by the handball court.
Well, that's a problem. 913. That's why you
That's
why you're like you are.
I never catcalled Ice. Ice Spice might catcall me.
Why? Because of your bubble?
Boy, look at all that junk back there.
That has never been said.
Your bubble?
Stop looking at my bubble, Ice Spice.
Bubble. Did you have to worry about that at the combine? People focusing on your bubble?
Stop it, Ice Spice. That's my bubble.
When Lance asked, where are we? In the bubble? Oh, he said, ooh, not this one.
Not in my bubble.
We ain't all going in there.
I was just doing this on set.
People can see your face. You know that, right?
Showed me. I just tried to do that and see if I can make as much money as she's making.
Look, I tell you guys to go to YouTube.
I didn't make any money.
I tell you guys all the time, go to ESPN Houston YouTube and you watch Lance do what he's doing right now. You're missing out.
You have to watch it.
Or watch the replay.
Ooh, go to Twitch.
Hey, Joe George, capture that one.
No, don't capture
that.
Don't capture that.
Send that one out.
Don't send it out, Joe. Don't send
I'm sure Republic Boot Company don't want you speaking for them right now. But
nah, I'm going to. And you know what? Sometimes, like, how good does that look? The girls with the skirts and the boots. That's a good look right there.
What?
I ran into who was that who was wearing boots? It might have been Kimmy Jacks. No, it was somebody else. And she had these fitted boots that looked really cool. And I thought about Republic Boot Company because, see, that's the thing. Nothing looks worse than loose boots, like loose at the top. What they can do for you is they can get your boots. They've got ready-to-wear rodeo-ready boots at Republic Boot Company. 1836 is their line. It's the only place you're going to find it is at Republic Boot Company in the Heights. But it's really great because they can alter the top of the boot. They can alter the midpoint. They can alter the bottom where your feet are if you need to have a little bit more stretched out and you've got a wider foot. They can do all that. That's really cool. I had no idea that they could do that. Now, if you really want to go in, you can get customized boots that look exactly the way you want them to, out of whatever type of skin you want. They've got sturgeon, rhino, snake, shark, like anything that you can imagine. It's truly incredible. But hats that can be shaped to your head. They've got custom-made coats and suits that they can make for you right there in stock. They've got ready-to-wear, rodeo-ready shirts right off the rack that look great. Belts, belt buckles, bags, an entire assortment of every goodie you can possibly imagine, not to mention the Texas history that's in there, and even a bar that while you're in there shopping, they'll just pour you a bourbon, pour you a tequila. They got my people at Maestro Dobel in there. It's a great time. Music on Fridays, and it's a great place to just have your own parties over there as well. It's Republic Boot Company. You need to check it out. It's in the Heights, and I promise you, to get ready for the rodeo, if you haven't been yet, you need to go. It's republicbootcompany.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Texas and Texas A&M going at it today in baseball. Yesterday, I was watching the Cougs. How'd they end up? They were down 3-2 in the seventh inning. Cougs playing at Minute Maid Park in that deal. They were playing Texas State. And the Cougs bullpen is a little bit problematic, I think. It's going to be a little bit problematic for them, I think, this season. The Cougs hold on to number one ranking. again.
As they should.
Houston, number 1. UConn moves into number 2. Purdue, 3. Then it's Tennessee, Arizona. Iowa State, North Carolina, Marquette, and then Duke and Creighton. So there you have it. Baylor, number 11 this week. So you got 3 Big 12 teams. And then next year, Arizona's going to be a Big 12 team. The Big 12 is good basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Really good basketball.
It is.
Really good basketball. 2 games left. The Cougs go to Central Florida tomorrow. JoJo Tugler is going to wait to have his surgery so that Kelvin Sampson and Kellen Sampson can be there for him. He said we don't want him to have it. And there's a big story in the Chronicle this morning about how proud Kelvin Sampson is. He said, I could have started JoJo, but I brought him in off the bench, and what a lift he gave us. Feel so bad for how hard the kid worked. JoJo Tugler, that's a big loss. JoJo was such a big part of what they did this year. He made so many plays, so many big rebounds, defensive plays.
I mean, Houston lives on rebounding. You try to limit possessions and gain offensive possessions, and losing a rebounder like that's huge.
Yeah,
because you're not going to be a great shooting team, so you got to be great on the boards, and that's a big loss.
They got another 6'10" freshman, Lath, who I don't know if it's Lath or Lath, but he played 10 minutes the other day. He ain't going to be able to pick up what JoJo did, but. You got to do what you do. You got to do what you do. Basically, their rotation now is 7 deep as opposed to the 8. He always tightens it up, but JoJo was going to be a big part of the postseason, and now he's got to get surgery. Chris, got a draft question for Lance. What do you say, Chris?
Hey, guys. Love the show. I was sitting here at the office scrolling through Yahoo, and I didn't realize Zerline's getting as big as he is. They had a Chargers wire. Chargers strike gold in the latest Zerline mock draft, so
That's right.
you're making it big now. I thought you were just keeping it Houston, but you're getting global.
No,
on me
let me
here.
tell you something. This city can't contain me. I'm on Denver. I'm on
Right.
Broncos wire, Broncos country.
It's crazy.
Chargers wire.
It's crazy.
Broad Street, Philadelphia, or whatever.
How are you?
Question: Is there any talks that Caleb Williams and his dad have a little Kyler Murray and his dad? So I feel like a while back Kyler had that A&M, dad was always at practices and involved, and I feel like we're getting that way with Caleb. But to your point, I really like what you said a couple minutes ago. None of this changes until somebody says, "Cool, we're just going to pass on you," but everybody's afraid because it's their job. So I just wanted to see if that talks around the league, if that's got the Kyler Murray film.
There's been some talk, but they don't say Kyler was known as kind of a little bit of a brat. I don't hear that about Caleb Williams.
What does he think about Call of Duty?
More the dad.
Have they asked him about what he thinks about Call of Duty?
No, not that I know of, but they maybe should have. My comp on him is Kyler Murray. People wanted me to put Pat Mahomes. I ain't putting Pat Mahomes on Caleb Williams. I don't think that's who he is. Matter of fact, I talked to Greg. We'll get Greg Cosell on, hopefully, and not have to pay him. Just have him come on.
Hey, why are you pulling the curtain back?
Well, because he did a whole year thing for us.
Oh.
But he was a paid guest. I sat on the field and talked to him about it. We both thought the same thing. Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix had the best tape of anybody this year. Greg's got a great feel for a lot of these guys. His problem with now he said he thinks Bo Nix needs to be in a very system oriented. He thinks he can be a good starting pro, but he has to be in a very system oriented thing. He talked about Caleb Williams. He said, "I'm sorry, but where is this generational stuff coming from?" And it's the same thing with everyone you talk to. You watch it on tape and you think, I don't even know where this comes from on Caleb Williams. His tape isn't all that good this year. Like, you have to project, but what I did was I projected traits. Honestly, I don't know if my grade may be too high on him. But I lowered it just a little bit. He's still in a 6-7 range. But he's not good enough to be calling shots. Like, a guy who was much better with much better traits was Trevor Lawrence, and look what's happened with him. He's just been okay. You can't ever give in to ridiculous stuff from rookie quarterbacks. None of these guys are locks.
Do you agree?
None of them.
Do you agree with RG3 that – I know that's a tough question. No. That Drake May is raw, unpolished, and he should sit a year?
100%. Okay.
Yes, you do agree.
This is my first thing I've agreed with RG. Yes. Drake May should sit a year. He needs to take mental reps. He's not ready. Should sit.
My agenda continues to win.
Should sit. Yeah, he should sit. So wherever you go, Drake. Now, maybe not for the whole year. Vince Young sat for half a year, then came in. I think he probably needs to sit at least half a year and then learn. I know not Russell, but obviously Mahomes sat, Aaron Rodgers sat. Some really good quarterbacks have sat. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, I think Drake May is not ready for NFL. He wasn't ready for the ACC. Like, he should have gone back. But you can't go back if you're going to be a top 3, top 5 pick. So, although you could because a good season would have made him the number 1 quarterback next year.
Yeah, you look at the next year's draft.
He'd have been the number 1 quarterback in next year's draft if he had a good year.
Speaking of quarterbacks, Colin Cowherd is catching it a little bit. Did you see his list? Mahomes 1, Josh Allen 2, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Matthew Stafford, Justin Herbert 6, Trevor Lawrence 7, Jared Goff 8, Kyler Murray 9, Aaron Rodgers 10, C.J. Stroud 11, and Dak Prescott 12.
What's he catching it for? I have some things I disagree, but what's he catching it for?
Jalen Hurts.
Oh, he's not in there?
No.
I mean, based on last year, I wouldn't have put him in there.
Well, they were 10-1 at one point. It kind of went south on them.
Yeah. Based on the way he played last year, I don't know that I put him ahead of all those players.
Why would you put Herbert
up
there?
Why is Herbert 6th?
Herbert played better than Jalen did last year.
He did. Why is Trevor Lawrence 7th?
Now
he didn't play better than CJ.
Now that I don't know.
He didn't play better than CJ. Period.
So
neither did Herbert.
Neither did Herbert.
If you're using, so he's clearly not using any of the year before because Jalen Hurts was a legitimate MVP candidate the year before. But I feel like he's given Trevor Lawrence the bump of, he's given him the bump of who he thinks he's going to be still. I'm not doing that, man. Trevor Lawrence is not ahead of C.J. Stroud for me. If we're just going to use last year, and he's not doing that. He's trying to he's clearly trying to figure out who they are based on moving forward, and that's fine, but C.J.'s going higher than 11, even objectively speaking, and Trevor Lawrence cannot get in the top 8. I still think Justin Herbert, I still think our show is lower on him than everyone else is. Everyone else is much higher on him.
On Herbert?
Yeah. Dell has a vendetta against him because of the tank. He was a tank for Tua guy.
I was not a tank for Tua guy.
And the Sherbert for Herbert crew.
That's not a thing. That's a lie.
Well, the green, but the orange that y'all use, kind of a Sherbert
Stop
color.
it. That's
and
nonsense.
the light green kind of Sherbert color.
I was never a tank for Tua
Herbert.
guy. But the Herbert thing, the back-to-back of Herbert and Lawrence at 6 and 7 is crazy.
Yeah, to me it is.
That is.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm telling you, Herbert would not. A lot of people would have him there. Trevor
Is
Lawrence.
Matthew Stafford 5th?
Dude, Stafford can still play, but he's a L.A. guy. I wouldn't put him 5th.
I don't know. Well, who's 5th then?
Well, Stafford's still good.
I don't disagree with his top 4. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Jackson. Okay, I think that's really, really good. But followed by, well, I guess Stafford. I mean, did we regress that far that Stafford's 5th?
Regress?
Yeah.
Oh, the other quarterbacks?
Yeah. I mean, there's a big difference between Lamar Jackson and I guess there. I don't know. Maybe I'm underestimating.
If you needed to win a game, needed to win a game, and these guys are all quarterbacking the Texans, because you know the Texans. Who would you rather have quarterback the Texans? You got to win one game. You got Matt Stafford healthy and Herbert healthy. Who would you rather have?
Matt Stafford. I seen Matt Stafford perform when it mattered.
Yeah.
Who would you rather have?
I'd rather have Matt Stafford.
Okay. How about, would you rather have him or Trevor?
Stafford.
Stafford or Jalen?
Jalen made a
That's
Super
a tough
Bowl.
one for me.
Yeah. I mean, and Jalen's not even on this list. Quite frankly, I'd put Aaron Rodgers 5th.
Stafford or yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
would too.
it's disrespectful.
He's
I mean, he's hurt. But
Stafford or Dak?
But the last time we saw Aaron
Stafford.
So you go Stafford over Dak too. See, I mean, I think Stafford. You'd say CJ over Stafford probably.
I'd probably say I'd take CJ over Stafford.
Are we still with the Aaron Rodgers thing? Last time we saw him in an important game, he was getting beat by Detroit on his home field to miss the playoffs, and now he's older and coming off an Achilles. He's still a top 5 quarterback.
I still feel like I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but because the arm is still great. But let's see.
In what world is Kyler Murray ahead of Aaron Rodgers?
No,
In what world has Kyler Murray
should
ahead
be on that
of
list.
16 other guys? What has Kyler Murray done?
Kyler Murray should not even be on that list. Kyler Murray ahead of Jalen is wild to me.
Ahead of Jalen, ahead of CJ, ahead of Dak.
Wait, where does he have Kyler?
Kyler's 9th.
No, he can be 19.
I mean, and you know what? I think we're being a little disrespectful to Jared Goff, too, if you want to know the truth.
Probably.
Jared Goff has turned into a good quarterback.
I put Jared Goff in front of that 6-7 right now.
Absolutely.
I might
He's
also.
better than Trevor Lawrence. He's better than Justin Herbert. He's better.
I know
period.
the potential of Herbert gets people excited, but let him do it. It's been 2 years of average football for him. You got to go back to 2021 where people should have been excited about him.
See, this is what scares me. If you put Trevor Lawrence on the Lions, I don't think he's better than what Goff has done. Trevor Lawrence he's not a consistent passer. He's not a consistently accurate passer. He doesn't lead drives. I don't think if you put him on the Lions, he'd be better, but I don't know that he'd be a lot better. Is it Amon-Ra St. Brown? I guess he's pretty impactful.
He's going to get $26 million. About to get it.
Yeah.
They're working on an extension with him. And
As well they should.
Yep. All right, 931 ESPN 97.5 at 92.5. I'm talking right now. Listen, so I got buddies in town. We're going to play golf this week. And I get up this morning, and one of my buddies is already up, and he's got my free rain cup. I got a mug that's it's so totally sweet. It's like a cowboy mug, a free rain cowboy mug. It's the best mug I think I've ever had for coffee. And he's sitting there he said, man, this Texas pecan is really good. I'm like, well, first of all, why are you up already? And secondly, you are epitomizing exactly what I'm going to talk about on this show. The full flavor. I remember waking up when my mom and dad would make, the coffee was brewing and it took up the smell of the whole house. And you're like, man, I didn't drink coffee then. And that coffee smells great. And I'm hoping that's what it smells like. We got a Keurig, though. I would love to have a coffee pot where you brewed it and it would be so. And you can get that on the website at Free Reign. You can get it at 975coffee.com. But I'm telling you, their best sellers are American Dirt, Homestead, and Mestano. I love the Texas pecan. We got to turn Texas pecan into their number one seller. I just love this coffee. It is fantastic. It's got a full, but it has that flavor. It tastes like pecan. I'm telling you, if you're looking for a different kind of coffee, so full body, and it's like you're a cowboy again drinking coffee. 975coffee.com. Put in ESPN 20 on the code, and you get 20% off site wide. 975coffee.com. ESPN 20 is your code.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 9:36 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Well, Gilbert is here. The last two times we went to him, he was sleeping. But apparently he sounded more awake this time. Right, Brett? Brett's at? Southern Illinois says he's ready. Let's see. Gilbert?
Yeah, how you doing, gentlemen?
What's going on, Gilbert? You fell asleep on us a couple of times. You know that, right?
Right.
Well, don't fall asleep anymore, right?
You wait for springtime?
You what?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. What's going on?
Not much anyway. How y'all doing anyway?
We're doing good. You wanted to call in. You got something really important to tell us. What is it?
Are you going to spring training or what?
No, I'm not going to spring training. Yeah, you wanted me to bring you back a hat?
Yeah, bring you back a hat.
Yeah, but I'm
back a hat.
No, I'm not going. I'm not going there.
Can't you just go to the team store in town?
Dale, why do you do this?
Yeah, yeah.
Why do you start this?
Well, Lance.
Lance is going. Lance.
No, I'm not going to spring
Yeah,
baseball. I've never been to spring baseball. I got the draft, and unfortunately, I'm not going to the actual draft. I'll just be in L.A. at just a.
Well, they got hats there.
No, they don't have draft hats in L.A.
Yeah, they do.
They'll have them at the actual draft.
Well, they have Rams hats.
In Detroit.
They have Rams hats there.
I don't think he wants a Rams
Gilbert's
hat.
not a Rams fan.
Gilbert, you like the Rams, don't you?
No, anyway.
Yeah.
What about NFL Network hats? You like those?
Gilbert, name one player on the Rams right now.
Yeah, I like the NFL Network cap anyway.
He would rather have an NFL Network hat
They didn't
anyway.
give us anything anymore.
Well, they got them there at the
Well, the
NFL store.
on TV.
I don't know what he said.
Gilbert, your phone is messed up. What's wrong with your phone?
Not much anyway. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's all right. Yeah, actually,
It's better now. Yeah. What did you ask us? What?
Is that how you respond if your phone's okay? Nothing much. It's what? Nothing much.
Nothing much.
Like the
How's your phone doing?
Like the phone's a person.
How's your phone doing? It's okay. Nothing much.
Not much going
What's
on.
it been doing lately? Nothing much.
So you want an NFL Network hat, and you want Lance to get it for you.
I don't have it. I already told you. Eventually, you'll get something.
What
about a mug?
Well, I already got you. I already got you a cup from NFL Network. Remember?
Yeah, you already got
Remember
one.
that tumbler I got for you?
NFL mug?
You already got one.
No, they don't give us stuff from the NFL
Can't
store.
you just take it off Michael Robinson's desk?
No, Michael. A, I don't touch M-Rob stuff, and B, I don't think he has a desk.
I don't think
he just
so
has a thing where I could take a tie or some shoes
from Steve Smith
out of his lot. I'm not touching anything of Steve Smith's.
I think you should.
Ever.
I mean, wouldn't
Ever.
Gilbert? Yes, Gilbert. Wouldn't you
Ever.
want something from Steve Smith? That'd be great.
All right, Dan. Well, talk to you later.
All right, buddy.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Can't you
That's
bring?
you hear what he said? He goes, all right, then.
Yeah, he's not getting anything.
You
so
know
he's
who
out.
says, all right, then? I didn't. I figure I'd try to see if I might be able to get one of them NFL mugs from you.
Can you take one of Steve Smith's hats and bring it to Gilbert? You know, the ones that he flips up his brim?
Cap up?
Yeah. Can you get one of those for Gilbert?
Man, I'd love to. I don't want to get caught. I don't want to get caught. I told Steve Smith, I said, look, I'm not afraid of a lot of people in this world, but you're one of the people that I'm definitely afraid of. He goes, that makes me feel bad, man. Now I'm going to be self-conscious. I said, no, you're not.
No,
He goes, well, I still, I don't want you to be afraid of me. I said, I'm not afraid of you, but I respect you like you don't handle snakes. You don't try to put your hand inside of a pit bull's you see those people who try to touch lions and tigers or baboons or whatever, and then they get pulled. They either get their hands bitten or they get pulled against, the baboon will grab them and pull them against the cage. We've all seen that video that went viral. See, that couldn't be me. I have too much respect for that, and I don't mess with Steve Smith.
Don't mess with
Here's
Steve
what I don't mess with. I don't mess with Steve Smith. I don't give Gilbert my phone number, and I don't mess around with lions or apes at a zoo. There's 3 people I don't mess with. Animals at a zoo, Steve Smith.
Those aren't people, by the way.
Gilbert having phone number. That doesn't happen because you're asking for it. If you ask for it, you'll get it. That's FAFO, and I'm not in that business.
So you do things to protect yourself, yet you won't avoid getting into discussions with random people on X for no other reason than you're bored?
Well, I can end that anytime I want.
But how long do those normally go?
Mute. Longer than they should sometimes.
Yeah.
It depends on how frisky I am. Like yesterday is a good time for me to. I'm always in a good mood after a mock because I get to make fun of people and kind of clap back in ways that they want me to get mad, but I'm not.
You need some self-care lessons.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Like, why go there and have a back and forth with someone you know is being intellectually dishonest or an a-hole for no reason?
Sometimes they thought they were going to come in and have the interaction go a certain way, and I switch it up, and they like, hey, this isn't. I thought I was going to just be able to call this guy trash, or I thought I was going to try to hurt his feelings, and then I basically flipped the script on them. And so I flipped the script. Then they're upset because they can't get – and then I'm in their head, Del.
Unfortunately for those people, they can't change your Twitter profile name like I change your contact name. So I don't have to call you trash all the time. You're just always trash on my phone.
Yeah, they can't do anything.
Yeah, they just have to eat it, I guess. But you, at a position where you're the one creating the content, you should just sit back and go on.
That's what Daniel Jeremiah says, but Daniel Jeremiah is a good person. I'm
not a good person.
I've got some edge to me. Daniel's dad is a world-famous pastor. My dad was in Vietnam and an offensive line coach. I come from a salt mine. I've got a little more edge. Look, Daniel Jeremiah works next to
Nothing says edge like offensive line coach in the NFL.
Well,
yeah,
some of them, certainly.
Yeah, offensive line coaches. Oh my God, they're some of the saltiest people on the planet. And Vietnam vet. You didn't live with Larry.
Yeah, well, you were in Kansas, okay?
No, I wasn't. I was here.
No, you were with your grandma in Kansas cutting chickens' heads off, okay?
Is that not edge?
No.
My grandma would literally rip. She would pick it up by the bottom claws, my grandma's Zerline, take the heavy metal bar, put it over its neck, and then twist and then lift it straight up and rip their necks off.
She's a German grandma.
And then she'd throw it down and let it flop around, and then she'd take it, pluck all the feathers off, and that's what we ate.
And you and Mike couldn't even catch it then when it was flopping around.
No, we took off running. So we played a game of chicken. Who could stand still the longest? And it took 1 second. I won.
I thought you came from a long line of entertainers.
Sugarland, oh Sugarland, hot in the summer, and I can't get ahead. So tired of this bullshit. I ain't never felt a dew point so damn high. Where I hope I hit the home run up in the sky, Sugarland. Mosquito Sugarland. That was hot and humid. And my baby's gone back to Conroe. This feels like the long form version of it.
It's only 22 seconds. It just feels like that.
Seemed
like it was a lot longer.
That felt like it was forever.
Oh, it's a slower song.
What did we miss today, Del? Oh, we missed Jason Kelsey's retirement.
Did he not have a shirt? Where did he come from? Because, it was obviously planned. His brother was there. His mom was there. Did he just come back from lifting weights? Where did he come from? He had like a sleeveless Eagles shirt on.
Well, he's Pat McAfee.
This is his new. No.
He's going to be Pat
Where
McAfee.
did he come from?
Shirt off at the AFC Championship game. This is 100% his brand now. This is going to be his brand.
Yeah, it was prepared on the phone.
Drinking with Bills fans. This is his new brand.
The only thing out of place was his shirt because he had notes on the phone where he could read from. His mom and dad were there. I mean, his mom and his brother were there. And his wife was there. So this was not a surprise. He just walked in, sleeveless Eagles shirt, and let's retire.
This is the McAfee mode. He's in McAfee mode. You think he'll just go quietly into that good night?
No, he's got the podcast.
Yeah. And it's going to go beyond that. Soon it'll be, I guarantee you, Peyton Manning will sign them his Omaha Productions, and before you know it, the Kelseys are going to be on Omaha. Peyton Manning's going to have the most powerful
He'll
platform.
Be the most, yes.
He'll be the most powerful because he'll do video platform and podcast platform, and Omaha Productions is going to take over everything.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's going to be Peyton's
Brady.
He's going to make some money in this life.
Finally. Peyton, he wouldn't do any commercials.
Man. No.
The Manning brothers wouldn't do commercials. Maybe finally they'll come out of their shell.
You see, and Arch is catching it because Arch didn't get on the college football game. He said he wouldn't sign on.
Well, no one really believes his reasoning. It doesn't make a lot of sense. According to Anwar Richardson, he's covered Texas for a very long time. People close to him said Art is not opting into the game to have his name, image, and likeness because he wants to focus on real football. As if opting in would mean people are like, what, you're opting in? That means you have to play the game all the time? What do you mean you're focusing on real football? People think Arch, even though he doesn't start, wanted a deal. EA didn't come with that deal. So he's not. He's not.
Know.
Well, why not? Arch Manning's a big name. You think I wouldn't be surprised. But
he doesn't even start.
That's the point EA would make. You don't even start on your team. Why are we giving you a side deal?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the case. I probably just said, you know what? I don't want that.
That doesn't make any sense. He could opt in, get the money, end the game, and not do anything with it. How does it hurt?
It doesn't hurt. This idea that they're not making enough. Okay, you just won't be on a video game. I've seen people crying about how much the guys get.
Mike Florio.
It's a true name, image, likeness deal. That's all it is. And because everyone's getting paid and you're not the only one getting paid, everyone wants a revenue share on everything. They think everything needs to be a perfect pie revenue share. You're not special. They'll just move on to the next guy. So, and guess what? When you're out in 3 years, nothing you did is going to make that game special.
Some guys are getting
Madden
deals.
was big way before anybody came into Madden.
Shedeur Sanders, a lot of other guys got deals, but they're starters.
Yeah,
Arch isn't a starter.
Oh, so they got deals to be in the Madden game?
To be partners, like they'll promote it on their Instagram, stuff
so
like
it's
that.
More than just that.
Yeah, but everyone's getting the basic 600. Like the backup guard at Idaho getting that money.
Yeah, they are. It's a true share.
Yeah,
which it should be because the other guys make a ton already on NIL. This doesn't have to be either you want to be in a video game or not. I don't understand. Arch's people behind him, I guess his family, they're really tight on anything NIL related. They've always been like this.
Yeah, and that's fine if you don't want to be in the game. More power to you.
They want to shield his whole brand, but that doesn't make sense not to be in a video game.
Yeah.
But the reasoning, he wants to focus on real football?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with that. That's something else. He wants to own his brand in its entirety, is my guess. And maybe he's waiting to get to Omaha Productions, and maybe that'll be an offshoot of sports representation will come from Omaha Productions. I wouldn't doubt it.
Well,
Arch gets his own podcast. Arch gets his own video show, whatever.
Could well be.
Like I wouldn't doubt that they're not maybe hanging on to full representation through Peyton Manning's media company.
Quite possible.
I need a piece of that. Like,
you play quarterback?
I was thinking about this today. Who invented shaving cream? Like, how do you invent shaving cream, John? Shaving cream is important. It makes it easier to shave your face.
Mm-hmm.
Who came up with the concoction? Like, what scientist? I looked at the ingredients and I saw this stuff like, there's no way I could have invented shaving cream.
Really?
I don't know enough.
You don't think you could have invented?
I tell you guys all the time that I'm honest about stuff. I couldn't have invented shaving cream. I don't know what all. I mean, look at the ingredients for it. Who figured out? And shaving cream's been around forever. Have there been scientists that good? Remember, John?
Yes.
You see the videos of old timey. They're getting their, they got the straight razor and they're cutting their necks. They're doing the shave and they got the hot towels and in the western towns or whatever.
My dad.
Who invented shaving cream? How long ago? There weren't scientists who figured out what to put in shaving cream.
My dad used to have a cup and a brush and put soap in there and then water, and he stirred it up, and that was his shaving cream.
Who invented soap?
You should ponder that during the break.
Let's do that right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You guys have to start thinking about this because if you can figure it out, you can make so much money.
Well, if you want to make money, you go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. That's a better way to make money, not inventing soap. It's already been invented. Okay, so let's not think about that. Let's think about inventing
an
a way.
18 parlay?
Yeah. How about we invent a way to make money on a parlay, on a 2 or 3 team parlay? Now we're talking about money. We're talking about real money as opposed to inventing stuff. And you know stuff. And the way to bet, win, and get paid is mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Now, when you go there initially, you put in the promo code BET975, and you get a bonus for signing up. When you add more money to your account, okay, you put in BET975, and you get more money and a bonus, okay? You got to put in the promo code BET975. You want to play, win, and get paid, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. They have a live where you see live dealers dealing you cards, blackjack or roulette or poker. You got it right there. Live dealers doing it. Of course, you don't deal cards and roulette, but you see the guy spinning the ball or the lady spinning the ball. That, my friends, is better. Do that. That's a better casino than the other ones you'll find online. And then, of course, all the games you can bet on as well. MyBookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code BET975. All right, welcome back here, 953 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Do you want, I think I've seen it already, do you want to sleep in pancake paradise? Eggos has a new pancake house. It's debuting in Tennessee. It's a hotel/pancake house. An Eggo. It's shaped like an Eggo.
Pass.
You don't want to sleep in an Eggo?
Pass. I do respect
a waffle.
Waffles more than pancakes. Yeah.
You do?
Yep.
I see. I don't know.
I'm a big waffle guy.
You are?
Individual syrup.
I'm not.
Individual
see, here's the difference
syrup
between me
pockets?
and you.
Are
I don't like
kidding me?
anything with syrup on it. Nothing.
Yeah, I like that.
You like?
You can
syrup?
do a lot more with waffles and pancakes are basic. They're the pumpkin
Does
spice
Lance
latte.
like syrup or not? He likes to pour it all over his feet.
I don't.
Yeah, you
I
did
don't.
that.
I hate syrup.
Have you seen?
No, you just said individual pockets for syrup.
Yeah, well, for the only time I used them
On
before.
waffles.
And also cornbread.
You put syrup on cornbread?
Butter syrup and cornbread? Oh, yeah. I'm from the South, though. We eat
My
cornbread.
mom's from the South,
We
too.
put
She's never done
seasoning
that.
on our food.
Cornbread's good.
We put seasoning on our
Why
food.
are you talking to me like that? You're from Kansas.
You know, you're sitting there with
you
your
know.
boiled-ass chicken.
Oh, you're trying to flip it on me.
Yep,
Stop
see?
it.
You
Notice
see the flip?
spicy chicken lover. You can try to flip
See, we
boiled
put it
chicken
back
on
in
me.
your court, little top hand volley.
It doesn't matter what you say. We all know the real deal.
We eat seasoning in my community.
You boil your ribs.
A U.S. man has extended the record for most Big Macs eaten in a lifetime. How many do you think it is?
I bet he's up over 200,000. How many?
34,000 Big Macs in a
Okay.
life. 34.
Yeah, 200,000 would have been a ton.
You think?
Yeah. Whew. That's. I mean, if you eat.
Wait, how many Big Macs
if
have
you
you
eat-
eaten in your life?
No, not. No, I don't. I didn't really like quarter pounder with cheese.
You
I've
like-
probably had Big Macs total in my life, probably like 25, maybe.
Maybe
less.
Maybe.
Yeah, I haven't. had that.
34.
Actually, Big Macs. I probably had 12 of them.
I've never had a Big
or
Mac.
10.
You've never had a Big Mac?
No.
And I only got that because
You gotta try one. They're good.
If our basketball game, like we'd
They are
stop
good.
to get food,
If
and
I
they
go
would give us.
if I go there right now, I've been to McDonald's once over the last 3 years, and I got a Big Mac.
I haven't been for probably 5 years, 6 years.
And 34,000.
Yeah, because I was thinking, if you had 10 every day, that's still only 3,600, like 3,600 a year.
Yeah.
That's a ton.
No, that's a bunch. 34,000 Big Macs. And finally, because we got to go because you were talking about other stuff, you guys see Alyssa Liu. She's returning to figure skating. She's unretiring.
I didn't know she had retired.
Yeah. Well, she was the youngest U.S. skating figure champion.
Where's the rub? What do we have?
Is that all?
She's coming out of retirement at the age of
37.
24.
18.
When did she retire? 17?
She retired at 16.
Well, how long? I guess
she just probably got grounded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She probably got
Her
grounded.
grades were
and they
bad.
said she's retired. No, she was just grounded for a year.
She
because
was
they
13 when she won her
Well,
first
a
title.
4-year career.
Retired at 16.
Oh, 3-year career.
Now she's coming out of retirement.
The burnout's real.
The burnout is real. No.
I mean, she's probably been skating since she was 3.
Or less.
Or less.
Or less. Yeah. All right, we're done. What is it? Mopey and Mapes or
Mopes.
Nice, or
Mopes and Mapes.
the
If we're going to call it
the
that.
Snark Tank?
Nah, the official name is the Olaleye Show, but you can come up with nicknames.
Yeah,
Mopes-
whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome to the show. And it's not breaking news, and I'll get to some actual Astros news later, which isn't breaking if you kind of have paid attention to the last week and a half to 2 weeks. But there is some news regarding Lance Zierlein. He's a slob. You probably can't see it on ESPN Houston right now if you go to our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. But there are coffee stains on the table. There's a drop of coffee right next to the mic, right next to the on and off button of one of the mics. You can see the circular rings from where he had his coffee, and just the lack of care for the next person in the room. And normally that would, well, for the really the most recent past, it's been Paul. I've been the person having to deal with his messes lately. It's just deplorable. He doesn't care. Look at this. You can't see it, Sean. You'd have to come in and see it. But there are rings. The rings are there. There's a coffee. There's a couple drops of coffee on the table. I don't know if Paul had to deal with that on a consistent basis, but is a guy who doesn't care about his fellow man.
I don't know about the coffee rings and the coffee drops and stuff, but there has been a tissue or two that's been left in that space, and I know Paul generally does not enjoy that. I think one time there's a situation where Lance left a tissue like in between, like the little on the side of the
ledge.
Yeah, on the little ledge on the side of the table, and it wasn't Joel was the next one that found it, and Lance texted Joel that it was Paul that left it.
Okay.
So you have a lot to deal with, especially after the morning.
Wow.
Show.
And it's not like he has anywhere to go. He's not rushing out of here. He's just going back to his office, and he can't, for whatever reason, clean up his mess. Just a disgusting human being. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just giving you some information. If you ever meet Lance out and about, just know he will probably maybe ruin your day because of how dirty and filthy he is. But I'm cleaning up as I speak. It's always a quick transition getting in from the control room into this room, and I spent half the time cleaning up Lance's mess, as evidenced by this dirty disinfectant, bleach Clorox thing, wipe. So now that that's out of the way, I'm getting off a gripe and in the middle of the beginning of the show. There is some news regarding Justin Verlander. If you've listened to this show and really any show, you've known that at some point this could have happened. Justin Verlander will miss the start of the year. He is going on the IL due to the slow start to spring training for him. You know that, or at least I'll tell you if you don't, he started spring training, the normal stuff. And then he felt a little twinge and said, all right, I'm going to put the baseball down and try to figure out what's going on. Luckily, it wasn't something that was going to need surgery or anything more than it appears than rest. And he got that rest and he got back to pitching, and there have been no setbacks. Joe Espada talked about that today, but enough of a delay at the start to mean he won't be available on opening day. He's going on the IL, and that means, in all likelihood, Fromber, as long as he can get through the rest of spring training healthy, will be your opening day starter. It just pushes everyone up a rung in the rotation until Verlander's back. And the news before that was we were going to see the Astros line up in its entirety today, as far as what we expect opening day to be like. All the way start with Altuve all the way down to Jake Myers, who's had a good spring. That was supposed to be the news until the Verlander news. And McTaggart is out there, and Chandler Rome is out there, and Chandler Rome kind of set a timeline. So if Verlander goes on the IL starting March 28th, he would not be available to pitch. At least at the earliest he'd be available to pitch is April 11th. That's if everything goes well and there's no major concerns. So, and then inauspicious start. It really started back at the start of spring training, but now we have confirmation that the bell cow, the stopper, the number one, the ace, whatever term you want to use to describe the best pitcher in your rotation, he won't be available. And when he is as old as he is, it's a concern. And then people have begun to bring up what it means as far as his contract is concerned. It's just something he referenced very early when he initially had to put the baseball down. He has to pitch
140 innings to reach to I believe it's the vested innings he has to get to reach that plateau. So it's still not out of the question. It's determined by how long he'll be out. So that's more about what the Verlander, his finances, and the Astros. That has little to do with our enjoyment of the team, but there are money concerns involved for him. The Astros probably would take the swap to have him as healthy as he could possibly be, and even if they do have to pay him, and the Mets are paying some of it too, so it isn't like the Astros have to foot the entire bill. But now that comes into play as far as the Astros are concerned. We'll see what it means. Like, he has a $35 million option for the 2025 season, and it's contingent on him throwing 140 innings this season. And as Chandler Rome says, the Mets are on the hook for $17.5 million of it. So should it kick in. So the Astros wouldn't have to pay for it all, but it now comes into question whether they'll have to pay for any of it. So that is the news from West Palm. Justin Verlander not available for the start of the season, and we'll see. Sean and I are of the opinion, hey, shut him down till June. Just let him pull the Roger Clemens.
Roger Clemens, this thing.
Yeah, who cares?
You mentioned he's 40, 41, so he's not much younger than Roger Clemens was when Roger Clemens was actually doing the Roger Clemens for the Astros. He's around the same age. I think Roger was in his early 40s then. So yeah, the only pressure to get him out there, I feel like, would be being felt by Justin Verlander, not just to be out there and be healthy to pitch, but also to get that vesting option, to hit that 140 innings. I think that's the only thing that's would push timelines forward, and that would make anyone either on the Astros or on Justin's side want to rush through things. Is that, and I mean, he missed the first few months of the season, or maybe the first month or so on the Mets last year.
And he got to 162?
Yeah, he got to 162. So I don't know how under threat it is. I guess it depends on how behind schedule he is, because it's not injury. He's just behind schedule on the build-up. So that's really all that matters. But like we were saying earlier, as long as he's healthy at the back half, the halfway point and back half of the season, I think we would be happy, and most Astros fans should be happy too.
Definitely. If he wasn't 40 plus years old, this would even be less of a concern. It's just that, and you mentioned it's not an injury, but how long will it take for him to be at his best when he comes back, and maybe that affects when he comes back. But we won't have Verlander ready to go, which means that Framber will start. Framber's not starting today. He will pitch, according to Brian McTaggart. Framber will pitch tomorrow, and they kind of have it all set up about who they want to pitch. Abreu will pitch tomorrow. Hader, Presley, they'll all pitch tomorrow, and Javier will start on Thursday, and Montero and Bielak will pitch tomorrow, Thursday, and Arrighetti will pitch on Friday. So that's kind of the Astros pitching setup going forward as they all try to get ready for not spring training, but the start of the season. If you're talking about the lineup, the one that you may see throughout the year, and Espada says this could possibly be the opening day lineup, but when I start reading off these names in the order, it certainly feels like it will be. They'll all play 3 innings as long as there are no injuries. They'll get 3 at-bats. It'll be Altuve, Alvarez, Bregman, Tucker, Abreu, Diaz, McCormick, Pena, and Myers, and then Blanco will be pitching. So that's the big news from Astros camp. We have Chas McCormick. He spoke about being a different player this year. I'll get into some of that a little bit later. We also have some stuff regarding the Texans, more names being out there. It is franchise tag day, one that's already been announced, not from the Texans. We'll see if they hit anyone with the tag, whether it be Schultz and Grenard. Brian Burns, another pass rusher who some people thought could get to the market, will not. The Carolina Panthers have franchise tag him now. Will they treat him like the Ravens have treated Lamar and say, hey, you want to look for a trade? Go ahead, but we'll match anything that is offered as far as a contract is concerned. I don't know that. We know the Chiefs have put the transitional franchise tag on L'Jarius Sneed. They're giving him the opportunity to go look for a trade. The Chiefs are open to that. We know they don't mind trading star players. That's a team who probably says, "Hey, we did it with Tyreek. We can do it with L'Jarius Sneed if he wants out too." So that's a couple of big things that have happened in the NFL. Brian Burns franchise, L'Jarius Sneed can look for a trade, and the Chiefs can see if they find the correct compensation, and Snead can see if anyone will pay him the money he wants. And I'm sure there are a couple of teams that would be interested in a cornerback like him. Finances always come into play in these situations, and the Chiefs have to make decisions. And once you make the Tyreek decision and still win, I think all the other decisions become easier, particularly when you've decided to pay Chris Jones. We got plenty of stuff to get to. We're going to talk about Arch Manning finally having, let's just say, his 100% approval rating changed, and not by Texas people. I don't think Texas people care, but the rest of the internet got after Arch Manning. We'll talk about that. We'll continue to talk Texans free agency, the Astros. A lot to get to here on the show. We're just getting started. Remember, ESPN Houston is where you can watch us on YouTube. Tweet at me at Delvey2. Tweet at Sean A. Mapes. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back in. We led off with some Astros news. Justin Verlander goes on the IL. He won't be ready to start camp. He won't be ready to start the season. So it's a setback, but it doesn't appear to be a major thing. It looks like the Astros are treating it as preventative. He'll be ready to go shortly after the season begins, and that's the hope. And then we'll move forward with Justin Verlander and the rest of the season for the Houston Astros. Lance Zierlein, who works here and seems to always be on the IL in some way, shape, or form, was healthy enough to put out his latest mock. And he has the Texans trading up to 19 and taking cornerback Quinyon Mitchell from Toledo. I ain't going to pretend like I watched Quinyon Mitchell play. That's not my bag. I don't watch a lot of Toledo football. I'm not a draft Nick. I wasn't really excited about the prospect of him being in the draft and what it might mean. And I feel like Lance is being a little lazy here. Do you know who he compared him to? You probably don't, because I don't know if you pulled up his mock.
I did look at his mock yesterday, but I forgot. Did he compare him to Stingley?
No, Steven Nelson.
Oh.
The guy he would likely replace. I feel like that's a little lazy. I am sure Lance did the work and they have similar attributes, but he picked a guy already on the roster or was on the roster. We'll see where Steven Nelson goes and goes, you're that guy.
Yeah, literally who he would be replacing.
Yes.
Is the
so
comp. Does he have dreads? Is
no.
it that lazy?
No. And he didn't call out his NIL representative for not getting him enough money like Steven Nelson would. It's a little lazy, I think. I'm sure they're very similar. But to pick the guy that would be his replacement feels like Lance was like struggling. I don't know about this one. Who can I choose? I got one. I got Steven Nelson right in my hip pocket. I don't know why I didn't think of it earlier. So if you're excited about Quinyon Mitchell potentially being a Texan, or Quinyon Mitchell, however the back half of his name is pronounced, I'm glad for you. I can't speak to what he will be. I ain't watching a lot of MAC football. It's just not my deal. But that is the Texans making a trade and selecting the MAC corner 4-3 guy, which you love. You love a guy who can run, and he has some size. He's not a small guy per se. 6 foot, 195 pounds, according to his latest measurable. So if you're into the draft and you're into what the Texans might choose, our very own Lance Zierlein has Quinyon Mitchell on the radar for the Texans.
Yeah, you started by saying if you're excited for Quinyon Mitchell to be on the Texans, and I'm like, Del, this is still just a mock draft.
I know.
But if you are, if there is someone that you're speaking to that is excited for Quinyon Mitchell to be on the Texans in Lance Zierlein's latest mock draft, I would just say, I don't know, find other things that bring you joy in life than who Lance Zierlein has the Texans taking in a mock draft 6 weeks before the draft.
What's the level of excitement? Is it a great dinner? Going out on a date? Where does finding out that Lance Zierlein has projected Quinyon Mitchell to the Texans rank on your excitement meter? It better not be very high.
No, I think it's walking into either Starbucks or Chipotle, your fast food restaurant of choice, and just saying, "Oh, no line." I think that's the level of excitement you need.
Not even asking for double chicken at Chipotle, and they just charge you for a single. It doesn't get to that level.
No, it's just like, "Oh, no line. That's cool."
Cool. Yeah. If that. The funny thing is, it wouldn't even be that because people would be pissed that he mocked Quinyon Mitchell, not someone they really wanted.
Yeah,
so I don't even know if it reached the level of there's not a line at my favorite restaurant.
That's true. Someone could be like, "What does this clown know?"
Yeah.
Doesn't he know that they're gonna get Brock Bowers or whoever they want? That's like gonna be picked 10 to 5 spots ahead.
I don't know if a Toledo corner
is moving the needle.
No, I don't know, but he's functional. He would fill a need if free agency plays out and the Texans don't sign a cornerback with all the money they have, and maybe it's directed at other places. But But a Toledo corner ain't. I don't think it's what people are looking for, but it may be what they need.
If he really wanted to just get the people going, and I've noticed this a lot this draft, is Texans fans and Cowboys fans salivating over Texas Longhorns or Texas A&M Aggies in the draft, and I just feel like that is engagement bait. Of
it has to be.
Hey, aren't you a fan? Aren't you a fan of this college team? Wouldn't be sick if they drafted one of the players from your favorite college team.
The biggest thing I remember is when people were mocking Johnny Manziel to the Cowboys.
Yes,
it was,
or the Texans that won.
Yeah, well, God forbid that would happen. But yeah, it was. He shouldn't fall past. The Cowboys should trade up, or the Texans should grab him. And we all know how poorly that would have went for either team. But yeah, it feels like in some cases. We get the local guy. Well, Jerry kind of operates this way. Honestly, he loves Arkansas guys and Big 12 guys, and he loves them on his roster. He's just a big fan in a very influential position. And he'll go that route. That's why people thought Manziel would be a Cowboy, because of how Jerry does things. And fortunately, people think Stephen Jones was like, hold on, we're not taking the 185-pound guy who has an affinity for Coke and putting him in Dallas. It's a bad mixture, and the Cowboys avoided that. I think they drafted was it Zach Martin that they drafted?
Yeah.
That certainly
it was one of their awesome offensive linemen they had for a while,
and that worked out for them. Speaking of that, they're going to lose one. Injuries have been a concern, but Tyron Smith won't be a Cowboy. There's an expectation that he'll be a Patriot. At least some people think the Patriots going to make a money move for him. Saquon Barkley won't get tagged. So if you were worried that Saquon would be off the market because the Giants were going to give him the tag, that's not the case. So the dreams of Saquon to the Texans remain alive. Once again, this is deadline day for the franchise tag. Brian Burns has been tagged. The Giants have made their decision on Saquon. He won't be tagged. I don't suspect, considering where Nick Caserio is from and what Saquon may want, that, and beyond the fact that he's likely not a fit if you listen to the people who know these things, that the way Nick Caserio will operate is giving a running back a lot of money. Doesn't feel like it when you got the type of production you got out of one Devin Singletary. Doesn't feel like giving Saquon big money would be the approach. And who knows what Saquon can garner in the open market. We know the Giants have been they haven't wanted to give him what he wanted, which was a long-term big money deal. It's been the 1 year. Last year was a 1 year deal, and they gave him a little bit more money. But it wasn't. They didn't want to commit, and that was his team. Now it was a new coach and Daboll, but there are injury concerns for Saquon. They will always be with him and at the running back position. So it doesn't. It seems like he's a big name that gets people excited, particularly here. But I don't really understand the allure. You saw the production you can get out of a guy you even just wanted to be your backup. So, oh boy, they've pulled Lance Zierlein dancing. The official account has tweeted it. I didn't know they'd get to it that quickly. I didn't send it to him, Lance. So if you want to hate on anyone, I think you'd be hating on one, I guess, Joe George, who found it. You didn't have anything to do with it, Sean, did you? No, you were in there. You were.
No, yeah.
Yeah, it had to be Joe or someone, but Lance dancing. You can see it now. If you don't, I'll retweet it. But you can. It's at the official ESPN 97.5 account. Lance doing a little Ice Spice dance, or at least what he considers an Ice Spice dance. He's not gonna appreciate this. Luckily, this table here and the laptop kind of obscure what he's doing with his bottom half, but you can tell he's doing stuff. So that's out there for people.
I'm just glad he didn't turn around and do the full pose.
Yeah. He kept his backside towards the wall. He didn't flip it to the camera as you would in a music video. So we all looked out there, but it's out there. Lance Zierlein recreating an Ice Spice video, which he has a bit of a thing with her, and not in a good way. He used ugly words earlier today on the show to describe what she says. And I had to dump him. He got out of pocket.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
wow. Was he quoting a song? Or?
No, he was talking about a body part as if she would say it. Oh, Paul says it was him.
Oh, okay.
Is that revenge, Paul, for him leaving his dirty tissues around when you're trying to do a show? When you come in after him, it's great revenge. But Paul grabbed it. Paul helps us with our socials, so in our video. So if you want to see Yeah, he said, tell him to clean the effing studio. That was Paul's response. So you got to get him back in a certain way. So if you want to see Lance twerking in some way, shape, or form, not sure why you would. I retweeted it. You can find it with me and John laughing his ass off. At Del V2 is where you can find it. Or you can just follow us on at ESPN 975 to watch our draft expert shaking his ass for whatever, or twerking his ass for whatever reason. It's not a great look for anyone, but it is something you can laugh at. Lance dancing. We got a couple other things I want to get to throughout the show. We'll talk more Texans, get to more Astros as their apparently opening day lineup is set. If you are out and about or you're at home, watch them. You can watch their top 9 go at it. They're playing the Marlins today, but the big news is Justin Verlander not out for the season, just out for a little bit, and they expect him back early in the season, just not on opening day. A slight setback, but not to worry. The Astros will be fine. We'll be fine too, and we'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We talked about reacting to a mock draft and a Toledo corner being the player your team selects. Not only selects, but trading up to get him. And it was met with, from us two, like, meh, whatever, sure. Well, okay, sure. The excitement level wouldn't be high. I know the Texans in the room, if they got that done and they made the trade, everyone's in the war room pumping their fists going, yeah, we got Quinyon Mitchell, and everyone else like, sure. What are you excited about? But their evaluation and all their hard work, if it led them to the Toledo corner, so be it. Sean, if I asked you, or if I told you, and this is based off a report, I'm not just pulling it out of thin air, and I'll explain it. If I told you Dalton Schultz won't be a Texan because of a deal from another team, and they're really excited to have him, how would you respond to not having Dalton Schultz?
I wouldn't be crestfallen. I would just be like, oh, okay, need to find a new tight end. That's about it. Need to find the new Dalton Schultz.
It's probably a proper reaction. And I bring it up because Jeremy Fowler of ESPN suggests that the Patriots are going to make a move for Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz didn't get a big deal last free agency period, and teams expect him to get around $10 million per year. New England is one of the teams interested in Dalton Schultz. So if that's the number, now we know where the Texans have to come in. Maybe they get into a bidding war for Dalton Schultz for a multi-year deal. I'm assuming he wants to get away from another one-year deal, or maybe they decide, nah, we're good. We'll roll with Brevin Jordan and draft someone to replace you, or maybe there's a tight end comparable in free agency that they look at. But so now you know one of the teams targeting one of your players. The New England Patriots are interested in Dalton Schultz. We know that team has a history, and it's not a distant history, but they've had good tight ends in the past. Mike Gesicki was not one of those tight ends last year. They'd like a better player, and Dalton Schultz appears to be on the list. And he was not the only. They're not the only team, but now you know. And Elliott Wolf is a guy who likes him. So we'll see if the Texans make a move to get that done before the start of free agency, because we know the report was that Dalton Schultz is someone they're prioritizing, and the thought was a deal was relatively close to happening. But we'll see if it's that time of the year where reports and rumors come out of nowhere, and you never really know what's real and what isn't. And speaking of that, like earlier this morning, I saw Tony Pauline is reporting that the Texans are interested in Hassan Reddick, and I can't find where Tony Pauline said it. Like every aggregating site or aggregating Twitter account has referenced Hassan Reddick having some interest, and the Texans having some interest, crediting it to Tony Pauline. But I don't know where he said it. I don't know where he wrote it. It's just via Tony Pauline. And I've looked to Tony Pauline's account and have not seen him say, yeah, I wrote that, or an article where he wrote it. Maybe he did an interview and he mentioned it in passing on for radio, but nowhere. So that's the type of stuff that happens where one site catches it, it becomes a thing, and now it's only according to Tony Pauline that there's rumors about Hassan Reddick and the Texans.
It must have been a radio thing.
It had to be, right? Because it's not written anywhere.
Yeah, or because even if he had a podcast, I feel like he would tweet out like, as I said on my podcast, da 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 da. But I assume because he does draft stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I assume a radio station had him on, talk about the combine, and then he dropped, hey, by the way, Tony, before we get you out of here, any scuttlebutt? What are you hearing from St. Elmo's in Indy? And then he's like, well,
it's probably
Hassan
where
Reddick,
it comes from.
Texans
Talking to a couple sources at the combine. Texans questioning whether they'll have Jonathan Grenard, and another guy who could be on their radar is one Hassan Reddick, who wasn't happy. And Hassan Reddick, they'd have to trade for him. He's not a free agent. He is a guy who the Eagles possibly could give a deal to, but there's also some thought. I listened to an Eagles podcast for whatever reason a couple weeks ago, and the thought was that Hassan Reddick is a guy who they could trade or they could keep, because everyone has to waffle back and forth, but trade or keep. Those are the two. And from some of that too, where the Eagles would keep him for a year, but they're not looking to extend an older player. And I'm not sure why if the Texans would too. I guess it speaks to if they think they're close and they're not going to sign Grenard. Hassan Reddick is an older player. He's been around a little bit now. He's still productive, and he's the size of kind of Grenard and I'm blanking on his name now. Why am I blanking on the guy's name? Will Anderson. He's the size of those guys, but he's older, and paying other people's free agents when they're 29 plus years old seems like a bad decision, particularly for a guy who's going to want a lot of money. If it's Reddick where you have to trade for him, I would rather pay Grenard. I'd rather go that route. He's your guy. He's several years younger, and he's already shown he can perform in the city. But just another guy on the radar, a veteran pass rusher who a couple teams are expressing interest in, and so it wouldn't even be as simple as you can get the deal done. He would just show up. He would come here. You'd have to beat out another team, and that becomes a bidding war over draft compensation. And then you have to think about how much you're giving Hassan Reddick at 29 years old. So if I had my preference, I say sign Grenard, but Grenard may not make it viable for the Texans if he's asking for a lot of money. So we'll see. That stuff will continue. Sean, you put a story on the rundown. And have you ever been in the middle of saying something and realized, okay, I'm a little too aggressive here? I've said, look, I'm not even as upset as my words are suggesting I am. Maybe I need to calm down.
Yeah, especially when you maybe drop some verbiage, some language that you're like, I meant it in my head. It was more lighthearted than the way it came out.
Yeah,
so yes,
and it gets on the internet and it makes it seem like you're very upset. Devin Brown's a quarterback for Ohio State. He backed up Kyle McCord last year. Kyle McCord is transferred out of Ohio State. Devin Brown is one of the guys who may not be head and shoulders in front of the competition for the job. So every time that happens, it always becomes a thing where people are asking players, "Are you going to leave? Do you think you want to compete here?" And speaking of that, we'll play some sound about competing a little bit later. One reporter came in hot on Caleb Williams over the weekend or at the Combine, and it was pretty interesting how Caleb Williams handled it. But Devin Brown, the quarterback out of Ohio State, says, "I think people are cowards. These people live in their mom's basement saying something about me, and they don't know bleep." Whoa. Relax. They're just asking if you're going to transfer.
Yeah, they brought in Will Howard through transfer. You imagine he's
the starter coming from Kansas State.
They signed I think they signed
Air Noland,
a
highly thought of prospect.
And then they also have Julian Sayand, who transferred from
Georgia,
Alabama.
Okay, another
like 5-star kind of freshman type.
Yeah,
and so it's like, dude, it's not crazy to think that someone's gonna have to transfer out of here.
It's just an assumption, buddy. That's all. Yeah, you're right.
I didn't know I was a coward.
Yeah, Sayand came from Alabama. We're just asking questions, Devin Brown. I mean, it just seems like you're the low man on the totem pole right now. You've been there. You couldn't win the job. Kyle McCord transferred because he knew what was coming, and you were behind him.
Yeah.
It's just we're just putting things together, trying to figure out what's next for you. You're cowards.
I didn't know I didn't know bleep.
Yeah, maybe because I grew up in California and now I live in Texas, that the basement thing doesn't really hit as strong as it does for others because I don't know basements. I never was in a place where a basement meant anything.
Yeah.
But it feels like a very old reference for a guy in college.
Yeah, it's like a reflex almost to go like, mom's basement. But yeah, for us, I don't know a single person who lives in a basement. I know plenty of people that still live with their mom. I don't know anyone who lives in a basement.
Yeah, that one is always something I didn't recognize. I only got the reference because I would watch television and movies, and then the quote unquote loser would be in the basement. But you still live in your mom's basement. Hey, mom gave me a room to myself away from everyone. What's so bad about that? I mean, I can put a mini fridge in here. I can have my own space.
Yeah.
I can bring people in and mom won't even know. Yeah. Why is that so bad?
The quote continues, I think people are cowards. I think they have this thought in their own head that I'm going to leave and I'm a quitter, but that's never been me. Dude, we don't think you're a quitter.
We just think you're trying to look for an opportunity to play.
We thought you'd want to play college football somewhere.
And they're closing up on you at Ohio State. They obviously don't think you're good enough. If they keep bringing in guys they want to play over you, it's just a reasonable expectation. I can't wait for him to transfer and this quote to come back.
Oh, my God.
There is no way he's staying at Ohio State.
Respect my decision. It's him in a Northern Illinois jersey.
Because spring football's coming up. Some schools have already started. If he's not at least second string, which he probably won't be, well, maybe. Maybe Aaron Noland's young and Julian Sayand is young, so maybe he is second string. But he's Will Howard's going to be the starter, so he probably should transfer. And I don't think it's out of the realm for people to be like, "Hey, man, what's next for you?" Maybe you wait till the spring. Maybe you wait till the spring to ask that question when he's dirting balls in the spring game. And
People don't know bleep about him. All right.
All right, buddy. Just watch. Just wait.
Coward.
This quote's gonna come back. I don't care if Devin Brown transfers or not, but they're definitely gonna be people going, remember?
Yeah.
Remember?
Unless Will Howard, I don't know,
Stinks.
or just like gets hurt in week 2.
That could happen. Yeah, but I don't think it'll. You think it gets to the regular season? I feel like if he watches behind him and watches the young guys getting reps and he feels them on his neck, he's out of there.
So one thing, and this is to go now, we're just doing the Ohio State show, but
Sure.
You have to remember that their new offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly, could use someone more like Devin Brown, more of a running big body type runner, as opposed to the guys that they have, because I think Aaron Nolan's pretty small. I mean, he was in high school last year, so chances are he's pretty small.
I think he's thin. I think he's tall, but I don't. Yeah, obviously, like you said, he's not developed yet.
Yeah, so I think maybe that's the chance that he can hold down the second string for a while, and then you're one heartbeat away, and then maybe he rips it up, because you know what? I don't know bleep about him, and I'm a coward, so I don't. Maybe he's awesome at football.
Yeah, Aaron Nolan 6'2", 195, so not a small guy. So he's, if they did want to use him as a running quarterback, I'm not sure his ability. I know all I really know about him, I think, is he's left-handed,
and his name's Air,
and he's got a cool name. Devin Brown, relax. We're just asking questions. That's all. And when you wind up at Youngstown, you're gonna remember that quote and be like, I overreacted.
I said Northern Illinois. That was out of pocket.
What? They were
FCS.
He would start there. I don't know if he started at Northern Illinois. I don't know their depth chart right now, but I'm just trying to guarantee him a starting spot.
Okay. I mean, I assume Purdue will be open at some point.
He ain't starting at Purdue. Why you don't discredit
Kyle
Purdue that way?
McCord went to Syracuse.
We'll see if he keeps that job for the entire time.
And I guess he's worse than Kyle McCord. So.
Yeah, so why are you just giving him Purdue? Purdue's like, wait a minute.
No.
We had Aiden O'Connell. He's in the NFL. Why are you just giving us Devin Brown thinking we can't do better than him?
Minnesota. How about Minnesota? Minnesota can't do
He
better.
would probably start there. Although Tanner Morgan was pretty good a couple years ago, but he would probably start there.
a couple years ago.
Yeah, sure. They need a guy now. And I think I'm just going to predict Devin Brown will be on the move sooner than he thinks.
Yeah, or get ready to learn tight end, buddy.
Yeah, he seems like he's not a quitter though, Sean. So he's not gonna do the tight end.
You're not
thing.
quitting. You're doing what the team needs you, and that's stop throwing the football.
There it is. He's a team player, sacrifice for the team. That's the narrative you go with. You become like the third string H-back for Ohio State when depth issues show up because of injuries. I like how you're thinking. He didn't quit. He just changed positions for the team. Never mind that the two younger players are better than you. We're going to ignore that aspect of it.
The one older player is better than you. The two younger ones are also better than you.
But what you do is sacrifice for the team. That's PR for you, Sean. You should be his PR guy.
Yeah, that one's for free, Devin.
Yeah, the next one, cut me a check.
Yeah, because I'm trying to move out of the basement. All right.
Because I'm a coward and I don't know bleep. Shout out to Devin Brown. Hopefully it works out well for you. This show thinks you're going to be transferring sooner than later. But prove us wrong. We won't own up to it, but prove us wrong. We'll see.
I gave myself enough cover with maybe, you never know, someone could get hurt. But I don't have high hopes.
No, but we'll see. We'll see. Hey, the young man, fight. And if you win the battle for the backup job, or maybe Will Howard's not as good as we think, maybe surprise us all. And it would be a surprise. What's not a surprise is the great work that Aqueduct Plumbing Company does. You can go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com and look, we like to take things for granted. Like when our water turns on, we get home, we expect the water to turn on. And if that doesn't happen, then we freak out, and rightfully so. That's why you go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com to make sure that doesn't happen. Repiping is a big deal, and they're the repiping experts. Those older homes, when the pipes go, you know you have a problem. It causes damage, whether it be inside the walls or leaking into your carpet or your floor. It makes one problem a bigger problem, and that's why you go to aqueductplumbing.com. They'll take care of it. Billy's a local guy. Some of these companies are national people, and can you trust them? You can trust Billy. I was talking to Billy last week. He's a Clear Lake guy. He's going to take me to lunch, shout out to Billy for doing that. And you always want local because you know they can be trusted. They're experienced plumbing contractors that work hard to ensure customers get not only the highest quality water throughout their homes, but they also ensure that the water stays where it's supposed to be in their pipes. They will solve your leaking pipe problems today. They've repiped over 1,000 homes, and they've seen a huge difference in the homemaker's quality of life. Old, clogged, dirty, and rusted pipes bring a whole host of issues that simply can't be solved without repiping, and that's where they come in. Call, you get a free quote, and they'll quote you the best price in town. That is Aqueduct Plumbing. Billy, love them. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Sean, do you remember when Isaiah Stewart was accused and arrested for punching Drew Eubanks?
Yes, I do remember that.
If you guys don't know who Isaiah Stewart is, just go on YouTube and type Stewart versus LeBron and watch what happened after LeBron hit Isaiah Stewart with an elbow. They were lined up on the free throw in the free throw. Excuse me, someone was shooting free throws and they were lined up, going for a rebound around the paint. And as the second free throw went through, LeBron was either trying to get his arm free or maybe intentionally wanted to send a message. So he hits Isaiah Stewart in the mouth with an elbow, or in the face, excuse me. Blood is streaming from around his eyes. and you thought, okay, no, this is LeBron versus Isaiah Stewart. Nothing's going to happen. Isaiah Stewart's going to be upset, but, walk away. They're going to have a little conversation, and then things will be okay. No, not the case. There had to be security members, team officials, to keep Isaiah Stewart away from or at least attempting to beat up LeBron. I've never seen LeBron fight. He's a big guy. I don't know what would have happened. But Isaiah Stewart was about it. He didn't care that it was LeBron. He, in fact, went around after he finally left the court. You know how in NBA arenas the tunnels connect. So he went through the Pistons side and tried to go around the backside, come out on the Lakers side and get back to the court to get to LeBron. That's how upset he was. He was not going to let LeBron make him see blood and let him get away with it.
Yeah, he runs hot,
yes.
I would say.
Yeah, so if you just watch it, the entire thing is about maybe 3 to 4 minutes long, and you listen to the Lakers announcers thinking this is over and then realizing, wait a minute, it's not over. He still wants a piece. Like Russell Westbrook squared up. That was back when Westbrook was a Laker. He squared up to try to keep him away. There's another big guy trying to keep him away from LeBron. And LeBron was like looking at the rest. Look at this guy. What's wrong with him? Just watch the video. But either way, his most recent incident was punching Drew Eubanks. And Drew Eubanks, at least in the police report, the words of Drew Eubanks have been kind of leaked, if you want to call it that. We've now know what the entire incident was about. Stewart challenged Eubanks as he got off the bus, saying, "We're going to run it back. We're right here. We can do it right now." Now, remember, Isaiah Stewart wasn't active, but apparently him and Drew Eubanks had an issue from earlier in the year. And as I just told you, Isaiah Stewart doesn't let stuff go. So he was still upset from the last time. And remember, these are the Pistons and the Suns. They only see each other twice a year. So I know the NBA has tried to limit scheduling and make the teams play each other multiple times, maybe in the same weekend like we saw at the Rockets and the Suns. But these are the Pistons and the Suns. They're not going to play each other back-to-back generally because one of them has to be in Detroit, the other has to be in Phoenix. So he remembered the last time they saw each other, and he wanted a piece of Drew Eubanks even after a cooling period. And then allegedly Stewart said, "We can do this bleep right now." And then he threw a punch, hit Eubanks in the mouth, causing bleeding and from his gums and loose, painful teeth, according to the report. So my advice to you is, don't test Isaiah Stewart, because even if you think it's over, it's never over. He's a guy who's not going to let anything go.
Yeah, if you think it's been a couple weeks. Surely.
This is an NBA fight. It's not even a thing. It will always be a thing.
It was so low on the radar that I didn't know that there was pre-existing beef.
No one
them.
did. Who would have known? It probably was just some elbow in the ribs during a rebound thing.
If any scuffle happens in an NBA game, it gets retweeted thousands of times. It's all over the timeline for at least a night. And I don't remember a Drew Eubanks, Isaiah Stewart. I don't even remember after this recent incident happened in the tunnel where Isaiah Stewart wasn't even playing and punched Drew Eubanks in the face. I don't even remember the tweets being like, "Remember the last time these two played?"
Yeah.
There was
nothing. It was nothing. It was at a Drew Eubanks is in a fight with Stewart for what? Why?
Before the game?
Yeah, he's not even active, and he's looking for him. I'm gonna try to type in their names on YouTube and see what the on the court incident was, but it happened 3 months prior. So, like I said, the man doesn't let things go.
3 months ago?
3 months, he was still upset. He said, "You want to do this? What could have happened in an NBA game?"
So it was before Thanksgiving. Something happened,
and he remembered. So next time I see this dude, when we get to Phoenix, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna make sure he's heard of me. I'll give him a little credit. It happened in February, but yeah, it was maybe the middle of February, but I'm looking for it right now, and I can't see anything because, like you said, it was so inconsequential. A Eubanks Stewart dust up. No one's reporting on that.
Again, even if there was a dust up where they threw elbows or threw a ball at each other or something, that would have gotten posted at some point after there's now been an assault that happens as a result of it.
Someone would have found it.
Yeah, someone would have found it. People have probably looked back to see what was the instigating instance, and they watched this absolutely crappy Phoenix-Detroit game,
Ooh,
I'm sure.
Imagine having to go back and look through that game to see what happened.
And I imagine this person's sitting in front of their laptop, like, fast-forwarding and just being like, there's nothing here. Why are these guys playing?
Why is he so upset with him? And you type in Drew Eubanks and Isaiah Stewart on YouTube, you will find like Eubanks got into an issue with the Lakers when he was a Spur. That's the one thing from Drew Eubanks outside of people recounting the punching from Stewart. Stewart, on the other hand, several beyond the LeBron one. He had issues with the Hornets. He had issues with Giannis as a rookie when he was when Stewart was a rookie. So he's about it. But other than that, and Blake Griffin, I'm just scrolling down.
It's insane to me that Isaiah Stewart played in the same league as Blake Griffin at some point, that they overlapped. But
Blake Griffin was on the Celtics last year. He didn't play a lot, but he was on the team last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
And Isaiah Stewart was like him. So Blake Griffin did something to piss off Isaiah Stewart.
Yeah, apparently in garbage time when they were both in the game, something happened. So Isaiah Stewart's about it. Drew Eubanks, kind of, but he didn't want to get punched off the court when he got off the bus.
Yeah, the thing is, no one's more about it than Isaiah Stewart.
No, the man wanted to put LeBron in the ground on television. That's how about it he is. LeBron, one of the faces of the league, protected as you might imagine. No one fights LeBron. I mean, the Grizzlies have issues. Well, they had. Now they're not even the Grizzlies anymore. But when they were still a functioning NBA franchise, they had issues with LeBron. Understood. But no one was trying to knock his ass out like Isaiah Stewart was.
If no one got in between Isaiah Stewart and LeBron in that video, and let's just say that they're just like, Isaiah Stewart, do whatever you want. Do whatever you can / want to.
We've seen enough of LeBron. Go ahead.
What do you think happens?
Like, LeBron's a big guy, but I don't know if he would be interested in fighting Isaiah Stewart. He'd be interested in defending himself.
Well, no, the guy who wants it more in most fights, the guy who wants it more is going to win.
Yeah, there was a rage about Isaiah Stewart. Like, LeBron was looking at his fingernails, talking to the refs, and then he looks and he sees Isaiah Stewart coming right at him. He goes, "Look at this guy. What are we doing here?" LeBron wouldn't have won any part of that. He would have
But like, would he have killed LeBron?
If they just let him go?
Yeah, like, what? I'm just asking, where does Isaiah Stewart's rage end?
Do you think he would have realized, like, in the movies when this happens, some guys, stop, it's enough, he's had enough, he's had enough.
But if no one pulls him off.
Look, I don't know how angry and how hot he runs, but he looked
pretty hot.
But he was at a level where if no one stopped him, he was going to try to pummel LeBron. I don't know if he would have caught himself what am I doing? I gotta stop. I beat him enough. It's one of those, like, the shot from the movies where
like he's the Hulk. Like he would have just.
But the shots from the movies where the guy where the actual victim is no longer on the screen. You just see the camera shoot up at the assailant, and he's just pounding and pounding. I think that's how that would have gone until you had inevitably someone comes in and stops him or not. We got to a point where we think Isaiah Stewart's committing a vicious assault. It looked like he wanted to. If you just watch the video, I'm not even doing it justice. Watch that man go after LeBron and realize you understand why he might have punched Drew Eubanks coming off a bus when he wasn't even active.
Also, it's Drew Eubanks.
Yeah, Look, well, of course, if he's going to try to physically assault LeBron, of course he would go after Drew Eubanks. There's no governor on Isaiah Stewart.
I guess. I would have. Yeah, I guess.
There's
I guess
none.
it's just if you look at him the wrong way.
Well, LeBron did make him bleed profusely. The blood was running down his face and onto his jersey. So I get why he's upset. But if you can't stop yourself and go, that's LeBron James, and I want to pummel him, of course he's going to want to punch Drew Eubanks. There's nothing about Drew Eubanks that says don't hit me. Except, he's another human being, and maybe we don't do that to people.
Yeah.
But we know Isaiah Stewart's not about that.
Not interested in that.
No. Yeah, he shoved me 3 months ago, so I got to get him. I didn't know we'd go there, but I enjoyed it entirely. That'll wrap up hour one of the show. You can, once again, tweet at us, at Sean A. Mapes, at Delv2. You can also watch the show on YouTube. ESPN Houston is where you find us there. And call the show 713-780-3776. We'll get more into the Astros. Chas McCormick apparently under out from under the thumb of Dusty Baker is now loose. Espada maybe help bring that out. We won't hear from, but we'll talk about what Chas McCormick had to say about his new attitude in spring training. I'll remind you of what happened with Justin Verlander. Nothing serious, but he won't be around to start the season. Hopefully, he'll be back soon after that. Some more Texan stuff to get to. First hour done, second hour coming up. We'll be back. Welcome back to hour 2 of the show. I get to a tweet about a funny question about Isaiah Stewart, particularly if he had to play a different sport. I think he fit right in, to be honest with you, but I'll talk about that a little bit later. I did mention Chas McCormick. Chas McCormick, a guy who he wasn't really the center of controversy. There were just some questions about Dusty Baker's affinity for him, even if he was buying him sweets allegedly to get him fat. Allegedly. Pudding was apparently what Dusty was bringing to Chas McCormick. But Chas McCormick no longer playing under Dusty Baker. Joe Espada is the new manager, and Chas McCormick has entered spring training with a different mindset. Because of his status, he always played with a little bit of with a little pressure. It was always about making the team, making sure you stayed on the team. He had the mindset of putting pressure on himself. So even if he would line out in spring training, he thought, "Oh, that's a big deal because I need to prove that I should make the major league roster and I should stay there." That mindset is gone. Joe Espada has helped him, at least is trying to help him relax, because Chas is an important part of this team. We hope that Espada makes him an everyday player. And he's approached spring training with a level of confidence that he didn't have. I don't know if you want to call him a made man now, but after what he went through last year as a player and what he provided, Chaz isn't the same guy. So hopefully it even adds to better performances. Chaz talked about I have a better perspective and not to get overwhelmed or too upset about lining out or not getting on base. Joe told him, it's my 4th year in the big leagues. It's just spring training. It's not as big as you need to make it. So if we get a more relaxed Chaz McCormick and that leads to better performances, all the power to him. And I get it. You're scrapping and clawing and make sure you stay in the lineup at least. And you're not sure if your manager thinks you should be there. It could weigh on you a little bit. And Chaz performed pretty well. And now if he has the freedom and belief that he will be an everyday player, even better. And Chaz McCormick is obviously a big leaguer, and the hope is that he, at least in his eyes, he's an everyday player.
Yeah, I do wonder what the difference will, or if anything will be manifested from the difference between Dusty and Espada and how they manage the clubhouse, not manage the game, but actually manage like the emotion on the people side of things, where it did seem like Dusty Baker, and maybe it was part of a plan, and maybe it wasn't, or maybe it was just he just didn't like some guys and he liked some other guys instead. But the two biggest, I guess, poster children of that would be Yiner Diaz and Chaz McCormick, and just what they do now that they seemingly will just be unleashed. They don't have to look over the shoulder. They don't have to worry about playing time. They will be playing. And just how that, like Chaz McCormick is saying, that he kind of learned to not be pressing, not to be, on himself so much. Does he play freer? Did he need that kind of pressure, that look over his shoulder at all times thing? Like, is there a way that these guys play even better, or was there something to the Dusty Baker method?
Yeah, Duncan Robinson said he had imposter syndrome once he got his big deal. Once he was solidified as an NBA player, this is a guy who was the story. Undrafted, former Division III guy, eventually made it to Michigan, but was undrafted, became a sharpshooter for a team that was contending for titles, made the bubble finals, and then he got paid, and then the performance dropped, and he said he had to deal with feeling like, should I even be here? And now he's bounced back. He's a good rotation piece for the Miami Heat now. But that, I think your point is well made. That is Chaz McCormick, a guy who plays better when he feels like not everything is settled. Now he doesn't get a multi-year $1 million deal like Duncan Robinson got. That's where Duncan Robinson felt the imposter syndrome stuff coming from. Chaz still has a ways to go to get that type of deal. But if he's in the lineup every day and he knows that's the case, is he a guy that will perform worse because the pressure of staying in the lineup isn't what it once was? You hope not. You hope that being solidified causes him to relax, and that makes his performance even better. So the opening day lineup today, and that's what Brian McTaggart tagged it as against the Marlins. You have Altuve batting first, second base. We know Alvarez. That was the big news earlier in camp that Alvarez was going to be in the 2 spot and he's the DH, and Bregman, Tucker, Abreu, Diaz, McCormick, Pena, and Jake Myers, who's hit well in spring training. So that lineup looks really, really good. We'll see where Pena and Myers are throughout a season, and Myers is probably the one guy in that lineup who there'll be some fluctuation about how often he plays. You have guys like Dubon who can play in multiple spots. We'll see how that affects everything. But as far as that top 8, it feels like that's your top 8 almost every day, unless we're giving guys rest or there's an injury. So maybe that lineup will be more static, and every time the Astros roll out there and they're at full strength, you're going to see that top 8. And that top 8, now there are some other good lineups in baseball, but the Astros would contend for one of the best lineups in baseball. So we'll see. But they're playing the Marlins, and I mentioned before we went to break, the bigger news beyond that everyday lineup that was printed and put out there for people is the Justin Verlander news. Not a setback, not an injury, just the timeline was tight, as we've talked about throughout, well, really the entirety of this show, because the news that's been in the news since this show started, that Justin Verlander was on a tight window because of some stuff he felt before he even got to camp. He had to shut it down for a little bit. He's gotten back into the swing of things. looked pretty good in those bullpen sessions, but the timeline is just a little too tight for him to be ready to go opening day. So he will not be. He will go on the IL, and his first start, if everything goes well, would be in Kansas City on April 11th. So that's the first time you'll see Justin Verlander if things go perfectly. And, life doesn't really go that way, particularly when you're a pitcher and you're 40 plus years old. There may be other things that push back his first start, but not to worry, it appears like. It's just something where they want to make sure everything's okay, and he has this proper build-up, and then he'll be ready to go. And we'll see how Verlander pitches for the Astros going forward. Strong lineup, hopefully a strong rotation, and then we'll talk to you in October. We'll talk to you before then, but hopefully the team is a team that we're talking about in October, in late October, as they try to get another World Series, because the Rangers getting back to the World Series would be not great. They're already talking, and rightfully so. You win a World Series, you can talk, but enough for the Rangers. They were in the background for quite a while. We should put them back there, because who wants people from Arlington being happy about anything? It's really annoying. So hopefully the Astros get that done, and we'll see about that going forward. We're going to talk about a guy from Austin coming up. Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers will be the starter at Texas. Their backup is making news, though. It's really silly, but people have taken him to task for not anything he's said, because it didn't even come directly from him. It's from a report for a long time, Texas Longhorns reporter, and it talks about Arch Manning and what his plans are that have nothing to do with football on the field, but virtual football. And he's taken a stance, and it's a stance people aren't happy with. They find it nonsensical, and we'll get to that when we come back. Something that's not nonsensical is MyBookie. Go to mybookie.ag. If you like online casinos, they're the place for you. If you like betting on games, they're the place for you. The NBA is in full swing. If you like hockey, you can bet there. You can bet on the MLS if you so choose. And obviously, when football comes back, you can bet on that too. But they also provide you the option, if you're not into sports gaming, the traditional casino games, but in a non-traditional way. You don't have to go to a casino to enjoy them. Those online computer games, those table games like Texas Hold'em and lots more. There are tons of cool games. You can enter the live casino with real in-the-flesh dealers on the poker, blackjack, and roulette tables. The live casino is really next level. And if you want to play wherever you want, MyBookie is there for you. Just go to mybookie.ag to get started. Click on bonuses to see all the great ways to turn your deposit into bonus cash. Whether you're new to MyBookie or you want to reload as an existing customer, you can always refer a friend to MyBookie and get some bonus cash. Use promo code BET975. Turn your space into your casino with mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. I said I wanted to mention a tweet referencing our conversation about Drew Eubanks and Isaiah Stewart. Jackie Daytona says, could you imagine if Isaiah Stewart played hockey? The problem with Isaiah Stewart in hockey is he wouldn't realize that he's only supposed to fight other enforcers. You can't go after Connor McDavid and Austin Matthews. You're asking to get thrown out of the league. I don't know the rule. I don't know the unwritten rules of hockey. But if you try to beat up their biggest stars like he tried to do to LeBron, of course, the other enforcers from the teams would get after you. But hockey would be like, we can't have this guy in the league. He's trying to murder our best players. He wouldn't survive.
I also don't know, because part of being an enforcer is that you're there to protect the best player on your team.
True.
And so I'm not – well, A, he doesn't have a lot of opportunity to do that on Detroit.
Yeah, it's Cade Cunningham.
But B, he seems like he's fighting for Isaiah Stewart.
That's true.
More than the team.
He's fighting against offenses put on him.
Yeah, he's like, if you look at him the wrong way, he's gonna fight you.
Yeah, I know you've said that a couple times. I will say LeBron didn't show him his own blood. Like LeBron clocked him, and
what did Drew Eubanks do?
I don't know.
Show me the clip. That's Drew Eubanks.
That is a counterpoint. There is no evidence I've seen that Drew Eubanks did anything to him. I'm sure there might have been a shove or foul that he didn't like, but other than that,
what did Giannis do to him?
He probably looked
what
at him.
What did the Charlotte Hornets do to him?
I'm sure they looked at him the wrong way. I'm sure that was enough.
Yeah, LaMelo Ball probably did a dance after a three, and he was like, you know what?
That's disrespectful.
This man has to die tonight.
Yeah, look, the other ones didn't get to the extent of the LeBron one where he was running around the tunnels to get to him. So maybe he reacts depending on the incident. Like maybe if LaMelo Ball puts up a jumper and he's dancing or whatever, he's like, all right, man, we're gonna have a conversation. But when LeBron makes him bleed, it's go time.
What did Drew Eubanks do?
I'm sure he looked at him wrong.
He punched him in the face.
How did he look at him,
3
Sean?
months later.
He gave him a dirty look.
3 months
and
later.
Maybe a little pop. Maybe a hard foul. Hard foul, and he got him back. 3
months later.
I know. I would be a bad lawyer. I'd be like, yeah, you know what? You're right. You're right. I can't defend this guy for what he did. You're absolutely right.
Wheeled into games wearing a Hannibal Lecter mask.
Oh, look, you set a precedent. Don't mess with me. And you know how you get rebounds? People don't even want to body you up because they know if they do something you find offensive, it's over. If he'll attack LeBron that way, there's no one who won't get attacked.
Well, I'm glad Drew Eubanks got the message now.
Well, you got to just let people know. Always remind people who you are, and Isaiah Stewart did that.
Do the Rockets play the Pistons coming up? I'll look at this. I'll look at this. I'll report back if Alperen Sengun needs to tread lightly.
Considering how the Rockets treated the Suns, let's see.
Exactly.
If they have to play each other again, let's see what type of energy the Rockets bring to Isaiah Stewart. I think that he's one of those guys where you kind of lightly tread around him. Even Draymond didn't want any part. They got locked up once, and Draymond was like, "All right, buddy, we're good.
Do you think he's on the scouting report, but doesn't say like force him left or can't shoot? It's like psychopath. Like it just says don't mess with this guy.
It's probably don't irritate him.
Okay,
just let him be who he is.
Oh, it doesn't say psychopath.
I don't think they wrote that in the scouting report. That could be deemed offensive. I think they say, hey, volatile. Volatile's the word.
Volatile is a better way of
yeah, they would write volatile and say, don't upset him. Just let him be.
Rockets do not play the Pistons.
They've already done
it. They've been marked safe from Isaiah Stewart.
So they survived the two incidents or two games with Isaiah Stewart, and now we can go about our business. It'd be funny if Isaiah Stewart was on the Suns, if the Rockets would have been had the same energy they had over the last week and a half or so. I'm gonna bet different. You can try to punk Bradley Beal. I don't think Jalen Green would want any part of Mr. Isaiah Stewart. I did say I wanted to get to this before when we were in our last segment. Arch Manning, famous last name. We know who he's related to and what that name means in football. He is now the backup at Texas. You could have given that designation to Malik Murphy last year before his transfer. but Arch Manning should be the clear backup at Texas. And the clear backup at Texas has told EA College Football, I am not opting into your game, which is his right. We talked about it yesterday. Over 10,000 players have said they're in, and then there are other players who, because of their name, are getting side deals where they're going to be partners with EA. So they're going to get more money than the basic $600 and a game. Anwar Richardson, who's covered Texas football for a very long time, Texas sports in general, reports that people close to Arch Manning say he won't be opting in because he wants to focus on actual football, which the decision in and of itself, I don't care about. You don't want to be in the game. It's whatever. Fine. Doesn't matter. It's your decision. But the reasoning behind it seems altogether silly. He wants to focus on football. What about sending in an email that says you're in, getting the game, the money, and not playing the game if that's your decision, says you're not focused on football? Is Quinn Ewers not as focused as Arch Manning is on football, Sean? Because Quinn Ewers is in and he's fine with being in the game?
I think it's fair. I think it's fair to ask the question.
It's a question you must ask.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? The logic checks out. No, do you want me to go full Manning media mafia mode?
I'd like you to explain their side of it because Mike Florio has his own reasoning and he may be right. But what would you say is the reasoning behind Arch not opting in?
It's because he hasn't done any NIL deals, okay. And the whole thing from his family has been, when he plays, he'll do NIL deals.
That is a reasonable stance. This is what we
and that they've dropped the focus on football stuff before, where it's like, we're not gonna, be doing deals with Cadillac of Austin.
Okay.
We're gonna focus on football first, and then once he's a good football player, then he'll do the deals. I guess the video game just got lumped in.
Frankly, if that's their standard answer, cool. Say, hey, until he plays, they're going to treat him like a coach would treat a freshman.
Yeah.
He doesn't talk until he plays, or he doesn't talk until he starts, whatever. Or freshmen don't speak here. That's understandable. Once he's a player, once he starts, then he can get the NIL deals.
It's not like he needs the money either.
No, that's the other thing. But the internet is having their way with that particular couching of the way Anwar put it, that people close to Arch saying he's focusing on football, because it doesn't make a lot of sense that way. But if that's been their standard approach, that he has to be a player before he takes advantage of his name, because really, to be honest, outside of his high school accolades, what he'd be taking advantage of is Peyton and Eli, what they built, because the name is because of those two. And he would be a guy, quote unquote, riding their coattails if he's making money off his name. So I would get, if that's their approach, that's great, but it's not funny. The funny part would be, what do you mean? How does a virtual football game that you don't even have to play affect your focus on football?
Well, what is the NIL deal? Or what is the compensation for being in the game, Dale?
$600 and the video game.
And a copy of the video game.
He doesn't have to play. He could give that to someone else.
We don't know that.
Does he have the inability to? He can't refrain from putting the game in.
We don't know. We don't know his level of impulse control.
Well,
this is a man. This is an 18-year-old who's dropped his ID the first 2 weeks he was at UT. His UT ID was just left laying in the middle of the ground. So I don't know if I'm Peyton and Eli and probably more appropriately his dad Cooper. If maybe I don't trust him,
to not play a video game.
Yeah.
And focus on football.
Yeah, and his studies.
And to be fair,
student athlete.
They've heard about Kyler Murray, so video games can always derail you. They may have a point there. I would say it's just a video game. Then I realized the Cardinals put that in the contract.
Yeah.
For a professional.
And it's EA 25, right?
Yeah, EA College Football 25. So you have doused my fun because the standard line of
I could have waited. You could have been like, oh, no. First we need
damn it, Sean. The standard line
get our shots in.
The standard line of he has to play before we let him get NIL deals is fine. I can't even make a joke about that because that's their standard. But it would have been funnier the other way if he had deals with Popeyes and other places, and he won't do this because he can't focus on football. when you don't actually have to play the game.
Or if it was just like an actual like $600. No, not doing that.
That's Mike Florio's theory, that the money isn't big enough for him to do it, and he wants a bigger deal like other big names, because despite not playing, he does have a giant name, and if he played, 600 would not be enough to get Arch Manning in the game. That's
enough.
That's Florio's thought.
Yeah. I mean that's also possible. Although it would be very funny if he was what do they call it? Like EA ambassadors or whatever,
or partners, whatever they call
partners,
them. Yeah.
and his rating's like 73 overall.
It's true. That'd be other thing.
All the other guys are gonna be 95.
If they did agree, if EA did agree to pay Arch Manning what they're paying their ambassadors or partners, and he's the only one in the 70s.
He's a backup quarterback. He's thrown like 5 passes in his
He wasn't
career.
even the backup last year. He's now the backup. He didn't even earn that job last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the Mannings are actually right because he get hit with plenty of scrutiny if he's the only one with the special deal and he's got like a 74 rating or something like that.
Or yeah. I do. It is funny. Maybe. I mean, it's good reporting by A&R, but maybe don't leave the kid out to dry like that.
Yeah. Tell him let everyone know that's their hardline stance on everything. Football first, no NIL deals. But the way it was put out there, it's like, oh, we're gonna get our Arch Manning jokes off.
Yeah, and he's also the only person with a name.
To be open about not wanting to be in the game. Like, I think I haven't heard one player say they're not in it, and maybe because they don't have the name that Arch Manning has. But he would be on the day the EA announced 10,000 plus players are in. Look at Arch Manning come down saying he's not going to be in. The only one.
There has to be more.
Yeah, I'm sure. We're probably going to find out a little bit later.
I guess more people that people would care about.
Yeah, I can't.
Because we've talked about this. I'm like,
sure.
Even Arch Manning, personally, I don't care if he's in the game or not.
Understood. I'm right there with you.
He's the backup quarterback.
Who cares? I can't wait for him to be in the game, the only player on the Texas roster with just their number. I hope it happens. I hope it's 84 other guys who were in, and he's the 85th, and he's just number 16? Number 16 in the game.
What if he's like an 88 overall too? Just he's like way better than he should be, and it's like, well, should have been in the game.
Would they even give him his number because it would still represent him?
I don't know. Yeah, would it just be because they've said, or it's been reported that they would do it like how the baseball games would be with Barry Bonds. Now in the game would be like John Dowd, number 99.
Yeah, that's what they did with Michael Jordan. They gave him a shooting guard of the Bulls, number 99.
Yeah, so would it be like just quarterback number 99?
They give him an available number that works
19?
because even 16 could be considered name, image, well, at least likeness, maybe not name. Mm-hmm. So Arch Manning not in the game, and the internet got their jokes off.
EA Sports, it's not in the game.
But Sean had to be all serious with stuff and give us a real breakdown.
Sorry, I hope I get a little bit of money from the Manning family for the
you're doing PR for Devin Brown and the Manning. Shout out to you.
Well, Devin Brown, I'm doing it
facetiously.
Yeah, facetiously, and I'm not exactly on his side. This one, I can see where they're coming from. Maybe it's a PR misstep. Maybe no one would care if they came out and said no NIL until he plays, and then they sign him up for the $600 be in the video game package, and people would be like, okay, we get it.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to hold them to a 100% standard.
Particularly with this unique event that everyone's excited about. Now the Austin Cadillac thing, people are like, wait a minute, what did you just say? You guys were out. Now you're in? Yeah. But Arch Manning not in the game. He doesn't play, so who cares? But he probably will be someone people want to use on that roster. He just won't have a name, and so be it. That's a game that will probably come out in July. That's generally when it comes out, and people will be lined up if they still do the midnight releases. I'm not sure. You can just download games now in this world of gaming. We got a couple more segments to go here. I'll update you. Not that there's a lot on the Texans, but just some players who have come off the board, whether or still on the board as far as the franchise tag. Today is the last day for that. Dalton Schultz does have some interest. I'll remind you of who that team is outside of the Texans. And where could Saquon go? Is Brian Burns available for the Texans? Could he be a replacement for Grenard? I'm just going to say no. He's been franchise tagged. I'm not even going to tease you through the break on that. Brian Burns, franchise tagged by the Panthers. He was off the board. Not that he ever really was on the board for the Texans. Hassan Reddick mentioned as a Texan potentially. I'll tell you where that came from, and do you like the thought of Hassan Reddick, an older player on the roster? Plenty of stuff to talk about. We got 2 more segments to go. Coming up after us, it's the Gallant and George Show, and then the Killer Bees follow them. We'll be back.
It's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye and his intrepid, most outstanding, arguably the greatest producer of all time, the one and only Sean Mapes.
The Rockets have announced successful surgery for Tari Eason. No team's ever gonna make it known that a surgery was unsuccessful. That'll just leak out through, if it ever happened, that would leak out through a reporter. No team, hey, we screwed up here. Our paid doctor screwed up our high-priced asset. Never going to happen, but Tari Eason has had successful surgery. It was performed by one Ned Amendola at Duke. According to this tweet by Jonathan Fagan, the procedure involved excising and bone grafting the lesion along with inserting an intermedullary rod in his tibia to help accelerate healing. Full recovery is in 4 months. We talked about this yesterday. Now the extent of the surgery is complete. Their video came out of Tari Eason yesterday. Drowsy from surgery. His mom was in there with him. So thankfully he'll be okay. And hopefully he'll be ready to go for the Rockets starting next year. So just a promising player who the Rockets wanted to see quite a bit of this year. and his season was shortened by injury, and eventually the pain was too much, so they had surgery, and he's taken care of. So he'll be ready to go next year. I mentioned the Texans and news surrounding them. Brian Burns, franchise tag. Saquon, not tagged. So the Saquon dreams remain alive. I did talk about Dalton Schultz, and the team that is interested in him is the New England Patriots, according to Jeremy Fowler. So the expectation was that a player of his caliber would have interest. The Texans aren't the only one who would like him on their roster. Now, I don't know if a bidding war is the correct term. Who knows how high the Patriots want to go. They have a lot of money. We talk about the Texans having plenty of money. The Patriots, at the stands now, have over $100 in cap space. New management, new way of doing things. We'll see how much they want to spend. They spent quite a bit on tight ends a couple of years ago. They went with the double tight ends of Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith. That didn't work out for them. They were trying to recreate the whole Aaron Hernandez thing. Didn't work out for him. Well, no one murdered anyone, so I guess you could say it did work out for him in that regard. But it didn't lead Mac Jones to any great success. So maybe they like Dalton Schultz. We'll see how it plays out going forward. But interest in Dalton Schultz. So the Texans have at least one competitor for his services. We'll see what happens in Jacksonville beyond the fact that they hope to tag. Well, they don't have to hope for it. They can just do it if they want to. They can tag Josh Allen if they want. They certainly want to get a long-term deal done with him. It would reduce the cap number in year one. There's some thought that a couple of other prominent Jaguars could be gone. They released Fadakasi earlier this week. Possibility that they're going to dump Brandon Scherf, starting off as lineman, and Rashawn Jenkins, one of their safeties as well. They're already getting rid of Darius Williams. There's one of their corners. So the Jags, who are trying to open up cap space after a disappointing into their year, maybe dumping some of the guys they depended on quite a bit last year. And that's what happens when you have to pay a guy like Josh Allen, and eventually you are probably going to have to pay Trevor Lawrence, even though when you look at what he's done so far, there should be no lock that Trevor Lawrence is going to get a big deal, but as long as he doesn't fall completely on his face, the Jags are going to have to pay him. He was the number one overall pick. He hasn't been great, but they have made the playoffs. They won a playoff game now 2 seasons ago after coming back against the Chargers. So just the reality of the salary cap. Some guys are going to have to go, and you're going to pay your premium players, and a guard and a safety aren't premium, particularly a guy like Rashawn Jenkins is a good player, makes plays on the football. But they paid Brandon Scherf, and now that number may be too big for them to stomach when Josh Allen and eventually Trevor Lawrence come a-calling as far as contracts. So that's just what's going on around the league as far as players coming available. And remember, the the franchise tag deadline is today. So we'll have more answers about who will be available and who will reach free agency by tomorrow. You'll know, well, really for you guys by today, but we'll talk about it tomorrow. And the big name, a lot of people who follow the Texans and create Twitter accounts about the Texans are excited about is Christian Wilkins. The news came out yesterday that Christian Wilkins won't be tagged by the Dolphins, which means there is a big-time free agent defensive tackle on board. And we remember what DeMeco Ryan said. He wanted to solidify and upgrade that front. He would be a big first step to kind of fulfilling DeMeco's wishes. So he's going to want a lot. If you're willing to pay Christian Wilkins what Quinnen Williams gets paid and others, you could probably get him. The Dolphins are in a spot where it'll be unlikely they are going to pay him what he wants. He bet on himself. The Dolphins offered him a deal, but he bet on himself, and now he's available, and he is a guy who will be asking for a lot. As I talked about the Jags, the Dolphins are in a spot where they have to pay Waddle, and they're going to pay Tua, and they're going to pay Jalen Phillips at some point. So Christian Wilkins may be a present the Texans can take advantage of after the Texans have been known to give the Dolphins presents. It was because of Laremy Tunsil, and he's still here, and he's a really good player, but the Dolphins kind of built their franchise off of that trade, and now, because of what those players have become and what they're going to cost, you may get a little payback because you can pay Christian Wilkins because he is the guy who will be the odd man out, likely, because the Dolphins have to pay all those young players that have been really, really good for them. So, kind of how the NFL works. We got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. Gallant and George are coming up next. and then the Killer Bees after that. But before we get to the break, I did want to discuss Chandler Rome talked to Dana Brown. Dana Brown is, the GM for the Astros, and he's coming under not fire, but he has some relatively tough decisions to make regarding players that are currently on the roster who either are extension eligible or right up against free agency. And one of the guys was Alex Bregman, and that's a question that's going to be asked until a deal gets done or not. And they haven't officially offered Tucker or Bregman extensions, but they have talked, and the talks are continuing. And there was another story in The Athletic. Chandler Rome works for The Athletic, but there's another story regarding what the value of one Alex Bregman would be. They compared him to Rafael Devers, the high-priced player for the Boston Red Sox. Alex Bregman is 30 years old. And they just went through what a deal for Bregman would be and how much it would cost the Astros to get it done. Devers, in his free agent year, his deal was valued $30 million per season. If you're keeping Bregman through his age 36 season like Devers, it means he should earn the same. So, Sean, I'll ask you. 7 years, $210 million for Alex Bregman. You in or out?
How much? That's what, 30?
30 over 7.
In.
You're in.
In. Easy because it's not my money, so it's especially
fine.
easier.
Let me say you got the deep pocket. You still have the deep pockets of Jim Crane, but it is your money now.
Oh.
Are you paying the 37-year? Obviously, we all want our best players here, no matter what it costs. We don't care how much it costs. Just pay them. Just get it done. But you are the one running a baseball team. You understand how older players decline and how paying them in those years can affect spending in other spots. Are you paying 35, 36-year-old Alex Bregman $30 million a year, which is what you would have to do, it looks like, to keep him?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. We're in a vacuum. So in a vacuum, yes. But with the Astros also having the Kyle Tucker deal still up in the air, and him being a little bit younger than Bregman, that probably complicates it. Where I would want one of those two, or I would want both of them. But understanding the actual payroll constraint that you can't just pay everyone on your team that much money, or you can, it just will lead to a disaster a lot of times, is that if it became a Cal Tucker or Alex Bregman situation, or a this or that kind of thing, that might be Kyle Tucker going forward.
So Bregman for 7, like they're 3 year. There's a 3-year age difference. Kyle Tucker's 27, Bregman's 30.
But
so if
Kyle Tucker for 10.
That's what I'm saying. Kyle Tucker for 10 or Bregman for 7. You're either way. You're paying one of them until they're 37.
Yeah. So it's tough because you would think just you're getting 3 years younger basically with Kyle Tucker. You're also getting 3 years of higher production right now. But at the same time, third base is probably going to be a harder hole to fill while you're still wanting to compete than an outfield spot would be.
And are you only getting Kyle Tucker for $30 million a year?
That too. You're probably, I would assume you'd be looking more in the 32 to 35 range.
Yeah. Probably. And he's arbitration eligible in 25. He'll be an unrestricted free agent in 26 when he's 29. So the Astros certainly
you got a little time.
Can ride it out and see an extension would be nice, but they can ride this out, and maybe they don't come to an agreement. You have Kyle Tucker for the next 2 seasons, and you part ways.
I will say, just by the timing of this, though, if Alex Bregman doesn't get a deal done and he does leave in free agency, then it becomes you kind of have to do the Kyle Tucker deal, no matter what.
Yeah, can you?
Can you
lose both?
It can even be a bad deal, and I think people would still mostly be like, okay.
Yeah, losing both would be tough.
Yeah,
and thankfully they don't have to make both decisions at the same time as we laid it out. One would come before the other, but you would hope one of the two stays. And there have been reports, and by reports I mean John Granato somehow he knows that the house may be for sale, the Alex Bregman house in this city, and there's a thought that he's planning, because of maybe particular discussions, to not be here. We'll see. That could all change. Rumors are rumors just for that reason, just to get you to talk, and we'll see if anything comes of it. But right now, decisions to be made, but the season is fast approaching, and let's just enjoy what's on the field. All the other fodder is for the people who pay these guys and the people who are in those discussions, like their agents, to figure out. We're just going to watch baseball. And then at the end of the season, if there is a departure for Alex Bregman, so be it. He's been a great player here for a long time, part of the most successful run in Astros history. And sometimes we say goodbye, just like we're saying goodbye to the segment. One more segment to go here on the show. We'll be back.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the last segment of the show. Brian McTaggart has some quotes from Dana Brown and Justin Verlander. I'll start with Dana Brown. With Verlander not going to be available, he envisions a rotation of Valdez, Javier Urquidy, Brown, and France to start the season. The additional depth will be Ronald Blanco and Spencer Arrighetti. He does not envision himself being in the market for other starting pitching. He likes what he has. The Verlander thing aside, the Astros will not be in for Blake Snell. I know that name came up yesterday by some when the news of Verlander's issues, and then particularly today when it was clarified that he would go on the IL, people thought, well, what about Blake Snell? Not going to be the case. The Astros will stick with what they have. They like the depth of their rotation. Also, Verlander spoke. He said, I would like to be out there for opening day. Sure, absolutely. Am I frustrated? Absolutely. Am I excited about the way I feel right now? Also, yes. So he feels good. It's simply about the ramp up. And once he is a full go, we'll see him out there. But until that point, we won't. And hopefully he's out there soon. We just know he won't be out there to start the season, which is quite all right with us. We are firmly in the, hey, you want to be out there in June? So be it. I think we're alone though, Sean. I don't think most people are fine with Justin Verlander not pitching till June.
Yeah, I mean the reason is a little bit, it's a little bit worrying, even if it isn't injury related. The fact that Justin Verlander, I think you said, like, just the way his body responds to pitching is differently, like recovery-wise. And that might be a little scary. It is something where it's a little bit like, well, so you're saying you're aging. You're saying you're
getting older.
You're
yes.
a different pitcher than
yes.
you were. So I understand why that's scary. But yeah, I mean, just I don't know. I'd rather him feel 100%, if not like over rested, to where he can really give the full Verlander experience over the back, not even half, the back like 60% of the season versus in April and May. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just not that interested in April and May baseball games. I'm more interested in the back 100 and whatever game.
Yeah, it's I don't know if you want to call it the curse of the Astros being so good, where you expect them to be competing for titles, where the first months of the year where you're supposed to be all excited about baseball, and I'm sure a lot of people are, but I'm like, well, we're going to be doing this until October. I don't need to get my emotions at a really high level for opening day in the first couple months.
Yeah, like opening day is cool. You know, that is, they do, as a sport, they do that right, as far as making the first game seems more special than it does in football or basketball, at least. But yeah, like once we get into an April 14th series against the White Sox, like, sorry, I prioritize Justin Verlander's health more than a Wednesday night game in Chicago. I think, especially given the fact that we already have the blueprint in the city on the same organization 20 years ago now with Roger Clemens. And I just pulled it up. Roger Clemens in 2004, he was 41 years old. In 2005, he was 42, and then 2006 he was 43. So
run it back, Astros. Just run it back. Run that plan back.
Actually, the same age of
in fact,
Roger Clemens.
Wasn't that one of their hashtags? Run it, or was that the Rockets?
It was take it back.
Take it back. Maybe the Rockets said run it back after they nearly made the finals. But take it back. Just run it back. Just do what you did with Clemens. I know different people everywhere, but do it. And just because I don't know if there's any direct correlation. In fact, I'm pretty sure there isn't. But the early inning home runs in the playoffs that Verlander gives up, maybe if he didn't pitch till June, he wouldn't have to deal with that. I know, I know that doesn't make any sense, but I'm just gonna say maybe if he was more rested, he wouldn't do that every playoff game.
No, I think in the rest debate, you can anything bad that happens later in the season,
you can blame it on something earlier
because he wasn't rested.
Yeah, I mean, aren't we getting a little sick and tired of being down 1-0? Through 3 because he gave up a home run
on a solo shot
on an 0-2 pitch because he just left it up because that's what he does. He's great. It happens a lot. That's all. It happens quite a bit.
It's his Achilles heel.
Yes, even way back in 2017, he would do that. He did that in the World Series. He would be up on a hitter, and then let's get rid of this guy. Let's get to the next half inning, and then there's a home run, and now you're down. But great pitcher. Hopefully everything will work out. And before we go, I'm going to ask you, is this the worst trade in NFL history? Now, we know the Vikings gave up a lot to get Herschel Walker. They gave up quite a bit. But do we know Warren Sharp has it broken down as far as what the Broncos gave up to get one Russell Wilson? If you missed the news, don't know how you could, but if you did, Russell Wilson done with the Broncos. They're still going to have to pay him a lot of money. The cap hits over $85 million. Or maybe right at $85 million, broken down over 2 seasons. That's how much dead cap they have because of the deal they gave him. And in fact, I saw that the extension doesn't even kick in until this year. They got rid of him before the extension kicked in. So a complete mess. So this is what the Broncos gave up. This is a tweet from Warren Sharp. 2 firsts, 2 seconds, a 5th, 3 players, and a 4th to get Russell Wilson. They then gave Russell Wilson a $242 million contract. In return, they got 2 years of Russell Wilson, back-to-back losing seasons, and $85 million in dead cap. The Vikings are like, victory! I know what they traded to the Cowboys propelled the Cowboys into their dynasty, but nothing they could have done could top this. What the Broncos gave up for a quarterback who no longer is on their team. Shout out to the Broncos.
Yeah, man. The money, too.
Yeah.
That's what really hurts the owner.
Yeah. Like
draft picks come and go.
Whatever. Draft
money
picks.
is forever.
We're paying this guy. Like Russell Wilson's like, I'll take a minimum deal. You know why he's taking a minimum deal? Because the offset language. If he takes a minimum deal, the Broncos have to give him everything. If he takes a bigger deal, there's some offset there. I would like, hey, give me the veteran minimum. Just so those a-holes have to pay me everything.
Every last dime.
Yeah, that they owe me. They're like, oh, Russell will take a minimum deal to play someplace. Of course he will. He's still trying to screw over the Broncos. And I respect it. Coming up is George. Actually, it's Gallant George. I'll just give Joe name recognition first. But it's Gallant and George coming up next. Paul Gallant and Joe George will take you to 3. And then the Killer Bees are after that, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham. We're done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have more Texans and Astros stuff as we hear more about the Verlander plan. I appreciate everyone. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Welcome in to Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe Paul Sean here with you till 3 o'clock. That sounded like the Beatles for a second. Joe Paul Sean?
Joe Paul Sean does sound like some sort of 1950s band where
with bad hair.
We all have long hair. We're all doing lots of drugs. What would your 50s drug of choice be?
What are my choices?
Well, obviously you got the reefer, but it's a low-grade version of reefer compared to today.
I guess the reefer.
You've got the acid as well.
I don't think so.
Coke without Fenty.
An option.
Yeah.
But the shrooms, no.
You're not going to do the shroom?
Acid, no.
Why not? You don't want to be part of a CIA governmental experience?
Not really. Turn people into serial killers.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Sean?
You'll be remembered forever.
Do you want to partake?
Wasn't Coke like medicine back then?
Yeah.
It was in Coca-Cola.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
that's the kind of Coca-Cola I want.
Is it really true? Does anyone know if that's really true?
That
definitely was.
It feels like something where they're just both called Coke.
And just like the urban legend grew over time.
Oh,
hey, it's franchise tag day.
It is franchise.
It's franchise tag day. Will the Texans use it? I don't know. We'll find out.
We will.
We have Colin Cowherd, bad takes. Shocker, because it's a day that ends in Y, so he has bad takes.
It's funny that he keeps on going back to the Texans for these bad takes.
You know what? I have an observation about this, Paul.
Yeah.
I think that Houston sports fans are really keeping Colin Cowherd, John Boy. Y'all are keeping them in business because they get so triggered by all this stuff.
Well, this is
and
media.
People freak out.
In 2024, Joe, media is not designed to inform you. It is sometimes designed to entertain you, but more than anything, it is designed to get you mad. And since you will be addicted to getting angry, you will come back to the fresh slab of meat that you're going to devour angrily without any consequence. Not even think about it the next day because you just want some more anger meat.
You want anger meat?
Yeah.
Speaking of anger meat, at 1:15, I can't wait to talk about this, but apparently some dude in the Iditarod race killed a moose. I just want to hear Paul's takes on this. I can't wait. That's going to be at 1:15.
He gutted it, too.
He gutted it. But the big news today, Justin Verlander is going to start the season on the injured list.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he could be back by April 11th when they play the Kansas City Royals, so potentially only missing 2 starts.
What a birthday present that'll be.
Is that your birthday?
That's my birthday, yeah.
Happy birthday, a month early.
Thank you. It's my birthday month, almost.
I'll try to remember.
We'll be celebrating it all month long.
I had a feeling.
March 11th through April 11th. Well, I mean, now that I have a show partner who I just want to annoy nonstop.
Well, is it March 11th through April 11th, or is it April 1st through April 30th?
No.
Or 31st?
It's March 11th to April 11th, and we just rounded out with a bang on April 11th.
So starting next Monday, we start celebrating Paul's birthday.
But we go back to Justin Verlander,
and
who
hopefully
is out until April 11th, and hopefully it's not an issue. Look, I mean, are you expecting Verlanders to be ready for the start of any year these days? Honestly, I'm not opposed to him taking his time to get going. I want the Astros pitching depth to be at its best, Joe, at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
So nothing to freak out about here, at least yet. It's more once we get into the weird area where the Astros are saying vague things about the injuries. Oh, he's throwing off a flat surface, but not an elevated surface. He's throwing half toss off of this flat surface. When we get into that area where all of a sudden it's like 3 weeks later, we don't know what's going on, that's where you start getting concerned.
Yeah, this is one of those where I'm also going to trust the pitcher in this moment, especially someone of Justin Verlander's age. And 35-ish minutes ago, I all of a sudden felt better about this because Verlander was talking to Brian McTaggart. He said, quote, "Would I like to be out there for opening day? Absolutely. Am I frustrated? Absolutely. Am I excited about the way I feel right now? Also, yes." That alone, that feels encouraging. This really, honestly, just is a timeline issue, it seems, with Justin Verlander, that he's going to be out there very quickly. It does have some long-term ramifications. He has to pitch 140 innings this year for his $35 million player option to kick in, or for his contract to automatically kick in for next year. So we could be on innings watch if he misses 2 or 3 starts almost right away. I don't think any of us thought Justin Verlander would be a free agent at the end of next season or at the end of this season.
But you're still expecting almost 200 innings from him this season. So, okay, he misses 2-3 starts a month. I mean, he's still going to be in line to get what he wants to get.
Absolutely. So with Verlander, I'm not concerned. Now we got some other good news today. It seemed yesterday, the trend was going to be that, or they were trending in the direction that JP France might not be ready for opening day, but Joe Espada said today that he will be, or Dana Brown said, one of the two did, that he'll be there. So your rotation to start the season, you're going to have Javier, Framber Valdez, JP France, Jose Urquidy, Hunter Brown. It's not the best, but it's a fine start to the season. It's okay.
It really is dependent on what version of Framber and Christian Javier you're getting out of the gate. And if you're getting the guys that you signed, one of them to the long-term extension with Javier and the other that you are at least thinking about perhaps with Framber Valdez, then awesome. I mean, that would be a good way to start things off. But I think there's going to be some big questions about them. Hopefully those questions will be resolved and for good in the first couple of weeks of the year.
Yeah, and look, this is one of those where I think when it's Justin Verlander or just Astros pitching and injuries, right now, rightfully so, the red flags are going to go up because the Astros haven't really told us the truth with any of their starters since Lance got hurt the first time back in 2021 or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
We're just waiting for bad news. That's what it feels like, because that's what last offseason was. Spring training started, and all of a sudden there was this Lance McCullers injury, and it was like, okay, well, like, how bad is it? Seems not bad. And then all of a sudden it was very bad. He's not going to pitch till July this year.
Got to amputate his arm.
Justin Verlander, we had no idea that he was dealing with a setback until he showed up to spring training, and now it seems like he's only going to be out hopefully 10 days. So I'm not concerned. I don't love the state of the rotation as like big picture, which we'll get into a little bit later, but this is not one of those major concerns that I have to start the season.
Same here.
When you look at this team, the younger guys in the rotation, though, that the Astros will need to carry some weight to start the season, even when Justin Verlander returns, hopefully April 11th. Who do you have the most confidence in? Would you say Hunter Brown, JP France?
Not Hunter Brown.
Oh, you're not a Hunter Brown guy?
No. Why would you be?
You don't think you don't buy into the JV rotation similarities?
People were hyping him up at the beginning of last year, and I was thinking to myself, okay, he might be good, but for the most part, like most of these guys are not going to end up being ace level pitchers, and people were putting him on a pedestal like that.
Yeah.
And to me, that always seemed quick, at the very least, if not entirely too optimistic. So with Hunter Brown, I'm hoping for a better year. I'm hoping that last season was basically like a half rookie year, half sophomore slump, because we saw a little bit of him the year before. But no, I'm not expecting really big things out of Hunter Brown. I'm not expecting big things out of JP France. If I have to pick between the two of them as far as who I'd rather have, I would pick Brown, but I don't feel great about that, mainly because I think JP France was a little magic, a little Cinderella story last year that now he's back to pumpkin mode.
Yeah, I tend to agree with JP France. It was a fun story last year, and if he is anything like he was last year, it will be a pleasant surprise. I have very little expectations that he's going to be that guy. I'm still hopeful that Hunter Brown, not to the level that they were pumping him up to, because it was way too much. Like as funny as it was hearing LeBron James yesterday talk about when we played on the show about expectations. The expectations that Astros fans put on Hunter Brown was kind of ridiculous.
Why did they put him on?
It was just because of the rotate. It's so dumb, but his throwing motion. The fact that Pitching Ninja on Twitter put them on top of each other, and it was the exact same. It just got everyone, oh my God, he's the next Justin Verlander.
Okay, I mean,
they throw the same.
When I played wiffle ball in my backyard, I could do Hideo Nomo. Yeah, that that means I'm going to be the next Hideo Nomo.
Yeah.
Like one of the things I think anyone who's played wiffle ball in particular is you try to impersonate as many batting stances as you possibly can, and you do the same thing with pitching rotations. That's really why we were so into the Hunter Brown story, and because he's from Detroit.
I think so. I don't know what else they were excited about.
I'm not even saying he's bad. I don't understand why people were like, whoa, this guy's got incredible stuff. Like, well, no, he's a major league pitcher, and he might be good.
I mean, but people got so upset when I think it was Keith Law said that he's at best a bullpen arm. They got very upset with that because they didn't like the take. They wanted him to be incredible the whole time.
They can't keep striking gold with the prospects.
Well, maybe they can.
If they go to the Caribbean some more.
I hope they do. They
then
lost.
Just absolutely, bend them over a barrel and give them zero money that they deserve.
The worst contracts possible.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is all this Justin Verlander stuff. Hopefully today is the worst of the news that we are going to see for the foreseeable future, and he'll be back April 11th, and we'll end your birthday with the Justin Verlander stuff.
Hell yeah.
Is it a day game? That would be even better. I guess it's in Kansas City, though, so it's not like we could go.
I mean, yeah.
Unless we want to fly to Kansas City.
We could do remote.
Yeah.
In
From
Kansas City.
whatever Kansas City's baseball field's called.
Kauffman Stadium?
Yeah.
I mean, I did do conservative talk radio in Kansas City for a little bit.
You did?
For a week? Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Was it a fill-in or?
Yeah, it was just a fill-in. Yeah.
Okay.
I did it for a week around New Year's, back when I didn't have any job, back in, was it late 2021?
Did you really consider getting into that side of talk radio?
Yeah, I
mean, there's so much money.
I mean,
so much money.
I don't know how much I can grift, but yeah, I've thought about it.
Yeah, there's so much more money.
I think the problem is they'd want me to get angry, and well, I can get angry. I can't. You got to have authentic anger.
You don't want to be angry all the time.
Right. There's a lot of stuff out there that I just don't think is a big deal.
Fair. It is franchise tag day, so as news comes out, we'll share it with you guys. So if you're hoping that Antoine Winfield Jr. was going to be a free agent the Texans could sign, bad news. He got tagged. Your favorite player, potentially that could be a Texan, not named Chris Jones, Justin Matabuke, he got franchise tagged.
Son of a bitch!
By the Baltimore Ravens. Now,
I thought there might be a chance.
Chris Jones, he still could be a free agent. It sounds like there might be a contract in place, but he still could be an option for the Texans. Saquon Barkley will not be tagged, and we await the news over the next 2 hours and 45 minutes if the Houston Texans will tag Dalton Schultz or not. But once again, everyone's favorite person, Colin Cowherd, he's got bad CJ Stroud takes. You'll hear him next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
The hell is that?
That is our new breaking news sounder, and I think I love it. Breaking news!
Whoa. I don't really want to talk about what's going on in the Middle East, Joe.
We don't have to wait 2 hours and 42 minutes to find out what's going on with Dalton Schultz because he's not getting franchise tagged. In fact, he signed a new contract with the Houston Texans.
Oh!
Dalton Schultz has signed a 3-year, $36 million new contract.
Wow, that's a lot.
$23.5 million fully guaranteed at signing. Dalton Schultz, he is your tight end, catching passes from C.J. Stroud for the next 3 years.
2, probably.
Probably 2. But 3-year contract, $36 million, $12 million a year-ish, because we know these contracts are never real. I think I like it.
Relax, Sean.
Sean likes it.
Sean wants to play the bomb sound effect all the time.
I mean, I love it, especially going through the contract details. And how much of it is guaranteed?
23 and a half.
I hope they make all their signings during our show.
Me too.
The next couple.
And we just drop bombs on the audience. That's what we're doing.
It's problematic.
Whatever.
It's problematic. There are 2 wars in our world right now, Joe.
That's
that
true.
people care about.
That's true.
There's other wars, of course, but these are the ones that people care about. The main events.
All right, bye, political Paul.
What is happening? What is going on? I'll tell you what's going on.
Immediate reaction here. 6171 says, yikes, massive overpay. What do you think? 713-780-3776. The Twitch likes the move, which surprises me. The Twitch is positive.
Well, they're sarcastic sons of bitches. So and daughters
it's hard to know.
Of, I guess, bitches too. So, or just bitches straight up at times. Look, this is one of those deals that you make. And I imagine most of the money is going to be towards the back of the deal as far as actual cap hits. They're probably going to be able to get out of it after 2 years. I am surprised that they gave him a 3-year deal. But when you consider the alternatives in the free agent tight end market, are any of those guys better than Dalton Schultz?
They're not. And while I like
Definitively,
the idea,
I mean, right.
I like the idea of Noah Fant if they were not going to keep Dalton Schultz. That's because that's probably a $4 million signing, and you're taking a risk that he and Brevin Jordan would somehow equal the production that Dalton Schultz gave you last year. So at least in this move, you have a tight end in which your quarterback has openly talked about how much he loves. The connection there is real, and this seems like a positive move. To your point, it's a little pricey.
It's pricey. I'm sure other tight ends are going to get similar deals now. You're the first to give the deal out. Hopefully that means you are paying the least for that tight end. And on top of that, now you look at the position. You feel pretty good about who you got at the top, barring injury, in Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan. And you do not need to look in free agency for a starting caliber tight end. You don't need to look at the draft for a starting caliber tight end. Maybe there's somebody you see towards the end that you take and you like and you think that the guy has good upside. But I think right now you take a look at this position, and for the most part, the Texans tight end position is set. And yeah, I don't think it's an overpay. I think this is probably what it was going to cost. I am surprised that that is the number, but I'm sure that the other tight ends that are available right now are going to be getting the same. And hearing this morning that, per Jeremy Fowler, the New England Patriots were in on the Dalton Schultz sweepstakes, maybe that gave the Texans a little bit of a kick in the pants to get this thing done. They didn't want to actually get into a bidding war or have to franchise tag him either.
Which is one of my favorite things, that free agency is not open, but all these guys are signing contracts. Not all, but a couple of guys are signing contracts early, and it seems so clear that they already know what their market is. Mike Evans is another one where, well, why didn't you test free agency? Because he already knew what his contract offers were going to look like from teams like the Texans, or the fact that there wouldn't be one from the Houston Texans. So this is a good move. It does, I would like to see him be a little more consistent on catching the ball in big moments.
Yeah, I'd like him to not drop the ball.
Yeah, but at the same time, he did often respond well. We saw in the playoffs or at the end of the season, he'd have a drop But then he would follow that up with with very good plays in the game. He's the reason why the Texans made the playoffs. That spectacular catch he made against Tennessee from Case Keenum. So this is a good move that I am happy they made, because I don't think they're going to add a high-priced wide receiver. And if you lost Schultz and didn't add to the wide receiver room, there'd be a lot more questions about the offense than there is now.
Yeah, I don't think there's that many questions about it. I do think some people are going to bitch and moan, though, about them not going after some sort of wide receiver or different tight end. Because I think when you see the quarterback on a rookie contract, everyone thinks, well, you need to spend all the money you can on the offense. And the reality is, no, you need to have a good defense to win. Did the Chiefs win because of their great wide receivers? Sure, they won because Travis Kelce was able to turn back the clock after a, by his standards, disappointing regular season and play very well in the postseason. But do you need to splurge when a guy like Patrick Mahomes won with Mecole Hardman seemingly half-assing it all season long, and on top of that, with a bunch of other guys that I never even heard of before.
Yeah, no, it's
and Rice and some of the other players.
Now the counter argument is that when the Chiefs won their first 2 Super Bowls, or at least their first Super Bowl, I think Tyreek was. I can't remember if Tyreek was there for 1 or 2 of them, but they had Tyreek Hill. They had a much better offense the first time, but you have a quarterback that and good enough weapons where you should feel confident in what they're doing going forward. So I'm very good with this move. It will not be perfect. There will be times where it will immediately look like an overpay. The first time he drops the ball, Texans Twitter is going to have a meltdown. I can't wait. But to your point, what you're saying about the fans wanting a wide receiver, that's the fantasy football.
Just want shiny subject. Yeah, shiny objects. And again, I get it. I'm an idiot, and I'm in tons of debt because I buy stupid stuff online all the time. Shiny.
Like night helmets.
Well, I mean, that one was a good investment.
How long did it take you to get the blue paint off? Was it gone by the time you left the studio yesterday?
Yeah, it was gone, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was gone in the first segment.
That video is very funny. Watching my reaction was very funny.
Oh, yeah, because I am a white knight wearing a black helmet because I don't see color.
Yeah.
Because I ride for women's sports, and you don't because you hate women. And Sean does too, and someone's got to stand here with the ladies, even though I did call some of them bitches earlier in the segment.
Yeah, you did. But we'll pretend
that's just the Twitch, though. They don't count. They're not real people.
They're not real people. They're
real
bots.
People.
Yeah, they're bots. But so with CJ Stroud, after with the Dalton Schultz news, not really super relevant to what Colin Cowherd's been saying, because Colin Cowherd, I don't think he likes CJ Stroud or the Texans. Specifically the Texans.
There's something going on where it does feel like there's some sort of agenda against them.
Because and we're not going to play this audio here, but remember just after he got his dinner with Sean Payton?
Yeah.
And then he immediately went on the air the next day and was talking about how the ownership group, which at the time was probably a lot of it was fair, like who wants to coach for the McNairs is pretty much what his words were. But Colin Cowherd, he's at it once again. He put out his top 12 quarterback rankings for 2024. CJ Stroud is not in the top 10. But before we give you that list in which quarterbacks are in front of it, we want to play some of the greatest hits from Colin Cowherd. Here is Colin Cowherd talking about CJ Stroud being a tough kid.
There's the old belief, tougher the childhood, tougher the route, eventually tougher the kid. Crown molding, granite countertops, BMW, soft kid. Just being honest. Tougher the childhood, tougher the route, eventually tougher the kid.
This guy would go on later in that segment to say that CJ Stroud, whose dad is literally in effing jail, has not been through a lot of adversity because he went to Ohio State, a school that once brought in Quinn Ewers to compete with him for the starting gig weeks before the season began. And look, maybe on a game-to-game basis, Ohio State's got way more talent than just about everybody in that god-awful, boring-ass, slow, plodding Big Ten. But the guy had to compete to keep his job as the quarterback at Ohio State. And the guy also clearly went through a lot of adversity. I remember Sean, when we were doing the show, we did like an adversity power rankings of the top quarterbacks. Yeah. And I mean, Bryce Young, short king. He had to overcome being short. Will Levis had to overcome, going to prep schools in New England and transferring from one school to another when he couldn't get on the field. Where CJ Stroud's dad's in jail.
That wins.
Yeah.
That it tips the scales in the adversity favor for C.J. Stroud.
I love the idea of like, oh, C.J. Stroud had like a granite countertop. It's like, no, this dude was living over like a 7-Eleven or something like that with his entire family.
Honestly, I think that's my favorite part of the whole clip. When he's talking about toughness, his go-to was talking about granite countertops.
I'm sorry too.
Why?
This guy has. These people have producers that are supposed to like do research for them.
He has 10.
This is what I don't understand with the big shows. For us, when we get stuff wrong, listen, we're doing the best we can. But when you have a team of like 36 people, give or take, on these speak for your pizza-esque, like dumbass television shows and radio shows where they're just talking to you with such certainty about everything, you would think that they would have somebody, do the fact-checking before they read their monologue off a teleprompter.
It's fascinating to me that they have all those producers and the things that he says that are so factually incorrect that it takes 5 seconds to Google it and he gets things so wrong.
That's the thing. It's like, hey, CJ Stroud adversity. What do you think's going to come up? His dad's in jail.
Yeah.
Do you think no one wrote an article about that, an Ohio State quarterback who has a dad in jail? No one's going to write about that? I'm sure there's like 6 or 7 stories because I found them right away the next day.
It wasn't the only thing that Colin Cowherd has said about CJ Stroud in the past. Here's why CJ was most likely to fail.
What I've seen, the video highlights, all the stories. I've been following all of them. If I had to pick one that just won't work, I don't know if C.J. Stroud is good enough to overcome rookie coach, rookie coordinator, impulsive, odd owner, and a roster right now that's in a rebuild.
What about Cal McNair I know he's odd. He's definitely an odd owner.
Impulsive? To Colin's point, when you're putting a team chaplain in a role in the organization where this person all of a sudden, despite no football qualifications and probably forging his resume, when you decide, like, you know what, this person, he's going to do everything.
You're a GM.
There's a point to what Garrett said there as far as impulsive. Maybe not as impulsive as a David Tepper or something like that. But for Cowherd to say about Stroud, based off of what I'm seeing at training camp, the video that is posted of them stretching?
Yeah.
Because that's all that's allowed to be posted.
I also don't think that take is the worst take he's ever had because...
Well, backwards hats.
Mostly because, that take is brutal.
Can't be a starting quarterback with a backward hat. You have a frontward hat on, though, so you're
I
clearly
can be
the
a starting quarterback. I can be a starting quarterback.
Gallant George radio program.
I can get a $40 million contract like Baker Mayfield.
If only.
I mean, let's hope so. But here's the last one from before we get into his power rankings in the next segment and just trash on him a little bit more, where he predicts that the Texans will be looking for a quarterback in 2024.
C.J. Stroud, do you give him a second year? These guys I'm watching are more athletic than C.J. Stroud. That's what I saw from Riley Leonard last night. His son's insane. What a talent that kid is. I YouTubed.
You YouTubed. And then that's all you need
I
to hear.
didn't know that he used now Notre Dame quarterback Riley Leonard as his reason why C.J. Stroud or why the Texans would be looking for a quarterback in 2024.
Well, the Riley Leonard.
Yeah, someone who, by the way, fast forward to March of 2024, not in the 2024 draft.
Yeah.
not even in the draft.
Oh, Colin.
But hey, he traded up. He went from Duke to Notre Dame.
Sideways trade. 2 ACC teams.
They're not an ACC team, Sean.
Yeah, they are.
In everything but football.
They play 6.
But
and in football, they play 6 SEC
Yeah,
games.
what are you talking about?
But they're still not in the ACC.
But you are.
They can't play in the ACC
You're
championship
in the
game.
ACC.
They did in 2020.
And they won. Did they?
No, they lost.
No, they lost to Clemson.
They beat Clemson in the regular season and stormed the field during 2020.
Did they really?
Yeah.
That's so disappointing.
Damn,
I forgot that they
I thought you would know your own school that you didn't go to more.
During an ongoing coronavirus.
Yeah.
Stormed the
problematic.
Very problematic.
How many people died because of what they did? I mean, I think there's more Brian Kelly deaths on his hands. Jeez.
You guys done?
Riley Leonard, bum. Okay, now we're done.
All right. But Colin put out his top 12 quarterbacks. C.J. Stroud not in the top 10. What are we doing here? That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
If you missed the news, Dalton Schultz has signed a 3-year, $36 million contract with the Houston Texans. 23.5 of that is guaranteed, so he's not leaving. He's going nowhere. But we were just, going back in time, playing some of our favorite moments from Colin Cowherd. In terms of bad takes, where does he rank? Is he number one?
I think everyone has bad takes.
I think he's number one. It's him and Skip.
Skip is going out of his way to zag. I don't think Cowherd's anywhere close to Skip.
Yeah.
I do respect Cowherd's ability. I just think in particular of late, he has been very wrong on the Texans. But I do think Cowherd actually does say some things that make sense. Most of these guys do. Skip Bayless is the one that always seems to go out of his way to say the most inflammatory thing. And the way with which he does it, where there's not an ounce of personality in it, is what I hate.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith can say whatever he wants. He's a showman. That's why I like him. Charles Barkley, same thing.
Showman.
With some credibility as an actual ex-player.
Yeah, but not a championship-winning player. Just say it.
Dream team.
Okay. Carmelo Anthony has gold medals.
Carmelo Anthony, one of the greatest Olympians in American basketball history. People forget that.
I mean, he is. He is. He's won, 4 gold medals?
Mm-hmm.
3 in the bronze.
That bronze really hurts his credibility.
Not his fault. Not his fault.
Well,
Syracuse man can't do everything
That's
he
true.
did in the NCAA tournament in 2003.
But one of my favorite tournaments ever. But Colin put out his top 12 quarterbacks in the NFL. So he has Mahomes 1, Allen 2, Burrow 3, Lamar 4. Okay, that's fine. Matt Stafford 5, Justin Herbert 6. I think that top 6 is okay. I would have C.J. Stroud in it, and we'll go into that here in a second, but I'm okay with that top 6. This is where I think it gets really weird. Trevor Lawrence, 7. He stinks. Jared Goff at 8, who I like. Too short Kyler Murray and plays too many video games, 9. Aaron Rodgers at 10. And then he has C.J. Stroud at 11 and Dak at 12. My biggest issue is
Trevor Lawrence. Get out of here.
Trevor Lawrence, Kyler, and Goff. CJ to me is so much. He's very clearly better than those 3 guys.
I would definitively take Stroud over everyone on this list where they're at March 5th, 2024, except for Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and I guess I got to say that Lamar Jackson I take over C.J. Stroud, but I don't feel great about it.
I don't think you have to, because Lamar and Josh Allen, they are really special quarterbacks in the regular season, but they're playoff failures. CJ, yes, is 1-1 in the playoffs.
I don't think it's always been Allen's fault. So honestly, to go back to where I was when I was getting back and forth with DJ, I would take Stroud over Lamar Jackson. I understand why some people might push back on that and probably would call me biased for saying that, but I do trust Stroud more as a thrower of the football. And Jackson had that awful interception down the middle of the field against the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game, among other decisions that weren't great.
Yeah, but that's so the list is fine with the quarterbacks that are on it. I'm okay with the order as my issue. What about Justin Herbert? Where are you him versus CJ? Because Justin Herbert is a super talented quarterback, but the Chargers have had very little success with him there. They had the playoff game, I guess, last year at this point, where they had the massive lead over Jacksonville, and then they blew it in the second half, and he was not good. But would you have CJ far ahead of Justin Herbert, or do you think they're pretty similar?
Yeah, I think he's far ahead. Justin Herbert is able to do extremely flashy things on the field, and I think that's what pulls a lot of national media to beat the drums for him and say, oh man, he's one of the top guys, but he doesn't do it consistently enough. And he seems to get more of a free pass than, say, a Dak Prescott, sort of like Trevor Lawrence. He and Lawrence are in the same conversation because there's just not a lot of attention that's focused on the Chargers, or the Jaguars. And I think that Herbert, while he does do some really incredible things, I do not think he is as consistent as he needs to be.
The Emmanuel Acho take where Justin Herbert is a social media quarterback is a fair one. The social media highlights for Herbert are incredible. Kind of like Kyler Murray and at times Trevor Lawrence, where when you just see what they do on Twitter, they look like very, very special quarterbacks. When you watch a full game, that's where you have the flaws. For me, when I don't hate this list, but I have CJ Stroud as the fourth best quarterback in the NFL. That's where I have him right now. It is Patrick Mahomes 1, Joe Burrow 2, Josh Allen 3, CJ Stroud 4. Those are my top 4 quarterbacks in the NFL. Lamar Jackson, I get it, 2 MVPs. His numbers this year compared to most quarterbacks in the NFL were not that special. They were not MVP caliber numbers, really, when you're talking about throwing the football. And I can't ignore, even though, yes, they beat the Texans in the playoffs, I cannot ignore his failures in the playoffs. They're a joke. He is not a winner in the playoffs when it matters most, so I would have CJ in front of him. And I have no problem saying that.
Yeah.
Texter 8532, would either of you take Jordan Love over Stroud today? No.
No, I don't get the Jordan Love hype that came on at the end of the year.
They won a bunch of games.
I mean, they played well on Thanksgiving. And it wasn't his fault that I guess they lost in the playoffs, but I mean, I don't know.
I mean, that interception at the end of the game was pretty bad.
Yeah.
It was pretty just like over the middle, right to another guy.
It was
good. It was not good.
Not good.
It was all about the touchdown to interception ratio. I think that's what a lot of people focus in on. That to me is like one of those stats that I think everyone can kind of, they see it on Twitter or they see it on ESPN and they're like, oh, they've won 5 straight games and he's thrown 12 touchdowns and 1 pick. And without really watching Jordan Love play, they just kind of jump on that bandwagon. They're like, oh yeah, this is where, this is why he's on this level as the other guys. I don't buy it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't buy it at all. Where do you have CJ Stroud ranked?
Yeah, I'd put him at 5.
5?
4 or 5, right? It really depends on how I'm feeling on a current day about like what Lamar Jackson did in the second half in particular against the Texans in the divisional round versus the Lamar Jackson that we saw in the AFC Championship game. And Jackson's playoff track record, as you said, not great. Stroud, again, it's only been 2 games. The first game, he looked great against one of the best defenses in the NFL. The second game, he looked like he was just running for his life the whole time. I don't know what he really could have done in that game. With Tank Dell, are things different? I don't know. But, yeah, I think Stroud's got to be in that top 5 conversation. And I know we're going to sound biased on it, but you have to make a strong case for guys like Matthew Stafford, who is up there in age, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, and then Jared Goff, Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers off an Achilles, age 40, Dak Prescott, who also has his own playoff issues. Like, good luck.
Yeah. I mean, and the only other thing for me with this, Paul, is that even if we disagree with the take, the fact that CJ Stroud, after his rookie year, is even in this conversation is extremely impressive. How often do you see rookie quarterbacks enter these conversations even into the top 10? It rarely ever happens. I mean, Mahomes, after his first full year starting, and won a Super Bowl, was very clear he was a top 5 quarterback in the NFL in that moment. So what CJ did is very, very impressive. Worst take I've seen here on the text line since the show started, Paul.
What?
9117, Dak is top 3. What are we doing here? What football games do you watch, 9117?
He's trolling.
I don't know.
Don't all takes matter?
I mean, do all takes matter?
I think all takes matter. I think you're gatekeeping takes. That's the popular word these days.
Everyone can have a take.
You're gatekeeping.
Everyone's allowed to have takes.
Yeah, but you're saying he has to have the same take as me.
No,
sounds like Joe Brandon to me.
I'm just saying it's a bad take. It's a very, very bad take. All right, tonight the Houston Rockets take on Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. Why should you care? We discuss that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Paul, you seem upset on the Twitch. You're arguing with this guy more than I've ever seen you argue with someone on Twitch so far.
I just hate it when people act like they know all the details of a contract when there's no way in hell that they can know all the details of the contract. So there's somebody in the Twitch, for those who care, named Miller, who is very upset that the Texans gave out this deal to Dalton Schultz. And I think he believes that due to the average annual value of a contract, which is what, 3 years, $36 million, but 23 if it's guaranteed. Sorry to get nerdy all of a sudden, but he's of the belief that they are paying him $12 million a year for the next 3 years. And honestly, I don't think his small little brain understands how football contract works. Because when you put the signing bonus out there, guess what? You're allowed to basically move some of the actual cap hits into other seasons. So, yeah, it's a lot. I'm not acting like I'm in love with this move. But the reason that you see those first details at first, the guaranteed money, that allows the Texans to move the cap hit into other seasons. So this is not all of a sudden the Texans losing $12 million in cap space for this free agency that we're in right now. And I think the most important thing is here, a multi-year deal for Schultz means that the Texans have more money to play with right now. So the idea that they're paying him $12 million against the cap this year, just not possible. They would not make a move like that is going to essentially give over 3 years a guy the franchise tag value for tight ends. They're just not going to do that. So stop freaking out and whining about things you don't actually effing know yet.
And that's where, to your point, we never know this stuff. And to prove your point, less than a day ago, the report we got from the agent of Mike Evans was that he got a 2-year, $52 million contract that included $35 million guaranteed. Well, these contracts, once they're signed, are made public. And once they saw the contract today, Mike Florio made it very clear it's actually a 2-year, $41 million contract for Mike Evans with $11 million in available incentives and escalators with $29 million guaranteed at signing.
I don't want to get too in the weeds, and
No,
I already am guilty of it, though.
But they're fake deals. They are fake deals.
Exactly. And also, the agents are going to blow the hell out of the deal that they just signed, and then they're going to give it to the insider, and they're going to tell him, yeah, this is the greatest deal ever. Did you see what I did? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The person's got his pants down, and he's got he's rocking a throbber, you know? Like, this guy's just so pumped about the deal that he just put together. Hey, yeah, look at the deal I just did. Looking at himself in the mirror, all proud of himself. Like, of course. But then the details come out, and we learn, like, oh, this deal sucks.
Yeah, and it's just never what it seems in the NFL. They always seem way worse than they actually are. And we'll get the full details with Dalton Schultz's contract over the next day. And my guess is that we will see that the deal will seem much more. We'll be happier with it.
Yeah, a multi-year deal is done so that you have more space to work with right now. And hopefully, my hope is that this is a sign that they are potentially going to go after a Chris Jones if he is made available, and it does seem like he's going to be available.
How much do you believe in free agency and then when it's connected to, like, the sports books? So you see, like Saquon Barkley just moved to a minus 200 betting favorite on DraftKings to be a Houston Texan. How much does that mean to you?
Not much.
Really?
Yeah, I think when there's a tweet about a guy wanting to play somewhere, that might lead some people to get in on the action, but I don't know. Do you think that the folks in Vegas are talking to the NFL insiders and setting lines based off of that? And do you think that really there's an active gambling market on where a player is going to sign versus other places?
I don't think it's that active. I definitely don't.
I agree.
I think it's more Super Bowl prop betty, where it's like people throw lower wagers. I would never bet on that because Justin Fields a week and a half ago was a minus 200 betting favorite to be an Atlanta Falcon, and I guess Kirk Cousins is buying a house in Atlanta, and that means he's going to be an Atlanta Falcon.
Yeah, I saw that, right? Yeah.
I don't really know what that means, but it doesn't. It's not 100% yes. That means Saquon's going to be a Texan. But when you have that and the Aaron Wilson report, I do lean that way most times. That I kind of follow the trends of the odds.
If this is what they freed up the space to do, I'm not a fan of it.
Really?
Yeah.
You
don't pay a running back.
It's Saquon Barkley, though. It's the one running back I would pay.
Yeah, guy who's been hurt like 3 of the last 4 years.
Yeah, but they're not like your typical, no offense, Will Fuller injuries. They're not hamstrings, and they're typically they look unfortunate.
Saquon Barkley's not Barry Sanders. He's not Walter Payton. He's like Saquon Barkley is a very good running back, and when he actually busts out of like a pile and stuff and is actually able to make things happen, great. But this is also one of those guys who has a lot of carries where he's getting like 1, 2, no yards and stuff.
That's true.
I mean, it's not that dissimilar from Dameon Pierce, to be perfectly honest.
That's spicy, Paul.
What? I'm just talking ball.
That's
I don't know ball based off of Miller time and his dumbass cap takes, but hey.
Well, I mean, if we listen to everything the Twitch said, then we wouldn't be allowed to talk baseball. They really hate our baseball takes.
Yeah, well, baseball's not a real sport, so it's fine.
Oh, that's so mean, Paul. That's the meanest thing you've ever said. Baseball's not a real sport.
It's only real because the Astros are good.
That's okay. That's fair. I get that.
The Astros weren't good. I wouldn't pay any attention.
Yeah,
I feel so much better about it.
Were you here when they were losing like 100?
Yes, we never talked about them once at the flagship. They were getting mad at us, like and I've told a couple stories about this before about like how there would be pre-show meetings and like the PD would come in and he'd remove his eyebrow ring and pull out a brass knuckle and a gun and say like, you better talk Texans today. But like there were some other times as well, like where I just mentioned the Astros and all of a sudden they'd be like, the phone in studio would ring and
he would call the studio.
Oh yeah, he'd call in studio. My producer would just have like a sad look on his face because he would basically threaten to execute my producer's family if I didn't switch back to talking about football.
That's really sad.
Dark times at the flagship.
I loved both your producers, so that's really sad to hear that they were threatened in that way.
Well, yeah, I mean.
So the Rockets play the Spurs tonight. Are you excited?
No.
You don't want to see. What did you think about? Did you see Meltzer's take on this on Wemby?
Hit me.
He said that there's no doubt that Wembanyama will be a generational player.
I mean, he's been doing some cool stuff.
He has.
He's really tall. He gets lots of block shots. He could do quadruple doubles.
Yeah, he said. Meltzer said, random take. I was at the last 2 Spurs games, and Victor Wembanyama is one of the most remarkable athletes I've ever seen. Then goes Mike. Not really going out on a limb, but if he stays healthy, he is a lock to become the best player in the NBA.
Yeah, he could be. He could be.
If he stays healthy, he's 100% going to be the best player in the league.
Damn. The best player?
I mean, how quickly? Like, are we talking like when Giannis retires?
No,
when
I mean,
Jokic is gone?
he doesn't have to retire. LeBron's still active. There's better players than LeBron in the league.
Well, yeah, that's true. I still feel like we're a couple years away from this.
Yeah. Oh, I think I would put it at like 3 years.
Okay.
In 3 years, he'll be the best player in the league.
Can we admit that he will be that, given that he, 1, plays, 3 hours west of us, and 2, I mean, he didn't seem too keen on the idea of going to Houston.
Yeah.
Which some have interpreted as disrespect from that rather slow, from what I understand, town. Sean, you are more familiar with San Antonio, I believe, over the last couple of weeks in May.
Yes.
Sleepy, older people town, right?
I wouldn't hit him with sleepy, older people town. It's not like it's Key West or it's not like it's like Sunrise, Florida, but it's
it has a river walk.
Yeah,
it's kind of dirty.
The Riverwalk is nice. I like the Riverwalk.
It's fine. I love Rainforest Cafe too.
My favorite's the Galleria one.
But yeah, it's not. It's not booming metropolis. But what? Because he didn't want to play for the Rockets before Ime Udoka ever coached a game for him. I have to be wrong that he's gonna be a great player. I have to force myself to be stupid to just because he fist bumped when the Rockets name came up.
Well, we don't want him to be the.
I'm not saying I want him to be.
Right.
I'm saying
you think he will though.
Yes, and then okay, how about this? I'll go full Skip Bayless. And so if he does not win a championship in the first 5 years of his career, he is a failure. And he should demand a trade to either the Lakers or the Knicks or the Heat.
I like that.
Cover your bases there.
There we go.
Yeah.
He is going to upset Rockets fans for a long time. They literally lost him by a coin toss.
It really sucks seeing like Banchero and the Magic like in playoff contention.
Yeah.
And Wemby on the Spurs.
It's a bummer.
And while Jalen Green's had like a couple of good games in a row, like this is our version of that. It's like, all right, he was kind of good the last 2 games. Maybe
And I think this is for Rockets fans. This is the worst part about Victor Wembanyama. Honestly, is that Clutch Points tweeted this out yesterday. There are 3 rookies in NBA history with 30 points, 5 assists, and 5 blocks in a game. David Robinson did it twice. Tim Duncan did it once, and Victor Wembanyama did it twice. All 3 players, the only players to ever do it, were drafted number 1 overall by the San Antonio Spurs.
And basically the only 3 years that they've been bad.
Yes. They have better luck than any franchise.
In any sport.
Ever?
The Colts had Manning and Luck back-to-back. The Packers had Favre and Rodgers back-to-back. So I guess those were the NFL equivalents.
And you're talking about 3 championships between those 2 teams in, 40 combined years?
But even like the Packers traded for Brett Favre. Aaron Rodgers fell to them at 22 or whatever it was.
Yeah, they didn't just happen to be bad and get the number 1, especially when you add in the lottery. Where the NFL, you can just be bad.
It's a lottery. Yeah,
the Falcons had Favre. That's the funny part
did
about that.
They got rid of him.
They got rid of him, and the Packers took him in.
And they had Michael Vick
Falcons
after that.
just stay losing.
Was it Chris Chandler?
Was that who they replaced Brett Favre with?
I have no idea.
Chris Chandler was
the 90s
their
Falcons quarterback.
Chris Chandler was the one, former Oiler quarterback, by the way. Chris Chandler is the quarterback that took the Falcons to the Super Bowl where, Eugene Robinson had a good old time, and the Falcons got their doors blown off by the John Elway-led Denver Broncos in his last ever Super Bowl victory.
All right, our Astros opening day countdown. 23 days until opening day. That's next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Duh, turn on my microphone. I'm an idiot.
Already developing diva tendencies. Joe George is expecting Sean Mapes, after literally 7 days in a daily show, to turn his microphone on.
And it's because I'm so used to having to do it for other people.
Yeah. And now you're expecting him to do it for you.
I'm just so used to it. Don't ever do it. Let me make my own mistakes, Sean. Don't help me.
Do unto others, Joe.
Yeah. Don't do it.
I used to take note as someone who, when I was at the flagship, Joe, I would produce my first couple of years in addition to doing like weekend shows. And I would always take note of who turned their microphone on and off. And I did think it was a judge of your character as a man, whether or not you turned the microphone on.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think if you're a cake eater, you're a lace curtain loving cake eater who looks down upon the unwashed masses, if you have somebody else turn your microphone on for you.
So should we then just go through who does that?
I'd love to know.
Granite countertops and crown molding.
Should we just tell people?
Let's hear.
What about John and Lance? Do they turn their own microphones on?
Lance does.
Lance does. Okay.
Well, see, John's fine.
John's
okay.
the Godfather.
John's okay. Like, John's allowed to do it.
If you
John keeps the lights on.
Yeah, John can do whatever he wants.
John can do literally whatever he wants.
What about Dell?
He could do the show without a microphone.
What about Dell? Dell's 7 days in.
He turns on his own mic.
Okay. Jeremy and Joel don't.
They don't?
Nope. Well, now, most of the time, Jeremy would turn it off after I turned it on and then turn it back on.
Let's hear some more just war stories from.
There's no other war stories.
Working with those
I
two.
said turn the microphones on.
What other scars do you have?
Yeah.
You're free.
You're free, man.
I'm not free.
You are free. This is your second day of freedom.
Yesterday they talked about, from what I understand, I heard this from a third party, aka my dad, that they were talking about Todd. So Todd walked down and was like, they talked to him on the air, and you know what they said about me? They said, "Oh, you're like Joe George. He hears his name and thinks that he has to be on the radio because they're talking about him." Rude. They say such rude things.
I mean, you did talk a lot when you're the producer of their show.
They told me to.
Let it out.
Yeah.
That's all I got right now. That's all I got. So Dalton Schultz signed a new deal with the Texans, 3 years, $36 million, 23.5 guaranteed.
I forgot. Sean is now playing this whenever breaking news happens.
Love it.
An explosion.
Jalen Johnson was franchise tagged by the Chicago Bears. Josh Allen was franchise tagged by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The pass rusher version.
Yes. It really does throw me off. And I know there's two Josh Allens, but it's really every time I say it, I'm like, Josh Allen of Jacksonville, the pass rusher. But he's franchise tagged, so he's not leaving the building, leaving the division. Let's get to our Astros opening day countdown here.
Hell yeah.
"23 days until opening day." We began our show today, Paul, discussing the Houston Astros and Justin Verlander starting the season on the injured list. The question for today is, should the Astros be pursuing Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, another free agent, and are you okay if the Astros are just done and not making any more moves?
I am. Josh Hader was enough for me. I feel like they saw the Kendall Graveman injury and reacted accordingly. Are you going to react accordingly after every injury that this team suffers? It would be nice if we all had the deep, deep pockets that we all wish that Jim Crane had. But the reality is that is just the Mets and the Dodgers. So if you're not there, it would be cool to sign those guys, and I'd be happy if they did. But I think with where they're at right now, assuming that they do not get hit hard by the injury bug this coming season, I don't think they need to make any more moves. They were a game away from the World Series against a Diamondbacks team who they would have beaten. And yeah, okay, they were also a game away from missing the playoffs altogether with the way that they played in September. But I still feel really good about this lineup and about this rotation and about, for the most part, the back end guys on the bullpen.
I tend to agree, but now Dana Brown did say today in an interview that he's not in the market for starting pitching. That he envisions the rotation of Valdez, Javier, Urquidy, Brown, and France to start the season, and then he cited additional depth with Ronel Blanco, who sounds like they're going to stretch out again, and Spencer Arrighetti. Now, I'm good with that. The hardest part with this is that we saw last year the injury bug really got to the Astros. And now you are starting a season with hopefully Justin Verlander only out for 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
But you have these two big question marks in Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia. And that is where I don't want the Astros to go sign Blake Snell. I don't need them to go sign Jordan Montgomery. But Michael Lorenzen, for example, honestly, as crazy as it sounds, like, could you pay Zach Greinke like $500,000, $1 million, $2 million to kind of pitch in Sugarland and just kind of hang out?
No.
I mean, could you?
No. It's Zach Greinke. He who cares not about really anything is going to leave retirement to play minor league baseball for six figures.
I'm worried if the injuries hit you that they're going to be in a really bad position.
But that's everyone in life.
But they already have the injuries that exist that make it more challenging to overcome.
But it's not like they are in a really difficult situation overcoming those two that you listed right now. Because they have the ridiculous amount of depth that they do when it comes to their starting pitching, it isn't that big of a deal that Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers aren't good to go.
Yeah, now part of this
and Verlander as well.
Yeah, no, I do believe Dana Brown, part of the reason why he has no interest in doing any of this is because he loves Spencer Arrighetti. That is very clear. That he really believes that Arrighetti is going to come in and make an impact right away for this team when he gets called up. Which, if he does feel that way, then you kind of have to take him for his word because we just haven't seen him bring up prospects before or really believe in a guy yet.
You have a million starting pitchers, and if Arrighetti comes up and is part of your starting rotation, great. You don't need to throw more money at that. You already have enough in Verlander, and who knows what Verlander is going to give you this season. You're hoping for the best, but it might be more struggles than we've seen the last time that Verlander was here for an entire year. So just things to keep in the back of your mind. You mentioned Jordan Montgomery. I would like somebody else to sign Jordan Montgomery because I don't want the Rangers to get him back with how good he was in the ALCS. So could someone do something about that, please?
I'm surprised that both those guys are available.
It makes me wonder, specifically with Montgomery, if they're just playing a game of chicken right now, but eventually Montgomery comes back to Texas.
Because they've referenced the fact that they lost their TV deal.
Thank God.
With all whatever's going on with Bally Sports and that nonsense.
Seriously, Sean's laughing behind the glass. I'm so happy that they lost it because it was annoying that they really looked like on paper they were more capable of spending money than the Astros.
I thought that was just a shot at who's the announcer that they had that we'd play their clips.
But I'm gonna miss them because they provide content for us whenever they whine about the Astros during
June series against the.
They're still gonna be on TV,
right?
They're not gonna make a lot of money off TV, right?
I know
they might be whinier now.
Yeah,
you know
that's true.
A little saltier.
Now that they're barely on TV, apparently
they're talking for their jobs now, right? So they gotta get some viral moments. We'll help them out. Just whine whenever the Astros do something well. What was us? The Astros scored 37 runs in 3 games.
One of those guys is gonna be a Boston Red Sox player, I would envision.
No, they're not spending money.
Yeah,
I mean the guy they acquired this offseason is probably done for the year already.
I saw on the bottom line. Lucas Giolito
might have to get Tommy John before the season even starts. But I do agree with you. It'd be nice if someone stopped the Rangers from either going after Snell or Montgomery.
Just the Marlins just sign these guys to a $10 million 1-year contract. Just get them out of our face for 1 year.
The team that seems like they would do that, Sean, along those lines are the Rockies, right? Didn't the Rockies give a contract out of nowhere? Right. And you're like, wait, why? Why are you playing with money? Like, how about the Rockies?
And that, like, they pay. That's one of my favorite contracts I've ever seen because they paid the St. Louis Cardinals to take on Nolan Arenado. They paid part of his contract, and then that offseason they signed Chris Bryant.
Yeah,
and I was like, that's a downgrade by a lot.
But you're spending extra money to do it.
But you're spending extra money to do it. It's just so stupid. Yeah, the Marlins. the White Sox,
Yeah.
teams that are irrelevant.
I was gonna say like a fringe NL playoff team would probably be the ones that I would see.
Yeah.
Who
The Reds.
Yeah, they don't have to sign these guys because I'm sure they're looking for like those 7-8 year contracts at high money. Maybe now they're looking for something more short term, like we saw Bellinger and there's another Boris guy. What?
Matt Chapman?
Yeah, Matt Chapman. They both signed deals with opt-outs basically after every, I think, 3-year deals with opt-outs.
After
maybe
1 or 2.
Maybe that's something that the pitchers are going to look at too, so that opens it up to, if not the Astros, which I would say is a long shot. Maybe some other teams that isn't Texas Rangers, please. Or Seattle Mariners. Don't you get any ideas?
Yeah, you too. Yeah, Seattle, because Seattle's going to be second in the division this year. They're going to pass the Rangers.
You think they're going to pass the Rangers?
Rangers are not going to be good this year.
Angels go nuts.
I don't think the Mariners are going to be good this year.
Really?
Really?
The offseason they just had, I don't know what they're doing. They're just basically saying, all right, bye, but you can come in.
Yeah,
that's just shuffling in cheap players.
They're the most bizarre franchise. Like when they traded Graveman away,
just so
in the
glad.
middle of a playoff race.
I
They
don't,
did it again last year.
I don't miss working on their flagship. So there was one cool thing that they would do. The Mariners, they would fly you to spring training for a week in Peoria, Arizona, which is nice. It's a little out of the way though from like the cool places in that area, like Scottsdale. It took a little bit of time to get there. So honestly, they could have probably worked on the actual location a little bit better. But they were so sensitive. They really did not like that the Seahawks got the majority of the attention because we were also the Seahawks flagship station. So every now and then I would get notes from my program director like, hey, can you please talk about the Mariners? They want to be talked about.
That's so sad.
And then one day, one of their owners, which is like a complete idiot, goes in front of a Zoom meeting, Rotary Club breakfast, and just basically proceeds to go boom roasted for like every single player on the team, ranging from Julio Rodriguez, who he said didn't speak good English, to like just insert a player. He said he made a little pot shot against all of them, and some guy recorded it. And yeah, then the guy was out of a job. And then we started talking about them. They're like, wait, hang on, we don't want you to talk about that. Don't talk about that, please. Talk about the other things. Thank you.
So the Angels are going to finish second in the division, is what you're saying?
Angels? No. I
think they're going to sign one of these pitchers. That's what they're going to do.
I think it's going to be Astros Rangers again.
The Rangers.
And I'm actually, that part of it is cool now that the Astros are like Rocky in Rocky 3, and the Rangers were Clubber Lang. So now it's time for the some homoerotic beach running, you see between Apollo Creed, R.I.P., and Rocky, yeah.
Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander just running on the beach together.
Yeah, we just play Eye of the Tiger in the background and all sorts of 80s montages. Everyone's all glistened up and sweating, and oh, yeah.
Break out the short shorts.
Yeah, the shortest of shorts.
All right. This story, I don't even know where we're going to go with this thing. All I know is that a moose got gutted and killed during a dog race.
Hell yeah.
And we're going to talk about it next.
Suck it, moose. First, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. There's a little cowboy in all of us. Sometimes that cowboy is getting mad about the dogs that are pulling you through the Iditarod, being attacked by a moose, and you're like, you know what, I'm going to pull out a gun and blow this moose's head off, and on top of that, gut it. Now that's not something I would recommend you doing after having a glass of Pendleton Whiskey, but Pendleton Whiskey also is a way to unleash your inner cowboy, because the legacy of the American cowboy is forged into every bottle. And if you're going to have yourself a proper drink now that the rodeo is here in town, this is the way to do it. Barrel aged in American oak, cut with glacier fed spring water from Oregon's Mount Hood, an uncommonly smooth, rich taste and complex flavor. I tell you this all the time. You know what I do? One rock, 2 fingers worth of Pendleton's whiskey. It's fantastic. It is smooth, not too sweet, very, very refreshing. Satisfy your inner cowboy. Purchase a bottle of Pendleton whiskey at drizzly.com or at a liquor store near you. It's Pendleton whiskey. It's true Western tradition.
You're listening to Gallant and George and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Paul Gallant was at the rodeo last night. Your first rodeo trip of the year. I turned my own microphone on just so you know.
Yeah, I was. Little Hank Williams Jr., baby.
I'm going, I think it's next week.
Okay.
The 14th, whenever that is. Yeah, that's next week. I'm going to go see Zach Brown Band. I can't wait to go.
I think tonight is Oliver Anthony.
Is that who that was,
Men
Sean?
North of Richmond.
This was Jelly Roll, who's later. And I've
okay.
heard of him. This is actually the first time I've heard him.
Jelly
actually
Roll's
heard his
music?
song. Yeah.
He's pretty good.
I thought he was a rapper.
He does that as well.
He's a country rapper?
I think I've seen clips of him at concerts start rapping.
Is he like a tattooed faced?
Yes.
Less flamboyant Lil Nas X? Because he does the country.
He's
as
more.
well.
He's more like Post
600
Malone.
pounds.
Oh, he's 600 pounds.
He's at least
600 pounds.
He's at least 400 pounds.
Okay,
He's
That's
got to be
400 pounds.
He's a big dude.
You doing a concert tour at
How
400
much
pounds?
does Jelly Roll weigh?
But yeah, he's more countrified Post Malone, too, from what I understand.
Look, this Google search says he weighs 478 pounds.
Jesus.
Okay, like, what? Do they have a combine? How do we like? Yeah, they can just say any number.
He can walk.
I mean, that's true. He can.
A lot of it's muscle, Paul.
Sure.
No, this says
he's 100 pounds heavier than Tavondre Sweat.
no. This story says he lost 200 pounds. So maybe he's only, I don't know anymore. I can't keep track of people.
I hope so, because if the man's on a concert tour and he's weighing almost 500 pounds, I'm sorry.
I mean, he's a big dude.
But the people on like my
That's
600
the Jelly Roll.
There could be baggy clothes. I don't know.
The people on my 600-pound life can like not move.
Yeah.
Why do you know that, Sean?
Because I've seen the show.
Do you watch it regularly?
Like,
No.
I don't, like, is that like DVR'd for you?
How many times do you need to see the fat people show to know that these fat people can't move?
But I don't know. Like, you know, we've all like I watch Vanderpump. I'm not ashamed. My wife and I will watch it tonight. We'll record it. We'll put the little man to sleep and then watch some Vanderpump.
This guy, by the way, looking at pictures, I would put him in high 300s.
Okay.
I'd put him 350 plus, but I'm not throwing 470.
Look, I didn't say it. Google said it.
You said 600 at
Yeah,
first.
you started at 600, which has got me thinking about 600-pound life.
Okay, fair. So what do you know about the Iditarod?
Speaking of huge
You gotta be
things,
light. You gotta be lighter than 600 pounds.
You know, the Iditarod, it's a race, dog race.
Mhm.
You know, I actually, when I was growing up, we had this teacher in like elementary school that was like thought the Iditarod was like the coolest thing, and it was almost like fantasy football. We each would get like a team, and then we would track it as the Iditarod race was going on. That's pretty much the extent of my knowledge. And Balto.
That's actually fun. Oh, what about the movie Snow Dogs?
Snow Dogs?
What about the movie? What about
starring Cuba Gooding Jr.?
What about the Call of the Wild book? Also turned into a movie starring Harrison Ford.
Do you read books?
I used to.
I think I had to read Call of the Wild like in 7th grade, so that would have.
Everyone used to have to.
Yeah.
I actually once experienced dog sledding when I was in Quebec on a French exchange trip back when I was 15 years old. And I got to say, you got to dodge the poo. The dogs sometimes when they're pooing on the road, on the run, like sometimes they kick it back and you're going right over it.
Wow.
Yeah, you gotta keep your eyes open, if you will. But it is an
But you don't wanna
interesting
keep 'em
experience.
Not too open.
Not too open.
How you
right.
get pink eye.
Probably put some goggles on or something like that. But yeah, so I don't know how many people saw this story. This was on the front page of ESPN.
When I saw that you put this link in there and I clicked on it, I assumed it was Barstool.
Nope.
And then it was ESPN.
This is ESPN. This is the headline. Musher kills guts moose after encounter with a dog at Iditarod. A veteran musher had to kill a moose after it injured one of his dogs shortly after the start of this year's Iditarod. Dallas Seavey informed the officials with the Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race early Monday morning that he was forced to shoot the moose with a handgun in self-defense. Gotta say, that must be a highly powered handgun.
Yeah, that was also my first impression, too.
If you're killing a moose, like that's gotta be like a desert eagle or something like that. I mean, that unless he's unloaded a full clip in this thing, because mooses are effing huge.
Yeah, talk about something that actually weighs a ton. Like they weigh like thousands of pounds.
The moose became entangled with the dogs and the musher. And this guy is tied for the most Iditarod wins ever at 5. This guy's not letting anything stand in the way of his record.
This is LeBron James.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is the GOAT. He's the GOAT. If he's tied for titles and has killed a moose, he's the GOAT.
He's number 1.
He said, "It fell on my sled. It was sprawled on the trail. I gutted it the best I could, but it was ugly." What does that mean? Did he just like cut it open? And,
I just don't
like in Star Wars.
Yeah. I had to crawl in for warmth.
That's the weirdest thing about Star Wars. Of all
That's
the things,
the weirdest thing.
Yes, that scene is so weird.
No, I mean it's based on real events.
Real events.
Oh, dude.
I'm going to keep reading this story because he is not the first musher to have to kill a moose during an Iditarod. In 1985, Susan Butcher, what a fitting name, was leading the race. She used her axe and a parka to fend off a moose that had killed 2 of her dogs and injured 13 others. Another musher came along and killed the moose. These things don't bleep around.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a moose in the wild?
No.
I have. I remember we were in, I think I was 8. We were in Colorado, and we were driving in a car, and one was just in the middle of the road. We rolled down the window. Probably a terrible idea that could have had us end up on an Instagram account called Torons of Yellowstone. If you've ever seen it, it's basically people that are being a little bit too familiar with nature.
Okay.
And every now and then you'll see like a buffalo just bundle someone and send them flying into outer space because people come up to it like try to take a selfie. It's an epic buffalo.
Yeah.
Moose is the one thing that of all the mammals out there that are not predators, that is probably the most terrifying non-predator mammal there is.
100%. I saw I don't know if it was a documentary or if it was just one of those like A&E things that just comes on at 3 p.m. that you watch when you're unemployed. But it was basically just what happens when cars hit moose on the road. And it's just a whole bunch of cars that look like accordions and mooses that walk away. That's what happens.
So would you do this? Would you stand up for your dogs?
Yeah, I would. I would do it for my dogs.
You
Yeah.
got to.
I like dogs, by the way. Everyone thinks I'm just a cat guy. No, I like
That
dogs.
was actually going to literally be my next question.
I'm too lazy to take care of a dog.
So that's why you got a cat.
It's a lot of work. I think dogs are a two-person animal, and I think a lot of people are bad dog owners, and they don't face enough accountability for the crappiness of their dog. Oh, he never does that. What? Oh, your pit bull never mauls Pomeranians? Like that story that actually happened at a Houston, I believe, animal shelter this week?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah, it was awful.
Is that next?
Coming up next.
On the animal hour?
Coming up next, why pit bulls are the most dangerous non-predator mammal in the animal kingdom.
Speaking of pit bulls, while we're talking about dogs here, I cannot believe how dumb people are for dogs on the internet. I know people love dogs.
Oh, look at the doggo.
Have you guys seen this Miss Peaches account?
Yes, I have.
From Dave Portnoy?
From Barstool, yeah.
It is like his dog tweets with her in them have done more, like
he makes
millions
me hate
and
dogs.
millions and millions and millions of impressions on YouTube and Instagram. He's making hundreds of thousands of dollars off his dog. Yeah. He bought his dog an $8,000 dog bowl. I watched it. I'm one of those idiots. And then I'm like, this is just, why do people like dog accounts?
I don't know, man.
Do you have a cat Instagram?
No, I don't. But one of my best friends from college, his dog, he has this giant golden doodle named Otto the Doodle. That account has 40,000 followers on Instagram, and it makes me want to blow my brains out every day. Thinking to myself, like I'm a media personality, and I have this amount of followers, and this effing dog who is a great dog. It's just massive dog.
Now, is he profiting from this Instagram account?
I'm not
Sponsored
sure.
content.
His wife runs the account.
If
his wife runs the account.
Like they're doing a bad job if they're not making money off an Instagram account with 40,000 followers.
You gotta whore out your animal.
Yeah.
You gotta make it like the grumpy cat back in the day. R.I.P.
You don't want to do it with your kids, but with your dog, sure. Well, some people do it with the kids, and that's not good, guys.
I mean, unboxing videos, I heard those do numbers.
Yeah, man.
How?
Just a kid open up boxes.
Some of the things that do numbers is the unboxing or get ready with me, where some broad puts on makeup.
Oh, yeah. I should start doing those.
The unboxing one.
I know, I should too.
The unboxing one does blow my mind. Because apparently some kids, like, that's just what they watch. They watch other kids open
it's big
toys.
on kid YouTube.
That's so bizarre.
You get to experience the joy of rich kids that you'll never see because your
Yeah.
parents are deadbeats.
So, okay, we might have to go to break after I say this.
I can't
Is that
wait
basically
now.
the kid equivalent of masturbation? Like, before you can actually masturbate, you have to watch unboxing videos? Because you know.
And on
Like,
that note,
like porn, you know.
Okay.
so you're
What
clarifying.
porn is the sex.
I'm gonna try to
Is
clean
what-
this up. I'm gonna try to clean this up.
What porn is the sex is what unboxing videos is to actually playing with toys.
Sure.
Sure, Sean.
No, that makes sense. You have to say that
I mean,
makes
it
sense.
does. It's just like never anything that would have crossed my mind
Jesus Christ.
to like correlate them.
I get where he's going. This was
They do
not,
numbers.
This was not an endorsement of other things. This was him just saying, yeah, to them, this is what they get excited about.
It's a gateway drug, like marijuana.
It's because they haven't gone through puberty. They don't know the better things that are on the better videos that are on the internet.
Sean Mapes is Dr. Phil right now. Goodness gracious.
What are you doing?
What are you doing, Sean?
Oh, what are you doing?
Oh, the Twitch
I
loves
don't
you,
know.
Sean.
I'm unemployed now. Thanks, Sean.
All right.
Jesus.
10-minute drill. That's next.
First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. What are the odds Sean makes it to the next segment? I don't know. Is it like 3-1 or something like that? But hey, you can't bet on that at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975, but you can bet on everything. You can bet on roulette. You can bet on Baccarat. I don't know how to pronounce that. Am I saying it right? Who knows? Texas Hold'em, blackjack, whatever you want. At mybookie.ag, you can do it with their live casino. Promo code BET975. And guess what? When you use that promo code, you're going to get some awesome bonuses when you sign up. Bonuses like what? Bonuses like, hey, I got a friend. Here's a little extra cheddar. Or just for signing up, you're going to get a deposit bonus. All sorts of ways to make money at mybookie.ag. Betting on sports, but also turning your own space into your casino. Promo code BET975 at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
Russell Wilson has been cut by the Denver Broncos. They will have $85 million in dead cap over the next 2 years.
Man.
Probably one of the worst trades in NFL history because they traded for him and then they gave him the massive contract before they needed to. Like, it'd be one thing to give up the draft capital, but then you ruin your salary cap to where, my least favorite quarterback in the NFL, because his father-in-law doesn't like me, Jarrett Stidham, will probably be your quarterback for the next 2 years.
Oh, wow. Jarrett Stidham's father-in-law not liking somebody?
Yeah, Tad Brown would, he's my complainer, that I would talk trash about Jarrett Stidham on the air, and Tad Brown would call iHeart and tell me to stop talking bad about his son-in-law.
Wait, legitimately about Jarrett Stidham, too?
Yeah, his son-in-law, yeah.
So he didn't just do this about, I don't know, say, going to the Houston Chronicle and reading an article about how the ratings are down for the Rockets verbatim with no thought on it at all, and then trying to have my weekend show co-host Brian Straw fired.
That's tough.
Or like just yelling for no reason at, I believe it was John Lopez in another meeting. Like, my God, Tad is the epitome of sensitive Rockets culture, and thank God that guy's out of town.
Now it's Philly culture. So what do you...
imagine being Tad Brown in Philadelphia with the thin skin that guy has.
I cannot imagine.
I honestly...
That whole front office. Daryl Morey, too. Blows my mind that they're all in Philadelphia.
Morey, I can see it, because Morey was in Boston for a little bit. Maybe not in an elevated role, but...
Yeah, he was fine. I guess we only ever had to delete stuff from him so he wouldn't get fined.
Yeah, by
the NBA.
Yeah, exactly.
He would say stuff on air, and they go, "Hey, he's gonna get a $200,000 fine if we leave that. Can we get rid of that?"
No, you gotta leave it in.
So
Russell Wilson
can sign like a $800,000 contract now and just stick it to the Broncos, which I love.
But I mean, he has to actually stick it, and what did we see from him the last 2 seasons to make us believe that he's ever going to be able to do that again? It's crazy how far he fell off. I mean, I started to see the decline when I was in Seattle in 2021, because that was where he struggled. It was where he got injured. He missed a significant amount of time. I think he got paranoid about Geno Smith actually looking decent over a couple of games, forced himself back in, was talking about how he was rehabbing his finger 20 hours a day.
I remember that.
Which is just insane and definitely not real. And after an offseason where he had been doing all this passive-aggressive, trying to push for a trade, he got exactly what he wanted, and he did get paid. But this is one of those spectacular, like, bet on myself, I am the system moments that we've seen in recent sports history.
He was not good this year, and I don't know what his market is going to be in free agency. He'll be a starting quarterback next year, I would imagine, because the amount of teams that need one. But if he signs with the Minnesota Vikings to be their Kirk Cousins replacement, it doesn't mean I think the Minnesota Vikings are going to be a playoff team next year. Russell Wilson, like, his average depth of target was less than 2 yards this year. He was dink and dunk, and then maybe in the fourth quarter have a old school Russell Wilson drive to try to save the game.
The big thing for him always has been that he has incredible deep ball accuracy and that he was able to escape the rush, but he no longer can escape the rush the same way because he's short. He can't really see things over the middle of the field in a way that you want to, and he's also one of those quarterbacks that constantly is looking for the deep pass because of how good he is throwing the football deep down the field, and that doesn't work in a lot of systems. And I think the big problem for Sean Payton was dealing with a guy who was saying all the right things about how he was going to operate within the confines of what an offense was asking him to do, but ultimately wants to just continuously play hero ball at quarterback. Now that he has been humbled and is probably going to take a minimum salary elsewhere, is he going to change his stripes? I don't know. I have skepticism about it because he's one of these people that is just so blindly optimistic, to his credit, but also to his own detriment, in the belief that he is still the same guy that he used to be.
Yeah, to me, his just personal awareness has always been so off.
Oh, terrible.
The unlimited videos, just how he treats himself as this bizarre brand is so...
It's annoying.
He's so weird.
It's a lot. Covering him in Seattle when he was good, hey, he's good. He's
fine.
Still weird. But when he started doing all the passive-aggressive stuff, that's actually probably one of the reasons I'm no longer working in Seattle. People got mad at me because I was like, this guy's kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
But
and then, work, no, Russ needs to get everything he wants.
What was so funny is that they very quickly were all probably on your side right after you left. I would imagine.
Drives me crazy. I leave. I don't get my McNulty pat on the back for finally cracking the case when I left here for being right about Harden. And then, same thing in Seattle. My cross to bear, being right about two people and not getting any credit for it.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, says indications are building of potential Kirk Cousins move to Atlanta.
Expand on this, though, because there's some very funny details as far as why they believe this might happen.
Literally, okay, this is one of the quotes in here. We can't get into the specifics for now, but we're getting very credible indications that Cousins is seriously considering moving his family to Atlanta, which would mean, obviously, that he'd be signing with the Falcons. So he's buying a house in Atlanta, so he's an Atlanta Falcon.
Remember when Terry, Nick Saban's wife, was in Austin?
Yeah.
Florio does this tightrope between
reporting
and speculation a lot. And I'm very curious as to who told him this. How many of you guys...
This is a report. This is not speculation. He told us that last night. Did you not see this?
I didn't see the clarification.
No. He tweeted this last night at 7:30. To the folks who try... This is Mike Florio. To the folks who try to dismiss our reports by saying we have no sources or whatever, you realize we had like 50 guests on our show last week from Indy, right? You realize pretty much everyone in the league reads PFT, right? You realize I've been doing this 23 years, right? That's what he said on Twitter last night. So he defended himself by complaining like a child. I said I imagined him typing while crying while tweeting that out because it was very crybaby. But Kirk Cousins, the Atlanta Falcons? Okay.
That could be very interesting because they do have a lot of skilled players around him.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. We'll see. Dak Prescott, though, he's in the news a lot. Jerry Jones has been talking about contract extensions, if it's going to happen, if it's not. I know Dak Prescott is saying he's definitely confident about the contract extension, but Jerry Jones has made it seem like they're willing to go all in this year without that contract extension being in place. It seems like I think they have to win the Super Bowl for Dak and Mike McCarthy to keep their jobs.
I don't know about that. I mean, how are you going to get out of Dak Prescott? You're just going to let him walk?
The way they're talking about his contract and it's being reported on, normally I would say that sounds insane to just let him walk. I kind of get that vibe that they're just going to let him walk.
I don't understand how you can do that, though.
I don't either, because how do you get a new quarterback?
Right, you're not in striking distance in the draft unless you trade up to go get a guy. And you don't really have a lot of flexibility because of the cap hit for Dak Prescott's contract as it currently stands. That's the main reason they're talking about an extension, is to free up some space so that you can potentially add somebody else or give somebody else an extension, like a CD Lamb or something like that. And, right now, I mean, the only way that you can really improve what the Cowboys are from last year to next year is by extending Dak Prescott and giving yourself more money to work with.
I know this Dak thing is weird because I would always agree with everything you're just saying about like why it makes sense that they have to do this, that they don't have a quarterback, but it weirdly feels like if you read the tea leaves that they seem more ready to move on if it doesn't go well this season, or they just keep saying they're going all in. They're going all in on this year, which at a minimum means Mike McCarthy is probably getting fired if they don't win a Super Bowl, go to an NFC title game. That's the other thing that's weird about the Cowboys. What are Jerry Jones's expectations? Because like they won a playoff game this year. Getting to the NFC Championship feels like that would be a good next step. I don't think that's good enough for Jerry Jones.
It's not good enough. It's been way too long. They have to get to
they're
a
not
Super
the
Bowl.
Texans.
The effing Lions are back in the NFC Championship game before they are.
That's pretty pathetic.
What's next? The Bears? The Texans?
Look, the Bears have been to a Super Bowl more recently than the
That's
Cowboys.
true. That is 100% true. Yeah.
2681 says Trey Lance. No chance. I know he's their backup, but what are you going to go with Trey Lance over Dak Prescott?
Even the most diehard has a Carson Wentz jersey as well. North Dakota State Bison fan would probably be like, Trey Lance, I don't know, man.
No, we need Kirk Cousins to start looking for a home in Dallas, it sounds like.
Yeah, I guess his wife is from...
Start moving his family to Dallas.
B. Hannon, and I guess I might say this in the article as well, that Kirk Cousins' wife is from Atlanta. This report is so weird from
ATL.
Florida.
That's another classic like college basketball, college football thing where it's where the wife is from, or the wife's alma mater.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's ever made
never
changed anyone's mind.
Never. You never go to your wife's alma mater to coach.
I really want to see Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. The blend of Atlanta culture with Kirk Cousins, tickles me.
You want to see him in a Migos music video?
yeah. He's under the Krog Street Bridge, throwing up gang signs.
He already does the thing of where he
chains?
puts on all the jewelry from all the, I'll just say, other players on his team.
Choose your
skill
words.
position players.
The skill position players.
Now that Adam Thielen's gone, if you know what I mean. He's not putting Kyle Rudolph or Hawkinson's jewelry on.
I thought you were colorblind, Sean, huh? Interesting.
No, I can see race.
Oh, wow. Damn, dude.
All right. He's Sean Mapes. You can find him on Twitter at Sean A. Mapes.
Yeah.
If you have any complaints about the last two
Please
segments,
direct them at Sean A. Mapes.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the kids are watching something that they can't have, much like people.
I like the clarification makes more sense. And it sounds.
I feel like it made sense on its
You know
face.
what? No, you're right. It did make sense.
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
It just sounds better.
You're not legally allowed to touch it. Be within 500 feet of that take.
Oh, my God.
All right.
Jesus
The NBA
Christ.
sucks. Players can't even show up on time. That's next.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
The NBA always has these weird stories where they can never let the product on the court just speak for itself, and it always becomes an off-the-court story. That feels like when they're at their best, honestly.
Yeah, Joe, the off-the-court product is better than the on-the-court product
Definitely.
these days.
Well, Anthony Edwards was he was late yesterday, Paul. Have you ever been late to a show?
Been close. I have cut it very, very close.
I mean, I know there was once upon a time I was told you were going to be 15 minutes late to a show, and you got there like an hour later because you were at jury duty.
But yeah, that wasn't. That one was actually out of my control.
That was a real one.
But I used to drive from my place, which is about like 5 to 6 minutes away from where our studio is. Sometimes I would leave at 9:45, and I would get here at like 9:56, like running up the stairs. Oh yeah, I push it to the limit. Push it to the limit. Standing on the razor's edge. I've done that with letting my gas tank get way past empty. Never had to, knock on wood, get refueled on the side of the road. And yeah, I would do that every now and then. Show very, very close to game time. But I've always made it to the start of a show, assuming I don't have jury duty.
And apparently Anthony Edwards just yesterday he lost track of time. So the game starts. He's on the sidelines getting ready to check in, and the game just tips off. And I guess they had to wait for him to check in till the first dead ball.
Yeah, he said he was in the tunnel because he does like whatever resistance band stuff just to like get, I guess, the blood pumping or something, and he was just like late to the floor.
How is that possible?
That's surprising because from what I understand, a lot of NBA games don't tip off on time as it is.
Yes.
They tip off a little bit later than they're supposed to. So for him to be, I guess, double late from the scheduled tip-off time is pretty funny.
I mean, there is a legit clock countdown that they use for the broadcasters. Like they use the shot clock as a countdown at points to literally indicate when tip-off is going to happen, or at least when they're about to. And I thought most players just stayed on the court or near the bench after introductions.
Yeah.
That's what I figured too.
It's also funny for Anthony Edwards because he left, I think, the game before at halftime for the birth of his child.
No, that I get.
So but I'm just saying it's 2 straight games where
is Anthony Edwards committed to basketball.
And I think they're still the 1 seed in the West. they're up there.
He shows up late. He leaves early. He gets selected to his first All-Star game, and Draymond Green says it's a shame he doesn't try. Does Anthony Edwards care about basketball?
I'll give him credit. He's honest.
Yeah, I will. You have to be honest in this situation.
Yeah,
you gonna lie?
Yeah, because he was there before the game. He got to the arena on time. It was just in the arena. He was running late.
He was the same guy at the All-Star game who said that he doesn't care about this.
Yeah, he was like, "People, it's a break, isn't it?"
Are we sure he just wasn't pulling a Paul Pierce?
Pooping his pants?
That's what he should have said. He should have been like gastrointestinal issue.
Could have been that. What if he was getting to Mickey Mantle?
Yeah.
Have you heard of that story?
No.
Oh, Joe, this is a good one. Okay, so here's what I remember off the top of my head. So Mickey Mantle was once asked by the New York Yankees for his favorite memory playing at Yankee Stadium.
Okay.
Somebody actually kept this piece of paper that Mickey Mantle wrote. And what Mickey Mantle said was that either in the tunnel or the bleachers, I think it was in the tunnel in the middle of a game, he got some action.
This story is very real.
He received some action. Let me clarify it there. And he wrote it down in this story along with a funny little quip at the end that I know we've been pushing boundaries these last 2 segments, but I definitely could not read that one on the
Yeah, I don't. Apparently, it was under the right field bleachers between the 3rd and 4th inning.
the hallowed grounds of Yankee Stadium.
Wow. Well, the NBA never is in the news for good things. Apparently today, NBA Twitter got very upset with Ramona Shelburne.
Why's that?
Because she's already pushing the narrative that Victor Wembanyama is going to want out of San Antonio if the Spurs don't start to win now.
Oui, il est un Parisien. Il n'aime pas le San Antonio. He is a man international. He wants to play in a real city. Oui.
What does Wemby say about the women?
Les plus en big bottom fatty pour bâtir de la San Antonio. Oh no.
Victor, do you like churros?
No. J'aime cigarette. Où est-ce que le cigarette? I'm speaking kind of French here.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good.
I could tell by how much of the words I knew you were saying that you're not 100%. You know how Spanglish? What's Frenchlish?
Mm-hmm. Oui. See, I was French club president way back in the day, but I just don't remember any of the French that I used to know.
Why?
What do you mean?
Was there a girl in French club?
It was a power grab.
It was a power grab. I wanted to have the most powerful resume possible, so I could get into the best broadcasting school in the country, Joe. Sorry, some of us have ambition.
What else was on your resume to help you get into Syracuse?
I was a football captain.
Okay.
Only after somebody got injured and was out for the year.
That's not on the resume though. Just
no, that part you don't add that.
That second part got left off.
You don't add that, okay? I was sports talk director at my college radio station. Only focused on my show. Didn't care about the other ones.
Understandable.
But it's all about accruing titles, putting together the phoniest resume possible.
So you have titles.
Exactly.
Do you have an issue with people pushing the idea that players already went out of their city?
Not at all. It's common sense. I mean, is Greg Popovich going to be with the San Antonio Spurs for another 10 years or so?
He shouldn't be. He just signed a new contract, though.
But do you think he will be there the entirety?
No, he should retire this offseason.
I don't think he will.
I think he will either. But frankly, if I was the ownership group, I would not want that guy around a star player anymore.
7 years ago, Greg Popovich is why you would want to play in San Antonio.
Yeah.
And that's not what you have anymore. So what are the perks of San Antonio unless you like the greater San Antonio area, unless you like the Riverwalk, unless you like no state income tax? What is it about playing for the Spurs that's going to keep you there forever in a league where guys have all of the power, and especially in a league where, as Sean Mapes said a little bit earlier today, that he's probably going to be the face of the NBA in a couple of years.
Yeah, my only counter is that the fact that like the talking heads of the NBA, all they do is go on television and talk poorly about their product and their small market teams. It's part of the reason why I think so many people negatively view the NBA. That Chuck and Kenny and Shaq go on television every week on the best sports television show in the world and tell you how bad the NBA is and how much they don't watch the NBA besides the games that they're forced to watch. And then you have people like Ramona Shelburne, who's very respected by most fans, and she's out there dogging these small market teams because he's in his first. They had the number one pick for a reason.
Part of it with Shelburne too is Shelburne's on the Laker payroll,
and I think that's what people get irritated by, and why fans are upset by stuff like that.
I mean, she's based in LA, I believe, and it does seem like she has more access to Laker stories than others. So yeah, you want to put this out there. You want to plant the seed of Victor wanting to play for the Lakers eventually, because that's how the Lakers do well. It's like people just want to play for them for whatever reason.
I guess that's an overrated franchise. All right, what is your overall approval rating of Dana Brown? That's next here on ESPN.
That's quite the statement for a moment.
Okay, no, it's
quite
fine.
the statement coming from a Bulls fan. That organization has blown in a pre and post Michael Jordan era, and I'm standing up wearing a Celtics jersey. I'm standing up for the Lakers. What are you talking about?
Well, part of it, if the Lakers are overrated, what are the Bulls and Celtics?
They're fine. I'm just saying, like, we talk about the Lakers, we talk about all these franchises, like they're still winning championships every single year. I'm not saying
they won a bubble title.
I'm not saying that their past is overrated. It's not what they're.
But they have 17 titles. Like, that's insane.
But we talk about them today like they're still that team, and they're just not. They're not.
They won in 2020. They won in.
But they have LeBron.
They won a
09
fake championship.
09 and 10.
They have
They
Anthony
won
Davis.
They won 3 in the 2000s. They've run in every decade.
You can't. You gotta walk that one back, buddy.
No,
They're not an overrated franchise.
we talk about them like they're in the championship every single year.
Listen, I'll even admit it. As a Celtics fan, they've won once since 1986.
No, for sure.
They have 18 or 7. Is it 17 titles? They have 17 titles. They've won once since 86. We talk about them a lot. Bill Simmons talks about them a lot. The Lakers, I get it. I don't like it at all, but I get it.
I'm not saying like they're obviously like they're a historical franchise for sure, but we still talk about the Lakers that even in the Kobe bad years were still lifted on this pedestal. Like they shouldn't always be on. They have down years. They're in the play-in tournament.
But the thing is, when they had, yes, they are kind of the Dallas Cowboys in that way.
I guess
where
that's
they
my
always
point.
get talked about. But unlike the Dallas Cowboys, they've won 7 titles since the last Cowboys won.
That's okay. That's fair.
They just 7. Yeah,
It's 6, I think.
It's just
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
They're just not. They don't need to be talked about as much as they are. There are other teams in the NBA.
Well, I mean,
Do you want to talk about the Minnesota Timberwolves?
That's the problem.
Do you want to talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder?
They don't talk about the teams that are actually good anymore. They only talk about the teams. They're all like the Cowboys.
why do they talk about my Bulls?
They suck. They suck. They're not good.
We talked about the Bucks a lot.
I know.
All it took for them to fire their coach.
We're going to break. Bye. How do you feel about Dana Brown? His approval rating. We've discussed since the show began, since before, what the Astros have done this offseason. We know that they're not the Dodgers in terms of spending just unlimited amount of money and just throwing money at all their problems.
Right, and per you, 7 straight ALCS, overrated franchise, right?
They're not.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to let this go.
That's fine. I understand. Most overrated franchises. The Cowboys.
Cowboys are definitely up there because of the lack of success of late. The Patriots in 5 years, I think, will perhaps be back there.
But see, even the Patriots, like the Patriots have a bad win, like not much success.
Mm-hmm.
They had a really great run, and then it looks like it's going to be bad again for a while.
Yeah, it does feel
so.
that way.
When people talk about the Patriots franchise as a whole, yeah, they could fall into that overrated category.
Right now, yes. During the run from 01 through 19.
Yeah, but because most people, they kind of forget that the pre-2000s existed for the Patriots.
Yeah, they weren't terrible in the late
They went to
90s.
2 Super Bowls.
Because, they went to one in 97, and with Pete Carroll, they actually never had a losing record. Pretty interesting to note, too. Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick, Bill Parcells. Talk about luck. 3 really good coaches in a row. It's pretty damn good.
It's very good.
Carroll, obviously, you look at him a little bit differently than you did after his time in New England. But, yeah, they could be right back to that spot. But I do think that even though some of these franchises that are like marquee names, we do talk about them a lot. Like there are certain ones that I feel like even if they are in the midst of a downward moment in time, like Golden State maybe is now finding themselves in, I'm only going to call them overrated if the drought's been like my entire life as far as them not winning a title.
Yeah, I guess, I got to walk it back. I'll walk it back.
Oh, he surrendered.
But they're not worth talking about every single day. They're not
I agree with you there.
They're not worth being in the conversation about every single player that's going to be a free agent or, I don't know, is in his rookie contract 50 games into his career.
But if we were doing a national radio show or a national TV show, they would be worth it as much as we'd hate it. Talking about the Cowboys, talking about the Lakers, and I guess if you do occasionally talk about baseball nationally, talking about the Yankees, like that's what plays.
Fair.
Unless some other team is doing some nefarious stuff. Everyone hated the Patriots, so I'm sure in some moments talking about the Patriots the same amount you would talk about the Cowboys played, and maybe for a little bit of time with the Houston Astros, that was the same kind of deal. So to bring it back to the Astros and Dana Brown, Joe George.
Well, I don't know. Sean is standing up.
He's standing up.
And we've had a full experience from Sean today.
I'm just standing just because I've been sitting since
I felt like in this moment, I was like, okay, I called the Lakers an overrated franchise. Now Sean, who's told weird stories and analogies on the air today, is standing up like he's going to yell at me.
He's going to give us some more overrated franchises.
By the way, no weird story.
Analogies.
It was a right analogy. Thinking outside the box. I'm glad.
Definitely outside the box.
Glad someone unboxing videos, literally. I'm glad someone at the station is willing to push some boundaries. Not everyone's trying to stay safe.
You might be going to the big box for those comments.
For what? What's bad about what I said? Explain it.
Many things.
Yeah, I'm not doing
We're
that.
so uncomfortable. We don't want to go back in time.
We literally have other producers texting us asking if we can say words.
One other producer.
Well, there's only 3. So
No, he's fighting for more airtime.
He's asking if we can even say those words on air.
He's trying to build a brand around that word.
It's the clinical word.
Mm-hmm. You're right. Yeah, you totally can. Okay, so what's your take on this? How dumb am I?
Pretty dumb. Pretty dumb.
Damn.
Yeah. I was gonna say like the Yankees are without a doubt, I think have a better claim to this
as an overrated franchise. Yeah. That's fair.
Because like someone my age, I've only seen them win 1.
Yeah, that's true. Because the Lakers, to your point, like they've won 3 championships. You've seen? Oh no, I guess more than that, right?
Yeah, they had the little dynasty at the end of the 90s, early 2000s. Yeah, and then they had the 2-3 titles.
Yeah,
the
first finals 2000s. I remember watching is the one that they lost to the Pistons in 2004. But that was coming off of 3 straight. And they had Kobe for the entire time.
All right, I'll walk it back. I'm an idiot. I'll be on Bad Take Boulevard.
I'm an idiot. I'm the worst.
Overrated. Why do we talk about this team that's won 5 titles?
All right.
5 titles and 1 bubble title since 2000.
Overrated franchises. Ford. Budweiser.
Why do we talk about Star Wars so much? They made 1 good movie since 1980.
Fast and Furious. Too many movies. Overrated.
That's a blasphemous.
Nickelback.
Well,
overrated.
Sold too many records.
I mean, it's Nickelback.
They sold a lot of records.
Are you going to go see them?
I am, actually.
I haven't decided yet.
I will go to this one because I actually have tickets that aren't, no offense, the press box seating, let's just say it wasn't what I expected.
Yeah,
last night at Hank Williams.
I mean, look.
Junior.
NRG's press box is pretty high up.
It's very high up.
I don't really enjoy watching football games from there.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer.
They look like ants.
Well, you're very far. You need to bring binoculars.
Yeah. All right. Dana Brown's approval rating is what for you?
What are we doing, on a grade or let?
I don't know. You're political, Paul.
1 through 10. Okay. I don't like how much he talks.
Mm-hmm.
it's not to say that I'm not appreciative of the content that he gives us to work with. I enjoy that.
It is a bonus.
He is an open book, unlike James Click and unlike Jeff Luhnow. But I do think that sometimes he says things that puts him in a spot where he actually has to make good on not necessarily promises, but stated intentions.
Mm-hmm.
And we did see him follow through with a deal for Jose Altuve, his introductory press conference. He said that they wanted a long-term deal. But he also said the same thing for Alex Bregman. Feels like there's been very minimal progress on that front. I think we heard him talk about it with Kyle Tucker. He did get that big deal for Christian Javier, so it's not like he has been sitting idly.
Mm-hmm.
My only nitpick with Dana Brown is just how much he speaks, where it feels like the way he's talking makes it seem as if he's promising. But if I'm grading him just on a letter grade, I'd say C+. I think he's done a satisfactory job. That's what a C is. C+ is.
And the reason why we ask is because is a portion of Astros Twitter, Facebook, whatever, that is upset with his comments today, saying that he is not in the market for starting pitching. When you look at the fact that McCullers and Garcia won't pitch until July, and that Verlander at least is going to start the season on the injury list, there are people who they don't understand why Dana Brown is not more aggressively trying to add to this rotation just to make it a little bit better. So that's where I think he's doing the best he can with the limitations that he's being given. He has acknowledged the fact that he would like to do certain things, but he has to follow Jim Crane's path of approval, what Jim Crane's willing to spend. I don't have an issue with the Justin Verlander trade. I know you traded away 2 prospects. They're just prospects. You have a better chance to win the World Series this year and next year with Justin Verlander, and last year you had one, than with Drew Gilbert and Ryan Clifford.
Yeah,
so that trade's totally fine.
And I mean, sometimes these prospects you trade don't do a damn thing. And I think if we've looked at some of the trades the Astros have made, whether it was for Verlander the first time or for Cole Hamel, Garrett Cole or Zach Greinke, sometimes they have given up. You're wondering, like, wait, how did they get this deal done? There was like they were robbing the other team blind. You almost wonder, like, how did Jeff Luhnow get any deals done after the ones that he made on that front?
That's why I think that's why he's not in baseball. Because he just robbed everyone blind so bad. We can't let this guy back.
It's crazy though that Alex Cora, who's possibly a drunk, is back in baseball. And I say this based off of like accounts, written accounts of Alex Cora like blowing up on a bus and getting mad and seeming lit. I think it was in Evan Drellick's book.
Yeah.
He's back in baseball. And yet Jeff Luhnow isn't.
And
maybe Luhnow just doesn't want to get back in or something like that, and he's totally fine doing what he's doing overseas. I think he's got like 2 soccer teams, and they're both, guess what, doing well already.
He either is just the most hated person in baseball across the board. My prevailing theory, though, as much as he and his wife like to go on Twitter and say that they knew nothing about what was going on, I personally believe that there's a reason why he's not in baseball, that there's more evidence, more knowledge that directly connects them. Because the fact that he's not in baseball and these other guys are, the fact that there's people who consistently are getting new jobs as general managers in baseball that were still with the Astros organization that were hired by Jeff Luhnow.
Right, like the entire Orioles.
It's so bizarre.
The entire Orioles organization, right? Like, aren't those all Astros
guys?
guys?
Yeah, and the Giants too. Like how all these guys are in baseball getting new jobs, re-getting jobs, but Luhnow can't touch it for all.
That's why I actually am skeptical about the amount of an investigation that they did into other teams. Like, it's so neat, you know?
So neat.
Not to make a Lee Harvey Oswald reference here, but we're really to believe that this one guy on his own killed the president of the United States? Seriously? It's convenient to have the one scapegoat, but it's strange that Luhnow, not Cora, not Beltran, who's working with the Yankees. I mean, technically, he cheated the Yankees of a World Series. Hinch is back in the game. And Hinch seemed to be one of the guys who was pushing back on the things that they were allegedly
breaking
doing.
TVs.
It's it's strange. And I am skeptical that baseball, which I feel like has done a pretty terrible job as a whole when it comes to policing itself just for the last 30 years.
100%.
A hard time believing that Luno being out is like the most convenient scapegoat ever. And just the way people talk about it now too. No one talks about what happened. Everyone just kind of moved on.
Yeah, he must just be the most disliked person to like ever walk the planet in baseball. Whether it's bad trades or the way the toxicity that was around the Astros and just all gets pinned on him, or probably Rob Manfred just said like, dude, you're out and you're not coming back.
Could have been that.
That wouldn't shock me. But back to Dana Brown.
Pay him some money.
With everything that's around the Astros right now, I think he's doing a fine job. I also would like him to be attacking free agency in this moment.
You actually want him to be aggressive
I just want to find another arm right now. Just in case if Verlander has a slight setback, the idea of Ronald Blanco being in this rotation for the next 2-3 months, it's just a security blanket. Because last year I was so against it, and then they needed it.
But Blanco wasn't bad when he was in that spot last year.
He's okay.
Yeah, but it's the regular season. Okay is fine. You're being too much of a worry monger.
But see, it's because last year I was so the opposite that I feel like last year Chandler wrote an article in The Athletic saying that the Astros should aggressively pursue starting pitching when it was so clear going into the season they had 6 guys that were going to be in the rotation. That's obviously well before Verlander was a part of this team. And then we saw the injuries just start to pile up and pile up and pile up. Those injuries already exist right now. So last year I was so against adding. Yeah, this year I'm being a worry wart. I'm a little worried.
You're being a worry monger. And you are putting your hands in other people's pants and taking their wallet out, and you're like, whoa!
Don't like that reference after what's been discussed on the show.
Why
today.
not? Why don't you like that?
Just saying.
Well, what? Do you not put your wallet in your pants?
I do.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's where your wallet is.
It's true.
So putting your hands in people's pants.
Put your hands in their pants. Put your hands in their pants.
This is like my full Gallant Mapes experience today.
What? Sorry, the show got sexual. It's 2024.
It just got sexual. This segment.
Yeah, it just got sexual. This segment.
It's true.
The word masturbation was said on this show, but it just got sexual in this segment. You're right. I did say throbber earlier in the show.
Yeah, he did. The text line caught on to that one.
I think that's a good way to say pants tent. We're exploring new ways to talk about boners on the air. Okay.
All right.
It's a family show. Family show.
Deal or no big deal.
We teach you about the birds and the bees here.
Health class.
Texans free agency rumors. We discuss it next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
40 minutes until the franchise tag deadline arrives in the NFL. Jalen Johnson, L'Jarius Sneed, Josh Allen from the Jaguars, Michael Pittman just got franchise tagged by the Indianapolis Colts. So a lot of the big names that were out there early on when you just looked at free agency as a whole are off the market. Now, Saquon Barkley is not being tagged. Chris Jones is not being tagged. And then locally, the big news today was obviously Dalton Schultz, 3-year, $36 million contract with 23.5 of that being guaranteed. Any chance you think in the next 40 minutes we see Grenard get tagged?
I think if it was coming, we would know.
Yeah. Look, the Michael Pittman one, the fact that it just happened, most of these deals look like they've been working on a contract and they're just like, hey, we're not going to finish this in the next 2 hours. Let's just slap the tag on you.
And the Colts have so much cap space, so that's not a huge issue for them.
And I think that's what Schultz was today, is that they've been, and it was reported like this, that they've been working on a deal and that, potentially, Aaron Wilson said if they don't come to a deal that they'll tag him. So that's where I don't think that the franchise tag is in place for Grenard, and it was always Dalton Schultz was getting a tag, unless they did what they did today, come to a long-term deal, which I'm glad they did. It's way better than the franchise tag for Dalton Schultz, because unlike the Twitchers who were arguing with you earlier, that's actually $12 million they'd have to pay him this year.
Right. So I'm imagining, and we'll see what happens, but this does give them some flexibility to bring back a lot of other key players. I guess the real question is, okay, a 3-year contract from Nick Caserio. We haven't seen many of those. Is he about to change his stripes a little bit? Are some of the guys that are free agents right now going to get the same kind of treatment? 2 years, 3 years, something like that? Well, we shall see.
I think it's going to be a mixed bag. Mixed bag of new Caserio and old Caserio still here. That if you're a certain level of player, Derek Barnett, for example, I'd like him back as a Houston Texan.
I would too, but I wonder what he would be looking for, especially considering he got cut in the middle of a season. Is he at the point now where he believes, oh man, I just got to take whatever I can get? Or does he believe after a couple of pretty good games with the Texans,
3.5 sacks here, I think,
that he is capable of getting a multi-year deal somewhere else?
Yeah. So some of the rumors that came out this weekend, we went through a couple of them yesterday, but one we did not get to, Sheldon Rankins. Another player, mutual interest is there. But as was pointed out, that there's a pretty good amount of good defensive tackles in this year's free agency class. I like Rankins, but you have Malik Collins. I don't know if this is a top priority for me.
Defensive tackle?
Yeah. Well, no, Sheldon Rankins specifically.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. It is a priority, but I don't know if I'm, if I would have a very firm number in my mind if I was Nick Caserio. I don't know what that number is.
Firm number.
But if he wants $5 million, $7 million, I'm not going past a penny. There's no negotiation for me with Sheldon Rankins.
None?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty.
You're just throwing him out on the street?
No, I think this is our offer.
He has a family.
If you can't find this, if this offer doesn't work for you, good luck in free agency.
Man.
I would be harsh. I'm not going to lie. Maybe I'd be a bad GM.
Why do you think that?
Because I probably would pay running backs and then do things like this to Sheldon Rankins.
You're definitely an idiot fantasy footballer who is given a giant bag of money, and then you're gonna tell Sheldon Rankins and his family, get out on the streets, street rats.
They'll be fine.
Like you're Jafar in Aladdin. Yeah.
Not the reference I was expecting, but a good one at the same time.
Yeah,
underrated movie.
Your team, if you're the GM, would be super fun to play as on Madden.
Yep.
It would just be.
No, I'm not
You'd
saying.
have 3 great receivers.
He'd have like 7 players drafted from Notre Dame. The entire draft
That's
class.
not true.
All Notre Dame.
What are we going to do? Draft a bunch of offense?
Yeah, and the occasional Illinois player. You'll have like 2 Illinoisers. And, yeah.
What am I supposed to do? Just draft offensive linemen? That's all Notre Dame produces. And occasionally the white tight end.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Michael Mayer, Kyle Rudolph.
Yeah.
There's some good linebackers.
If you listen to Colin Cowherd, they'll have a top 5 quarterback next year in 2025. Riley Leonard.
See? You're cooking with gas now.
I mean, did you watch the NFL Combine and see Sam Hartman run?
I did not watch the NFL Combine.
I mean, Sam Hartman looked majestic.
He was the guy with the long hair, right?
I literally only saw video, like the close-up of him running. Everyone else, you see the up top shot where you can actually see what they ran.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only one who looked like he was running in a shampoo commercial.
100%. It was Baywatch meets the NFL Combine.
Yeah.
100%.
I'm Googling, is Sam Hartman hot?
Someone earlier on the text line said that you two are, if you guys combined to be one person, you'd be Sam Hartman.
Damn, he's hot.
Mapes' hair.
He also looks like we've discussed him before. Sam Hartman looks like he is 7 years older than everyone he's playing with.
Well, he's not one of those 10-year college football players,
but he definitely has the look of someone in a high school movie who is 32 years old playing a high school quarterback.
Yeah. 100%.
Damn, I want to look like this guy. There's legitimately, I looked this up. There's a article online at Sportskeeda, quote, OMG, he is still hot. College football fans can't get enough of Notre Dame quarterback Sam Hartman's no beard look because he got rid of the beard.
He did.
The beard is fearsome.
It's not like New York, like the Yankees, where they make you get rid of your beard because they're communists.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a Notre Dame thing, though.
Honestly, it really would be.
Like, it would fit in.
Like Sam Hartman, you got to cut your hair and you got to shave your beard to play here.
We're young men here. We're molding these people into great young men.
Right.
I think he's got to bring the beard back.
I agree.
I think he's a day 2 pick if he brings the beard back. But if he doesn't, day 3.
Sam Hartman, future Houston Roughneck.
That would be fun.
Not a real NFL quarterback, but I could see him being a Roughneck.
Well, hey,
I don't know.
Don't hate on the Roughnecks. The Roughnecks. There's a legacy of success here.
Yeah. You could be a real NFL quarterback and a Roughneck quarterback.
Yeah, but you typically have to be a Roughneck first to then become a real NFL quarterback because the Roughnecks are the developmental system.
What if that
for guys like PJ Walker?
What if that was a qualification? You need to go on an oil rig for 2 weeks and survive
be a
it.
Roughneck?
So you have
like a Mormon mission.
Yeah. It's if you could survive this, you could be a quarterback. Do you survive freshwater horizon, deepwater horizon? Oh, you can play quarterback for us.
You can play for the Roughnecks and then the Carolina Panthers.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hey, he was a Chicago Bear for once and then a Cleveland Brown.
Even better.
Two
great quarterback franchises.
Well, the Bears cut him. So, Kaimi Fairbairn and the team are having active discussions. Is this important to you? Because it is.
Yeah, actually. I mean, how many bad kickers are out there?
Exactly.
I know he missed that one kick against the Ravens, but
it was one kick.
Think about all the kickers this organization has had.
That Matt Amendola guy, no offense, Matt, stunk.
Yeah, but he was so close to tying the game against the Jaguars. That's so frustrating. But no, I mean Chris Brown, Randy Bullock,
Fat Randy.
I mean, there's been some kickers on this team that have been very, very, very nerve-wracking when they line up. And Fairbairn, I think at times has been underrated by his own coaches.
Fans got frustrated with him. He took the ire of the fans because of the contract that Bill O'Brien gave him. Now, Wilson's report is that this contract will not be inexpensive. It shouldn't be. Every single team should probably want a guy like Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah,
because everyone has confidence when he goes out there.
$20 million a year for a kicker.
I mean, what was he getting before? Like 7?
Whatever it is, I really do not think you should play around here.
No.
Because also I would just take a look at guys who have been drafted in the middle of the draft recently. Like the Patriots drafted a kicker. That guy sucks.
Most of these guys are getting cut.
Exactly.
They're not lasting.
Sometimes you do get a good kicker, but I mean, don't you think the Raiders drafted Sebastian Janikowski? I mean, Janikowski was a capable kicker, but he was never great. He just had a effing howitzer for a leg.
Let me tell you the worst sports radio take I've ever heard in my life.
Hit me.
My dear friend, Mike North. He was one of the OGs of sports radio in Chicago.
Oh yeah.
He said that the Bears should have taken Sebastian Janikowski over Brian Urlacher, and he stands by that take today.
Man, he stands
because
by
what
it?
did Brian Urlacher ever win?
What's a kicker ever going to win?
But that's what you get when you take people from a hot dog stand to morning radio.
Was he
a lot of drugs.
Trolling? Oh, he does drugs?
He did.
Oh, he's my guy.
Back in the day.
Never mind. What kind of drugs?
I think all the bad ones.
Quaaludes?
Probably.
That's why he loves Sebastian Janikowski.
Yeah, he loves the party.
Yeah.
And what about Cam Johnson? It says the Texans are keeping an eye on punters at the combine.
Can't let Bill Burr walk.
This one, let him go.
You want to let him go?
I want him out.
Why?
Okay. I don't know if this is a stupid take or not.
It is probably. If he's a really good punter.
I understand he's a great punter.
Yes,
he absolutely is. But the fact that he can't kick field goals, like when Kaimi Fairbairn got hurt, they had to use a running back because Cam Johnson can't kick a field goal.
Yeah, because
he doesn't know how.
They're two totally different things.
Yeah, most punters in the NFL can kick a field goal, but Cam Johnson, because he played Australian football, he doesn't know how to kick a field goal.
He might be able to if they asked him to, but he's probably not as good as the very highly skilled players who kick field goals are.
No, but like the fact you had to go to a running back. You had to go to Dario Gumbawale to kick a field goal.
He's also the holder, and so you would have to be replacing a holder
Okay,
and a kicker instead of
touche,
just a kicker.
But most times the punter, unless you're the Kansas City Chiefs or the Houston Texans, the punter would kick the field goal if your kicker gets hurt.
Do we know that?
Nope. I'm just saying it.
This is
assuming
Madden
I'm correct.
logic.
I'm assuming I'm correct.
This is Madden logic.
No, I don't want a running back. I want a punter that can be my backup kicker. I think I'm right on this.
No, you're not. You need to stop. You need to stop.
No, I think I'm right on this.
You're like, we need to have someone signed in case someone dies in every single place.
No, I'm not. No, I'm
Yes,
not.
you are.
No, I'm not.
Who is this punter that can kick field goals?
Do punters?
Name one.
Pat McAfee.
Has he kicked a field goal?
He did in the NFL. He absolutely did in the NFL.
It's because he
he
was
also
a kicker.
kicked in college.
He was a kicker in college.
I'm just
and
saying.
He was too bad, so he had to start punting.
I'm just saying. He can't kick field goals. You should be able to do both.
How about this? How about during the offseason we have him work on that too?
Well, I would like. Okay, then he can stay.
It's a compromise.
Then he can stay.
Okay, good. You're
'Cause
not
I do
throwing
like-
another man and
'cause I
his
do
family
like-
on the street.
Because I do like Bill Burr. Kicking, punting balls.
He is legitimately one of the better punters in the league.
He is. I would overpay for a kicker. On a serious note, I would not overpay for a punter.
But you're not gonna have to overpay for a punter.
Yeah, I don't really know what overpaying for a punter means.
He's Australian. He doesn't know any better.
$3 million, $2 million.
I have no idea what
$5
the
million?
punter market is.
I should be a punter. I could have kicked field goals and got a Texans job.
Yeah, you could have been a long snapper.
I was.
You could have stuck with it.
Should have stuck
Nah,
with it.
5'6". Doesn't last very long.
I mean, John Weeks isn't the most imposing guy, and he's the longest tenured Texan ever.
As the Twitch has pointed out several times for the last few days, Paul towers over me. But Sean tried to fix that today by making the camera angle less
Why'd
bad.
you do that? I want to look tall.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
now,
6'4" and
B-Mac's-
stand for women.
B-Mac's gonna have to angle it back up for when Jeremy comes.
Look,
in.
I'm sorry that I'm height challenged. Okay, sorry you guys had to do a little bit extra work with the cameras.
I do feel like this is trending towards bullying.
Yeah.
That's all I do is get bullied at this
It
point.
would have been very uncomfortable.
I know we have been bullying you.
I've got bullied more in the last year in this job than I've ever been bullied in my
Tell us
life.
about who really bullies you, though. Like, not Sean and me. Like, tell us.
Jeremy. He knows it.
Jeremy bullies you.
Jeremy's a bully. Wow. It's out of love. But
that's what all the bullies
How about
say.
on the other side? What's the meanest thing that Jerry Bear said to you?
All right, that's next. And plus, we got. Speaking of kickers, we got new dumb rules happening in the NFL.
Oh, the kickoff rules.
I don't think either of us understand.
Nope.
That's next.
Let's do it.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George with special guest star Paul Gallant and recurring character Joe George. Also featuring Sean Mapes.
All right, so I'm getting bullied. Junior Bronco on the Twitch says, come on, Stump. More like 5'4". I'm not the Stump Master anymore. I did not come up with that said name. I do not partake in who said it anymore.
I'm concerned for your mental health the way that you're saying these things.
I'm fine. It's okay. People can bully me. I don't mind. It's all right.
Listen,
sometimes you have to accept it.
It's if the people that listen to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 really love you, then they're merciless to you. Like most of the people that listen, not that there's anything wrong with this, Joe. They think I'm gay, and I don't do anything to dissuade them of their imaginations.
That's what I learned about the Twitch early on. Was like when I stopped fighting back to the Twitch and just embraced it.
Got to roll with it and not censor them and ban them because you're thin-skinned.
Only one person's banned.
Yeah,
he's a Looney Tune. Looney Tune.
I say let him back.
If he stopped calling in under fake
matter.
names, I would probably let him come back.
Let him back. Let him back in.
I'll think about
Let him back in. I mean, we let that guy Gary, who like call under different names, call back in all the time.
Yeah.
Gary the race baiter.
I'll think about it.
Shout out to Gary.
No, I don't. I can't remember what the most bullying Jeremy Brandon.
See,
did.
that is the sign of somebody who is so
bullied for
repressed memories.
Right.
So, I've been bullied so much. I can't pick out one.
Man,
I don't know. I think what's happening today might be the worst.
What happened today?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
You said the Lakers were an overrated franchise.
No. That has nothing to do with this conversation. I acknowledge when I say bad takes, and sometimes I have bad takes. That might have been one of them.
Well, it was one of them.
I
didn't say the Celtics were overrated.
You would have more of a leg to stand on.
You would have had. I even told you would have had a leg to stand on with the Celtics.
I know. All right, let's talk about new kickoff rules. So
they're very confusing, aren't they?
Okay, so this is the kickoff team. These are the new rules.
We had to make bullet points because it is
honestly
it's so hard to follow.
It's so confusing. The kickoff team would follow the current alignment rules with the 10 cover players, excluding only the kicker, required to have a foot on the opponent's 40-yard line. The bulk of the return team would be in the setup zone, which will be between the 30 and 35-yard line. 9 of the players must have a foot on the 35. I think I'm lost already. Teams would then have put 1 or 2 returners in the landing zone, which would be between the 20-yard line and the goal line. No one can move until the ball is caught. That one I understand.
Okay.
No fair catches. The ball... it looks like it cannot fly out the back of the end zone, or if it's a touchback, it goes to the 35-yard line. So they would add 10 yards to it.
So,
yeah,
kicking the ball out of the back of the end zone, which is legitimately an impressive feat, is now going to be punished.
But they're going to be kicking it from the 40, so they're going to move it back. So now you're going to have to kick it 70 yards to go out the back of the end zone?
My question is, what does the NFL want? These rules are complicated to the point where very few players are going to be able to remember them.
Yeah.
Sean is shaking their head.
They're not that complicated, guys.
You are
I don't know.
overestimating
Okay.
NFL players who don't even know the overtime rules for the effing Super Bowl. You think they're going to learn this very quickly?
Yes, because they do it in training camp. It's an entire portion of training camp is the special team stuff. They can figure out if you're kicking off, 10 guys have to have their foot on the 40-yard line. The only one who doesn't is the kicker.
Fair.
Okay.
Got it.
What about the landing zone?
The landing zone, well, the setup zone, that just means at least 9 guys have to be from the 30 to the 35, and 6 of them have to be on the 35.
Okay.
Wow, actually, Professor Mapes, thank you.
It's so simple.
I think it was just the way Joe was explaining it.
I'm literally reading the bullet points that are on the doc.
Teams would then put 1 or 2 returners in the landing zone from the goal line to the 20.
So see, but then you say all those things in rapid succession, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, I mean, so
teams would then put 1 or 2 returners in the landing zone, which would be from the 20 to the goal line. So 9 of the 11 players have to be in the box, and then 1 or 2 returners can be in the landing zone.
So you've outlined where people can stand.
Yes.
But then
so the
it gets complicated.
The kicker has to basically kick it from into either the 20 to the goal line, and the returner can return it, or if you kick it out of the back of the end zone, then the ball's at the 30.
And if it doesn't go to the 20, they get the ball at the 40.
Yes. If you kick it short, the ball's at the 40.
Now, so the point of this is because for some reason, they don't want to just get rid of the play. I guess commercials. That's really the only justification behind this.
Well, I think also it'd be kind of weird to have as little foot as involved in football as possible.
Yeah.
And this was a play that was exciting once.
And it's so like the most exciting play in football is a punt or kickoff return.
And they put it the Texans had 2 kick return touchdowns this year. They did something where they said, we want to make this play safer, but they didn't want to get rid of the play. And now they're in this weird position where we want the play to stay safe, but at the same time,
they want the return.
We want it to happen. You can't have both.
But they're going to try. I mean, the XFL did this.
Yeah, the unsafe part is having guys run a full head of steam into blockers, basically, from 60 yards away.
It's pretty much it's pretty much a line of scrimmage with a little bit of space.
Yeah, you just can't get a giant running start before running into someone.
And the wedge block was also thought to be.
So they did clean it up.
So they don't want kamikazers essentially on the kickoff team anymore. But at the same time, okay, you're going to add this element to something that has never been like this before
in the NFL. Yeah,
and there is an extra cherry on top, and where with different kind of kicks where you can get penalized, specifically with squib kicks, which I know now if you don't get it to a certain yard line on the in the air, that theoretically means you're going to have the ball. I think at the other team's going to have the ball at the 40, and on top of that, you have to declare an onside kick?
Yeah, so that's the one with all of this that actually is the real problem, is that because
you can't do that.
You have to declare an onside kick, and it sounds like you're only going to be able to do it when you're trailing in the fourth quarter.
Which is also dumb because, okay, well, what if you're down 35-3, for example?
They need to go all the way with following the XFL's model. The XFL got the onside kick right more than anything. That, to me, was my focus. If they're going to make a change to the kickoff, because now it's like 1.8% of onside kicks have been recovered over the last 2 years. It's such a marginal amount since you can't have the running start anymore. The 4th and 15 play as the onside kick is way cooler. It's way better than so you have Patrick.
It's a much higher percentage chance of completing it.
So you have the ball on the 35-yard line. You get a 4th and 15, so you got to cross the 50 to at that point get a first down. That's great. Yes, certain teams you have an advantage because you're a quarterback. I would have no problem. I would rather see C.J. Stroud get a 4th and 15 on the 35 every single time versus having to tell the other team we're going to onside kick in this moment. It's so dumb.
I think they should go back to the old kickoff rules. I think they should.
At least if they went back for the onside kick, that'd be the one thing.
Specifically, the onside kick. I get it.
Give them a running start.
You're gonna have guys with a running start. There's gonna be a bunch of guys on each side, but this is a 0% play right now. The 4th and 15 is gonna make it advantageous for specific teams as opposed to others. And I suppose, okay, well, if your kicker is very good at kicking onside kicks, then you're gonna have a chance. But you have no chance these days.
Yeah.
And the 4th and 15, I don't think helps everybody out. I think it really just helps the rich get a little bit richer. Say they're down 2 scores late in a game. Now they actually have a legitimate chance to get back in. So I would just go back to the old ones. I'm a barbarian, and I understand that there's going to be some more injuries and things like that. But if you want to make the play exciting again, go back to the way that it used to be, as opposed to adding in a litany of different rules on what you can and can't do.
I wish that they would just tell the truth, though, and say we're not getting rid of it because of commercials. That's the only reason why. You're going to go to this extreme. I don't really honestly believe that they care about the entertainment of this moment.
They want to keep the play in so they can throw to a commercial break after each one happens.
And I think they like the video of the kickoff happening at the Super Bowl with all the cameras flashing.
I think they would. Do you think they would go to a point where they just start at the 25 or something?
If this
like
doesn't work, that's the only option you have. There's no going back from this.
It is a good point though. Like it's the commercial break that everyone has sort of agreed on. It's like, yep, it's here. People are gonna get up.
Would you rather them do this or just after CJ Stroud's first play, they go right to commercial break and then come back for second down?
So just after 1st and 10, you go to commercial break?
1st and 10, CJ Stroud, 5-yard completion. All right, timeout on the field. Let's go to commercial break.
Oh, that would make my blood boil.
They could just do a longer commercial break.
That's what I'm saying, too. Like, what is the difference? We all know the kickoff's coming. We wait for – that's like the one commercial break I think most people wait through is waiting for kickoff. So if the –
Whopper.
Yeah.
Whopper.
That's the other thing you're going to miss. People getting paralyzed, and then we'll be back after this. Whopper.
Oh, I don't know. It is what it is. I don't know why they feel like this is the answer to the question, but it is.
I'd rather have what it is right now than this. This is the Texans had 2 kick return touchdowns last year. They do happen. I guess the Texans are the only team that did it though.
Well, maybe we'll get more now. We'll see. I'm not convinced that it's gonna make the game that more exciting, but we'll see. All right, yesterday an NFL player retired. It got weirder than today's show did at times. We'll talk about that next in Garbage Time as we wrap up the show.
Now back to Paul Gallant and Joe George, broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Joe and Paul, final segment of the show. We got a text here, 6043. Best thing about soccer, no commercial breaks. Might be the only thing. Sorry, Glenn.
I agree, though. It is a pretty nice perk. Those games are over quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't. I would. The idea of if they could do no commercials and just play football for an entire quarter, and then do the commercials all in between each quarter, that would be awesome. They would never do it, but because they don't see any value in that. But that would be great. So yesterday, Jason Kelce retired. He had a lot of things to say. He had, there's this great video of him crying and Travis Kelce crying as he talks about how they won all these Super Bowls in their backyard and how much he loves his teammates and how much winning a Super Bowl, I think he won a Super Bowl, meant to him. My brain's mush right now. But there was one moment that stood out from the press conference today or yesterday that it was his favorite part of being a Philadelphia Eagle. Here's Jason Kelce.
I won't forget Nick Foles having the game of his life on the biggest stage possible. And the biggest on the team going up to Doug Peterson and asking for the Philly special. And Doug Peterson having the biggest in the stadium. Say, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
He starts crying, talking about the Philly special. That's incredible.
Well, who hasn't talked about a peen, perhaps some balls, and teared up about it?
Yeah. I guess we didn't need to bleep it.
This show happens every now and then. What did we bleep?
That one.
Oh.
We weren't sure. We just went with it. But he cried. He was very sad. Philly special, best play of all time in the Super Bowl.
I mean, that's wrong, but.
Oh, yeah, David Tyree catch. That one's actually better.
I like. Okay,
I
like the San Antonio Holmes catch better. I know because it was a touchdown.
Yeah,
I like that one.
It was
better.
like the actual game winner.
Yeah,
the Plaxico Burress catch that happened after David Tyree
was also pretty good.
Yeah, but no one remembers that.
Yeah.
One. Oh, Mario Manningham.
Mario Manningham also very good.
That's a good one too.
I just love the Philly special because it took so much cojones to do that.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
We saw Tom Brady try to catch a football the next year in the Super Bowl.
Patriots it was later that game.
Oh, was it later that game?
No, it was early. It was before it.
Oh, was it before?
The Patriots tried it first, and of course the Eagles saw it and they were like, "Oh, okay, we're uncreative, so let's just copy the Patriots."
It was kind of an allegory of the game where the Patriots couldn't do something. The Eagles were better.
Yeah, man, the nerve in you two acting like I don't know, like two very forgettable Super Bowls are gonna overshadow the 6 rings that I own.
I don't know. I'm going to have to watch the Apple TV Plus documentary about the Patriots dynasty to really soak up all those winnings.
I'm not watching another episode of that.
What? No. I mean, don't they go through and talk about all the great championships that the legacy of the New England Patriots is all this winning, right?
Nope. It basically implicates Bill Belichick in the murder of Odin Lloyd by Aaron Hernandez. Basically.
Oh.
It acts like Belichick was going to stop this. No, I'm not kidding. I haven't watched it. I've read everybody describing it. I'm like, are you serious? F this.
Well, that's all people care about when it comes to the Patriots, not the win.
It's true. It's time for garbage time.
And the cheating.
Texas should try cheating. You won't lose to a Pac-12s. Hey, Sean, Texas should try cheating so they don't lose to a Pac-12 school.
They're focusing on football.
Okay, cool.
They're focused on football.
Got me, Paul.
You know what? Arch Manning, future of Texas football, scared to be a part of the college football video game. 10,000 student athletes have taken the NIL offer for the upcoming EA Sports college football game, but Arch Manning has not.
Because his family's like, hey, you're not going to do any NIL until you actually play.
Or he's like, it doesn't want to be a 71 overall in the game.
Would even be 70? I don't know about that.
Maybe. I mean, he's thrown 5 passes as a college player, so it would be ridiculous if his name was if he was in Subway commercials.
It would be. A lot of people's response to this was, "Oh, just download the new rosters." They're apparently going to try to block that. Like they're going to somehow try to ban when you create a player the ability to put Arch and Manning together.
Yeah, I think it's the way they do it where you can't have like curse words or slurs.
Yeah.
So you're not going to allow people to edit names so that it says Manning?
Well, because that's how they got sued the first time.
That's how they got sued. Yeah. So they're going to stop it this time. Where if a player doesn't allow it, they're going to have to find a way to stop it. Or they're going to do their best.
I guess now that these games are so part of the internet, like you have to have basically like an active Xbox Live or PlayStation membership to play online. Yeah, I guess they can actually stop this from happening now. Where back in the day, like NCAA 06,
it's the Wild West.
Yeah, you could just do it on the game. Or, I mean, what they would have to do is, make it to where, like, there's a lot of bad words that you can't say, and Arch Manning is one of them.
Honestly, I really don't care that he's doing this. I just think that Anwar Richardson's report that I'm told Arch is focused on playing football on the field is stupid.
Yeah, no.
Just say you're not taking NIL money.
Well, yeah, no, but that's earlier when they said that they weren't doing NIL. It was because so they can focus on football. So I think it's like that. Together? Yeah, it's like it's the same explanation, but without the context.
Yeah.
And so when people see that, they're like, what?
Yeah, dumb. We have time for this one, or should we save it for tomorrow?
Let's save it for tomorrow.
All right, that does it for us. You can find us on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Joe George Radio, at Sean A. Mapes. It's been an eventful show today.
That is true.
We will be back tomorrow at noon. The Killer Bees with Joel, Jeremy, and Brian are up next. See ya.
Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5, a day that's very near and dear to my heart because it's Taco Tuesday, and I invented that. Pencils down. Pencils down. The NFL franchise tag deadline has passed. Now, you know how these deadlines work. Sometimes we find out the information a couple of minutes, 15, 30 minutes after the actual deadline. But as of now, the Houston Texans have not used their deadline or their franchise tag. They were rumored to be using it on Dalton Schultz if they didn't come to an extension, but they came to an extension with Dalton Schultz, 3 years, $36 million, $23.5 million guaranteed. Tag deadline day blankers, how do you think the Texans have handled it?
So far, so good because they've avoided having to tag, but also I say that with a little reservation because I think you overpaid a little bit on Dalton Schultz's deal, and I'm interested to see all the details. And if the details come out where you and I had talked about the fact that maybe there's a possibility of that third year being voidable or for either side, having the option instead of just a 3-year deal. But it was a little spendier than I was expecting, but I'm not going to lie. I think they handled it good so far because I did not want them to tag Grenard.
Why?
Because
Why are you anti-tag?
I'm anti-tag because I don't think that John Grenard is worth $20 million plus no matter what year it is. And so I've soured more and more on the idea of I know you guys were trying to convince me yesterday or whenever it was, hey, for 1 year, it's better than the alternative of going multiple years and signing him for long term. This would get you through. I don't even want to get through at 20 plus for him. And it's a scary proposition that I didn't want to sign up for. So I'm glad that they haven't tagged him. I'm curious to see what the market's going to bring for him because I think it's going to be a harsh reality to some degree. I don't think he's going to get 20 plus.
Yeah, I'm pro tag. I like the tag when it makes sense. I think that the tag made sense here, whether you're using it as a weapon to just trade John Grenard, the player that you're tagging, because I think you could have gotten a second or a third this offseason for John Grenard, which is better than the compensation you're going to get for John Grenard, and it's a year earlier than the compensation you're going to get for John Grenard. So I'm pro tag on that front. I wasn't worried about the downside. Oh, he just plays next year on a 1-year deal at $20 million. Cool. That's the going rate for a guy with 12.5 sacks, and I'm not having to guarantee long-term money. So actually, I think the Texans handled if it's actually true, or nothing comes down the pike, that they tagged John Grenard. I think they failed here. I think it was a failure not to tag John Grenard. Now they're going to let him into the free agency market. If they don't bring him back, I think it's another loss because now, it's even bigger loss. It highlights and magnifies the loss of today because now you're going to get compensation, but it's going to come a year later, and it's going to be at least a round further down. So I'm not a fan of the non-usage of the franchise tag ahead of the tag deadline just minutes ago. As far as the Dalton Schultz contract goes, I'm with you that I want to see how the guarantees are played out here because that third year could be an empty year. Mm-hmm. $23.5 million guaranteed. It's a 3-year deal for $36 million. That's $12 million per. Do the math: $12 million plus $12 million in his first 2 years. That could be the guarantee in itself. So depending on where the guaranteed money is stacked here, I'm hoping it's in the first 2 years. I'm good with this deal, good-ish. I'm not over the moon about it, but I'm also not going to die on Tal's Hill about it either because this is kind of the going price for a tight end. It's outside of top 10 tight end money on an annual basis, which is right around where Dalton Schultz is at. The franchise tag was $11 million and change. It seemed like Dalton Schultz didn't want to get franchise tags, why he kind of agreed to this deal. C.J. Stroud likes him, continuity on the offense. So I see more positives than negatives here. I'm not sure it's an overspend either because unless you use the tag. Because if he entered the free agency market, and this is something that I'm worried about not just for the Texans, but anybody that has a need, you don't want to go into free agency with 100 needs because now you're going to have to overpay for these tight ends. I think Dalton Schultz was probably going to be the top tight end in the free agency market. So if you go into free agency, you don't have a tight end, you want to bring Dalton Schultz back, all of a sudden you could be bidding against, in a bidding war. And that $12 million per year turns into $14 million per year. So I'm good-ish with the Dalton Schultz contract.
Yeah, the only thing that's intriguing to me, as you and I spoke about, Jeremy, was the fact that it just seems like cap casualties are cutting tight ends left and right too. But I understand that there was a very good symmetry between CJ, the organization, and Dalton Schultz, and they wanted to bring him back. That's cool. It wasn't that big of an overspend, in my opinion. It was $1 million or $2 million. But I think they could make that up in other areas and also find that money to use if they need it. So I'm not too concerned about it.
Yeah, that's because, I would have liked it more at 9 to 10. But, hey, this is the price. And we also, this is the first year with that cap taking as big of a jump that it did. I saw Texans cap on Twitter. He put the percentage of the cap that this took, and it was 4.6%. And his projections were 4.5 to 5.5% of the cap. So I'm cool with it. I'm all right with it. I don't mind it at all. And I'm not a huge Dalton Schultz guy. I think Dalton Schultz has overrated hands. I think he drops a lot of passes. He's not great in the blocking game, but I do think he's a top 15 type tight end. I think he had top 10 tight end production last year. Thank you, C.J. Stroud. And you got him for top 12 tight end money. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a fair thing. And that's the biggest concern that I have, is that if you didn't bring Dalton Schultz back, it's okay. You need to fill a starting tight end role. Rookie tight ends kind of take a year of seasoning. You're entering free agency. Yeah, there's a decent amount of tight end, not a ton. There's 4 or 5 tight ends that are starting caliber tight ends. And now you could potentially get in a bidding war for the tight ends that you really like. So that's something I didn't want to do. I'm willing to overspend slightly to avoid a potential bidding war.
Yeah, absolutely with you. And I think that he still has, being Nick Caserio, options in order to get creative if he needs to come up with some of the money, if he overspends a little bit here or there, that I'm not too concerned about it at this point as everything's just getting started. I do think it's very, very interesting that when we talked about all the different ways this team could get better and the fact that the cap casualties keep on rolling, no matter who's doing what with all the different guys that they are franchise tagging or not, and there were some late ads. It's also really intriguing to me that there's a lot of guys that are being released that could find their way into a discussion with the Houston Texans. That's where that money could come into play. That's where I would be watching that and then watching Nick and saying, okay, do you need to come up with some more money? Do you have to cut Robert Woods? Do you have to restructure some deals? What are you going to do? Because there's a chance that you could get some guys, and maybe some of them on the cheap, but others, if there's a guy or two that you really like that can make you better, are you willing to overpay there too?
Yeah, I think that he's willing to overpay more with his own guys than guys he brings in free agency. Maybe so. And I think there's an indicator of that too. Look at the contract extensions that he's given out. Titus Howard was on a multi-year deal, more than 2-year deal. Laramie Tunsil, more than a 2-year deal. Sheldon Rankin signed for a year and then he extended him for 2. And now Dalton Schultz signs a 3-year deal. Whereas in free agency, now, this is a different year than the previous few years that Nick Caserio's had. He's given out 1 3-year deal, and that was to Cameron Johnston. So maybe he's tipped his hand there, although this year is an anomaly based on his previous years. I don't know if he's going to keep his tendencies or not. We'll have to hurry up and wait. We won't have to hurry up and wait that long, though, because it's going to all start next week. Scotch, he takes exception to what you said, Blankers. Joel tripping as usual. $12 million a year for Schultz is a great deal. Schultz is better than Dawson Knox at 13 and Hunter Henry at 12.5.
Well, Scotch, maybe you better have a double and just get over the fact that we don't have to agree. It's just sports. And I think that Dalton Schultz, for some of the reasons that we've discussed and that Jeremy highlighted today, is not a guy that I would pay $12.5 to $13 million a year. I think that if you want to say that he's in the ballpark of the top 12 tight ends in the league and is going to get compensated like that, okay. The third year concerns me. They have shown a propensity for 2-year deals and less and don't like to go to 3, except for with the punter. So I'm curious to see if there's outs because that's a lot of money and it's a little extra money for a guy that I don't think is that extra as it compares to a lot of tight ends that are out there.
I'm with you on the concern for the third year, even though I'm more optimistic for this contract than you are, it seems. Would it change your feelings at all? If you realize that all the guaranteed money was locked into the first 2 years. Now you're giving them basically a 2-year guaranteed deal, right? Because 23.5. Do the math again. It's basically 2 years guaranteed. What if we find out? Because we're going to figure out the terms eventually, maybe even by the end of the show today. If that third year doesn't have a cap hit if you got out of it, it's basically like a non-guaranteed third year basketball terms. If all the guaranteed money's in the first 2 years and that third year is basically a free year, would that change your feelings about it at all?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think that, if they can if it's just a 2-year deal, it's a little easier to stomach that kind of a deal. I think he is, because of the fact that there is a chemistry with CJ, both on and off the field, where I believe that it's important as you get into year 2 with CJ to have a guy like that, whether you call him a security blanket or not. CJ feels very comfortable with him. So I'm fine with that on a short-term deal. Like I said, I'm with you that I would rather have it around 9 or 10, but if it's just a couple million over that and you get a guy that wanted to be here, that CJ wanted here, that seems to be a good fit with the offense, then so be it.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Like the Stroud factor, the continuity, the cap going up, the fact that you don't want to enter free agency needing a starting tight end, the fear of a bidding war. That's why I'm good with it. 4106, who else realistically are you going to get a tight end for that price that's better? I don't think you were. I don't think you were going to get a tight end better in free agency at all, especially in free agency. I think you could have bargain shop there, and the name that we talked about a lot was Noah Fant, who was at Denver, was part of the Russell Wilson trade, has been in Seattle, has never really had good quarterback play. The thought there was maybe you can get similar production-ish on a cheaper yearly salary, which, look, I was a proponent for that too, but you enter free agency with the unknown, maybe all of a sudden his price goes up to a number you're not comfortable with.
Yeah, the other thing that's interesting on that, Jeremy, is the fact that you want to upgrade or get a guy that could have a breakout year when he finally, like Fant, gets a quarterback that he really hasn't had. Or there were several other guys that are hitting the market now that have been released where you go, if they had a C.J. Stroud, would they be better? And you could bank on that, get a deal on the salary front, but then what if he doesn't perform to the level that you were expecting or hoping for when you know at least Dalton Schultz, who didn't have a great year but was still good enough for you last year, just comes back. And from that regard, then I'm fine with it.
It's the return on investment conversation.
Yep.
Like it's trying to squeeze the most out of a dollar that you can in a salary cap league. That's where winners are made. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We got a busy show. JV shoulders barking at him. What's our concern there? Chaz McCormick is chilled out. Is that a good thing? Which tiers of running back linebackers are we buying? Cash it or trash it on this Tuesday as well. Taco Tuesday, my invention. Matt Miller, one of the best in the business in NFL draft coverage, ESPN's draft expert. You can find him at NFL Draft Scout. He's going to join us next to talk everything you need to know about the NFL draft as it pertains to the Houston Texans. 713-780-3776. Twitch.tv/ESPN975 to hang out with us throughout the show. ESPN Houston on YouTube. We hang out there too. Joel's at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Beasts on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line, being joined by Matt Miller, ESPN draft expert. You can find him on Twitter at NFL Draft Scout. Miller's updated prospect rankings will be released on March 23rd, and his 7-round mock draft, that's tough there, one bite at a time, I guess, will be released on March 27th on ESPN.com. All post-combine reaction and analysis is currently up on ESPN.com. Matt, thanks so much for joining us. Looking at the draft from a Texans perspective this year, much different than the previous several years. You have a pick late in the first round, as into early in the first round, or didn't have one at all in Nick Casario's first year. When you look at this draft, I'm curious where you think it's deep. What positions are deep? Because I think the Texans have tons of holes all over the field, not quarterback, not tackle. They could use a defensive end, actually. Where is this draft deep, and where can you get value at certain positions?
Yeah, guys, I think looking at it right now, great news for Texans fans is the draft is incredibly deep at wide receiver. It's really deep at defensive end. It's deep at corner. It is deep at offensive tackle, more so on the right side than the left side. As you mentioned, the Texans have used a lot of assets to shore up the both tackle spots. But I think looking at, like you said, pick number 24 in the first round, that's a spot that should be ripe with wide receiver talent. Very, very good chance we only have a couple pass rushers off the board at that point, and maybe the same with the corner position where only maybe 2 are off the board by that spot.
Matt, I'm curious because we were talking about Texans' needs, and the other one that falls into play is defensive line, and specifically the interior defensive line. DeMeco Ryans at the end of the season said he'd like to upgrade those positions, which would mean that maybe Sheldon Rankins is out there looking at the draft. How big of a gap is there between, say, Murphy and Sweat at Texas? Because I saw the Senior Bowl workouts, and Sweat looked fantastic, but Murphy has actually been climbing the draft boards as well. How do you see those two players specifically?
Yeah, I mean, they're very different. Obviously, I mean, you can look at them and tell they're different. They weigh 66 pounds apart, even though they play the same position. But I think with Byron, you're getting more of a 3 technique with first-step quickness. He has unreal power for his build. At 6'1", 110 pounds, unreal power, and so he's someone that you see as a 3-down defensive tackle. Very much in the mold of like a Christian Wilkins, who just became a free agent and will certainly be of interest to the Houston Texans. With Devondre Sweat, you're getting a 366-pound bulldozer who maybe is limited to first and second down, but I think showed enough pass rush ability while he was in Texas that he's going to be able to impact the backfield as well. He's going to be able to get push. He's going to be able to collapse the pocket, which is something he did a ton for the Longhorns. And, no, he's not going to be a 3-down player that plays 80 to 85% of your snaps, but there is a lot of value. I think because of the fact that he's not, maybe going to be that 3rd-down pass rusher, he probably falls to the 2nd round. I think Byron Murphy, as you hit the nail on the head, his range is anywhere from, 13 with the Las Vegas Raiders on down to potentially into the 20s. It would be hard for me to imagine him getting past Houston as things stand right now if he were on the board. But, like you said, he's one of the big risers as we get into the heat of this process.
Matt Miller joining us on the HRP guest line, ESPN NFL draft analyst and insider. Wanted to touch back on the receivers that you mentioned because I'm intrigued by receiver for the Houston Texans. I'm wondering if you can get one in the 2nd round, maybe go defense at number 23 because you have your first tier of receivers. Everyone knows that Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Roma Denze from Washington. Then you have those 2nd tier guys that all seem to stand out at the combine, maybe improve their stock. Whether it was Brian Thomas, A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Ladd McConkey, who's somebody that I love, by the way. But will any of those guys slide to the Houston Texans 2nd round pick if you can kind of forecast it out at pick 59? Or is that too dangerous to let one go at 23, thinking that 2nd tier run could be gone by the 59th pick?
Yeah, I think you have to just see how the board falls a little bit, is there a run in the top 10, we know 3 are going to go. But where does someone like Brian Thomas come off the board? Where does Adnan Mitchell come off the board? And I think you try to figure it out that way. But it is risky. And I shared this on social media, I think it was yesterday. So many people ask me this question, and I keep warning people. The wide receivers in this class are so talented, and it has become such a premium position that we see 12 of them go in the top 50, and that would be bad news. for the Houston Texans when you come back around to that pick at 59. But you just got to you have to play the board, and I think knowing where the strengths are at. Nick Casario has done a great job of this. Even as you mentioned, that first year, they didn't have a first-round pick. They still got a lot of impact players in that draft. So he's done a great job of recognizing where those values are and attacking, appropriately. So can you get a good receiver at 59? Yes. Ladd McConkey is going to be off the board. Xavier Worthy is going to be off the board. But you might be looking at a Malachi Corley from Western Kentucky. You might be looking at a Tez Walker from North Carolina. So you can still get good players. You're just, you're getting somebody that's more of a role player in a good way, as opposed to, a guy who, like a Brian Thomas or an A.D. Mitchell, that have all the goods to be a true number one wideout.
Similarly, Matt, we were talking about you, and you mentioned a deep corner draft. Texans are looking for a corner, or could be looking for a corner opposite of Stingley, based on what happens with Stevie Nelson. And we go back and forth between some of the guys like a Cooper DeJean who might be a safety someday, or will he be a corner? And how many of these guys are actually plug and play ready to be a starter day one? Can you get into the second round and still find a starting corner for the Texans?
Yeah, I think you can. I really do, especially because this is a year where someone like Kool-Aid McKinstry from Alabama, he's discovered at the combine he has a Jones fracture in his right foot. That's a little bit of a scary injury for a corner defensive back because you're planting and cutting so much. And so, but that could push him to round two. So you're looking at a round one talent available at a little bit of a premium. I think Kamari Lassiter, a player who did not run at the combine but did position drills, could slip through the cracks and be there at 59, especially if we see a run from Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw, Cooper DeJean, who you mentioned, who's a really good player, Nate Wiggins, Quinyon Mitchell. Those five corners could all be gone in the first round. So you start to see it thin out a little bit, but I do think in round two there's going to be good players available.
Texans usually like corners with broken feet, too. Derek Stingley, of course, had that Liz Franck whenever he was drafted. It did. You're absolutely right. It did work out. Being joined by Matt Miller, NFL draft expert for ESPN. I have a theory, as you might be catching on, that I want the Texans to spend their money on defense and draft offensive skill. I'm curious which running backs you like that could be their third, fourth round.
Yeah, this running back class, that's where it's at. That's the sweet spot. I said this on TV the other day. Third round, I have 6 running backs graded there. Fourth round, I have 8 running backs graded there. So this is the spot to get one. You're right. I think Jalen Wright from Tennessee fits this scheme perfectly because of speed. When I look at Bobby Slowick, what they look for in San Francisco, Jalen Wright fits that perfectly. If you want a little bit of a sleeper, Isaac Garindo from Louisville, who had the fastest 40-yard time to any running back in the combine, that fits what San Francisco always looks for at the running back position, with uncut ability, home run speed, and guys who could catch out of the backfield. So if you go round 3, I would go with Jalen Wright or Trey Benson from Florida State. If you go a little bit later, Garindo from Louisville would be my sleeper target.
Matt, looking at pass rushers, John Grenard could be the Texans didn't franchise tag him. He could be gone in free agency. He could be expensive. If the Texans are looking at exterior edge pass rushers, and we know Chop Robinson again is another guy that improved his stock versus a guy that teams are looking at. Where do you see that? Where's the drop off between a guy that could be drafted, maybe even the second round, late first or second round, where they could still be starters on this team opposite of Will Anderson Jr. and be effective?
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what they're looking for from a player profile opposite him even. If you're comfortable going with a smaller guy like a Chop Robinson, who's 250 pounds but ran a 4.48, then you can probably get value in round 1. I actually think there's a pretty significant drop-off this year after probably the top 40 in terms of pass rushers. Like, in that window, you're getting day one, ready-to-play athletes. After that, there is a pretty sharp drop-off this year. Even watching the guys work out at the combine, I was pretty, I guess, disappointed at the caliber of pass rushers that were showing up. The guys that I thought, okay, I probably have a second-round grade on Adisa Isaac, the other player from Penn State, did not have a good Senior Bowl. Braylon Trice from Washington didn't have a good combine. Either of those guys just did not work out very well. So you're probably looking at Marshawn Nealon from Western Michigan, Chris Braswell from Alabama. If you wait until the second round, I have both those guys just outside my top 50. So I think you're looking at that type of range.
Matt, great stuff as always. Really enjoy your work and looking forward to these prospect rankings on March 23rd in the behemoth, the 7-round mock draft coming up on March 27th.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You got it. Matt Miller, ESPN draft expert. And again, check out his updated prospect rankings. Will be released to ESPN.com on March 23rd. That 7-round mock will be released on March 27th. We'll go through every single one to please the Twitchers. We'll go pick by pick, every pick, 7 rounds deep. All post-combine reaction analysis currently up on ESPN.com as well. Blankers, I heard that if you want a defensive end, you better pick him at 23.
Yeah, I heard that, outside of the top 40 picks, that there's a huge drop-off. So that alerted me that they either be active in free agency or they better focus real hard and get creative, because that should be a position of urgency if Grenard does indeed end up somewhere else.
I think my updated draft plan, and this is very, very fluid, as you know, if one of the defensive ends that you want is there at 23, and we're assuming Grenard's gone because you didn't tag him, just draft the defensive end. If he's not there at 23, I would be very tempted. The play here is probably trade down into the early second because I do like a lot of these late first, early second receivers, and I don't want to miss out on these early first, late second receivers. So either I draft defensive end if I like when they're at 23, and then maybe I try to trade up into that second wave of the receivers, the ones that we just mentioned that we liked, or if the defensive end's not there, either you just take the best one that you like or you trade down a few spots.
Yeah,
I think that's my current plan.
I think that's a decent plan right there. I think that they've got to really pay attention to the fact that, again, whether they might have to look at see if teams are trying to unload a defensive end. I think that would be one of the things that kind of come into plan B. As you realize, as free agency starts sorting itself out, as you get closer to the draft, if that is indeed the case on the talent scale for the pass rushers coming in, you're going to have to look at cap casualties, probably still going to have to pay. Don't know if you're going to find another bargain like some of the bargains Nick found last year, Barnett and others, or look at a trade with a team that's trying to unload somebody. But at the same time, I think you're probably right. Plan A, if I'm hell-bent on defense with that first-round pick anyway, it is better make sure you get him first if there's a deep corner draft that you could possibly get a corner later.
713-780-ESPN. Justin Verlander's bum right shoulder is going to cost him opening day. Joe Espada, the most interesting manager in baseball, he announced that Verlander's going to start the season on the injured list. What's the concern you have with JV's bum shoulder? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
4187, that guy is one of many that are just saying names. LOL. Yeah, Matt Miller doesn't know anything about these college prospects. You guys have a long summer ahead. LOL. The draft's in April, my guy. The draft's going to be over by the summer.
If a dude is doing 7-round mock draft, he probably has studied some tape.
I mean, go look at Twitter and see these 7-round mock drafts that are out
Some
there.
tape. I didn't say – now, I've seen what Lance does. There's no way that I'm going to ever crap on Lance's draft homework because of the fact that he 300-400 players he looks at, which is crazy the amount of time he spends on it.
No, I mean, when this is your job, I mean, you're looking at the players. I mean, this is his sole job, you know. This is what he does. He watches college players all year round, you know what I mean, for probably 10 hours a day. So whenever it's your job, you can do it. I mean, if it was my job, I think I could do it, and then I would have, you know, maybe I wouldn't have Will Levis as my number one quarterback prospect last year if it was my full-time job. And my takes mattered. 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line 713-780-3776. So Justin Verlander is going to start the season on the injured list. His bum shoulder is going to prevent him from starting the season with the big club. And also you have to extend it out for the time that he would be on the injured list. You can't put him on the IL now. That doesn't exist until you have the rosters in place. So you have to vote. He's going to be out at least 2 weeks. He's going to be out at least 2 weeks for the Houston Astros to start the year. What's the concern with JV's bum shoulder for you?
Nothing for me right now. I think that as much as a lot of times, and Chandler Rome will probably stand up on this about the honesty of Justin Verlander, I think he's been honest so far. I think Joe Espada has been transparent and honest too, and I think to some degree, I think Dana Brown has too, and the fact that it's nothing like structurally wrong or continuing to bother him. It's just that when the shoulder issue popped up, it kind of set back his timetable, and that, you know, they probably at his age don't want to rush him into trying to get him back for what? For the Yankee series, just so that he can pitch in the Yankee series and be their opening day. As we've talked about before, my whole thing is I don't care when he starts as long as he finishes, and when he finishes, he's still got plenty left in the tank. So I'm not anticipating this to go on longer than 3-4 weeks at most. And barring a setback, I would expect me personally, by probably the second or third week of the season, I expect to see him starting and pitching and being fine.
Yeah, I think the timeline's about the same for me, too. I care more about the final 20 than I do the first 20, and I really don't care about the first 20 a whole lot. Some would probably differ from that because they think it's going to be a tighter race than I do in the American League West. I don't think the Astros are going to have trouble winning this division, knock on wood. And the thing that encourages me, too, is that he's throwing. Like, he's throwing the baseball. Like, they haven't shut him down. Like, I'm always concerned about shoulders and elbows. You know that from a pitcher. You start looking at elbow concerns, you start looking at shoulder concerns, I'm like, oh, no. But he's still throwing, and, like, he's ramping up, and he feels good when he's throwing. He feels good the next day. In fact, he was throwing earlier today. He said that he didn't have any soreness. So this is not something that I'm really – my concern level for this is pretty low. It's like a 2 on a scale of 1 to 10. And I care way more for the final month of the year than I do the first month of the year. Maybe this is Justin Verlander's new schedule. Remember, he did this last year. Yeah. Hey, I got a sore lat, guys. I need to miss the first month of the season. Maybe that's just what Justin Verlander is going to do the rest of his career. My body doesn't feel great. I'm going to sit out for another month. My left pinky doesn't feel wonderful. I'm going to go hang out with Kate Upton and my children for another. Not to say that that's what he's doing. Obviously, he's in West Palm Beach. But he did have this injury last year. I'm not really that concerned about it.
Now, you know, he is chasing wins too, so he's trying to climb up the ranks too to get to 300. But I'm with you. I don't worry too much because I think he's a professional and he knows his craft and he knows what he's got to do. And at a certain point, you're right in the fact that, look, we know whether you call him a diva or not. From time to time, he's not afraid to say, yeah, you know what, if I'm not feeling it, I'm just going to slow down a little bit. But I think at a certain point, too, he will also ramp it up, like when he didn't want to go to the 6-man or stay with the 6-man rotation too long because he wanted to ramp it up for the playoffs. He knows his body. He knows where he has to be at certain points in the season. I'm not too worried about it right now, but the only thing that is a problem is it's compounded by the fact that you don't know if, when, or how JP France, gets back into this rotation. You don't know other than the fact that it's probably going to be All-Star break and beyond before you see Lance, before you see Garcia. So now you're trying to figure out your rotation and work through the fact that, yeah, it's nice to be as deep as they are with starting pitching, but now you're going to have to start figuring out, I need 5 able bodies that are going to get me through this first month of the season.
Espada said that France is actually trending to being on the opening day roster, which is kind of surprising to me because it seemed like he was further behind than Verlander, but apparently he's supposed to be throwing a live BP like either today or tomorrow. So he's apparently tracking toward being available on opening day. Plus, he's probably your 5th starter, so it's like, okay, you don't need him on opening day. You need him for that 5th game of the year. One thing that's kind of a secondary point to this, Verlander does have a vesting option next year, and he needs to pitch 140 innings for that to vest. And last year we mentioned that he missed the first half of the season with the lat injury, and he still got to 162. So he's still, like, if he doesn't have any other injuries, he's still probably going to get this 140 innings to vest for the 2025 vested option, which is $35 million. Good news, though, is that the Mets are paying half of that. So I kind of do want it to vest because I'd be happy to pay Verlander next year $17.5 million. Now, if he's healthy the rest of the year, it shouldn't be a problem. But it does not allow the wiggle room anymore. He lands on the injured list one more time, misses 3 more starts. All of a sudden, that 140 innings is in play.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, I think that, like we've talked about, there are certain things that are JV issues that might not necessarily be the betterment of the team issues, right? We know that he's chasing 300 wins and strikeouts. We know, to your point, the vested option is something that he is looking at very, very strongly and focused on as well. You understand he should be to get his money. But from a team perspective, that's where it kind of can get dicey sometimes because they're not going to be, and maybe they are going to be worried about it and they're cognizant of it. But their whole thing is just making sure that for the betterment of the team, that for the most part this season, it's covered by Justin Verlander being where he needs to be, and that's on the hill.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised by how confident you guys are. I mean, look, it's Justin Verlander. There's plenty of reason to be confident, but you guys are talking like if he just does, what he did last season, if this is just his new norm now for Justin Verlander, maybe that's true. Maybe this is, what happens when you're a 41-year-old pitcher with that many innings on his arm. But last year he misses the entire first month. His first start is May 4th, and he didn't see his ERA get under 4 until July 1st. I mean, we're talking about a guy whose ERA was up at 4.85 his second week in June.
Well, he was pretty good in his first 2 starts. Like, it's a little misleading. Like, your overall point is correct, but he was pretty good in his first 2 starts coming back from that lat injury.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, his first 2 starts were good. I'm just saying there's – the Astros, as you pointed out, maybe they run away with this division, but it doesn't matter. But if the Astros are in another position where it's going down to the last weekend like it did this last season, and I don't see a reason why the Rangers obviously have pitching problems, but I don't see why the Rangers and Mariners would just completely fall off the earth. I mean, if Verlander is not himself until June, because he's recovering from the injury and he's not right like he was last year, that could be a major problem for the division race.
Well, let's also keep in mind, BMAC, though, last year, that one of the reasons why his ERA didn't get down until a certain point in the year is I think his 3rd or 4th start was in Colorado, and that was a blow-up. He had a massive hiccup. I think he gave up an 8 spot. He got beat up pretty good with some home runs in the altitude.
Start number 5 innings, 6 earned runs.
Yeah, that was one that kind of worked against him. But overall, it's not how you start, it's how you – I'm not worried about it because of the fact that I just feel like he knows when his body's right. But as long as he's going to be there for the majority of the season, I'm not going to worry about the first month.
No, I'm with you on that part. If you can guarantee me he gets to October and he's the Justin Verlander that has been there for these key postseason runs. But I like, again, I'll say 2 things to that. One, like we were talking about just a second ago, I think that it increases your margin of error in the division race to get to that point in the deep part of the postseason. And you also have to factor in that, okay, he's now 41. What he's bounced back from before, we can't necessarily take it as a guarantee that he's going to bounce back the same way again.
I
don't think that don't think that Verlander's like super critical to the Astros' success. I like if I could pick 2 pitchers to have good seasons, I would go Framber and Javier over Verlander. And I think that we have to come to the realization with Verlander that at some point, like he talks about that he wants to pitch until 45. And I'm cool, like having Verlander on this team on a year-by-year basis. But at some point, if he does pitch to the age of 45, he's going to run into a year where he's done. Like he's going to run it because that's what happens with pitchers north of 40. It happens to pitchers before they turn 40. Yeah. Usually happens to pitchers once they're north of 33 or 34. And Verlander's fought off Father Time since then. So you have to be very realistic with what Justin Verlander is going to be in the next few years. He's under contract this year, vested option for next year. If he does pitch to 45, there's going to be a year where Justin Verlander pitches and he's flat out done. He's washed. He doesn't have it anymore, and he's going to struggle to have an ERA of 4.5. I don't think it's there yet. The stuff to me is still there, and we haven't seen him this year. But it's going to happen. It's inevitable. It happens to everybody.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, are you able to slowly inch your way downhill, or do you fall off a cliff, right? When is it going to happen, and how drastic is it going to be when it does? I think the biggest thing is, I'm with you. I think those are the two most critical pitchers that I would put at the top of my list as well. But having Verlander and having him have something left in the tank when it matters could be the difference between advancing to the World Series or going as far as they expect to go and not being able to, because a lot of teams have the two at the top. But if you have three and he's still capable, and Brian, to your point, the one thing that I'm worried about as he gets older is, can he continue to push it and say, I don't want a six-man rotation. I want to ramp it up and be where I used to be when I was more in my prime getting ready for the playoffs, as opposed to 41-year-old Justin Verlander saying, maybe I should ride this six-man thing out and then go deeper and see how much I got left in the tank game by game as I get to the postseason.
Yeah, and getting to the point of like when the drop-off happens, look, he's obviously still been very, very good his last full seasons in the major leagues, but we have seen, as far as like things we could point to as maybe a start of the decline, we've seen his strikeouts per 9 go down now 3 seasons in a row. That doesn't mean he still can't go out and be a dominant pitcher, but if you put that in combination of possibly a concern with his shoulder, now another year older, maybe that is something we could point to, and we won't know this until we're already past that point when it happens, but maybe that we could point to this as the start where we start to see Verlander slip from the automatic sub 350 ERA to a guy that, as Jeremy said, is in the low to mid fours. And I mean, I hear you on maybe Javier and Framber being the more important pitchers for the Astros' success, but you're going to need 3, quality big-time starting pitchers when it gets to the postseason. And maybe you're telling me that guy's going to be Hunter Brown. Maybe you're telling me it's going to be Luis Garcia when he returns, or hell, maybe it's Lance McCullers when he returns. But the Astros have to have that third pitcher, and I think Verlander, if healthy, gives you the best odds to be that guy. So I'd still obviously feel like you have to have him right if the Astros are going to get to where they want to be.
I think it's more luxury than necessity.
Third pitcher?
No. Verlander being that third pitcher.
Okay.
And maybe that's why I'm not as panicky about Verlander's shoulder, is that I don't expect Verlander to be a super sub 3.5 ERA guy. Like if he had a 3.5 ERA this year at 41 years old, cool. Like I'm cool with that. I'm okay with that. But if you need 3 starting pitchers, you have more options than just Justin Verlander. You have Framber, you have Javier, you have Hunter Brown. A lot of ifs here, I understand. You have 2 pitchers coming back that I actually like their stuff. Now, Lance McCullers, I don't love his health, but I like Luis Garcia, so throw him into the mix as well. So you have more options than just Justin Verlander. You're not. This season's isn't gonna be make or break because of Justin Verlander. The season's going to be make or break if you get 3 starting pitchers who are pitching well, and you have multiple options to be those 3 starting pitchers.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think that's the key. That's where the depth might not be there right now, but you do have the ability to have multiple starting pitchers to pull from and figure it out if it isn't Justin Verlander. And I agree with you, Jeremy. I think that Garcia, to me, but more so Lance, and obviously that's a huge question mark just because we've been through too many of these with Lance. But we know that if Lance is healthy, and it's a massive if, his stuff translates to top 3 stuff in the entire big leagues, no matter what team he's on.
You just need 3 of them. Ideally, and, if everybody's healthy, you would expect Verlander to be one of those 3, but it doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be. You have other options, too. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. What's your concern level with JV's bum shoulder? And is a relaxed Chas McCormick and his manager Joe Espada going to lead to a big year for the Astros left fielder? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Great pleasure of mine to tell you all about Gentle Ben for a variety of reasons. At the top of that list, I believe what I say. Gentle Ben is the best, whether it's the vodka, best in the state, the gin, best in the market, or the bourbon, which is the double platinum winner at the prestigious Ascot Awards. Gentle Ben uses their innovative, revolutionary technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you'll ever taste. It's clean, it eliminates the burn. Don't labor through your drink. Enjoy it. Savor it. You can do that with Gentle Ben. You'll love what's not in it, including gluten. Gentle Bin isn't going to brag about that, though. All spirits are naturally gluten-free. Find Bin's Bar inside a Toyota Center if you're going to a Rockets game, going to a concert. Stop by Bin's Bar on the way to your seat. Games at Minute Maid Park are just around the corner. Bin's Bar is there. Get some Gentle Bin when you go to your seats at Astro games as well. Head to the Gentle Bin tasting room. Ask for it at your favorite restaurant, your favorite bar. Pick up a bottle at Total Wine Specs. Many of the local stores carry it as well. Or just head to gentlebin.com. You can learn about their incredible story, the incredible legacy of Gentle Bin, and you can also order all of the spirits online. That's right. Order online, gentlebin.com. Have it delivered straight to your doorstep. Gentle Bin, highest craft, softest sip.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. A chill Chaz, is that the way to go in 2024? Get to that in a moment. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. First, though, Isaiah in Humble. You're in the hive with the Bees. What's up, Isaiah?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, so actually, I just wanted to chime in because y'all was talking about the pitchers 1 through 3, but in all reality, I don't see why they can't even have a gauntlet of pitchers coming back from J.P. France, Hunter Brown, depending on if he's going to be up and down all season like he was. But of course, they got Javier and then now McCullers. So I just wanted to chime in and see what y'all thought about that. If they mix it in and keep Verlander healthy by putting him in maybe in the later roles and just keeping him fresh into the playoff time.
So if I'm following, later roles mean later in the rotation?
Yeah, it sounded like it. Kind of patchwork later in the rotation. It doesn't really matter. Like, you're pitching once every 5th day, once every 6th day.
Yeah, I mean.
Maybe he means, like, occasionally you skip a start for Verlander?
Oh, I got you. I don't think he would sign up for that.
He didn't say that specifically, but I'm trying to read between the lines.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea in theory, Isaiah. I like where your mind's at. I think it could be beneficial, quite frankly. Like, you give him a little bit of a 2-week break in the summer, kind of refresh, that sort of thing. I like where your mind's at. It's just he's chasing that 140 innings, and like Blanker's point, he's chasing the 300 wins and the strikeouts, and all of those are counting stats. All of those are volume, and he's not going to – he just won't sign up for it.
In theory, it sounds like a great plan.
I
but
agree.
Trying to push that by JV and get him to sign off on it is going to be a hell of an uphill battle for all the things that we mentioned.
And it hasn't seemed like Verlander, even beyond the 140 innings or the chasing 300, like he's never really been a guy that wanted the extra day's rest anyway. He seems to very much thrive on the routine of being, every 5th day.
That's the difference between prime JV, who can make those decisions, know his body, and still have plenty left in the tank, and JV we've seen recently who maybe fizzling out a little later in the year and doesn't have the kind of strikeout stuff he once had.
3667, this pitching staff going to crap the bed. Everyone relying on Fromber, JV, and Lance is disillusioned. The staff is not good. If you have to preface the statement with when this guy is on, that should be a red flag. I mean, I think you have some guys in this rotation that have been good. 6539, are we going to see Lance McCullers contribute this season? I have questions now with Verlander to start the season, and then this one, putting that much on McCullers and Garcia to be what they were before their injuries might be a stretch. What exactly are you asking of them? You're asking them to make some starts in the second half of the year, and then to be a guy who can give you 5 innings once every 5th day in the playoffs. Like, this isn't. You're not asking the guy to go win a Cy Young. You're not asking the guy to pitch like 100 innings in the second half of the year. You want them to be quality for 5 innings in a start in the postseason.
Yeah, no, I think that's the bigger thing to me, is that when you look at all of this, really you probably only need one of those two guys. If you just and have at least one of those two guys show that from the time that they come back, they're capable of stepping into the rotation and being effective. But if you get both of them, it's a huge advantage. And the fact is that when they do come back, you obviously have other options too. So it's not like it's all on Lance. Ideally, we'd love to have old Lance back. I don't think it's realistic to think that the old Lance is ever going to be where he once was. But he has proven when he comes back after a long break that he can still be effective, and that's all you need at the end of the season.
Really, I just want one of them. Like, just have one of them be a top 4 rotation guy. And I think that's realistic. I think it's what's going to happen. I think one of them will be a top 4 of the rotation guy. 713-780-ESPN. So Joe Espada, the most interesting manager in the world, had some. I like his demeanor and stuff like that. We'll see what it means, what it looks like in 162 and over the course of a season. What he does in the spring doesn't really matter, and looking cool doing it doesn't really matter. But he was talking about Chas McCormick, and the quote that he had was talking about like a relaxed Chas. Chas, has been more loose this spring. I talked to Chas a lot this offseason. I want him just to be Chas. He's having a hell of a camp. He's a really good player, and he's better when he's loose and just does what he does best, which is to just have a good time. Does this show leadership from Espada? Is relaxed Chas McCormick the ideal Chas McCormick?
I'm not sure if you can just specifically say leadership, but it shows flexibility in the fact that there are many different ways to manage a baseball team and try to get the best results out of them. It's going to be interesting because of the fact that whether he was under a ton of scrutiny and Dusty was always on him and maybe that was too much for him. The fact is because whatever Dusty was doing, whether we agreed upon it or not, as being the right tactic, it seemed to work because he had a heck of a season. Now, Joe was in there with all these guys the entire season. If he sees something to go, hey, I understand there's times to get on him, but when he's having fun, when he's loose, maybe he can be an even better player. I think that's just that's good managerial skills in terms of you don't have to manage everybody the same way. And just because Dusty was a tough ass on him doesn't mean that he has to be too.
Todd says angry Chas seemed to do better. It's a good point. Double Rod says Espada should sit Chas day one. That's funny, especially coming from a Double Rods. I think this kind of stuff's overrated, quite frankly. I do think it is important to know the pulse of your team and to like figure out what makes your players tick, because that's, bringing out the best of them. I think that's coaching. I think that's managerial stuff, and I think that's stuff that Dusty Baker did pretty good, was being able to have a pulse of his clubhouse and a pulse of his team. Like, is a relaxed Chas McCormick better than a non-relaxed Chas McCormick? I don't know. Chas McCormick's been a pretty good baseball player if we didn't think he was relaxed in the previous 3 years, right?
Yep.
Like last year at 842 OPS, he's got a career 786 OPS in the 3 years that he's played. I don't know if this really matters all that much. I am very intrigued to see the year that Chas McCormick has as an everyday guy, because he quite frankly hasn't been that, which has been a knock on Dusty. But he has had over 400 plate appearances in each of the last 2 years. It's not like he's been this guy who hasn't played at all and he's been this bench guy. He's had a pretty good run of it in these last couple of years. Even in his first year, he had over 300 plate appearances. So I think that this stuff can a lot of times be overrated, quite frankly, especially in spring training where it's like, oh, here's a cool story. Joe Espada is going to tell Chas to be himself.
Yeah.
What does that do? What does that mean?
Exactly. I mean, look, the biggest thing for him is that because of Dusty, I think he was looking over his shoulder a lot. He knew, he was just waiting for the next time to be sat down. You could probably cut the tension a lot of times with a knife because of the fact that there just was that kind of not conducive relationship. But look, we all saw it. He was effective. It remains to be seen if he doesn't have to look over his shoulder as much and be that stressed about what's going on with his manager. Does that unlock him even more? And does that get him to be better? I don't know. I mean,
yeah, it's $1 million question. Because I mean, some guys react. Some guys react to it better. Like some guys, hey, I'm pressing and I'm fighting for a job. I get another quote here. I've always thought, I was always trying to make the team. I'm still trying to make the team. So it's like one of those things. Maybe he gets like his stuff in gear whenever he's feeling like he's trying to fight for playing time. Maybe all of a sudden he's comfortable. He doesn't have to worry about playing time. Maybe it's like, okay, it goes backwards. So it could go either way.
Well, you remember, Jeremy, you and I talk about this depending on the coaching styles we've seen. And that is not everybody gets coached differently. And it's the guys that can get kicked in the butt and take the tough love. As the same way, it's the guys that have to be coddled because of how they came up and who how they were treated. Some guys can take it, some guys can't. It remains to be seen if Chaz is a guy that only needs to have someone kick him in the hiney, or if maybe he can now kind of take a deep breath, relax, and go, I found a home. They like me. I'm going to be good here. Maybe that he takes it to another level.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think we have been able to get the answer to this because he's only had Dusty as his manager. And you're right. Like, some guys obviously respond to a kick in the butt. Some guys respond to a pat on the back. The thing is, though, if Chaz was responding to this, obviously he had a great year at the plate. His numbers certainly bear that out. But if Chaz was responding to specifically Dusty's style of managerial or his managerial style, then I don't think we would see those quotes start to come out in the Chandler Rome pieces throughout the year and all the things that Dusty had to answer throughout the year about does he even like Chaz McCormick, much less want to play him, but does he even like Chaz as a player and a human? So I do think it's possible that if Chaz, like as he says in the article, if he's not pressing as much, thinking he has to make the team, and he actually has a spot, maybe he lays off a few pitches, maybe he doesn't feel like he has to make everything happen on every single at bat, and maybe this relaxed McCormick actually takes his play up to another level.
Yeah, that's the point. The point is we haven't seen it from another manager. He just wasn't bad last year. Like, he was good. So, like, is it Chaz better when he's frustrated and disgruntled? He is disgruntled with a lowercase d. Or is he if all of a sudden he hits 30 home runs this year with an over 900 OPS, okay, you're onto something. Joe Espada's onto something. And then maybe like Brian's point here too, maybe that's where Joe Espada does have his finger on the pulse, where Joe Espada can see, okay, a disgruntled lowercase d, in an unhappy Chaz and a frustrated Chaz is still a good ball player, but maybe he's borderline. I don't want to say all-star. That's putting too much on Chaz. He's just a better player entirely whenever he's relaxed. And that would be a good tell of, okay, Joe Espada does know his team. He does know his personnel.
Maybe he was just, finger on the pulse right there to see it. And maybe there were days where Chaz, they had conversations, separate of conversations that Dusty was having with him. And he knew that, man, he's really grinding right now. He is really, really stressing because, Dusty's really kind of been hard on him or is really kind of hawking him. And maybe he saw something and said, you know what, if I'm running this team, I don't need him to be like that. I feel like he can be even better if he can relax a little bit. So we'll see.
Yeah. The jury's out. I mean, quite frankly, we'll see. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Today is tag day in the NFL. The Texans did not use their franchise tag. No Grenard tag. How does that make you feel? I've had an hour to sit on it a little bit too. I think the Texans misplayed this on more ways than one. Also, running back linebackers, an area that we think the Texans are going to be active in free agency. But which tier should they be buying from these running backs and these linebackers that will hit the market? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, so I've been thinking about this for an hour. 713-780-ESPN. Franchise tag deadline. Texans did not use a tag, but they signed Dalton Schultz in a 3-year, $36 million deal, $12 million per year. 23.5 of it's guaranteed. Did I get that right off the top of my dome? I did. They didn't tag John Grenard. I wanted them to tag Grenard more than I wanted them to re-sign Schultz, but I'd be cool if they re-signed Schultz to this deal and then tag Grenard. I think that if you weren't going to tag Grenard and you weren't going to get a deal done with Grenard, why didn't you just tag Schultz at $11 million and change?
It's a good call. I mean, when you think about it, and I misunderstood when you wanted to tag Grenard, in the fact that if you do the non-exclusive and you can still move on from him and trade him, that makes some sense to me. It was just the fact that I didn't want to just guarantee him 20 and that be it and be done with it. From a Dalton Schultz perspective, yeah, I mean, you and I were both hoping that it would be, single digits in terms of the millions of dollars a year, more like 9, but even 10 would have been a lot easier to digest than going 12 and going 3 years. But if they feel that he's that important to their offense, if they feel like he can get better and that he is important to CJ and Slowick and everything that they're doing offensively, then I trust that Nick Caserio made a decision that, that he knows more than me and that it's the right fit for this team at this time. So I'll go with it for now. I'm just curious, how many other deals, when they start signing deals, whether it's their own or others, are they going to be under the projections instead of over to see if they can make up for this?
I think that's more reason to just tag Schultz then, because it saves you a little under $1 million. It's not a huge savings. I guess you're paying for his happiness, I guess. But but there's also risk there, because if he doesn't have a good year, now you're on the hook for the following season at guaranteed money. If we're assuming that all the guaranteed money's in the first 2 years, it just doesn't seem like the best fiscal responsibility. Now, I don't sometimes fiscal responsibility is not the best interest for the team. I think happiness does come into play. They are people. They're not just algorithms. They're not just robots. They do have feelings too. And I also think it helps CJ Stroud, continuity, things like that. But from a purely fiscal point of view, purely fiscal, say that 10 times fast. If you knew that you weren't going to tag John Grenard, why not just tag Dalton Schultz? Am I missing something here? 713-780-3776. Because Schultz wouldn't go anywhere next year. It's less than half of the guaranteed money that you're giving Schultz. It's a lower average annual value. It gives you a little bit more money in free agency. I don't really understand.
Are you doing him a solid because he didn't want another 1-year deal? And are you concerned that if you tagged him that he definitely wasn't going to look to go and to sign long-term and he was going to want to get out because he felt like he was, whether it was a conversation or at some point there was any discussion, or it just was he felt like he got mistreated in the fact that he left Dallas because he wanted a multi-year deal. He proved himself in his mind, and that if you just tagged him, that it would tick him off. I know you don't care about those things.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing it out there as a possible response.
No, it's not that I don't care about them. It's just I value we over me.
Right.
I value team way more. Now, I think that's what it was, to be honest with you, Blankers. What else could it be? I think they were buying his happiness a little bit.
Yep.
Which, okay, that's fine. Happiness is important. It's team morale. Yay. I do think that there is value in that. That's why I said purely fiscal. Whatever.
Sure.
713-780-ESPN if I'm missing something on that front.
Well, the other thing just to consider in all of this, too, if you're Nick, was maybe, as we were talking about this earlier in the show, maybe when you look at everybody else that was out there, you're like, there just wasn't any options that were better than him or close to him, and I had to have him back.
Well, he's not going anywhere, though, if you tag him.
Right, for 1 year. Right.
Yeah.
But if he is – and you feel like he is going to be a building block in the next 3 years with CJ, with however else they continue to build with their receivers and their offense, that you just feel like, hey, I'd rather him to be happy and him feeling like we took care of him.
Yeah, I think you bought his happiness, and that's not bad. I'm not saying that in a negative way. I know sometimes I can kind of come across as that. 713-780-ESPN. I want the Texans to enter the draft with capable starters at every position. Maybe a tall order. But I have a pretty low bar when I'm talking about capable starters. Like if you brought back Derek Barnett and your idea was to draft a defensive end at 23, okay, I think Barnett's a capable starter. I'm not saying a good starter. I'm saying a capable starter. I want the Texans to enter the NFL draft with a capable starter at every single position. Defensive end, linebacker, blah, 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 blah. Running back is one of those positions, and linebacker is one of those positions next to Christian Harris, whether you need one or whether you need two. Which tier should the Texans be buying from, though? Looking at this first from a running back perspective, Bill Barnwell had a bunch of tiers for different positions, looking at running backs and linebackers today. Tier 1, he had a franchise player. He listed it as Saquon Barkley, projected him at $12 million. His Pro Bowl caliber starters, he had Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, Aaron Jones. Never used that to determine, to give somebody accolade or praise. But Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, Aaron Jones, assuming those guys are cut. Projected salary, $9 million. And then the tier 3 were capable starters. Austin Eckler, Josh Jacobs. That's disrespectful for Josh Jacobs.
You and I talked about that yesterday. I think he's sliding.
I think that Bill Barnwell's on crack. DeAndre Swift, Alvin Kamara, Joe Mixon, and then Tier 4, he had borderline starters, Tony Pollard, Devin Singletary. Tier 5, A.J. Dillon, Gus Edwards, Ezekiel Elliott, Antonio Gibson, Zach Moss. So we're kind of eliminating names here. And then Tier 6 are like just the jabronis, the jobbers, just the guys. Which tier should the Texans be shopping from in NFL free agency at the running back position?
To me, I don't know that they should be or they could be, but I like the fact that you can look at the potential of like tier 3 and tier 4 in a combo platter, one from each tier, and I think you would still be fine. I think that Aaron Jones, it's an interesting situation. It's in his contract, and it's very weirdly written that the team can restructure without his permission. But if they do, that the agent and the player have to agree to the fact that it's probably going to be a pay cut as part of that. If it doesn't work out and he hits the market, he's got Texas roots. I think the Cowboys and the Texans, he'd be a great fit. But because of McCarthy in Dallas, I think that might be a better fit. And we'll have to see. But just the way he put this thing out there, I wouldn't be disappointed if you ended up with Tony Pollard and Devin Singletary and didn't have to break the bank, because if people in the NFL, and I agree with you, I don't think they think the way that he thinks, borderline starter, high-end backup. Singletary was more than that a year ago. Pollard was as well. If you get those two guys, but get them at Saquon money, and you get two for the price of one with those two guys, I'd be happy.
I want to draft offensive skill and weapons. I like athletes, especially in this type of scheme. I think you can go a lot of different ways with the running back spot. Like you mentioned Singletary, Pollard. Well, what if I went Barkley and rookie? That's going to be very kind of similar money. I think that Nick Caserio needs to I expect him to do this. He's a general manager. It's his job to turn over every stone. Because if this Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs money goes from being a $12 million projection to $8-9 million projection, that's a much different conversation than what the projections are at 12. So I'm monitoring that. If I can get one of those guys under $10 million, like, okay, we're in business, baby. And if everybody has the combo platter mindset of what like Rossini was reporting and what you mentioned just now, okay, well, that's where all the demand is at. All the demand is this combo platter, get two running backs from the third and fourth tier. All of a sudden, the demand for tier 1 and tier 2 comes down. That price comes down. Supply and demand, economics 101. So I'm watching that. And if Saquon Barkley wants to play with C.J. Stroud and he's like, I'll do it for $9 million. Cool, let's go, let's ride. Is that what Russell Wilson said?
Yep.
And then same thing with Josh Jacobs. So I'm monitoring this very, very closely. I prefer the top guys if they come down. Like that's a no-brainer, right? But I think that they are. I think that they are. I think the demand for top-tier running back at north of $10-11 million, I don't think it's going to be there.
You know what? For the Texans' sake, I hope it is. I hope it's not. And I hope that the market lends itself more towards single digits. I hope, like you said, that Nick turns over every stone and there's a way to find a combo platter, whether it is a middle-round draft pick and a top-of-the-line running back, or, like I said, depending on how every team ranks and sees the fit for their scheme and system with the guys that are out there, that if you can get two of these guys and you can get them for a more reasonable price in the 5-6 range, or a combo that takes you at under 10, either way, it's advantage Texans because it fits exactly what they need to fill the holes and gives you depth and talent with both running backs and a good fit with both running backs that are going to be counted on during the season.
I think I'm starting to come around to the idea of the top tiers at running back. Now, this would be dependent upon what you guys are talking about. If that price, as Jeremy predicts, does start to come under $10 million AAV, then I'm fully on board with that. And the reason why is, and it kind of goes back to y'all's conversation with Matt Miller, who we had on in segment 2, when you're looking at basically his first round or bust in the draft for defensive end, okay, we'd like to go defensive end there. He's talking about how, well, that second group of receivers probably not there at pick 59, so you might have to move up, if you want a wide receiver in the draft. And you still need to add corner. Corner is deep, but maybe now has to be your third round pick. Now, if you're taking that approach, you're pushing your running back selection into the fourth round, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. There can be obviously good players there in the fourth round for running backs, especially for running back amongst all positions. But obviously the odds of that hitting become lower and lower the further back you push that selection. So I'd like to be able to cross that off the list, like running back, or at least starting running back, taking care of free agency. And now, because I've paid at the top of the top in free agency for running back, I don't mind waiting to the 5th round maybe, or the 4th round to get that running back, and I can address pass rusher, corner, and wide receiver with your earlier picks.
I want to enter the draft with a capable starter at every position, and I think that you could say that a lot of these running back tiers, if Devin Singletary's running back 1 entering the NFL draft, okay, he's a capable starter. My biggest thing though is I don't want to enter the draft with you're needing a starting defensive end, a starting corner, a starting linebacker, because now you're desperate for 3 starters and you have to nail the draft, which is kind of unrealistic for Nick Caserio.
So I thought you were meant just because you had said earlier you wanted to spell it out to where you spent your money. You're not saying just before the draft hit all your offensive needs. You're talking
Absolutely,
about all the starter needs, defensively
Yeah.
and offensively?
Yeah, but I'm saying capable starter.
Okay.
So a lot of these guys are kind of tweeners between starters, backups. Like Devin Singletary, I think, is a tweener. Devin
Right.
Singletary can be a serviceable, low caliber starting running back, but capable. But then you can also you can draft over him. If you get on a
draft guy
3rd
could
round
beat
running
him
back
out.
and then
Yeah.
he turns into your RB1.
I got you.
Same thing with a receiver. If you go out and you sign whoever the cheapest is between Curtis Samuel or Gabe Davis, one of those wide receiver 3s we've talked about, you get one of those on a $5-7 million deal. Maybe that's too cheap. Okay, that's a capable 3rd receiver, but then if you drafted one in the 2nd round because one of these studs drops to you, okay, cool. I just don't want to enter the draft with 3 to 4 starters to fill, because if you're entering the draft with 3 to 4 starters to fill, you're screwed. You're toast. You're done.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, too, because they got, like you said, they've got to be creative, not just turning over every stone, but be as creative as possible. If you see, and you're savvy to the cap casualties, if you see that there are guys out there, and maybe some of them, have made their share of coin over the first couple of years of their career or the first 2 contracts, and yet they're not, they haven't experienced the winning and they want to reprove themselves. Maybe there's an opportunity to pounce there, but be creative, maybe get them a little bit cheaper so we can use that money somewhere else to fortify other areas. I hope that they can do that, because you're right. It's a dangerous perspective going into a draft, knowing that you have a specific need you have to fill, and being at the mercy of how the draft falls and the players you evaluated and them being good enough. Because we saw it last year with center, where we looked at it and said, well, center, and then we didn't know at the time that Kenyon Green was going to be hurt. But the last thing you wanted to do was free agency pass. You didn't get a veteran center, and now you're looking at the fact that you're going to have a rookie on your offensive line.
Yeah, that's why I don't need a high bar, above average starter. Just a capable starter at every spot. And if some of them are above average, cool, even better. You can't do that at every position. I know that, in terms of the cap. But just a guy who's capable. The linebackers, my favorite linebackers in this class are Frankie Louvu and Azeez Al-Shahir. They have them as Tier 3, Tier 4, so I want a Tier 3, Tier 4 linebacker. Also, Willie Gay's in that Tier 3, and Willie Gay is one of my favorite players. I think he'd be really good for the Texans. So Tier 3, Tier 4, I'm good at with the Texans.
See what you did
there. That linebacker.
Yeah, no, look, I'd be fine with that as well. I think the big thing is we talked about is familiarity. I think that you got a guy in D'Amico that would love to have some of his old guys back so that he could get to playing the kind of defense with the understanding of the system, no matter what he calls, every step of the way. Jimmy Ward was supposed to be that guy, but he was hurt too much of the season. But if you can get, a linebacker that can really be effective doing those kind of things for D'Amico, I think it's an upside for both.
Yep, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's make mock drafts great again. How do we do it today, and how do we make the Texans better? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. The beautiful music of Oliver Anthony. He's headlining at NRG today. I got to get over there. I got to go over here. Listen to this. I like this guy. This guy makes me want to have a cold beer. This song makes me want to have a cold beer, no doubt about it.
You had that deep, comfortable laugh. That hit you in the right spot.
There's country music makes me want a cold beer. There's a few things that I like cold beer, but the things that make me want a cold beer more than anything, good country music, mowing my lawn, and those are probably the top two cold beers.
Okay.
What are your favorite cold beers? 713-780-3776. That's a good cold beer.
Yeah.
That's a good call. That's a really good call. Specifically baseball.
Yep.
Because you can kind of chill. Like it's a little bit less action-packed, so you're like more chilly than normal.
Yep. Get you
that's
some
a good
peanuts
cold
and
beer.
popcorn and a cold beer, and you just watch yourself some baseball.
That's a great call. You have a favorite cold beer, Brian?
I'm more of a whiskey guy, but yeah,
me too.
The
Gentle Ben.
Gentle Ben's, exactly.
No-brainer there.
The reasons that you guys gave to vibe and have one, I would certainly second.
Yeah, I prefer whiskey and bourbon. I don't always drink beer, but when I do,
I'm just not. I don't really like beer all that
Anthony.
much. I do enjoy whiskey. I don't like beer all that much.
There you go. 713-780-ESPN. We'll make mock drafts great again in 2 minutes. But let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Mark in the 3rd Ward is on the line. Mark, what's going on, man?
Hey, how y'all doing, man? Hey, I think,
Sports.
man, once Lance gets back, man, because, Lance, he's the cooling person between Verlander and Farmer. Because, Farmer, made me kind of upset because, he got you choking on that milk just like a baby on a pot of milk. Like that, you wouldn't understand. But also, with what you think about getting Zeke Elliott back, man? Because Zeke, he can pick up the block. He's cheap, and plus he can spell motor. I take that out there. Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
I thought
Yeah, I guess
Spencer
you'd be
was
your
back
two
for a
here.
second, taking shots at us.
That's
saying,
racist.
Yeah, black thing that we wouldn't understand. That was tough. The powdered milk. I think we've all been there.
I'm 3%.
Right.
So I can't relate.
I was wondering when I saw this on the board how I would have been a lot happier if Mark would have started the call with, this is a little bit crazy, but let me throw it out there. Because the fact that he put Zeke Elliott on the Texans is the biggest no thank you in the world. And he started by going, you can pick up the blitz, you can do something. Nope. No need to see any more of Zeke Elliott in Texas, or at least with the Texans. No thank you.
He is good at that, though. Like, Mark's on point about that. He is good at picking up the block.
You're signing a running back to block?
I think you can do worse than Ezekiel Elliott as one of your 4 running backs. But it would be your RB3, RB4. And he probably already had that with Dameon Pierce, although Pierce is terrible at picking up the blocks. I don't hate Ezekiel Elliott in this room, but he's not one of my top 2 running backs. Like, he had a better year in New England than anybody could have imagined.
He's
Great.
great.
And he's pretty dang good. You know how many passes he caught last year? Take a guess.
27.
51.
Ooh. I would say the one thing where he could improve the Texans is short yardage and a goal line.
Like, if he's my 3rd running back and you cut Dameon Pierce, okay, all right, I'll listen to that. But he's not one of my top 2.
But you know what I'm going to say? At what price? Because he loves
cheap.
overpricing himself. If he goes cheap,
not anymore.
If he goes cheap and he's your short yardage back, and like you said, the 4th running back in the room just wants a job continue to be in the NFL, and he can help you from time to time in short doses, I'd look at it. But if he's looking to get any kind of money out of the deal, I don't think he's got much left.
His base salary is $3 million last year. Like, that's almost league minimum. Like, he's playing to play. He's not playing to get kicked, and he's not worth it anymore because he's a 3rd, 4th running back at best. I wouldn't hate him in the room, but we're not talking about 3rd or 4th running backs. And if he was one of my top 2 running backs, Texans would be in deep, deep trouble. And he is good at picking up the block. He's a solid 3rd down running back.
It sounds like we're doing fullback dives with a different jersey number.
Does.
Can he kick?
That's what it feels like.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
He's not an efficient runner anymore. He hasn't been an efficient
No,
runner
he'd
in
be.
3 years.
But your top 2
You're
are
not,
the
you're
ones
not bringing
that
him
are
to be
supposed
efficient
runners.
He wouldn't be really a running back for you, and it's hard to carry those guys because usually those guys play special teams, like your third and 4th running backs. But he would be your passing down running back. Like, he's going to catch the ball out of the backfield. He's going to block and pass protection. He'd be a very gimmicky player, and it's hard to have gimmicky players like that if they don't play special teams, and he doesn't. But he does still have that role in the NFL. I think he's going to be on a roster next year. Like, we mock it, but he will be.
I'd be interested to see if that happens.
I think that
Him
would
on a
mean,
roster?
though,
He caught 50 passes. He'll be on a roster.
Yeah, but man, it was the Patriots' offense. He's not catching 50
Yeah,
passes because he's an explosive player in the
I'm not
pass game.
saying
He's
that, but
catching
do you think
50
he's going to be on a
passes 'cause
roster,
they
though?
had nothing else to do but dump it off.
Okay.
I'm going to say no.
Do you think he'll be on an NFL team next year?
I don't. I don't think he will be. To start the
I
season,
think
for
there's a
sure,
no-doubter.
no. Maybe a pickup because of an injury. I just don't see it.
I think you're selling Ezekiel a little short. Now, I'm not saying he's good anymore. Like, let's not get it twisted. We're kind of picking, nits here. I think he's still an NFL running back on somebody's bench, RB3, RB4 at best. And we spent too much time talking about RB3s and RB4s.
But if he can kick, Jeremy, then you got your solution to Ogunbowale, and he can step in.
They do need a backup kicker.
Yep.
And currently there's not a kicker on this roster.
That's a very good point.
So there is that. All right, Dane Brugler is where we're going with our mock draft today. Yesterday's mock results, we had Kenyon Mitchell, Nate Wiggins, Chop Robinson, and Latu after the Texans traded up using Lance Zierlein's mock. Kenyon Mitchell won the vote 43%, Chop Robinson 29%. So Kenyon Mitchell, I wouldn't say that was running away with it, but pretty substantial win over Chop Robinson. Today, Dane Brugler, the Athletic. Your usuals up top. Caleb Williams at 1. This one has Drake May at 2. Fingers crossed on that one. Atlanta goes Jaden Daniels. They trade up, blah, blah, blah. Won't get into the particulars there. Arizona takes Marvin Harrison. Then Roma Dinze goes number 5 to Chicago. Malik Neighbors number 6. He has J.J. McCarthy at number 7 to the Vikings, who trade up. Quarterbacks along the way. Interesting picks. Brock Bowers 12 to Denver. Brian Thomas Jr. at 15. That's as high as I've seen him go. The LSU receiver. I don't love that because I want one of these receivers to fall to the Texans in the second round. I don't see it happening after the combine. Byron Murphy goes 18 to Cincinnati. That's dangerous. They get their replacement for who's the dude with the quad that used to be a Texan? The defensive tackle, big nose tackle.
DJ Reader?
Yeah, Reader. Their Reader replacement. My brain's mush today. All right, moving on down to the Houston Texans, number 23. He has them selecting UCLA edge Laiatu Latu. I'm going to have to figure out how to say this guy's name. I think I said it right. How would you feel if Laiatu Latu was the Texans' pick at 23?
I'd be good with it because I would know that you have a defensive-minded head coach that has to sign off on this pick, and he's been pretty good at being able to find his type guys to fit his type of defense. And the fact that you could get a guy that he and Nick agree upon that could be the replacement for John Grenard, and you're getting him in the first round where I want them to spend it on a defensive player, I would be just fine with that.
Yeah, I'd totally be fine with Latu if he was the pick here. Brian, any disagreement?
No disagreement at all. It's obviously I would argue it's your biggest position to need. I mean, the only question would be, is he best player available? I don't really have an answer for that, but it's certainly as it was pointed out to us by Matt Miller earlier in the show, and you can find that on the podcast page. Edge rusher is going to be gone in the second round, or at least the edge rushers you could pick up and actually start. So, cross that off the board and move on to the next need. I like the pick.
All right, 4 picks that we have today to choose from. Latu at 23, A.D. Mitchell goes 24, Cooper DeJean goes 25, and Graham Barton goes number 26. So this is about as good a multiple choice as we've had in quite a while. I think that all 4 could be in play here. Now, if all 4 are on the board, you can cross out one of them. But if you have those 4 options, Latu, Mitchell, DeJean, and Barton, who's your pick, Blinkers?
To me, it's sticking and staying with who they picked and stay with Latu because of the fact that going back to what Brian just dropped, that I also picked up on, which is the depth is at corner in this draft and not the defensive pass rusher. I'll take the defensive pass rusher in the first round. I'll trust that if I want a corner and I need to add a corner, that there will be still good ones available in the second round, or you could manipulate and trade if you have to. But I'll stick with the one where the demand should be higher and the depth is not as much, and I'll stay with the defensive pass rusher.
One of the good things about this draft is you're going to have a lot of quarterbacks taken ahead of you, and you don't need that. And you're going to have a lot of tackles taken ahead of you, and you don't need that. So that helps out the Texans at 23. I'm intrigued by all of these picks. Like, if any of these 4 guys are the pick here, I would be okay with it. Now, if this was who I had available, there's no way I'm taking Graham Barton here. If I had 4 guys that are available, these 4 guys at my disposal, Barton wouldn't be my pick. I'm with you. Like, if you're not going to get a good defensive end outside of the top 40, well, you better hurry up and draft that defensive end in the top 40. I think there's going to be good receivers later in the draft. I really like the late first, early seconds. I want the Texans to figure out a way to trade back so they can get both, or trade back into the early second. And Cooper DeJean would be fun, too, because he's the great white hope, and he's a polarizing human, and he's trying to bring something back into the NFL that hasn't existed in hundreds and hundreds of years, that's been extinct in football forever. And that's a white corner. But I have to go Latu. Latu would be my pick here as well. Brian, any disagreement?
No, not at all. I would go Latu as well. I haven't really been swayed by the extremely fast 40 time for Adonai Mitchell. I still don't view him as a guy worthy of the first round pick. And then obviously you have the injury concerns, the move to safety concerns for Cooper DeJean. So I would go ahead and stick and stay and pick the bigger need with the defensive edge rusher out of UCLA.
Curious how the Hive's going to vote on this at ESPN 97.5 at Jeremy Branham. The early return, it is Super Tuesday, by the way. I mean, voting's in vogue today. Latu at 36%, DeJean, the early voting at 32%, A.D. Mitchell at 27%, and then Graham Barton. Poor Graham Barton. He's under 5%. This is going to be a tight one, I think. This would be a tight one. Hopefully no hanging chads in this one. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Speaking of defensive end, are you in on trading for – actually, we're going to do that a little bit later. Eastern time zone over here. Let's cash them or trash them. What are you cashing or trashing? Your hot takes, your overreactions that you want us to cash or trash. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. He's blank on Branham. Time for Cash It or Trash It. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Blankers, age before beauty. What are you cashing or trashing?
Chas McCormick, because of the reins being loosened up and the fun that he's going to have, is going to have a better OPS and batting average than a year ago and will end up at some point hitting fifth in this lineup.
Huh. I thought I remember the Titans for a moment. That scene where Denzel Washington has them all lined up in the gym, and he's giving grief to that one player, and he's like, "I'm going to tell you all the fun we'll be having this year." I don't think. I mean, other than like whenever there's guys ahead of him that get days off, like he's probably going to hit fifth this year. Sure, but
I kind of got a little creative with my wording.
Like routinely, I don't think that he's routinely going to hit fifth. So you could nitpick it here. Yeah, I think he's going to have a few games where he bats fifth, but I don't think he's ever going to be an everyday 5-hole hitter. So I'll trash it.
Trash. But the more important thing is that he's going to have a better OPS and a better batting average than
That's
he did
way
a year
more
ago.
important.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's way more important. I know we talk a lot about batting orders. I think that batting orders are very overrated mostly. Like, as long as you don't screw it up too badly, it's really not going to matter that much. Like, if you're not, unless you're hitting Jordan ninth and your worst hitter leadoff, like, it's going to be okay. They've done math on this. We're like the best lineup optimized and like the worst lineup is the difference between like 10 runs a year. Like, it's not that big a deal. What were you doing here, Brian? Cashing or trashing?
I'm actually going to cash it because I think purely based on the numbers and the merit last year, Chas McCormick was no worse than your fifth best hitter. And the two guys he'd have to overcome to move up, and obviously this wouldn't be right away, but are Jose Abreu. We have plenty of questions there. And Yainer Diaz, while we are all impressed with his rookie season, he's a bit of a free swinger that maybe he gets, into a point where he's scuffling and he gets moved down the batting order until he figures it out a little bit. So I can see Chas McCormick becoming the fifth hitter for a significant amount of time during the season.
I don't want to spoil another segment a little bit later, so I'll bite my tongue. Cash or trash? I'm going to cash that air hockey is the best arcade game.
Oh, I'm trashing the hell out of that.
Trash.
Papa Shot is the best arcade game of all time. Papa Shot's fantastic.
Papa Shot's not better than air
yes,
hockey.
it is.
It's a
and
fake
there's more
goal. It's
scoring,
bitty
and
with
it's
a
challenging.
small ball.
And whether you get the
More
the best
scoring.
ones. Yeah.
I mean, you make it more
Scoring
often.
makes it sexy.
I know why you like Papa Shot, because there's no defense. There's no
not true.
defense in Papa Shot.
It's
Yes,
not
it is
true.
true. There's not a defense.
Right, but that's not why I like
there's
it.
no
You don't know
defense.
me like that. I like it because it's challenging and it's rapid fire.
Air
but you still
hockey's
have
not
to be good.
challenging? Air hockey's not rapid
No,
fire?
it's just a lot of slamming the puck and hoping it slides in the right
I got to
way.
be honest, and I'm going to trash this as well. I thought our
You guys are
biggest,
no fun.
I thought our biggest disagreement, Jeremy, was the RBIs, but we found
Well,
a new
that's
one
not a disagreement.
because air hockey is the dumbest worst game at an arcade. Not only is
Dumbest
it not
worst
the best,
game?
It's just slamming the I don't even what you would call it, a mallet, a whatever into
It's
the
the puck.
No. He's talking about
what you're
the
holding
thing in your hand.
What you're holding
Oh.
in your hand.
I don't even know what you call that thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I call it
either.
a stick.
It's maybe,
It's
but
my
I mean,
air
it's
hockey
not
stick.
But it's not shaped like a stick. So I mean, it's got a handle and a disc. I don't know why that would be called a stick, but
It's your orange
Because
juicer.
it's hockey.
I guess
It looks like an orange juicer.
It's just so basic. It's like, oh, let me slap this as hard as I can and hope somebody didn't guard it. It's just, I hate it.
I'm going to trash your theory because there is one dumber, and that is that crane game trying to get a stuffed animal
Okay,
that's
you're-
rigged
well,
that always lets go.
financially,
I don't mind that
yes,
game.
that is dumber. Financially, that is certainly dumber.
I have a pretty good success rate in that game.
Well,
Virginia says ski ball.
You have a strategy?
Yeah, I lower the crane
Oh, God,
with the
here we
best
go.
chance of grabbing a limb. Yeah, isn't that
A
the only
limb? Don't
strategy
you think
there
that
is?
grabbing the head is the best
Well,
chance?
a lot of
to-
times the head are tucked down low. Like, it's hard to actually get an angle at the head. But yes, if the head's available,
just
then you're going
leaving
with the
that
head. Yeah, if the head's available, you go with the head. Virginia says skee ball.
I've heard
I
that
don't
before.
know. No, definitely not skee ball.
I like
I
skee
can't
ball.
believe y'all hate on air hockey.
My wife
Y'all are
loves
noobs.
skee ball.
I
No
love
wonder I
skee
don't
ball
like
and I
hanging
love
out with you
Papa
guys
Shot.
outside of the show. You guys don't like fun.
I would argue that air hockey isn't fun.
I would agree with you, except for kids.
What do you got, Brian?
So I'm going to go back to the Astros to get away from these terrible arcade takes. I'm going to hit you guys with a surprise RBI leader for the 2024 Houston Astros, and that is someone playing for a second contract. I think Alex Bregman is going to lead the Houston Astros in RBI, and that might sound far-fetched when you hear it. But he was second on the team last year, so it's not like he's coming from sixth place on the team all the way up to first. And then when you look a little bit deeper into the numbers, his second half of the season, we talk about Jose Abreu post injury return, Jose Altuve coming back from the broken hand and how good those guys were. But lost in that is Alex Bregman's second half of the season. His OPS was 901. He was a great player second half of the season. And if we take that batting lineup that it seems like a spot is going to use, and he's sandwiched in between, Jordan and Kyle Tucker with Jose Altuve leading it off. I don't see how Alex Bregman doesn't have just an amazing amount of RBI opportunities.
I just think you still have Kyle Tucker and Jordan Alvarez on this team, and I think that where they're hitting, especially Jordan's going to get plenty of opportunities as it is, and I think Tucker's going to be in a sweet spot with the three guys in front of him. So I'm going to trash it. I hope you're right to some extent, but then I'm also a little leery of the fact that means he's going to get paid more than the Astros can afford to pay.
I don't think general managers pay for RBIs anymore unless Dusty gets a general managing job. They use more of the predictive numbers these days. I don't think Alex Bregman will lead the club in RBIs. I also think that his plate discipline kind of hurts him here. He doesn't swing a ton. He walks a lot. When you're walking a lot, you're not driving in tons of runs. So I think that kind of hurts him a bit in that regard. I have him finishing third. I think he'll be behind Kyle Tucker, Yordan Alvarez, and then Bregman. I would go Tucker leads the team in RBIs, so I'll trash this one.
Trash.
Let's phrase this into a cash or trash 2912. I'm doing your assignment for you, 2912. Last time I do that. Cash or trash, J.J. McCarthy will have a better year than Kirk Cousins in 2024.
Trash it, because J.J. McCarthy's probably not going to start whoever drafts him. And if he does,
I disagree with that.
And if he does, I don't think that he's going to be anywhere close to having a C.J. Stroud type year. And I think that Kirk Cousins.
He doesn't have to have a Stroud year. He just has to be better than Cousins.
Right, but I think that Cousins is going to be fine coming off the injury. I think that he'll go to a team where there's weapons, and that he'll do, in the regular season, he's seen everything before. He's been through it, and if he's got weapons to throw to, he's proven he can get them to him. And I think that maybe J.J. McCarthy might have a better career than Kirk Cousins, but next year I don't see it happening.
Tyler and Conroe, I'm going to trash it too. I don't love your reasons. Like, I don't know why you compare him to C.J. Stroud.
I'm just saying, for a rookie to come in with all the challenges, C.J. Stroud did something that we've never seen another quarterback do. But even if you don't do C.J. Stroud, the fact is a rookie trying to get settled in, feel comfortable, learn defenses, learn the playbook, do everything at a higher speed. I just think it is very challenging, and I don't see that J.J. McCarthy is a guy that's going to pull that off in his first year.
Yeah, I mean, it's McCarthy or Cousins, like in a very simple way. I'm going to go Cousins. I think Cousins has a better 2024. 2885. Denver without Wilson is in a deep rebuild.
Well,
that's a fact.
I think they're already there. Yeah.
Now it's just a matter of how deep are they? Like, are they going to keep some of their younger players, like their receivers, like Sutton and those guys, and Judy, or are they just going to completely let Peyton just rip the Band-Aid off and start all the way over?
8185 says pinball. Best arcade game. Pinball is pretty good. I do like pinball.
I like pinball, but most arcades I've been to don't have pinball anymore.
You got to go to an old school one.
Really?
Like if you go to like a Dave and Buster's, I don't know how many pinball machines they have.
Even the arcades in the malls, like Katie Mills Mall and the other ones, they don't have pinball anymore.
Interesting.
Pinball seems like one of those games, though, that's I know people are good at it, but it looks impossible to actually be good at. It feels like you're just throwing
that's not true.
quarters away.
Hand-eye. It's all about hand-eye. Like, if you have a good hand-eye coordination, you're going to be better. That's the key attribute in pinball is hand-eye. Now, a lot of it's chance, obviously, but if you have better hand-eye than the next guy, you're going to have better success in pinball.
Your quick twitch is
quick twitch, hand-eye.
Very important, yep.
I think those kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I think those kind of go hand.
I guess
I didn't even mean to do that. I'm just naturally funny. I didn't even know I was
funny.
Oh,
I didn't need to follow
600. It was an unintentional, hilarious joke. 6005 is pool an arcade game. Nah, that's a bar game.
Nope.
Bar games and arcade games are different. What's your favorite bar game?
Oh, bar darts for sure.
Wouldn't it just be darts?
Jeremy, in the Midwest, we called it bar darts.
What's the difference between darts and bar darts?
Because bar darts is the plastic-tipped, more like vending machine darts, as opposed to real darts, the steel-tipped. You bring your own, you get real intense with it.
Well, that's why I asked, because now I know that. I didn't realize that was the difference. Mine's shuffleboard. I love shuffleboard, probably because it's like curling.
Such an old man take.
I love shuffleboard, man. Tyler and Conroe, it's RBIs for plural because it's very possible to have a singular RBI. I love you, Tyler and Conroe. They make them smarter in the north side. 1642 went to the highway to hell. Clint talking about how he can't wipe his rear because he has poison ivy. At least y'all stick to sports. Not always. Why did you leave 1642? Why did you flip over?
Yeah, what did we say that steered you away to make you have to realize that when you go elsewhere, you find out how good you've had it and come back home?
Have you ever had poison ivy?
No, I have not.
I haven't either.
No, make it unanimous. I haven't either.
I've never had it. All right, that's it for Cash It or Trash It. Now, are you in on trading for Hassan Reddick? Rumor out there that the Texans are calling on Hassan Reddick. Are you in on that for the Texans? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, I'm going to give you a double whammy on Doc Linville on why you should call him up and see what he can do for you, because we know that there's a lot of different times of the year, and I always speak about the Neograph procedure, and I'll tell you about it again, but Also, to be aware of the fact, Doc Linville is one of the best in terms of all kinds of spa treatments, plastic surgery, and other things as well. And if you have a birthday coming up for a significant other, or you just want to give her a gift that maybe keeps giving for you, you can look into Botox, spa treatments, and other things with Doc Linville. But if you're looking for the NeoGraft procedure, he is also the best in the business at that. I know from personal experience. If you're losing your hair, you have pattern baldness, thinning, and you just don't think there's any way to get it back, you're not interested in the masking of the problem like the sprays and the creams and the foams, check out Doc Linville and the NeoGraft procedure. Go to 975hair.com right now. There's a lot of information on the site, but more so than that, you get a free consultation if you go through 975hair.com with Doc and his staff. It normally costs $150. For you, it's absolutely free. There's no signing on the dotted line, no money out of pocket, just you getting answers to your questions and finding out if it might be a permanent solution for your hair loss. I couldn't be happier with the fact that I did the procedure, and he is, simply put, the best in the business. He knows all the treatments, what your specific case is going to need, and how to get you the best results. Maybe you don't need the NeoGraft and you just need PRP. That's just like putting fertilizer on the lawn. But if you need the full-blown resodding, he can do that too. Genetically, you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, so that's where he starts, by taking a few follicles here and there, moving them where you need them most, and giving you better coverage, a better hairline, or just simply put more hair on your head where you need it most. Check him out today. Tell him I sent you by, because I truly believe he's the best in the business. Go to 975hair.com.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Is getting vaccinated on your to-do list? We can help you check that off. You've got this. Yes, you do. See how we've got you at yougotthis.usaging.org. A message from the Aging and Disability Vaccination Collaborative, powered by US Aging.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
6856, hey, B-Ham. Never been called that. I don't know how I feel about it. If you've been in the woods and never got poison ivy, it's because of your 3%. Black people don't get the ivy. There you go. There's proof in the pudding. You all thought I was running my mouth, lying about that. Well, now I got receipts.
On poison ivy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what the texter says. If I've never gotten it, then that would show you the 3%.
So because the texter said it, it has to be true?
I believe our texters. We have a very smart audience. Do you disagree?
I think you do, based on all of our audience. If you kind of segment it in Twitch, Twitter, and text,
I just give them grief. I play with them. I think our audience is the smartest audience in all of sports radio. Do you disagree?
Overall, no.
There you go.
There you go.
3897, road beer, shower beer, garage beer. What? I can't believe you led with road beer.
Just could lead to other things. More than road rash, but okay.
Okay. 3367, grilling and barbecuing made me want a cold beer.
That's a good one. That's a very good one.
That is a good cold beer. 8437, brewing beer is one of my favorites, and when it comes to making me want a cold beer, I imagine, like, I've never dabbled in the brewing of beer. I dabble in a lot of things. I've never dabbled in the beer brewing. But I can imagine, like, I cook from time to time, not often, but I cook from time to time, and whenever I cook, like, I'm eating as I cook. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, for sure.
So I could see that.
Sometimes, too, beer can add a extra flavor element to certain sauces and things that you're making as well.
The pairings.
That's right. Look, I'm telling you what, there's some good pizza sauce that uses beer in the pizza sauce, and it's fantastic.
Any good beers go with ketchup?
Yeah, because of the fact that you can have a nice cold beer with a burger and fries, and it's perfect.
Yeah, I think the savory aspect of it would make it a pretty good pairing. 2833 cold beer with ghost pepper wings. I'm not huge on ghost pepper wings. I love wings, as we all know. I'm not a big ghost pepper wing guy. And this one says, my favorite beer is the $30 beer at the airport when you're leaving to go on vacation. That is a good beer. I was in the airport today. I got asked to move seats today, Blankers.
Did you do it?
I did. I got guilted into doing it.
Why'd you get guilted?
Because I prefer the window seat, and I traded away a window seat for an aisle seat.
Ooh, how long was the flight?
It was only 2 hours,
okay.
And it was for a family. Like, they had a 4-year-old, and it's like, okay, like, I have kids, you have kids.
Yep.
Like, I'll make the trade-off for a kid. You know
for
what I mean? For a kid, yeah, done. And it was the aisle, it wasn't the middle, so it's not too awful.
You're a good man for doing that.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't trying to brag. I was just bringing it up.
I'm just giving you props on it.
There's something else that happened at the airport. I had 2 airport stories, but I can't remember the other one. I'll try to think of it. 9062, would you sign Dalvin Cook to the Texans, and if so, how much?
Nope. I saw enough to think that I was an idiot for thinking he had a whole lot left at all last year. I'm not going to be a fool that does that twice. If I'm out on Ezekiel Elliott, then I'm out on Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, I think Cook has more in the tank than Ezekiel Elliott, and I feel like, Cook was behind Breece Hall, so like we didn't really see how much he had left in the tank, but I'm out on that too.
Well, we saw him in Baltimore late where they tried to give him carries, and he just
I feel like it was too late though. You know what I mean? Like he didn't really get a chance to get acclimated. But I'm with you. But if one of them were to have a good year, I would go Cook over Zeke.
Yeah, for sure. Of the two, and if Dalvin can kick, then we also are in business.
0265, would you rather draft a corner in the first round or sign Stephon Gilmore for the Texans?
Price matters. Stephon Gilmore would be a nice short-term other corner to put.
Call it market value. Let's go market value.
Nah, I'll draft a corner before I'll put my money in Stephon Gilmore.
I'll probably go Gilmore because of the opportunity cost of having the first rounder. Because if I sign Gilmore, now I can go defensive end at 23. Like I think I like the pairing more of signing Gilmore and then drafting what I want at 23.
What is his fair market value?
I don't know. I haven't.
Because I gotta believe it's like in the 10 to 14 range. Right?
I would guess 10 because he's older. Like he's in his mid-30s.
Older but still effective.
I agree. That's why certainly price matters.
Yep.
Obviously, price matters. If
you can get it, it's 11.1 AAV is this Spotrac projection.
I'm okay with that.
And just a 1-year deal is what they have.
Yeah,
projected.
I wouldn't give them more than a year. I don't hate that. Like that's again, I want to enter the draft with my starting positions filled with at least capable starters.
What's Stevie Nelson looking for, or what's his market value? Because if Stevie Nelson is more, then I would rather have Gilmore. If it's less, I'll sign up for another year of Stevie Nelson. Although I think Stevie Nelson's definitely looking for multiple years.
Yeah. It's gonna. I wouldn't hate if Gilmore is the free agent signing of the Texans, though. I do like what he brings to the table, but not more
He
than
and
a
Nick
year.
have some history too, right?
That's right. I hadn't even put that together.
Spotrac has a Steven Nelson projected at 3 years, $30 million, so 10.2.
Well, if that's the difference between the two of them, I think Gilmore's still right now in his career is a better corner,
Nelson
and it's a
is
1
2
year
years
deal.
younger. That would be the
But I think Gilmore's better.
Yeah, I'd rather go Gilmore one
For
year
1
than
year,
Nelson
I would
at
do
3.
that.
Because Nelson could get washed in those 3 years too. Gilmore, you only have him for the one. He could get washed
Yep.
in that one, but it's only a one.
And if you're
Zero-
developing a corner that you get maybe a little later in the draft or the draft next year or whatever, you have other options, you can still find your long-term answer. But we just heard from Matt Miller the fact that the draft is deep with corners, but not so deep with defensive linemen.
You could get a project corner like in the third or fourth that maybe is your nickel right away, and then maybe you move him outside to boundary corner whenever Gilmore leaves in a year. Like, there's so many different options. I'd rather have Gilmore at that projection than Nelson at that projection. 0018 into the work Friday beer. That's a good one, too. All right, Hassan Reddick. There's rumors out there that the Texans are calling on Hassan Reddick. This is from Tony Pauline. Of course, he's been really good. I think he's had a better career than John Grenard. I think that the seasons they had in 2023 are very similar. Are you in on Hassan Reddick for the Houston Texans?
No, we talked about this about a month ago, and I just the more I thought about it, I think his best seasons are behind him. I think that he's starting to get older. He wants another big deal. He's chasing a bag. I don't think you want to get into that deal with a guy that maybe has played his best football already, or he's close to doing that, and he's looking for multiple years at a really high price tag. And I don't know what you got to give. I can't imagine you got to give up too much to get him, but I don't know what the Eagles are trying to get back for him. But regardless, if I have to give and then give again and give multiple years and a very high salary, then I'm not gonna. I don't think I'm in that ballgame.
This one doesn't really make sense to me. Like, Reddick's been he's been healthier than Grenard. I think he does have a better resume than Grenard. Grenard and Reddick's seasons have been very similar. But it's more about what they're going to do for the next 3 years.
Yep.
And you didn't tag Grenard? So do you want to spend $20 million plus on a defensive end? Because if you trade for Reddick, and I agree with you, I don't think that the trade capital will be all that much. Maybe a third, fourth rounder, maybe even more a fourth rounder than a third. And then you're extending him, you're locking him up. I don't want to do that. I rather just franchise tag Grenard or give Grenard a 3 or 4 year deal.
You know what?
It's probably cheaper money.
You know the other thing though, Jeremy, I've got a feeling about this. I don't think Grenard's going to get what he thinks he's going to get, and I think that when we go back to the fact that Caserio had made those comments about I don't want to talk about possibly tagging him and then put the price tag too high. I think there's a chance you could get Grenard, who's younger, at a lesser number. And then those 2 or 3 years make sense as opposed to a guy where Reddick is in his career age-wise and maybe ability-wise.
Out on Reddick, 8807, if a Super Bowl contender wants to trade their defensive end, then maybe there's an issue. Yeah, but the issue could be contract.
It is
going
that he
into the
wants to get
final year of
paid.
his deal.
Yep.
So it might not be something like that's huge. It could just be totally financial, which usually it is whenever you're talking about like disgruntled players with a lowercase d. Not the more and more I try to think of what the Texans are doing by not putting the tag on Grenard and letting him touch free agency and then like the Caserio comments, but still locking up Schultz, I wonder if Nick Caserio feels what you just said, where you don't think that John Grenard is going to get what he thinks he's worth. Because if that plays out, like if that is the scenario that plays out, then I believe that's what Nick Caserio's philosophy is here. Okay, we said at the Combine that, maybe they let a player into the market. That way they can test free agency, see what their true value is. Doesn't want to use the franchise tag because now if you're looking at a multi-year extension, they're going to use that as the bar. I feel, as I piece this all together throughout the day on franchise tag deadline day, I feel that Nick Caserio feels like he has a pretty decent chance at re-signing John Grenard in free agency at a lower price than what he feels he's worth, what you just said.
Yep. And you know what, Jeremy? This is the old Daryl Morey, Clint Capella move. If you feel like you're worth that, then go out and find me the offer that shows me that you can get that. If you can't, it doesn't mean we're not interested in you. We just feel like we have a number in our head. You have a different number in yours. Go out, test the market, see if you can get it. If you still want us to see if we're willing to match it, bring it back to us. If not, we appreciate all you've done for us.
Yeah, I think that's what the play is. Like, why didn't you tag them? Well, you want them on a multi-year deal, but you don't want it at $20 million. You must feel like you have a pretty good chance in free agency. I think that's where he's at. I think that's where Caserio is at.
And I think the market's working against him with the amount of guys that are probably going to command the top dollar.
Well, you mean against Grenard and for Caserio?
Yeah, right, yes.
Yeah. If that plays out, but even if it doesn't play out, I think that's what Caserio's mind is at. I think that's where it's at. 713-780-ESPN. I came across something. We know that Nick Caserio loves Nico Collins. He brings him up unprovoked and talks about contract extensions. Don't mention him in a window. I found some Nick Collins disrespect. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I found some Nico Collins. I'm not going to call it slander because they don't say anything bad about Nico Collins. That's part of the reason that it's disrespectful to him is the omission of Nico Collins altogether. So it'd be disrespect. Found some Nico Collins disrespect. And we know Nick Caserio loves Nico Collins. He's talking about saving some money this offseason in order to save it for Nico Collins, roll it over, maybe even get an extension done this offseason. That's been something that's talked about. That way you can go ahead and knock it out before he enters the final year of his deal, because Nico Collins does enter the final year of his deal next year. Spotrac, who is Spotrac ghosted me, by the way. I tweeted at Spotrac yesterday, and I said, how do you pronounce your site, Spotrac or Spotrac? They ghosted me. They didn't say anything. They didn't respond to me. The disrespect. Don't they know that I'm a creator? I'm a social media influencer. Don't they know that? I'm kidding. They didn't respond, though. But they put up 12 receiver candidates that could get contract extensions. They didn't mention Nico Collins. Is this disrespectful? Here are the names, like Justin Jefferson. I'm not putting Nico Collins in the Justin Jefferson conversation. Let's not go crazy. CeeDee Lamb coming off an unbelievable year, breaking Cowboys records. I'm not putting Nico in the CeeDee Lamb conversation, right? We're not doing that?
Right.
Jamar Chase, no. That's an obvious no. Amon-Ra St. Brown. We putting him in that conversation?
I think Amon's Amon-Ra has done it over a longer period of time, but I think it would be fair to say that I think he's a similar receiver and does a lot for his team the same way that St. Brown does.
Yeah. I got into an argument last offseason about Amon-Ra and Nico, and they were like, Nico's better than Amon-Ra. I was like, come on, give me a break. I still think Amon-Ra is better, and he's younger. But Nico definitely closed the gap.
Yep.
Definitely closed
Yes,
the gap.
sir.
There is no argument there. It's a much better conversation now than it was then. And I think that Nico would gain some percentage points if you just polled the National Football audience. Amon-Ra and Nico Collins last offseason was probably 95% to 5%. This year it's probably what? 60-40?
60-40 is good. Yep.
60-40 pro St. Brown?
Yeah, and that's just based on stacking and racking a little bit longer period of time doing it and becoming the dominant one, as opposed, because CJ spreads it around a little bit more too, but Nico had a breakout. If he does this, I think there's no reason to think that he's going to regress after what he did last season. I think that he's going to start to take off even more. So, yeah, I think it's a good comparison.
Jalen Waddle. Can we put Nico in the Jalen Waddle conversation?
They're different kinds of receivers, but I think you can.
Sure.
I think you can. I think Waddle is hurt sometimes, again, not just by quarterback, but because you've got a guy that has to get the football in Tyreek Hill. But I think that if you put Nico Collins in Miami's offense instead of Jalen Waddle, Nico Collins could do the same things.
Yeah, Waddle has more body of work, and they were in the same draft class. Waddle obviously went really high, where Nico went in the middle rounds. Nico had a better 23 than Waddle did. Waddle had a few injuries; he missed 3 games, but Waddle's been really good ever since he stepped into the league. Like he went over 100 catches in his first year. He had 1,300 yards in his second year. Even last year when he was banged up, he still went over 1,000. I think Nico closed the gap. I think he's in the same ballpark. Waddle has resume, but I'm not signing these guys based on resume.
Right.
I'm signing these guys based on the next 3 to 4 years. I think Nico belongs into the Waddle conversation.
Yep.
I wouldn't say he's a better player, but it belongs in the conversation. T. Higgins?
Yeah, look, money is going to be interesting. The fact that they tagged him, and he is another one playing alongside Chase. Maybe that does take some things away from him. But
yeah,
the reason why I can compare them is I think that with a healthy Joe Burrow, if you put Nico Collins in T. Higgins' place, Nico Collins, I think, is capable of doing everything that T. Higgins does. So I think from that respect, you could put him in the same ballpark.
I think Nico is I think they're on the same tier, which kind of gives you an idea of where maybe Nico's contract is at. Whenever you start to forecast what that deal is going to look like. T. Higgins has had more productive seasons, but T. Higgins has never had a single season as good as Nico Collins just had.
So when you say that, I'm with you. Is that like saying they're both kind of 1Bs? They're not definitely like wide receiver 1As like some of that in terms of their payment structure and everything, but that they're fully
Like
capable
Jefferson
of being like 1Bs?
Chase.
Right.
Yeah, I can't put. Yeah, I think that's fair. Like I'm not putting T. Higgins and Nico Collins in the same conversation as Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. I think that like if you want to just tier all of those guys, like they're second tiers. They're second tier receivers, which I mean, there's not very many on the top tier. Like it's Chase, it's Tyreek, it's Jefferson, and then might be it.
Yeah.
Like did Devontae Adams slip
Devontae's
to the
fallen
second
off
tier?
a little bit. He's got a
Garrett
lot to
Wilson
prove.
maybe knocking on the door of first tier, but probably not quite there yet.
Are we
like
missing
the first
somebody?
tier is not many. Like if we
Tyreek
are, it's
is
only,
the first tier.
Who?
Yeah,
Tyreek.
Yeah.
We mentioned. I said Tyreek. So you Tyreek, Chase, Justin Jefferson. Like I can't go past it. I can't go past it. Like is Lamb there? Like Lamb had a season where he should be
I think
there.
CeeDee Lamb is there.
He definitely had the year last year where he should be. Now, was that an anomaly? Is he the same talent as those other 3? I think those are fair questions.
Does he have a better or worse quarterback throwing him the ball?
See, they're going to put up numbers, though. Like
They do.
They're going to put up numbers. Brandon Ayuk. Is Nico and Brandon Ayuk's conversation?
I think Nico's better than Brandon Ayuk.
I love his game. I think he's really good. I think they're in the same conversation. Is one better than the other? Like if Ayuk was the number 1 receiver, does his numbers better? I think that they're same tier. Devontae Smith, the receiver for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Same tier.
Boy,
better.
I think Nico's brings a lot more in terms of the longevity and the physicality and everything. Devontae's so small.
I don't think that's fair. Devontae's been healthier than Nico has.
Yeah, but Devontae, to me, I'm just saying for the length of his career, he's so slight of build.
Sure, but he's been healthier.
Okay, that's fine. I'm saying going forward. I'm just looking at going forward.
Fair,
yeah, it worries me a little bit that he is so slight of build. But for the sake of the conversation, I will say that they are in the same tier right now.
Mike Evans,
No.
same tier, yes or no?
No.
Evans' production, awesome, but
No.
next 3 years. Michael Pittman Jr., I think he's one of the underrated receivers in the NFL. Now,
he
he's
could
never
be
had great
better.
quarterback play.
Right. That's why I would say that. If he had better quarterback play over the last couple of years, I think we might have seen even more out of him. There's a reason why Indy tagged him.
Amari is on here. Amari, good player, but older. And then Calvin Ridley on here, who's going to be the belle of the ball of all the receivers in this free agency class. So Spotrac, Spotrac, tomato, depends on who you ask. Don't ask them, though. They're not going to respond. They had the projection for all 12 of these receivers. They had Jefferson, they had CD, they had Chase. No argument there. But then you start looking at St. Brown, Waddle, Higgins, Ayuk, Smith, Evans, Pittman, Amari, Calvin Ridley. Nary a sight of Nico Collins. The disrespect that Spotrac had by saying that.
Yeah, I think the main thing that probably went into this is they probably want to see more too, because they know that in the first couple of years, he wasn't picked like a wide receiver one, but to have the breakout that he had to be who he was last season, if they see more of it, maybe that changes their opinion. I think that's probably what held them back from these other guys that are more established.
I just don't think they thought of
disrespectful.
I don't think they thought of Nico Collins, honestly. Because, I mean, the idea of the Nico Collins next contract until brought up unprompted by Nick Caserio last week really wasn't a conversation I saw anywhere, much less nationally. But even here, that wasn't really something that a lot of people were talking about. So I think they just flat out forgot about Nico.
But some of these receivers are going into their final year, too. Like
I'm not excusing it. It just feels like what happened. I think he was just an afterthought.
That's disrespectful. It's disrespectful that Nico Collins is an afterthought to these guys. And maybe it's because he only did it 1 year. Like, I understand that. I understand that you're Spotrac, and you're too busy to respond to blue check marks on Twitter. I understand that. I get it. But you have 12 receivers here. Nico Collins is better than some of them and belongs in the conversation with a handful of more. This is a disrespectful article by Spotrac.
Cash it and trash it. I'd put Nico ahead of 5 of these guys.
Which 5?
I would put him ahead of Amari Cooper because of age. I'd put him ahead of Calvin Ridley, partly because of age, but also Calvin Ridley just didn't seem to do that much this year. I would put him, ahead of Devontae Smith. I think he's more explosive. I would put him above T. Higgins. I don't see T. Higgins having number one wide receiver for a playoff team type of capability. And then I would also put him ahead of Michael Pittman Jr. I think they're very close, but I put him slightly ahead of Michael Pittman Jr.
I don't hate it. I don't have much pushback there. Like, again, that's disrespect. Disrespect that they're showing Nico Collins. I'm not going to stand for it. I won't tell you that if I was looking for a reason to be mad at Spotrac or not. The Astros deployed their opening day lineup today. It only has 3 changes that I would like to make. So that means I like it. If I only have 3 changes, it means I like it. Did you like it, though? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees and some great music presented by RC Ranch.
The official beef jerky of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Oliver Anthony. I feel disrespectful talking over him, to be honest.
He got censored.
Yeah, I heard the beep.
Yeah, a little potty mouth in there.
Oh, was that what that was?
Yeah, I had to ask BMAC.
I like a good country singer who swears a little bit from time to time.
That's not the last censor, depending on how long we let the song go.
How long do I need to let it go?
I'm not recommending it, but there's 3 more.
You already beeped it out ahead of time?
Yeah, well, of course.
Kind of had to.
Well, I was hoping he would do it real time because I was going to let it drag on and drag. I guess he's running the board. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I
like
can
this
easily
Oliver
kill
Anthony
it
guy.
any second.
I'm going to look up more of this Oliver Anthony guy. He got a fan in Branham. I saw Blankers tweeted at Spotrac trying to get an answer.
I am. I want to see if they'll respond to me.
I sent him an email. I just sent him an email.
Okay.
I sent him an email. It was like, hey. It wasn't a Karen email. I'm not a Karen. I just said, hey, how is it pronounced? Just asking them kindly. 0018, who are potential running backs in the middle rounds that could immediately help the Texans instead of sinking a lot of money into that position? There's quite a few that I like. If you go back and listen to the podcast, ESPN975.com, we had Matt Miller on today. He's one of the – I would have him as in my top 3 of preeminent draft experts in the NFL. In that trio, and not one ahead of any of the others, they're all equal. They're all tier 1. Matt Miller, Daniel Jeremiah, and Lance Zierlein. Those are my top 3.
I knew you've been infatuated with DJ, so
I'm a big fan.
And I know you couldn't screw
3.
Lance.
I don't know. Sounds like shame.
No, I know well, I was going alphabetical order.
Uh-huh.
Well, Zerline's last.
Well played there, sir. Quickly well played there.
What's what I didn't need? I didn't need to be quick and well played. It's what I did.
It was a good recovery to say.
It wasn't a recovery. It was strategic. Okay. It's exactly what I did. Anytime you have the same tier, you got to go alphabetical. 9470 St. Brown destroyed Nico in fantasy football last season. You're probably playing PPRs because Amon-Ra is going to catch more passes. Now, he did have more yards slightly. He had like 200 more yards, but he played more games. Nico missed a couple of games. And now Amon-Ra did miss 1. And then Amon-Ra had 10 touchdowns. Nico had 8. They're on par statistically, but if you're in a PPR, then Amon-Ra is going to be the better option over Nico because he's just going to catch more passes. That's the type of – he's a more possession guy. This guy is Amon-Ra.
By the way, you did not go in alphabetical order. I decided to fact check this.
I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure who I said first.
You said Matt Miller, Daniel Jeremiah, Lance Zierlein.
You caught me. I forgot. I did act quickly.
Jeremy Branham, fake news.
Good recon, BMAC.
That's well done there, Brian. I was hoping nobody would fact check me on that. I forgot who I said first, and I was like, I don't know if that actually adds up in my head, but I was like, got to do it with conviction. I'm pot committed now. Well done. Good game. Well played. 6856, Cooper Kupp is top tier. I have a hard time putting Cooper Kupp in the same conversation
a better receiver
with
on his own
Hill.
team.
I don't think he's better than Cooper Kupp.
I mean, now, though?
Right now he is.
I don't know, man. Cooper
Kupp's
Kupp's
a better receiver last year.
Yeah, look at his numbers.
I know his numbers are good, but is Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua a better receiver?
Well, but this is also going to when I say when you're in a system in which both receivers are like 1A, 1B-ish, that it's tough based on, how the ball is spread around too. But I think going forward, they'll look to Puka to be more the 1A and Kupp to be the 1B.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think that things happen fast in the NFL. Cooper's north of 30 now. I think Cooper's obviously Cooper's best days are behind him. That's fair. I'll concede an L there. I'll go Puka over Cooper as well. Cooper does not belong in a top tier. He might not belong, to your points, in the top tier with his own receiving room.
Mm-hmm.
So Cooper Kupp, I agree, not top tier. Nico did it 1 year. Let's slow down. I think that's the guy that always tells us to slow down. Devontae Smith has way better hands than Nico. I agree. Devontae does have better hands than Nico. Nico's better run after catch, bigger body, a little bit more of a red zone threat.
Yes, I would tend to agree with you on all of the above because Nico's hands, that you can question them. So, for sure.
9251 says Brugler blows Miller out of the water. Brugler is really good too. Let's throw a fourth into that top tier. I like Brugler as well.
Not alphabetically.
Brugler. Who was the other one that I said? Jeremiah.
Miller, Daniel Jeremiah. Yeah.
Zerline's with his Z.
I'll go
Zerline.
I'll go Brugler, Jeremiah, Miller, Zerline. All top tier.
Well
done.
All top tier.
Well done.
All top tier. Not in any particular order. All four are the same. They're all equal, just alphabetical order there. Speaking of orders, Joe Espada, the most interesting manager in the world. He deployed his opening day lineup today. Altuve, Alvarez, Bregman, Tucker, Abreu, Diaz, Chaz, Pena, Myers. There's only 3 things that I would change here, which means I think it's a really good lineup because there was times that, last couple of years where there's like 20 things I would change. I like this, though. I like this. Overall, I like it.
Are you going to put of the 3 things, would you rather Pena be in the 9?
That's one of the 3. I'd rather Pena hit 9th than 8th just so he can get protection, and I think you bring out the most in Pena that way.
That's a flip-flop I would make. Yeah, I'd flip-flop Pena and Myers, and I'd flip-flop Altuve and Bregman, and I'd be fine with that order after that.
That's the second change I would make. Now, I'm also not – I'm just going to concede that, though. They're in love with Altuve batting leadoff, so okay, cool. And my stance has always been I don't really care where the first 4 hit as long as they're the first 4. So however you want to organize Altuve, Alvarez, Bregman, Tucker, I'm not going to have a fight for that. If I had my druthers, I like Bregman a little bit more in the leadoff spot, Altuve a little bit more in the 3-hole because Altuve's power plays a little bit more in the 3-hole and Bregman's on-base contact plays a little bit more in the leadoff, but I'm willing to concede that.
BMAC just self-inflicted a wound on himself because Bregman's not going to lead the team in RBIs if he's batting leadoff.
It's true,
he wouldn't have that
he's not going to hit leadoff. That is what I'd like to happen, but I'm basing my RBI thing on that it won't happen.
Who was the 5-6 again?
5-6 is Abreu Diaz.
Yeah. See, and that's your third one to flip-flop those guys?
Not really. I'm okay with Abreu batting 5th early in the year. Cool. You were hot last year at the end of the year. You're the veteran. Maybe you're good at RBIs.
Kick in the shorts to do it. Continue to do it, then settle in.
Now I'd be quick to change in a month if he's struggling. I'm not going to just keep him batting 5th if he gets off to the start that he did last year, where Dusty kept him in the cleanup spot. He had 0 home runs until June. I'm not doing that, but I'm okay with him starting in the 5th spot. The third one, I was surprised to see Yiner ahead of Chaz. I figured Chaz would bat 6th and Yiner would bat 7th.
Really?
Yeah. McCormick, a little bit more contact. Maybe not more contact, but gets on base more. Gives you better at-bats. Yiner at times has awful at-bats. I love Yiner as a hitter, and I think he's going to hit a lot of home runs this year. I think he's going to flirt with 25-30. But he does give you bad at-bats.
Is that possibly a left-right platoon? Because we saw the splits last year for Diaz, not as good against lefties as he was against righties, and obviously Chaz has hit lefties really well in his career. Is that possibly a left-right platoon?
Good call there, Feng Shui.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That's a good call. Maybe he flips 6-7 based on the handedness of the starting pitcher. Where if you have a righty, maybe it's Yiner hitting 6th spot, Chaz hitting 7th, and then if you have a lefty, you flip-flop them. Now their starter was a lefty. I don't know if it matters though in spring training. That's something I'm going to monitor because that makes a lot of sense.
It really
and it's
does.
also progressive for a progressive manager, right?
Yep.
Where Dusty would never do that. Dusty's going to have his, just this is your order. This is go get comfortable in your spot. Now Espada did say he wants Pena to be comfortable in his spot. So I don't really know if Espada is going to be super progressive or Espada is going to be here's your spot in the batting order, go have success. But that is worth noting because that would make a lot of sense. Yiner is better against righties than Chaz was. Chaz was better against lefties than Yiner was. Maybe that's the flip-flop is depending on who the other team starting pitcher is. I hope so. That's a good call.
Maybe it's fluid. Maybe it's not just set, like you said. And then I'm fine if he wants to get Pena comfortable, but get him comfortable in 7, 8, 9. Because he ain't going up to 2 again anytime soon, and that's not part of the equation.
I don't think that he's giving you any indication he's doing that.
No, I'm just saying he wants him to be comfortable in the lineup. That's fine. Well, then pick your spot, figure out 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, because he said his top 4 is going to be this.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think he's given a pretty good indicator that Brady's going to bat 5th. I hope that Brian's right because that makes a ton of sense.
And it would be anti-Dusty, but it really would. It wouldn't be logically, analytically, and sensibly the thing to do.
Espada is showing, though, that he has shown us so far that he's willing to be anti-Dusty. Jordan hitting number 2 in this lineup is already an indication. We talked about that, obviously, a few times already, but he's shown the
indication playing every day.
Yeah, he's willing to be anti-Dusty.
Yeah, I like that. 8835 Chris Berman, top 5 NFL draft analyst.
In what year?
He was never a draft analyst.
Yeah, in what year ever would that make sense?
He's a commentator.
Yeah.
He's not
that had to be. That has to be sarcastic. If it's not, you should delete your account.
Yeah, put the /S whenever you're sarcastic because it's hard to read tone in text. 3338. How can you change 20 things in a 9-man lineup? That's the joke. That's
Sarcasm.
the joke. 713-780-3776. We talk a lot about Bregman and Tucker contract extensions, but we don't mention Framber Valdez. How much would we be interested in a Framber extension? What would the price tag be? 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, for the break, tell you about my good friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag takes care of their customers. It's the only place I tell you to go to place wagers on sports or to play casino games without leaving your house. It's fantastic. Go to MyBookie.ag right now. And the deal that they always have running is from $50 to $1,000, whether you're signing up for the first time or re-upping your account. If you put in our promo code BET975, you are going to double your next deposit. From $50 to $1,000, you get the idea. You put $100 in, there's $200 in your account. Suddenly, more money in your account means more games you can bet on or more games you can play casino-wise and more chances you can win. That means you could cash in, and then you could be happier at the end of the day. It's fantastic. It's what they do because they've been in business a long time, and they want you to be happy as customers of theirs. Therefore, they also have the casino games going on at all times, morning, noon, and night. So when there's not games to bet on and you still want to do some gambling, you can have live dealers that are doing roulette, blackjack, poker, etc., and they are there for you. They take care of you because they want you to be happy being with them. Check them out today. MyBookie.ag. Always use our promo code BET975. Whether you're betting on baseball, basketball, football, college, pro, UFC, golf, you name it, soccer, they normally have it. And you can do in-game as well as before the game. Bet on it all at mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975 and bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blank. I'm Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. We talk a lot about a Bregman extension. This is his final year. We talk a lot about Kyle Tucker extension because no one wants Kyle Tucker to leave. They want him here. The Astros haven't always spent money on keeping their own. They've usually been right. The latest projection on Framber Valdez, we don't spend enough time talking about Framber because Framber also is done after the end of the 2025 season. He's on the same timeline, same window as don't tell that to Casario, as Kyle Tucker is. The Athletic has a projection on what a Framber Valdez extension looks like. He has it at 5 years, 105. Last year he had it at 5 years, $80 million. Now you buy out an extra year of club control, comes a little bit cheaper, but it's an example of lock these guys up early. It's usually a little bit cheaper, helps you out in the long run. But 5 years, $105 million. That's $21 million per year. Where do you stand on that kind of extension for a Framber Valdez?
I would be curious if he would be open to that, if he would accept that, because I think that you are getting a deal. I think that when you look at what McCullers is making versus the fact that he's been a part-time at best starter, Framber, when he's right, is worth every penny of that and probably a lot more. But because of what you've been through with him, if he truly wants to stay, then I would be open to that, because I think that the market's only going to be higher for him, and if he does perform to a level, his salary and his AAV is going to go way up from that. I just don't think he would be open to that, but as much as it's a 5-year deal, and that kind of goes against what they do, I would be open to that.
Yeah, I'm asking what you would do.
I would do that deal. I would do that deal.
Framber is so helter-skelter that it's hard for me to commit 5 extra years to this year, next year, and then what's on top of that. So that concerns me. Now you just look up Framber's numbers, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, I would sign up for a guy who even last year who didn't have a great second half had a 3.45 ERA, still finished top 10 in Cy Young voting. The year prior to that, finished 5th in Cy Young voting. The 2020 season, not the full year, finished 11th. Probably should have finished that in 21 too. Had a 3.14 ERA. Like, you combine his last 4 years, and you look at the numbers that he had. You're right. He's more than a $21 million a year pitcher. But the problem is, okay, he's a little bit heady. He's got a little bit of a head case. His second half wasn't very good last year. So is it like, okay, we take the $21 million now with some uncertainty, and then it guarantees it for Framber, it locks it in, so he doesn't have to prove it anymore. But the 5 years on top of, he's got this year, he's got next year. So he's going to be 30 years old this year, 31 next year. You're looking at 5 years when he's 32, 33, 34, 35, and 36. Yep. Like, the baggage that Framber has and the age, now I do think Framber's stuff is going to kind of like be fine through his 30s. I don't like giving big money to guys in their mid-30s. I think I'm out on this.
See, but you think about it. I mean, you think about it. Look, the thing is that he's not like an overpowering fastball guy. I agree with you. I think his stuff is going to translate, and I think that when you're looking at someone like him, ideally you'd like to see what happens this year, see if he was more like the first half or the second half of last year, and which Framber we get. But if
I think that's already played into the price, though.
But I'm saying, but if you do wait to do that, and he is back to Cy Young capable Framber, then then that number goes through the roof. I think it is a risk, but I think it's worth taking because I think he has the stuff no matter what, and he doesn't need an overpowering fastball to do it.
Yeah, I definitely think that this extension, 5 years, 105, I do think that it has baked in the baggage, and I do think it has baked in the second half of last year. 713-780-ESPN, 2180 Framber's 5 years, $120 million. So he's going to definitely sign up for the 5 years, $105 million. But he also says all the Zoloft. I think he's been taking Ozempic in the offseason. I think Christian Javier has been taking Ozempic in the offseason. Both look slim and thin and like fighting machines. So I'm all in favor of that sort of stuff. That sort of stuff I encourage.
Okay. I'm not a pharmaceutical rep or a pharmacist.
You know about Ozempic?
Ozempic's
what all the people in Hollywood take to get skinny.
It's semi-glutide, but
I think Doc O does Ozempic.
That's what I'm saying. It's semi-glutide. Ozempic is the commercialized
brand name.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I don't think it. I would be worried less about the Ozempic and more about what's going on between the ears.
You don't. I like my pitchers in shape. Let them have all the Ozempic.
So get some track shoes on and do some running between throwing
sessions.
They
look skinny. They look thinner. I think they've been taking Ozempic.
Okay.
Both Framber
and
Javier.
Is it on the accepted drugs for Major League Baseball?
No clue. I don't routinely read up on the accepted drugs.
I thought you might have some time on your hands when you travel.
No, I don't do that. 8835 Framber 2 2 2/3 inning pitched in Game 1 ALCS. Okay, so does the failures in the ALCS Game 1 prevent you from signing him for a 5 years, $105 million deal? This is a lot.
Yeah, I don't like that because, yeah, sure, he had a bad game in that game, but he was also, nails in Game 6 of the 2021 ALCS against Boston. He was on the mound in Game 6 when you beat the Phillies in Game 6 of the World Series. It's not like Fromber has a track record of a pitcher that falls apart in the postseason. He's had some bad outings for sure, but this is not
Verlander. I mean,
exactly. Verlander just got his first World Series win at age 39 in the World Series. So yeah, no, I'm not worried about Fromber in the postseason, or at least to the point of that being a reason why I wouldn't do the contract.
What do you do here, Brian? Would you sign him?
Yeah, my gut was no initially when I saw 5 years for the same reasons you brought up, Jeremy. Like I would be, especially with someone who has had some problems with consistency, has had some problems with weight potentially. I'd be hesitant to give a guy a contract that would take him into his age 36 or 37 season. But when you factor in the fact that it's a $20 million AAV essentially, or I guess 21, that's such a low AAV for a pitcher with his potential upside that I think you have to buy the bargain and take the risk.
He's definitely worth more than $21 million,
exactly.
like when he's right.
Yep.
But will he be right at the ages 32, 33, 34, 35, 36?
That's where I think his stuff still would translate.
Yeah, and I also think you have to look at, and I know Nick Casario is going to hate this, but you have to look at the window of when this Astros team can compete, and I think that's now basically going through the 5 years that they extended Altuve. So if you sign Fromber through that, I have no problem trying to maximize that time where Jordan's still under contract, Altuve, and try to extend that window for the Astros to be competitive that entire time.
Yeah, $21 million is not very steep. Like, you look at the veteran pitchers who are in their mid-30s, like, that are still pitching all right, like, they're going to get $20 million.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely – you're getting a very good possibility of a bargain, but at the same time, you're also committing to a guy that has had, a roller coaster ride more times than not in terms of all the different elements that have to come together sometimes. So he has to take that into consideration. And the market, it fluctuates, right? We're not seeing the kind of, and especially when he's going to be in his 30s looking for an extension, that he's not getting more than 5, I don't think, from anybody.
No. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. 8807 La Grassa is filth. You sign that deal all day. The problem is what if he's just a second half Fromber Valdez forever? Like that's the concern that you have. But I do think that it's baked in. Someone else texting in, how much should the Red Sox pay Jake Odorizzi? Jake over easy, as he's known on this show.
Well, they're
desperate for pitching
more than ever. Giolito basically done for the year.
I don't think that's going to make Rafael Devers happy. Devers was in the media a few weeks ago complaining about how the Red Sox haven't spent any money. I don't think Odorizzi is going to quiet him down.
I think they're going to end up getting Montgomery. Like there's rumors out there that they're already talking to Montgomery.
I thought Montgomery was heading back to New York.
I haven't seen that rumor.
He's still free.
Yeah, I know he's still free, but I think I saw ESPN on Leaving the House.
That could be how the Yankees respond
to him today.
Because it seems like Snell's starting to shift. And if that's the case, that could be how the Yankees pivot
Snell's
by trying to get Montgomery
Phillies?
back.
That's fine if Snell goes to the Phillies. I ain't worried about that. They overpaid Wheeler,
Yeah, that
too.
was who Snell started talking to was the Phillies.
Yeah, but Wheeler's still good. Like
Wheeler's
that's a pretty
good.
nasty
He's just
rotation.
not AAV good to $42 million a year, I don't think.
Sure, but I mean, just talking like you don't win a World Series based on what you're paying a guy. Like,
no, but that's a lot of money to tie up in two pitchers.
Rotation.
And how did it work out for the Mets?
But they're still willing to maybe spend on Snell.
That's what I'm saying. If they go to get
it was also
Snell,
short term. It was also short term for Wheeler.
3 years, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if you're going to spend that much on two pitchers pitching every fifth day, I still think they have enough holes that they could use it a different way and be better.
They've got a roster that's not. I wouldn't say it's old, but Schwarber, Harper, Castellanos, these guys aren't super young players, so they're probably thinking basically a 3-year window anyway.
And if they signed Snell, it didn't limit them financially. And they don't really have a ton of holes. I like that roster. I think that roster's good.
It's a good it's a good offensive team.
I think their pitching staff's pretty good too.
Yeah.
Depends on which Nola you get. Nola's pretty up and down.
And then, also I'm like kind of assuming that they're going to sign Snell, which I shouldn't assume that they're going to sign Snell. But they have a couple of good good youngster pitchers in the back half of that rotation too.
What was the kid that pitched well in the World Series against the Astros?
Ranger Suarez, but they have guys who are better
go.
than that. They have a couple guys that are better than Suarez. Suarez has kind of fallen out of favor in Philly a little bit. Did have a very good year last year.
Yep.
Here are the pitchers that signed this year in their AAVs. Yamamoto got $27 million, which kind of insane for a guy who's never pitched in the bigs, but I think it was a please Ohtani type of deal.
And it was a bargaining. I mean, you got in a bidding war because everyone was starting to get enamored with him.
Yeah, I think that Yamamoto. I think it was been reported that he actually had offers more than this, but wanted to be in LA, wanted to be with Shohei. Sonny Gray signed for $25 million at 24 years old. Like, okay, like if Sonny Gray, and I like Sonny Gray. But if Sonny Gray's getting 25, I'll give Fromber 21
for sure. Sonny Gray pulled his hammy yesterday too.
Yeah, I know. Aaron Nola, $24.5 million. He 7-year deal at the age of 30. And I like Nola. But if he's getting 24.5, I mean, I think Fromber's better than Nola.
Not only is he better, I would say, but I just mentioned it. I mean, look at Nola's ERA year by year. That thing is a roller coaster. If we're worried about Fromber being inconsistent, he's definitely not any more inconsistent than Aaron Nola.
Yeah, I flipped this. Eduardo Rodriguez got 20. Lucas Giolito got 19. Marcus Stroman just got 18.5. Michael Wacha got 16. Frankie Montas got 16.
That is.
Yeah, 21 is a steal for Fromber. Like, there's the fear of him being second half Fromber, but even second half Fromber is better. It seems like he might be better than I know Eduardo Rodriguez had a good year last year, but Eduardo Rodriguez hasn't been that good since he left Boston prior to last year.
Sure.
Lucas Giolito? This is 21 is a steal for
this
Fromber.
year, basically.
I would do this deal right now. 5 years, 105. Lock him up. Even if Fromber kind of tells off a little bit and is pitching to a 3.75 4 ERA, well, he's still one of your starters. That's still a starting rotation caliber pitcher. He's still one of your 5 or 6 guys.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, do this.
And as you read off those contracts and those AAVs, even if he slips a little bit, by year 4, $21 million. Let's say he slips and he's your third pitcher. $21 million for a third pitcher is probably going to be the going rate in 4 years.
He's Eduardo Rodriguez.
Exactly.
He's Eduardo Rodriguez. He's a $20 million lefty who's your number 4 starter who pitches to a 3.75 4 ERA. That's the going rate for
totally
number
is.
4
and
lefty.
The numbers are going up every year. That's why I said I think this is a deal you should do.
Yeah, I'm with you. I talked myself into it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are we nominating for our car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What's your car wreck of the day? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. He's blank. I'm Branham. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Blankers, what are you nominating here?
Well, the first one I'm going to nominate is not surprising to you, but I watched Clippers-Bucks last night. Clippers were blowing the doors off the Bucks almost the entire night by 15+. Bucks are playing without Giannis. Game should have been over about 15 times. And old James Harden and crew just decided to do what they do, or he likes to do, which is play no defense in the fourth quarter. And the Bucks ended up coming back and winning a game they had no business winning. And the Clippers, for that reason alone, look like a team to me that I could never trust to win the West.
Okay. Was this the play that Harden had that traveling where they didn't call it? Where he shuffled his feet like 6 or 7 times?
I don't know if that was part of it, but Harden was doing Harden things. He got all of his points early and then just completely just kind of disappeared and didn't help his team down the stretch.
Yeah. That's a good one. Next regular season NBA game that I'll watch, non-Rockets, will be the first.
We're different that way.
I don't think I'll watch one, actually. I'll probably wait till the
Rockets
playoffs.
play the Spurs tonight?
Well, I said non-Rockets.
Oh, okay.
I watch every Rockets game.
Yep.
Facebook and Instagram went dark today. That's what I'm nominating for the car wreck of the day. Also, you throw in the timing of lots of kids were out of school today because it's Super Tuesday. A lot of conspiracies are out there.
Wait, kids miss school for Super Tuesday?
But kids aren't on Facebook anyway.
Well, I'm not saying that kids have nothing to do with this. I'm just saying that there was kids that were out today because it's voting day. It's Super Tuesday. Yeah.
Where's the correlation there?
What's the connection, Jeremy? You lost
The correlation is Facebook and Instagram went dark on Super Tuesday. I'm just saying the kids had the day off today. There is no correlation with the kids. I just threw that in as an extra bullet point. There's no correlation with the kids having school off.
I didn't know.
But Facebook and Instagram
my
going
kids both
dark
are in school
today.
My wife's
not all of them, I guess.
My wife's a teacher and she's working today.
There you go.
Well, Conroe ISD did not have school today because of voting.
Soft.
Facebook and Instagram though going dark. The car wreck of the day and doing it on Super Tuesday, which allowed the conspiracy theorists to go ham. Nominating that. What are you nominating, Brian?
Speaking of ham, Branham's alphabetical order from early in their show needs a nomination. He tried to pull a fast one over us, hoping we didn't notice, but I was able to look it up real quick and find out that Daniel Jeremiah, Matt Miller were in the reverse of alphabetical order.
How did you pull that up so quickly?
We have what we use to do our podcast. It's pulling audio in real time, so I just had to
I got you.
Yeah, rewind back 30 seconds.
6860 says car wreck of the day nomination. Brian, I'm getting caught in a lie when ranking Lance last. I will point out that it wasn't the alphabetical order where I screwed up, because I wasn't trying to put them alphabetical. I was just mentioning names, and yeah, it was. I just went with it, hoping I was right. That wasn't any order though, because Daniel Jeremiah is my favorite.
Okay, you still fight hard.
So Lance is.
I'm not fighting about anything. I'm not fighting about anything. I'm just saying I didn't screw up the alphabet. I screwed where I got caught was in the lie. That's where it's the car wreck. I'm just clarifying.
So that
I know how to
your
do my
order.
ABCs.
Lance is last.
No, I would say Lance is ahead of Matt Miller.
All right.
I would go if I had gun to my head. I had to rank my tier 1 because they're all tier 1. I would go Daniel Jeremiah, Lance Zierlein. I'll even go Brugler ahead of Matt Miller, even though Miller was kind enough with his time earlier today. But the car wreck here is the lie. I'll own that. The car wreck wasn't the alphabets. I have a U of H education. I can do my ABCs, guys. I also want to nominate Arch Manning for not being in the game.
Oh, come on.
Focused on playing football. Come on, dude. All you had to do was get Archie Manning to fill out this thing online for you, and they'll send you a $600 check. If you're like, well, I don't want NIL money, well, give it to charity. Give it away. But the whole, I'm focused on playing football. You were more of a headline for refusing to be in the game than you would have been if you were just in the game.
Why does Grandpa have to sign something?
Well, Arch Manning can do it. I don't care who does it. But if Arch doesn't want to do it, somebody else can do it. This made more headlines because he's not doing it than it would have if he did do it. And the whole, I'm focused on playing football. Okay, well, somebody else doing the online application for you means that you're not focused on playing football? Get out of here with that lie.
Yeah, the worst part was the lie to me, not that he decided not to be in the game, because how long would it take to do the online application? 5 minutes?
Tops. And he's Arch Manning. Somebody could have done it for him.
Right, exactly. It wouldn't have
and
taken
it was with
away
the
from
card
football.
company, right?
No, this is for the image and likeness in the NCAA football game.
Oh, the NCAA football game. Because the other one was he got $1 million for signing one card.
Right. Yeah, that was
he did? He
that
actually
was
got that?
Last year.
Right.
Yep.
I thought he wasn't doing the NIL game.
Yeah, and then he got $1 million for signing one card with a card company last year.
Interesting. You have any more? There's some text here.
Yeah, Shannon Sharp on First Take today said that, and Joel, it seems like Joel actually might agree with this one, but Lakers are going to sweep the Thunder. Was Shannon Sharp's take on First Take?
I think the Lakers could very well beat the Thunder in a series. Sweep is the one that I would question a little bit, but to say that the Lakers are going to beat the Thunder in a playoff series, I don't think that's a problem at all.
Yeah. Yeah, sweep's too much.
Sweep's a little bit too much. Yeah.
I would also throw in Spotrac for getting Nico Collins and Bill Barnwell's running back tiers, which didn't he have what was that? No, it was Josh Jacobs in the
third round and Pollard in the fourth round with
Tony
Singletary.
Pollard was the fourth tier, right? Yeah.
Ridiculous. Somebody said the card money was all donated. Well, cool. Donate the $600 from EA. Said Arch gave the card money to charity. Cool. Give the money for the game to charity. That's cool. I'm fine with that. That's awesome. We'll get an applause from that. I had one off the top of my head. I forgot it.
Your air hockey take?
No. Oh. Spotrac doesn't deserve to be on Car Wreck of the Day for omitting Nico. They deserve to be on Car Wreck of the Day for omitting Branham. That's why they deserve on Car Wreck of the Day. 8835 cold tortillas at a Mexican restaurant.
Ooh.
That is a shame.
That's terrible.
5010 Car Wreck of the Day is Facebook spying on me. Suggesting a lot of Jason Statham clips after sending a lot of jokes to you guys yesterday.
You're welcome.
BMAC loves that.
You're welcome.
Loves that.
You have posters of Jason Statham, BMAC?
I'm not denying that or confirming it.
Well, that's a giveaway.
Man, that's like
giveaway.
I was thinking about that. It was actually Brendan that had the posters of Paul, right? Before he left. Yeah.
Multiple posters.
One on the ceiling.
Multiple posters of Paul. What's winning the Car Wreck of the Day today?
Alphabetical order.
It wasn't the alphabet. It was the lie.
Okay, the lie about the
There we
alphabetical
go.
order.
That's
Don't
better.
split hairs.
I'd rather be called a liar than someone who doesn't know my ABCs.
I'm working on them with my 4-year-old. That's all I can say. It's a struggle
Lying?
some days. No, the alphabet. She's got the alphabet. Just identifying all the letters is still challenging.
I'll vote for myself. That was a worthy one. All right, it's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing all the hard work. He's Blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Bye.